On the Hokage rock, a gentle breeze blew. It seems I really have transmigrated. Shuemu gazed at the peaceful and serene village below, his heart a mix of emotions. He had never imagined that after falling asleep he would wake up in Konoha village from Naruto and become Mizuki, a chunin. Transmigration is one thing, but why Mizuki of all people? Is it just because of my name? Shuemu was full of dissatisfaction. Even being another character would have been far better than Mizuki. Mizuki, during a mission, had killed a teammate who was unable to move due to a leg injury by suffocating him with his hands, a level of cruelty that was shocking. Later, when Konoha retrieved the body, they discovered the cause of death was asphyxiation, completely inconsistent with Mizuki's claim that the teammate had died from severe injuries. From that point on, the village began to suspect Mizuki. Although there was no direct evidence proving Mizuki's guilt, once suspicion arose, he could no longer be trusted. He wasn't even allowed to take on missions and was relegated to being a small assistant teacher at the ninja academy, barely scraping by. His future was utterly ruined, but he was unwilling to accept his fate and planned to defect, seeking a better opportunity elsewhere. To achieve this, he devised a plan to have Naruto steal the Scroll of Seals, intending to use it as a token of allegiance to gain Orochimaru's protection. Unfortunately, before the plan could be carried out, Shuemu, who had transmigrated, replaced him. And now, here I am, as Mizuki. None of the good traits were inherited, only the bad ones. Defection was absolutely impossible. Everyone already knew Mizuki's plan, and the village had long been on guard. The third Hokage had even turned the tables by deliberately allowing Naruto to learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu. So, defecting was absolutely out of the question. But staying in the village was like being a frog slowly boiled in warm water. Even if he avoided disaster this time by not inciting Naruto, what about the next time? Hundreds of eyes in the village were watching him, and once the seed of suspicion was planted, it was nearly impossible to remove. Ah, this is really tough. From a distance, he saw Naruto sitting alone on a swing after failing the graduation exam, and Mizuki thought to himself that his current situation wasn't much better than the boys. Today marked the end of the school's graduation exams, and the Konoha 9 were about to officially become ninjas. Without his interference, Naruto would likely struggle to even graduate. Ding! At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Mizuki's mind. Transmigrator detected. The disciple 10,000-fold return system is activating. Please complete the novice task to fully activate the system. Novice task: take Naruto as your disciple. Requirement: have him call you master. Task reward: system fully activated, 1 true chakra control pill and 1 false chakra control pill. Mizuki's eyes widened. System? On the swing, Naruto watched as his classmates successfully graduated, wearing their ninja headbands and celebrating with their parents. He felt increasingly out of place. He was the only one who failed and couldn't graduate. A sense of loneliness swept over him like a cold wind. What are you thinking about? A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Naruto looked up and froze for a moment. Mizuki-sensei? Mizuki wore a faint smile on his face. Naruto, if you want to graduate, come with me. The two left the school, and this scene was observed by the third Hokage and Irika, hidden behind the crowd. Irika, I have something to discuss with you later. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. On the Hokage rock, Mizuki and Naruto sat by the cliffside, their legs dangling over the edge, the mountain wind blowing as their moods differed. Irika-sensei, he absolutely doesn't mean to make things difficult for you, Mizuki said, gazing at the sky and speaking slowly. Naruto, puzzled, asked, then why is he always targeting me? Shuemu, I think it's because he hopes you truly become strong. After all, both of you have lost your parents. When he looks at you, it's like looking at his own younger brother. He sees you as family. That's why he's afraid of losing you. Becoming a ninja is an extremely dangerous thing. Whether it's carrying out missions or on the battlefield, a single careless moment could cost your life. And you haven't even mastered the clone technique yet. Naruto felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. Even so, he was still unwilling to give up. But I really want to graduate. Mizuki gave a faint smile. There's no other way. I can only arrange a retest for you. Naruto asked eagerly, a retest? Is that really possible? Shuemu nodded. Naruto was overjoyed, but soon lowered his head, looking dejected. Teacher Shuemu, even if I retake the exam, my clone technique will still fail, and I still won't be able to graduate. Shuemu smiled and said, do you know why your clone technique never works well? Naruto, every time I use the clone technique, I feel like my chakra is out of control. I've been training really hard, but it still doesn't work. Shuemu nodded and said, that's right, the reason lies in this. Your chakra control ability is really poor, which is why such an unsightly result occurred. He did not directly say that the Nine Tails was affecting Naruto's chakra control. What should I do then? Naruto asked, looking confused. Shuemu turned around and sat facing Naruto. It's very simple. I'll teach you how to control chakra. However, you have to call me master first, and only then will I teach you. Naruto wasn't stupid. In fact, he was very smart and thoughtful. The reason everyone thought he was a fool was simply because his outgoing personality and carefree style of doing observing things masked his intelligence. The cold stares he had endured since childhood and his understanding of the warmth and coldness of human relationships had taught him far more than other children. At this moment, he realized Shuemu wasn't joking, so he immediately shouted, "Master!" Shuemu smiled faintly, and the sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Successfully accepted Uzumaki Naruto as a disciple. Beginner task completed. Reward: 1 true chakra control pill, 1 fake chakra control pill. Shuemu revealed a smile. Luckily, Naruto was easy to fool. A few words and he calls me master. Disciple 10,000-fold return system officially activated. Granting disciples ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, experience, ninja tools, medicines, etc. will result in a system return of up to 10,000 times. Each disciple has 3 opportunities for granting returns every month. Mizuki smiled and said softly, "Stand up." He opened his right hand, revealing a small blue pill resting in his palm, and handed it to Naruto. "Take this, and you'll be able to control your chakra." Chakra control pill, produced by the system, can enhance any ninja's chakra control to 90% after consumption. Of course, for those whose chakra control is already above 90%, it will have no effect. Naruto hesitated slightly but still took the pill and swallowed it. Desperate times call for desperate measures, poisonous or not, effective or not, he would take it. This was his only chance. Ding! You have given your disciple Uzumaki Naruto 1 chakra control pill, triggering 1,000-fold return. Mizuki raised an eyebrow. 1,000-fold? Although it's still a bit short of the maximum 10,000-fold, it's not too bad. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 super chakra control pill. Super chakra control pill. After consumption, chakra control will reach 99.99%. Shuemu asked suspiciously, "Is there a difference between 90% and 99.99%? The system explained, ordinary chakra control pill can increase chakra control to 90%, intermediate chakra control pill can increase chakra control to 99%, advanced pill to 99.9%, super pill to 99.99%, king level pill to 99.999%, emperor level pill. With chakra control exceeding 90%, any ninjutsu can be quickly mastered. Exceeding 99% allows for simplified hand seals, speeding up ninjutsu execution. Over 99.9%, seals can be formed with one hand. Over 99.99%, no seals are needed to release ninjutsu. Just clap your hands, and whatever you shout will come to life. Over 99.999%, no clapping is needed to release ninjutsu. With just a thought, whatever you shout will come to life, and the power of the ninjutsu increases by 1 level. Mizuki's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, Naruto, who had taken the chakra control pill, was already feeling the internal changes. "Master Mizuki, I can feel it, I can feel it. My chakra has become obedient." Mizuki nodded and said, "Give it a try." Naruto raised his hand, forming the seals of Weisein, then shouted lightly, "Clone Jutsu." With a bang, 10 Narutos appeared on the field, one being the real body and the other 9 clones, almost indistinguishable from the original. "I did it, Uzumaki Naruto, did it. Clone technique, I finally mastered it." Naruto shouted excitedly. "Master Mizuki, thank you so much. I'll go back to school and retake the exam right now. Irika-sensei will definitely allow me to graduate." After saying this, he was about to dispel the clone technique and leave, but Mizuki stopped him. "No rush, no rush, we're just getting started. Here, have another one." He took out the super chakra control pill that had just been returned by the system and handed it to Naruto. The system never said that the returned items couldn't be used to trigger further returns. If the super chakra control pill triggered another return, even if it was just tenfold, it would be incredible. Without hesitation, Naruto took the pill and swallowed it. Ding! You have given your disciple Uzumaki Naruto 1 super chakra control pill, triggering 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained a royal level chakra control pill. After consuming the royal level chakra control pill, chakra control will reach 99.9999%. Once chakra control reaches 99.9999%, ninjutsu can be released at will, its power will increase by 2 levels, and the effects of ninjutsu will undergo mutations. Ah, it really works. Mizuki was overjoyed. A shortcut was right in front of him. He secretly calculated in his heart to give this royal level chakra control pill to Naruto later and trigger a return once more. However, at that moment, bug detected, currently fixing. System, are you taking this too far? Fix completed. From now on, items returned by the system will no longer trigger further returns. The snowball plan has failed. The royal chakra control pill ultimately had to be consumed by himself. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, quickly spreading throughout his body. Within just half a minute, the medicinal power raised his chakra control to 99.9999%. Unable to contain his excitement, he began to experiment. With a single thought, Naruto, who was beside him, suddenly transformed into Irika with a poof sound. What on earth just happened? Mizuki revealed a peculiar smile. A chakra control level of 99.999 99.99% not only enhances the power of ninjutsu by 2 levels but also causes its effects to mutate. What he had just performed was the transformation jutsu, but instead of using it on himself, he cast it on Naruto, resulting in Naruto's transformation. So, this is the effect of the mutated transformation jutsu? It seems quite interesting. Ordinary transformation techniques can only change oneself, but mutated transformation techniques can not only change oneself but also others, and even objects. If used well, it might produce unexpected effects at critical moments. As for the transformation techniques level being upgraded from E to C, the effects will need to be experienced gradually. Master Mizuki, what exactly is going on? Why did I suddenly transform? Naruto appeared anxious. He tried to undo the transformation effect but found it was completely futile. 5 seconds later, the transformation effect automatically dissipated. Mizuki did not explain and simply said to Naruto, try the clone technique again, but this time, don't form any seals. Naruto, Master, how can I release the clone technique without forming seals? Mizuki, I told you to try it. You'll know whether it works after you try. Naruto followed suit. The next moment, he clapped his hands together and shouted, clone technique. In an instant, 40 to 50 illusions of Naruto appeared on the field. Although they were just illusions and couldn't be used in combat, Naruto was stunned. It really works? Releasing a jutsu without forming hand seals, was this ever taught at school? Ninja Academy, Irika's office. The third Hokage said expressionlessly, Irika, you must accept this. All these years, he has been pretending. Even you were deceived by his kind exterior. Previously, the village didn't act against him because of insufficient evidence. As Hokage, the third has always presented himself as an upright and honorable figure. Arresting someone based solely on suspicion would contradict the image he holds in the villagers' minds. Thus, Mizuki has been able to remain free until now. But a month ago, the Umbu discovered that he was planning to steal the scroll of seals in defect. From what we just saw, he clearly intends to use Naruto. If he truly goes through with his defection plan, the village will show no mercy. This is an opportunity to both bring Mizuki to justice and to clear the darkness in Naruto's heart. Naruto's identity is extraordinary. We absolutely cannot let him fall into darkness and harbor resentment towards Konoha, otherwise, ding. Otherwise what? The third Hokage did not explicitly say, but Irika understood in his heart. If a Jinchuriki falls into darkness, the village will undoubtedly take extreme measures. By then, whether Naruto lives or dies would truly be unpredictable. Hearing this, Irika finally made up his mind. Having grown up playing together with Mizuki, how could Irika not know his character? He was merely pretending not to know. Rest assured, Lord Third, I know what to do. Since he plans to betray Konoha, I won't let him act as he pleases. Tonight, I will expose his true colors in front of Naruto, capture him with my own hands, and dispel the darkness in Naruto's heart. What choice is there but to agree? The third Hokage has already used Naruto to threaten him. A beloved student versus a seemingly friendly but inwardly sinister friend, the choice isn't difficult. The third Hokage nodded, smiled, and stood up to leave. Just then, the office door was flung open, and Naruto burst in. Irika-sensei, I want to retake the exam. I've mastered the clone jutsu, and I want to graduate. Third grandpa, you're here too. Irika straightened his face and said seriously, the Ninja Academy has never had a retake policy. Also, Naruto, please knock before entering the office in the future. Naruto insisted, I don't care, I want a retake. Since third grandpa is here too, let's have him as a witness. After saying that, he clapped his hands and shouted, clone jutsu. With a bang, more than 40 Narutos suddenly appeared in the office. Aside from one being the original, the rest were clones. The third Hokage and Irika exchanged glances. What just happened? Naruto's clone jutsu had always been subpar. How could he suddenly create so many clones? Irika wondered silently. Even his own clone jutsu couldn't reach this level. And these clones were so perfect that even the third Hokage couldn't immediately tell which one was the original. It was almost like a joke. The third Hokage's eyes widened. No hand signs needed, just a clap to release the clone jutsu. This isn't. Naruto dispelled the clones, his face full of pride, and asked, so, Irika-sensei, can I graduate now? Irika, however, coldly replied, who are you really? How dare you impersonate Naruto and take the exam in his place? Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Naruto was his student, so he naturally knew his abilities well. Half an hour ago, he couldn't even manage a single clone properly, and now he could create over 40? How could anyone believe that? Naruto was furious and indignant. Irika-sensei, you actually don't believe me. You're making me so mad. I'll show you something. He clapped his hands together again and shouted, ninja art, sexy jutsu. In an instant, a naked beauty appeared, her alluring figure faintly visible amidst the mist, throwing seductive glances and exuding extreme temptation. The third Hokage and Irika couldn't hold out for even half a second before blood spurted from their noses, and they flew backward, crashing behind the office desk. Their reactions were practically identical. Ha ha ha, gotcha. Irika-sensei, that's what you get for doubting me. Now let's see what you have to say. Naruto Naruto reverted to his original form, revealing a smug expression. I've already mastered the clone technique. Hand over the forehead protector, I'm graduating. The third Hokage and Irika clumsily climbed up from behind the desk, especially the third Hokage, whose mood was utterly ruined by such an unexpected incident. Already advanced in age, enduring such shocks was truly a torment. Irika exclaimed in surprise, "Are you really Naruto?" The third Hokage adjusted the hat on his head, coughed twice, and slowly said, "Only little Naruto would use such a silly jutsu." Naruto proudly replied, "Absolutely authentic. How is this possible?" Irika still couldn't believe it. The third Hokage then asked, "Naruto, you clearly couldn't use the clone technique properly before, so how are you now able to create so many perfect clones? Moreover, you didn't even form any hand seals when using the technique. Can you tell Grandpa what exactly is going on?" Naruto didn't hide anything and admitted honestly, "I always felt like the chakra in my body was out of control before. Just now, Master Mizuki found me and gave me 2 small blue pills. After I ate them, I felt like the chakra in my body became very obedient, and using the clone technique became much easier." Shuemu? The third Hokage and Irika exchanged glances, momentarily unable to process the situation. What was going on? Wasn't the plan supposed to be that Shuemu would exploit Naruto's eagerness to graduate and incite him to steal the scroll of seals? How did it turn into giving Naruto a pill? If Naruto could graduate directly because of the pill, why would he still go after the scroll of seals? Something about this seemed off. The third Hokage's first reaction was to wonder if there were any pills left. His second reaction was that the pill must have side effects, likely capable of disrupting the seal within Naruto's body. If the seal is broken and the Ninetales escapes, that would be a disaster. The third Hokage's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of Naruto. With his left hand, he held Naruto down, and with his right hand, he lifted Naruto's shirt to expose his stomach. After a quick inspection, he found no signs of the seal being damaged, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Still uneasy, he grabbed Naruto and rushed out of the Leaf Academy, heading straight for the Leaf Hospital. As he left, he reminded Irika, "Don't mention this to anyone for now." At the hospital, the third Hokage went directly to the director. "Quick, give him a full-body examination." Soon, the test results came out, and Naruto was completely normal. What on earth is going on? The third Hokage was utterly puzzled. "Naruto, apart from giving you the pills, did Mizuki say anything else? Did he ask you to do anything? Tell me everything that happened." He could only ask Naruto. To ensure Mizuki could deceive Naruto into stealing the scroll of seals without suspicion, he had withdrawn all the Umbu members monitoring Naruto, fearing that Mizuki might notice and abandon the plan. Moreover, he had been in Irika's office giving instructions earlier and had no time to use the telescope technique to observe, leaving him completely unaware of what happened after Mizuki took Naruto away. Seeing the third Hokage's serious expression, Naruto truthfully said, "Master Mizuki took me to the Hokage Rock and told me that Teacher Irika didn't let me graduate because he was afraid I wasn't skilled enough and might face danger during missions in the future." He paused, then continued, "Then he told me to call him Master. After that, he gave me a small blue pill. After taking it, I could create 9 clones. There was another pill, and after taking it, I could create over 40 clones without even forming hand seals." Naruto continued. "Then, I came to the Ninja Academy to retake the exam." The third Hokage asked, "Is there anything else?" Naruto shook his head. "That's all." The third Hokage's inner doubts deepened further. It made no sense at all. Just 2 pills, and Naruto's chakra control ability has reached a level comparable to the first Hokage. He thought to himself, "This is a height I've pursued my entire life but could never attain." Then the question arose, why would Mizuki give such miraculous pills to Naruto instead of taking them himself? Could it be that he has so many pills that he can't finish them? Or perhaps he has the recipe and can produce more at any time? At this thought, the third Hokage's breathing suddenly quickened. The Umbu would never make a mistake. Although the process has changed, Mizuki's target must still be the scroll of seals, he speculated internally. Mizuki giving the pills to Naruto to consume is clearly an attempt to divert my attention so he can steal the scroll of seals himself. The third Hokage filled in the gaps in his mind, convinced this was the truth. Then I'll continue playing along with your act." He glanced at the sky outside. It was already late. A new plan had formed in his mind. As long as Mizuki stole the scroll of seals and the evidence was irrefutable, he could order his capture, imprison him, and use various means to coerce him into revealing the recipe for the pills. Logically, sending him to the Yamanaka clan would be the quickest way to obtain the recipe, but doing so would risk the recipe being leaked. Such critical information must not be known to anyone else, especially Danzo. Under no circumstances could Danzo learn of the pill's existence. "Grandpa Third, is it done yet?" Naruto was already impatient. "Checking and checking, have you found any problems or not?" At this moment, the third Hokage had no intention of dealing with him and casually said, "It's done. For now, there doesn't seem to be any issues. It's getting dark, you should head back." Naruto asked, "What about the ninja headband?" "I've already mastered the clone clone technique and I'm even better than the other students. I should be able to graduate, right? The third Hokage replied, you've graduated. Go find Irika to get your headband. Just tell him I said so. After sending Naruto away, the third Hokage headed to the Hokage Tower. Using a random excuse, he dismissed all the Umbu guards to go eat barbecue, then placed the already prepared, heavily redacted version of the Scroll of Seals on his desk. Afterward, he leisurely returned home. The entire Hokage Tower was completely empty, not a single person in sight, and the Scroll of Seals was left in the Hokage's office as if deliberately placed there for everyone to see. Upon returning home, the third Hokage immediately took out his crystal ball and used the telescope technique to remotely monitor the Hokage Tower. Half an hour passed, and there was no movement. An hour passed, and still no movement. The third Hokage was not in a hurry and remained extremely patient. He understood well that when fishing, without a bit of patience, the fish would never bite. At this moment, Naruto had already received his forehead protector and, full of excitement, headed to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate. Yo, Naruto, you're here for ramen too. As soon as he entered Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto heard a familiar voice and saw Mizuki sitting at a table with a half-eaten bowl of ramen in front of him. Master Mizuki, I didn't expect you to like Ichiraku Ramen too. Naruto's eyes lit up. Shuemu smiled slightly. I came as soon as I finished my schoolwork. This ramen shop is indeed quite good. By the way, you're wearing a forehead protector, so it seems you've successfully graduated, huh? Naruto quickly replied, yes, it's all thanks to you, Master Shuemu. Without you, graduating today would have been really tough for me. Getting the forehead protector makes me so happy. I really wanted to have a bowl of ramen to celebrate. Naruto felt joyful in his heart. Unfortunately, I'm too poor to afford ramen, but just smelling the aroma is satisfying enough for me. Naruto pulled his hand out of his pocket, revealing a pitiful expression as he stared at the ramen in Mizuki's bowl, unable to resist swallowing hard. Mizuki's eye twitched, thinking, could he be any more dramatic? Even though the third Hokage took the fourth Hokage's inheritance, the pension should still be substantial. Alright, tonight's ramen is on me. He finally couldn't hold back. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, yay, Mizuki-sensei is the best. I've decided, I'm going to eat 3 bowls later. Mizuki roared, don't push your luck, 2 bowls at most. He thought to himself, his monthly salary barely covered basic living expenses, 3 bowls were out of the question. Naruto muttered under his breath, not even 1 extra bowl, so stingy. Mizuki, the urge to hit someone welled up within him. Shortly after, Naruto's first bowl of ramen was served. Ding! You have granted your disciple Uzumaki Naruto 1 bowl of miso char-siu ramen, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have received 1 bowl of miso char-siu chakra ramen. Miso char-siu chakra ramen, consuming it increases Kakashi's chakra limit by 1. Isn't every disciple supposed to have 3 return opportunities per month? Counting this one, Naruto's 3 returns for the month were now used up. This third return is way too casual, he thought discontentedly, planning to teach him an ultimate secret ninjutsu to trigger a return. And also, what on earth is 1 Kakashi? Soon, Naruto finished 2 bowls of ramen. Mizuki paid the bill, and Tucci brought over 2 more bowls of ramen. Today, little Naruto graduated from school and officially became a ninja. As a gesture, I'll treat you and your apprentice to a bowl of ramen each. Thank you, Uncle Tucci. Naruto was even happier. Mizuki looked at the bowl of ramen in front of him, already sensing something. He picked up the noodles with his chopsticks and took a bite. The taste was similar to the previous bowl, but due to taste fatigue, he felt this one wasn't as good as the last. However, the total amount of chakra in his body kept increasing. Mizuki's eyes lit up, and he ignored the taste, eating quickly to avoid wasting it. In less than half a minute, he finished the bowl, even drinking the soup clean. At this moment, his chakra level was more than 10 times what it had been before. The system is amazing. Kakashi, after all, was an elite jonin. Although he was often low on chakra, his chakra level was still far superior to that of a chunin like Mizuki. An increase in chakra capacity also meant an enhancement in strength, which was undoubtedly a good thing. Nearby, Naruto had eaten 3 large bowls of ramen and was holding his stomach with a blissful expression on his face. Master Mizuki, thank you for the treat. Naruto headed home, as he had to gather at school the next morning. After parting ways with Naruto, Mizuki walked toward the Hokage Tower. Regarding the blue pill, the third Hokage will definitely take it seriously. I need to go and explain. The item had already been revealed, so hiding it was no longer an option. Moreover, the third Hokage hadn't sent anyone to find him yet, clearly playing it covertly. Thus, taking the initiative to explain would save a lot of trouble. He had already thought of his reasoning. The Sarutobi clan's residential area. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, suddenly sat up straight, placing his smoking pipe on the table. In the crystal ball, the scene outside the Hokage's office building was clearly displayed. Inside, Mizuki could be seen leisurely walking to the building, climbing the stairs, heading directly for the Hokage's office. The third Hokage widened his eyes in disbelief, somewhat dumbfounded. Are thieves nowadays this brazen? Using the telescope technique, his gaze followed Mizuki as he reached the door of the Hokage's office. Mizuki was about to knock when he noticed the door was already open. Inside, the lights were on, and a large scroll lay conspicuously on the desk, with the words Book of Seals written in bold characters. Mizuki, well, leaving it in such an obvious spot, are they afraid Naruto won't be able to steal it? Too bad Naruto has already graduated successfully and doesn't need to steal it anymore. As for me, having transmigrated, here, I don't need to use the Book of Seals as a token to pledge allegiance to Orochimaru. It's probably fake anyway, likely just containing the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Such an obvious trap, only Naruto would fall for it. Over the past few days since his transmigration, he had decided to live peacefully in Konoha and had no intention of defecting. It was utterly pointless. Besides, he knew the village had been keeping an eye on Mizuki for a long time, making any attempt to defect impossible. Therefore, he would never imitate Mizuki's actions from the original story. The Hokage isn't here? Looks like I came at the wrong time. About that pill, never mind, I'll come back tomorrow. Mizuki muttered to himself at the door, then turned and left. What just happened? Mizuki just left? You really want that sealing book, don't you? It's right there on the table, within arm's reach. If you don't want to take it, fine, but you won't even spare it a glance? Could it be that he realized this is a trap? The third Hokage squinted his eyes, gaining a new perspective on Mizuki. In his view, Mizuki was an arrogant person who never considered the consequences of his actions. Logically, with such an obvious and flawed trap, he believed Mizuki would definitely fall for it. However, the outcome left him greatly disappointed. Mizuki showed no reaction at all. Damn it, this time I've alerted the enemy, the third Hokage thought, deeply frustrated. Mizuki had avoided the pitfall this time, making it much harder to set another trap. However, the blue pill Mizuki just mentioned seems quite intriguing. The third Hokage's eyes lit up, and he quickly got up and left, heading toward the Hokage's office. A few minutes later, he happened to run into Mizuki. Lord Hokage, you're here. I just went to the Hokage's office to find you, but you weren't there, Mizuki said. The third Hokage smiled and replied, Mizuki, is there something you need from me? Mizuki responded, it's about Naruto. Today, The third Hokage immediately raised his hand to interrupt, saying, let's discuss this in my office. Matters like this couldn't be discussed in the middle of the street, especially when he was already thinking about keeping the formula to himself. Following the third Hokage, they arrived at the Hokage's office and closed the doors and windows. Mizuki, I heard about today's events from Naruto. You gave him 2 blue pills, which significantly improved his chakra control. What you want to talk about must be related to these blue pills, right? The third Hokage went straight to the point. Naruto was secondary. The blue pills were the real focus. Mizuki said, please forgive me, Lord Hokage, for acting on my own. At the time, Naruto had failed his graduation exam and was sitting alone on the swing, looking so lonely. I felt sympathy for him, so He paused for a moment before continuing. I didn't expect the blue pills to actually work on Naruto. The third Hokage asked, where did you get the blue pills you gave to Naruto? Mizuki, already prepared with an explanation, replied, here's what happened. 3 years ago, while I was on a mission in the ruins of Uzushio village in the land of whirlpools to track down Orochimaru, I discovered a wooden box in a hidden compartment of an abandoned secret room. Inside the box were 5 blue pills. The third Hokage nodded. There had indeed been such a mission 3 years ago, during which many ninjas were sent to track down Orochimaru. Mizuki took a small wooden box from his pocket and placed it on the table. The third Hokage took one look at the box and felt it was very ancient, but then, his brows furrowed. On the wooden box, it was written, Chakra Control Pills, Enhanced Chakra Control Ability, exclusive for Uzumaki and Senju clans. Exclusive to Uzumaki and Senju? The third Hokage seemed to realize something, his heart skipping a beat. No way, could it be true? Mizuki smiled bitterly and said, at first, I didn't believe it either. I tried one myself, but there was no reaction at all. Later, I brought it back to the village and left it in an inconspicuous corner. Today, when I saw Naruto fail his exam, I suddenly thought of it. Naruto's last name is Uzumaki, and he has the Uzumaki clan's bloodline in him. Maybe the medicine would work, so I decided to give it a try. I didn't expect that after Naruto took the pill, his chakra control ability actually improved. I gave him 2 pills and couldn't resist trying one myself, but I found that the pill only worked for Naruto and had no effect on me. At this point, Mizuki's frustration became even more evident, and his expression was filled with helplessness. The third Hokage, on the other hand, was lost in deeper thought. The Senju and Uzumaki clans had been close allies for generations. The first Hokage could release jutsu without hand signs. Could it be that he obtained chakra control pills from the Uzumaki clan? But why was there no record of this in the village? Third Hokage, there is only one chakra control pill left in the wooden box. After much thought, but I believe it is best to entrust it to you, Mizuki continued. Although it is useless for bloodline ninjas outside of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, perhaps with further research and improvement, this limitation can be eliminated. The pill in the box, of course, was a fake chakra control pill provided by the system, capable of increasing the chakra control of Uzumaki and Senju clan ninjas by 0.1%. The system had already paved the way for him, leaving Mizuki no need to worry. The third Hokage opened the box and looked at the pill lying quietly inside, feeling a faint sense of anticipation. Mizuki, you are truly thoughtful. As for Naruto, you've done very well. Naruto's identity is rather special, and the villagers are unwilling to interact with him, yet you are willing to help him. It's truly impressive. Mizuki sneered inwardly. Hypocritical old man. Clearly, you set a trap to deal with me, yet you speak of being impressed. Such duplicity. Moreover, isn't Naruto despised by the villagers because of you? If you had revealed that he is the son of a hero, the villagers' attitude toward him would definitely not be like this. The third Hokage overpraises me. As a member of Konoha, these are simply my duties. My talents are mediocre, and I am merely an ordinary chunin, unable to bring greater returns to the village by completing high-level missions. I can only focus on nurturing Konoha's next generation at the academy. Although my teaching ability is limited and I am just an assistant instructor, I will do my best no matter what. I only hope that those children can become stronger, able to protect themselves, their companions, and the village. Don't be like me, powerless and unable to do anything as I watched my companions being killed. Mizuki's words were utterly sincere. The third Hokage, being a seasoned politician who had witnessed countless situations, naturally wouldn't take these words at face value. Although there was no concrete evidence regarding Mizuki and the death of his companions, this did not prevent the third Hokage from making his judgment about Mizuki. He has clearly realized that the village is preparing to take action against him, even handed over the last blue pill, pretending to care about the village. Such a guy is simply a disaster to keep in the village, but there's no evidence to arrest him. Arresting without evidence will cause unrest among the villagers and the ninjas in the village. The third Hokage began to waver. In the end, he decided to leave Mizuki alone for now. After all, he was just a chunin and wouldn't cause much trouble. Keeping him around might even lure out Orochimaru. Mizuki, you truly surprise me. You've already fully understood the will of fire. It seems that having you serve as a teaching assistant at the Ninja Academy is indeed an underutilization of your talents. When the new students enroll, you will also take on the role of a class teacher, and your treatment in all aspects will be improved. I hope you can pass on the will of fire. Only in this way can Konoha continue to thrive endlessly. The third Hokage finally gave a verbal acknowledgement, which allowed Mizuki to breathe a sigh of relief. At least, the current crisis was temporarily resolved. He had to act cautiously and must not let the third Hokage find any fault. Lord Third, I will definitely do my best. Good. The third Hokage nodded and added, the chakra control pills you contributed are a significant achievement. I have decided to give you a reward. The third Hokage opened the drawer and took out a stack of money. This is 100,000 taels, take it. This is my personal reward to you, so don't spread this around. It wouldn't be good if others found out. Shuemu inwardly mocked, thinking that a hush money of 100,000 taels was too stingy, not even comparable to the reward for a B-rank mission. Although dissatisfied in his heart, he had to put on a good show on the surface. He pretended to be overjoyed and reached out to take the money. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Watching Shuemu's departing figure, the third Hokage muttered to himself, this Shuemu has quite a scheming mind, completely different from the analysis provided by the Anbu. I don't want to waste my energy on an insignificant shunin either. Hopefully, he'll behave himself for a while. After leaving the Hokage's office, Mizuki went straight home. Although he was eager to experience the enhanced effects of the three basic jutsu and its mutated state, tonight was not the right time. He could clearly sense that the third Hokage's gaze toward him was far from friendly. If the third were to spy on him while he was practicing ninjutsu, there would be no way to explain it. The transformation jutsu could allow others or objects to transform. How could that be explained? The crisis was not yet over, and every step had to be taken cautiously. Anyway, the third Hokage won't live much longer. Once he dies and Tsunade takes over, things will get a bit easier. Once Tsunade becomes the fifth Hokage, if he performs well, there might still be a chance to clear his name. Back at home, Mizuki first pretended to refine chakra, then undressed and lay on the bed, preparing to sleep. Just then, there was a knock at the door, urgent and filled with anger. Who is it? Mizuki got up and opened the door. A beautiful young woman with a pure appearance, dressed in a burgundy spaghetti strap dress, stood outside the door. Chun, why are you so late? The woman was none other than Mizuki's childhood sweetheart and fiancé, Chun. At this moment, he felt a bit awkward. She was the original Mizuki's fiancé, yet he had no feelings for her. Although she was beautiful, in his eyes, she was nothing more than a stranger, let alone someone he liked. The troublesome part was that the two had already set a marriage contract. If they were merely merely boyfriend and girlfriend, perhaps he could find an excuse to break up, but with the marriage contract in place, it was akin to being legally married without the ceremony. Breaking up would be difficult. If he were to annul the engagement, he would immediately be branded as someone who starts but doesn't finish, and life would become unbearable, forcing him to choose between death or fleeing. Just think of Tsukumo Hatake, wasn't he driven to suicide by public criticism? The power of online exposure is no joke. If the engagement isn't annulled, they would be married in a month. At that point, living together day and night would make it easy for his identity as a transmigrator to be exposed. This was his biggest secret, and even if he had to flee, this matter absolutely could not be revealed. What should I do? A wave of helplessness rose in his heart. Life was truly difficult. Shun glared angrily at Mizuki. We agreed to have barbecue together tonight. I waited for you at the barbecue restaurant for so long, and you were actually sleeping at home? Mizuki responded with a bitter smile. Well, today was the graduation exam at school. I was so busy that I completely forgot. He felt a wave of anxiety in his heart. How could he cancel this engagement without defecting? I don't care. You broke your promise, which left me starving. You must compensate me. Shun walked straight into the house. Your punishment is to make me dinner, my favorite, char siu rice. Shuemu panicked. I don't know how. What should he do? She had actually entered the house, and it was already late at night. Oh no. Shun firmly said, it's fine if you don't know. I'll guide you step by step. But no matter what, it has to be made by your own hands. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage withdrew his gaze and dispelled the telescope technique. His fingers lightly tapped on the desk as an Umbu member swiftly appeared before him. From today onward, the vigilance level for Chunin Shuemu is to be raised from D level to C level. Increase surveillance on him, and report immediately if anything happens. Additionally, find an opportunity to deliver the multi-shadow clone technique to Naruto's house. After giving his instructions, the third Hokage took the wooden box back to the Sarutobi clan's residence, entered the secret room, and began his research personally. Late at night, the village of Konoha was peaceful and quiet. Irika was at home, lying on his bed waiting for a signal. He waited and waited until finally, an Umbu member arrived. The Hokage asked me to deliver a message. Tonight's plan has been cancelled. After tonight, act as if nothing happened. Do not show any unusual behavior in front of Mizuki. Upon hearing the news, Irika let out a sigh of relief. Deep down, he never wanted to see Mizuki standing in opposition to Konoha. The fact that nothing happened tonight was simply the best outcome. After all, personally sending a friend to prison would be a torment for him as well. If that's the case, can I find a way to erase the darkness in his heart and make him give up on defecting? Although the thoughts of adults are already fixed and hard to change, maybe it could actually work. At Mizuki's home, Jiashuemu acted according to his memory of Mizuki, mimicking his speech, expressions, habitual movements, and catchphrases to perfection. He felt mentally exhausted, his nerves stretched to the limit, terrified of making a mistake that might arouse Tsubaki's suspicion. However, the result was fairly good. Tsubaki never suspected that the person before her was no longer her fiancé. The body was the same, but the soul had been replaced. Finally, the bowl of char siu rice on the table was finished by Tsubaki, and Jiashuemu breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Once Tsubaki left, he could stop acting and be free. But he was wrong. Tsubaki showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she began washing dishes, cleaning the house, tidying the bed, and even urging him to take a bath. Inside the house, the lighting became soft, and an ambiguous atmosphere gradually filled the air. Jiashuemu quickly checked his memories, and his expression instantly turned serious. According to the memories, Mizuki and Tsubaki had registered their marriage at the Hokage Tower 6 months ago after getting engaged. This meant they were already legally husband and wife, even though the wedding had yet to take place. Since then, the two had been uninhibited, becoming intimate every few days, sometimes even several times a day during their free time, completely addicted and unable to stop. With the physical stamina of ninjas, their passion was even more intense, and both had become hooked. Now, with the real Mizuki gone, it was Jiashuemu's turn. What should I do? Should I refuse or accept? He struggled internally. If he accepted, not only could he indulge in nightly pleasures, but he would also gain a wife for free, an absolute thrill. But he wasn't the real Mizuki. While short-term acting was manageable, prolonged deception would risk exposure and be utterly exhausting. He'd even have to worry about talking in his sleep and revealing his identity. In short, accepting would undoubtedly lead to endless trouble later on. But if he refused, Tsubaki would immediately start doubting his identity. Do not underestimate any suspicion. As tools of the village, once a ninja harbors even the slightest doubt about someone, they will immediately report it. If she reports to the Hokage's office, claiming to suspect him of being a fake Mizuki or an outsider spy, the third Hokage will undoubtedly order his immediate capture, dragging him to the interrogation room for severe questioning, or even directly probing his brain. At that point, his identity as a transmigrator would be completely exposed, leaving no chance of escape. flip, the village's attitude towards defectors and spies is entirely different. For defectors, the village won't act immediately, as defection has not yet occurred, and without evidence, they cannot directly apprehend someone. However, the treatment of spies is entirely different. Even the slightest suspicion will result in being taken directly to the interrogation room. Refusing would immediately arouse suspicion, but accepting could buy some time. So, the best choice is to compromise with her first? He sighed inwardly, lamenting how a dignified man had fallen to the point of needing to sell his body to protect himself. What a tragedy. How he wished something would happen outside at this moment, giving him a chance to escape this room. Mizuki-kun, why aren't you going to take a bath yet? Or do you want to bathe with me? Shuemu's face instantly turned red, and he stammered this, that. Chun covered her mouth and laughed. Why so shy? It's not like we haven't bathed together before. Wait for me a moment, I'll change the sheets and then join you in the bathroom. Oh, and don't forget to be safe. Shuemu, what should we do? We can't handle this at all. Just then, a rapid knocking on the door suddenly sounded. Mizuki felt as if he had been granted amnesty, secretly thinking that an opportunity had arrived. However, he pretended to be displeased and grumbled. Who is it? In the middle of the night. Irika's voice came from outside the door. Mizuki-sensei, it's an emergency. Sasuke has stolen the scroll of seals from Naruto's house and is now nowhere to be found. Mizuki, what is going on? Could there be a mistake in the names? Why is it Sasuke who stole the scroll of seals and not Naruto? And why is the scroll of seals in Naruto's house? He hurriedly opened the door and asked, Irika-sensei, what exactly happened? Irika replied, I'm not too sure about the specifics. It's news from Anambu, and now many people in the village know about it. Anyway, we must find Sasuke and retrieve the scroll of the Book of Seals. Mizuki was stunned for a moment. This plot felt so familiar. Isn't it exactly the same as the storyline in the anime where Mizuki tricked Naruto into stealing the Book of Seals? In the anime, he deceived Naruto into stealing the Book of Seals and then spread the news of Naruto's theft throughout the village. Clearly, that Anbu is suspicious. The first Hokage's Book of Seals is the village's most precious ninjutsu scroll. For Sasuke to commit such a mistake is truly unforgivable. Is he planning to defect with the scroll of seals? Irika said, as the orphan of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's heart is filled with hatred. He might have been influenced by some kind of manipulation, which led him to steal the scroll of seals in an attempt to become stronger. But once he obtains the scroll of seals, the person manipulating him will surely explain its significance. Once he understands, he will undoubtedly fear the village's punishment and choose to defect. We must immediately split up and search for him. We absolutely cannot let him succeed in defecting. Mizuki nodded and said, alright, I'll change into my clothes, pants, and shoes and head out. Irika went ahead first, while Mizuki turned back into the house and explained, Tsubaki, it's an urgent mission. I probably won't be back until very late tonight. Tsubaki responded, the mission is important. Mizuki changed into his Chunin outfit. Unlike Irika, he did not head out of the village but went straight to the Uchiha clan's territory. At this time, Sasuke hasn't come into contact with Orochimaru yet, so he shouldn't defect. The key is, that sealed book is definitely fake. Once Sasuke opens the book and realizes it's fake, he will be even less likely to defect. This was his judgment, but whether it was correct would depend on the outcome. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him, but since he encountered it, he decided to intervene. His goal was to take Sasuke as his disciple and gain more opportunities to teach. To take on a disciple, he first needed to make contact. He leapt across rooftops, quickly heading toward the Uchiha clan's territory. In the village, many ninjas were also taking action, searching for Sasuke's whereabouts. However, they all assumed Sasuke was planning to defect and were searching outside the village, while only Mizuki went in the opposite direction. Before long, he arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. The empty streets were silent. He saw two figures, one large and one small, facing off. Sasuke-kun, the sealed book is the most important thing in Konoha. If you steal this book, Konoha will kill you. Now, the only path left for you is to defect from Konoha. Our teacher, Orochimaru, was once one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, immensely powerful. The village hidden in the sound that he established warmly welcomes you. Once you arrive there, Orochimaru will personally mentor you, and your abilities will improve by leaps and bounds. In just a few years, you'll have the power to seek revenge. Sasuke looked at the masked Anbu in front of him and asked directly, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, can he kill Uchiha Itachi? The other person's breath hitched, and their movements froze. Ha! Sasuke sneered coldly, Orochimaru couldn't even kill Uchiha Itachi, yet he arrogantly claims he can train me to the level where I can kill Uchiha Itachi. What a joke. Sasuke has always been this kind of person. In the anime, Mizuki encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death and deeply felt his power, but he had no intention of defecting. However, after the third Hokage was killed by Orochimaru, Mizuki realized Orochimaru's strength and began to harbor thoughts of defection. When Kakashi was defeated in an instant by Itachi, Mizuki understood that continuing to train under Kakashi would never make him a match for Itachi. Thus, Thus, he decisively abandoned Kakashi and chose to defect. Besides, this isn't some scroll filled with forbidden techniques, it's just a prank fake created by that dead-ass Naruto. Tonight's incident was just a joke between Naruto and me, so, I won't defect. The Yambu across smiled faintly and said, at this point, since you're unwilling, I'll just knock you out and take you away directly. But before that, I need to deal with the little mouse hiding in the shadows. As soon as the words were spoken, 3 shurikens shot like lightning toward the corner of the wall nearby. In the corner, Mizuki looked at the incoming shurikens, his heart filled with shock and cold sweat poured down. Seeing that he was about to be hit in the next moment, a thought flashed through his mind. With a bang, white smoke flashed, followed by a clang as a wooden block fell to the ground. At the critical moment, he used the substitution jutsu to evade the attack. Substitution jutsu, when did he form the seals? The opponent appeared extremely surprised. Mizuki crouched on a tree, recalling the sensation when he used the substitution jutsu earlier, gradually understanding the secret behind it. At this moment, Sasuke had already taken advantage of the brief opening to slip into the house. The Yambu did not notice this but instead looked around, trying to locate Mizuki's position. Hidden well, but it's useless to me. A snake slithered out from his sleeve, flicking its tongue and hissing in the direction of Mizuki's location. Found you. Before the words had even faded, a kunai shot toward Mizuki. This time, Mizuki appeared much calmer. Watching the kunai fly right in front of him, the substitution jutsu activated once again. Bang! A puff of white smoke rose once again. What followed was the sound of a kunai piercing flesh. When the white smoke cleared, the Yambu found a kunai lodged in their throat, while Mizuki appeared in the spot where the Yambu had just been standing. In an instant, the two had swapped positions. Is this the mutated substitution jutsu? Mizuki panted heavily. That move had consumed a third of his chakra. The mutated substitution jutsu required immense energy but delivered astonishing results, causing the enemy to be killed by their own kunai in a completely unguarded moment. Life and death reversed in an instant. It allows you to instantly swap positions with any object, regardless of whether the object is living or non-living. One of the 3 body techniques, the substitution jutsu, releases white smoke upon activation to block the enemy's vision, replacing the user's body with a wooden log while the user takes the opportunity to leap away and hide. This is a technique designed to make the opponent believe their attack was successful. Essentially, the substitution jutsu is nothing more than a simple visual trick. However, the mutated version of the substitution jutsu is practically a replica of the Rinnegan's ocular technique and a Menoto Jikara, a spacetime ninjutsu. Wow, it jumped straight from a basic E-rank jutsu to an S-rank jutsu. Although the chakra consumption is somewhat terrifying, with his current chakra reserves, he can only use it 3 times in a short period. Still, Shueimou feels it's absolutely worth it. The mutation effects of the transformation jutsu and substitution jutsu have been figured out. Now only the clone jutsu remains. I'll study it when I have some free time. He came under the tree, looked at the corpse, and frowned slightly. The throat of the corpse, pierced by a kunai, surprisingly had no blood flowing out. Could it be a puppet? No, the sound of the kunai piercing flesh just now was unmistakable. It was definitely a real body. Upon closer inspection, Mizuki quickly reached a conclusion. The Yambu member had been dead for at least 3 hours. Moreover, there was another fatal wound on his back. Dead for 3 hours, yet still able to move? Mizuki's eyes narrowed slightly. It's not the impure world reincarnation, then it must undoubtedly be the dead soul technique. Yakushi Kabuto. The dead soul technique, Yakushi Kabuto's signature move, allows for the temporary manipulation of corpses. Kabuto once used this technique to deceive even Kakashi. Mizuki immediately heightened his vigilance. The controller of the dead soul technique cannot be too far from the corpse, which means Yakushi Kabuto is nearby. A hidden killing intent was quietly spreading. Ninja art, Temple of Nirvana technique. After a soft shout, feathers descended from the sky. However, this illusion, capable of putting people into a deep sleep, had no effect on Mizuki. The principle behind the illusion was quite simple. It interfered with the chakra flow within the target's body and manipulated it, thereby controlling their 5 senses and plunging them into hallucinations. The stronger one's chakra control ability, the higher their resistance to illusions. For example, during the Chunin exams, Sakura was completely unaffected by the Temple of Nirvana technique due to her excellent chakra control ability. Mizuki's chakra control ability, on the other hand, was nearly perfect. Kabuto, who was secretly casting the illusion, couldn't manipulate Mizuki's chakra at all, let alone control his 5 senses. Found you. Kabuto's voice revealed his hiding spot. Mizuki immediately flung 3 kunai toward Kabuto's concealed position. Suddenly, a dark figure leapt out, wielding a kunai, and with a series of clang, 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 deflected Mizuki's shuriken before charging toward him. At that moment, footsteps could be heard in the distance. Seeing others approaching, the dark figure quickly turned and disappeared into the forest with a few swift jumps. Mizuki breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by the figure's movements, it was most likely Kabuto. With Mizuki's current strength, facing Kabuto head-on would undoubtedly undoubtedly result in a crushing defeat. Mizuki, what happened here? Is Sasuke at home? The newcomer was Irika. He had originally been searching outside the village but turned back after hearing from villagers that Sasuke had headed toward the Uchiha clan grounds. Mizuki replied, I'll explain everything in detail when we meet with Lord Hokage. Sasuke is indeed at home. There was a battle earlier, and he hid himself. Irika quickly brought Sasuke out, and before long, several members of the Umbu arrived to investigate and took the body away. Near dawn, the Hokage's office was brightly lit. Irika, Mizuki, Sasuke, and several Umbu members gathered together. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rushed over from his home, his expression grave. His research results had come out, leaving him visibly displeased. Mizuki, tell us about tonight's events first. Mizuki described in detail what he had observed upon arriving at the Uchiha clan's grounds, leaving nothing out. The reanimation jutsu? The third frowned, and looked toward an Umbu investigator. The Umbu nodded and said, the time of death exceeds 4 hours, yet the heart continued to beat after death. It was indeed controlled by the reanimation jutsu. The third took a few puffs from his pipe, his eyes deep in thought. A spy planted in the village by Orochimaru, skilled in the reanimation jutsu, must be an exceptional medical ninja. The Umbu should investigate from this angle, confirm the target as soon as possible, and capture them. His gaze then shifted to Sasuke. The scroll of seals was a fake, a prank by Naruto. I will reprimand Naruto for this. As for Sasuke, he was merely instigated, but he was able to turn back in time and did not cause any harm to the village, so this matter will be dropped. The third continued, it's late. Everyone, disperse and rest. Sure enough, as Mizuki had expected, the third Hokage did not impose any punishment on Sasuke. Before leaving, Itachi threatened Danzo, stating that if anything happened to Sasuke, he would reveal Konoha's secrets to other nations. As long as Sasuke did not commit any major harmful mistakes, Konoha would never act against him. By the time everyone dispersed, dawn had already broken. On his way home, Mizuki walked slowly. Although it was already the next day, there was still a beautiful woman lying in bed at home, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Behind him, Sasuke followed at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. As Mizuki reached home and was about to go upstairs, Sasuke quickly stepped forward and said, hey. Mizuki turned his head and glanced at him, saying, what is it? Sasuke replied, that jutsu where you swap positions with the enemy, teach me. I'll pay you 1 million ryo. Last night, he had hidden inside the house, observing everything that happened outside. When he saw the Umbu member killed by the kunai he had shot, Sasuke seemed to glimpse the future, envisioning the death of Uchiha Itachi. He was desperate to learn this jutsu. At this moment, Sasuke slightly raised his chin, wearing an expression that said, 1 million for a jutsu, you're making a fortune. Mizuki's eye twitched. Good grief, with that attitude, is this how you ask someone for a favor? If it were anyone else, not slapping you would already be considered merciful. Although Mizuki felt somewhat annoyed, he couldn't let his irritation interfere with his plans. The purpose of showcasing part of his strength last night was to take Sasuke as a disciple and exploit the system's benefits. I can teach you, but I don't want money. Instead, you have to call me master and kneel down to kowtow. Then I'll teach you for free, Mizuki said. What? Kowtow? Sasuke's eyes burned with anger. Is it because the money isn't enough? 1 million ryo isn't enough? Fine, then 3 million ryo. Shuemu smiled and said, this isn't about money. His tone was firm. If you want to learn ninjutsu, you must do as I say, otherwise, forget it. Advanced ninjutsu isn't something you can learn just because you want to. Watching Shuemu's figure as he went upstairs, Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes filled with struggle. Advanced ninjutsu. If I can learn it, then when I face that man again, I won't be completely powerless, he thought to himself, already feeling a sense of pride before even learning it. When he got home, Tsubaki was already up and preparing breakfast. Shuemu secretly let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. This night, he had managed to get through it. After Tsubaki left, Shuemu took a nap. By the afternoon, he went out to look for new disciples. Each disciple had 3 opportunities per month to provide returns, so he needed to recruit more disciples. The more disciples he had, the more returns he would receive, and naturally, his strength would improve faster. Walking down the street, as he passed by the bathhouse, he happened to see Naruto being thrown out of the women's bathhouse, with a little kid, Konohamaru, standing nearby. Yo, Naruto, what are you up to this time? Shuemu teased. Naruto saw Mizuki, looked embarrassed, and quickly said, Master, I wasn't doing anything. Konohamaru, on the other hand, said excitedly, Big brother Naruto is teaching me this sexy jutsu. Once I master it, I can defeat Grandpa. Your big brother Naruto's master, so your sexy jutsu must be even better than his. Can you teach me? Konohamaru asked expectantly. Mizuki listened and felt helpless. I don't know it. I never taught it. Don't make things up. After saying that, he quickly turned and left, thinking to himself, anyone can be taken as a disciple, but Konohamaru absolutely cannot, at least not until Hiruzen Sarutobi is dead. He kept walking and arrived near the Uchiha clan's territory, where he saw Uchiha Sasuke sitting by the lake, staring blankly at the water. Sasuke sensed against someone. Approaching, turned his head, and upon seeing Mizuki, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. However, the struggle quickly disappeared, replaced by determination. Walking up to Mizuki, Sasuke said seriously, "I must learn that jutsu. I agree to your terms." After speaking, he bowed his head to Mizuki and exclaimed excitedly, "Master." In order to become stronger, he was no longer prideful. Mizuki felt a surge of joy in his heart. Finally, another disciple. The system's rewards could continue to be reaped. Stand up. Since you've acknowledged me as your master, I will naturally teach you ninjutsu. The ninjutsu used last night is an advanced version of the substitution jutsu, body flicker technique. This technique is a space-time ninjutsu, classified as S-Rank. Hearing S-Rank, Sasuke became completely excited. Mizuki continued, "However, this technique is extremely difficult to learn and requires very high chakra control. You can't learn it immediately. You need to build a foundation first. Today, I'll first teach you tree climbing and water walking." After speaking, Shuemu took Sasuke to the woods and demonstrated the tree climbing technique. Gather an appropriate amount of chakra at the soles of your feet to create suction, allowing you to stay fixed on the tree without falling and walk freely. Practicing tree climbing can enhance your control over chakra. When you can climb to the top of the tree in one go, your chakra control will improve significantly. After teaching the tree climbing technique, the system's voice sounded, "You have taught your disciple Uchiha Sasuke the tree climbing practice method, triggering a double return. Congratulations, you have obtained the wall climbing practice method." Shuemu was instantly furious. "Damn system, a one-fold return, and you dare to make a move on me?" With a dark expression, Shuemu took Sasuke to the lakeside again, demonstrating and explaining the water walking method. "You taught your disciple Uchiha Sasuke the water walking practice method, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Mizuki was overjoyed. A reward multiplied by 10,000 times surely wouldn't be bad, right? "Congratulations, you have obtained the air stepping practice method. Air stepping practice method, step on air and rise higher with every step." Mizuki's eyes widened. Is this the rhythm of ascending to the heavens? To what extent do I need to train in order to learn the art of teleportation? Sasuke's eyes were full of longing, with nothing left in his heart but the desire for teleportation. Mizuki replied, "Once your chakra control ability allows you to form seals with one hand, you can start learning teleportation." Form seals with one hand? You can form seals with just one hand? Sasuke's eyes widened, as if a new world had opened up before him. Mizuki explained, "As your chakra control improves, the release of ninjutsu will become increasingly simple. When your chakra control ability reaches a certain level, you can perform hand seals with one hand. If your chakra control ability continues to improve, you can simplify the hand seals. For example, the fireball jutsu requires the hand seal sequence of snake ram monkey boar horse tiger, a total of 6 seals. After simplification, you don't need to form seals, a simple clap of the hands can release the jutsu." Sasuke listened in astonishment. One-handed seals, or even releasing jutsu without seals, can anyone really do that? Mizuki smiled and nodded. One-handed seals? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could do it. As for releasing ninjutsu without forming hand seals, it does exist, such as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Oh, by the way, your classmate, Naruto Uzumaki, can also do the same as Hashirama Senju, clap his hands, and whatever he calls out comes to life. Sasuke looked at Mizuki, seemingly doubting whether he was joking. "You must be kidding. Naruto, that dead last, can't even use the clone technique properly. He couldn't even graduate, and you're saying he can release ninjutsu without forming hand seals?" Mizuki just smiled faintly and didn't explain further. Sasuke asked again, "Just practicing tree climbing and water walking might not be enough to reach the level of forming seals with one hand, right?" Mizuki nodded and said, "Mastering tree climbing and water walking is far from enough. You need to consciously train yourself. For example, control the shape transformation of chakra, forming a vortex in your palm, or shaping it into the form of small animals. In short, your goal is to make chakra absolutely obey your command." Although Mizuki's explanation was somewhat vague, Sasuke already had a clear goal and direction in his mind. "Alright, practice on your own now." Shuemu taking on disciples was actually just for systematic teaching and reciprocation. He never intended to truly regard Naruto, Sasuke, and others as his apprentices, let alone devote himself to nurturing them. So, go train on your own. The benefits from the master have already been received, and there's no interest in supervising or guiding. This is what they call, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Shuemu also reminded Sasuke not to publicize the body flicker technique, then turned and left. As he walked, he pondered that Sasuke still had one more chance for reciprocation. So, what should I give him? How about a bowl of ramen like Naruto? Last night, using the body flicker technique consumed a third of his chakra. This made him realize that even though he had slightly more chakra than Kakashi, it was still insufficient. "My current total chakra is approximately 1.1 units. Using the body flicker technique once consumes about 0.37 units. The consumption is quite significant." Moreover, he suspected that the energy expenditure expenditure of the body flicker technique might be proportional to the distance. Greater distances could lead to higher consumption. I'll find a place tonight to test it and see the relationship between consumption and distance. During broad daylight, he definitely didn't want to use mutated ninjutsu recklessly. First, there were people secretly monitoring him, and second, the third Hokage's telescope technique was not to be underestimated. Using the body flicker technique openly would immediately alert the third Hokage. Following the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Mizuki felt it was more prudent to be cautious. Waiting until nighttime, when it's pitch dark, to test the effects of the ninjutsu would be much safer. There's also the stepping practice method, which I need to find time to work on. Stepping on air, rising step by step, it sounds truly impressive. Everything has to wait until the evening. Today, graduates are taking photos and registering ninja information. The ninja school is on holiday, and Mizuki, freed from idleness, has gone to the river outside the village to fish. In his previous life, he was a fishing enthusiast, fishing in the harshest winter and hottest summer, forgetting to eat and sleep, unwavering even in storms. Even after crossing over, he couldn't abandon his hobbies. And his reasoning was quite convincing. I have a system, so I don't need to work too hard on cultivation. If I don't fish, what else can I do? The fish I catch can be eaten: boiled fish, pickled fish, grilled fish. It saves a lot of money on groceries. The ones I can't finish can be sold to supplement household expenses. So, fishing is a great career with limitless potential. Hokage Tower, Hokage Office. The third Hokage sat behind the desk, smoking a pipe, and was handling the rank files of newly graduated ninjas, preparing to deal with other matters. At that moment, a knock on the door sounded, and the third Hokage said, "Come in." The door opened, and Nara Shikaku walked in, closing the door behind him. "Lord Third, you called for me?" Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and said, "Shikaku, I have a mission for you." He took out the fake chakra control pill and said, "This pill can enhance a ninja's control over chakra, but it is only effective for the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Yesterday, Uzumaki Naruto consumed 2 pills, and his chakra control ability improved significantly, reaching the level of the first Hokage. He can now release jutsu directly without forming hand seals." Shikaku was shocked and asked in disbelief, "Third Hokage, you must be joking, right? Relying on just 2 pills to elevate a kid's chakra control to the level of the god of shinobi is absolutely impossible." The third Hokage's expression was solemn as he replied, "This is true." Shikaku was momentarily at a loss for words. He recounted the events of the previous day to the third Hokage, including Naruto's behavior, the origin of the pill, Mizuki's statements, and the experiment conducted the previous night. "Last night, I personally conducted an experiment. When the powder scraped from the surface of this pill came into contact with Naruto's blood, it actually produced a reaction. However, when it encountered other blood, there was no response at all, just as Mizuki had claimed." After recovering from his shock, Shikaku asked, "Then, Lord Third, what is the task you are assigning to me?" The third Hokage said, "The Nara clan has profound expertise in medicine. I order you to take this pill back, study it carefully, and do your utmost to improve it, eliminating the restriction tied to bloodlines. If successful, the strength of Konoha will advance by leaps and bounds, possibly reaching the level of the first Hokage's era, or even surpassing it. By then, the Land of Fire will no longer be threatened by other nations, and even the entire ninja world may usher in peace." Although Shikaku wanted to refuse in his heart, the third Hokage clearly did not give him the chance, directly handing over the pill. He could only reluctantly take the pill and said, "Third Hokage, I can do my best to research it, but I cannot guarantee success." The third Hokage waved his hand, his tone resolute. "This mission has no time limit: 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years. As long as Konoha still exists, as long as the Nara clan remains, the mission must continue until it succeeds." Shikaku was deeply moved by the third Hokage's determination. "If that's the case, I will do my utmost, and the Nara clan will give it their all." After he left, the third Hokage sighed, "I hope results can be achieved soon. Also, send the Ambu to the ruins of Yuzushio village in hopes of finding more of this kind of pill." He took a few puffs from his pipe, then pulled out a crystal ball and performed the telescope technique. 3 minutes later, blood suddenly spurted from his nostrils, and his body fell straight to the ground. Struggling to get up, his face was still flushed. "Naruto, that rascal, really doesn't learn proper behavior, coming up with so many mischievous ideas. To think he combined the seduction technique with the shadow clone technique to create the harem technique, it's utterly ridiculous. Konohamaru following him around always makes me feel like he'll pick up bad habits in the future." He manipulated the telescope technique, shifted the perspective, and quickly found Mizuki. Fishing? The third Hokage felt puzzled. A dignified ninja, not practicing ninjutsu, not refining chakra, not training with shuriken and kunai, but going fishing instead? Living the life of an old man at such a young age? I haven't even retired yet, so why does he have time to go fishing? Watching Mizuki quietly sitting by the river, his eyes fixed on the fishing float, the third Hokage felt a twinge of jealousy, but at the same time, he also saw a sense of tranquility and a love for life in Mizuki. Could someone like this really defect? Or perhaps, he has noticed just someone monitoring him, so he's deliberately fishing, pretending to love life and love Konoha, in order to dispel the village's suspicions about him? As a seasoned schemer, the third Hokage was adept at speculating on human nature from the worst possible angle. He believed Mizuki was putting on an act. Fooling others might work, but trying to fool me? He's still too inexperienced. He labeled Mizuki as someone skilled in deception, further heightening his vigilance toward him. Still, for a chunin to go fishing, this is truly neglecting his duties. The ninja school is about to have a 2-month summer vacation, and he can't be allowed to idle around all day. Since he has plans to defect, missions outside the village can't be assigned to him. That being said, why not? He quickly drafted an appointment letter and then summoned a member of the Umbu. Tomorrow morning, deliver this appointment letter to Chunin Mizuki's home and hand it to him personally. Time passed, and evening came in the blink of an eye. Late at night, Mizuki closed the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and turned off the lights. The room was pitch black as he began attempting to perform a body switching technique. The target for this exchange was a chair. The first time, the chair was placed in the living room while he was in the bedroom, a distance of 10 meters. With a bang, white smoke rose, and the positions of the chair and him successfully swapped. About 1/10 of my chakra was consumed, definitely less than last night. Last night, when performing the teleportation technique, the distance between him and the target was close to 40 meters. The current experiment results show that the farther the target, the greater the chakra consumption. He continued experimenting, extending the distance to 15 meters, which was already the longest distance in his house. Performing the teleportation technique again, the chakra consumption was about 1/3 more than before, proportional to the distance. Estimating it, roughly 0.01 units of chakra are consumed for every meter of distance. With my current total chakra, the farthest I can teleport is 110 meters, but it would completely deplete my chakra. 110 meters is not far for a ninja. If one wanted to use this to defect from Konoha, it would be absolutely impossible. So, my total chakra amount is far from enough. Take Sasuke to eat ramen tomorrow. After experimenting with the body replacement technique, Mizuki gained a detailed understanding of the new jutsu obtained from the mutation of this substitution technique. Next is the void step technique. Strictly speaking, the void step technique is not a jutsu but rather a chakra application method similar to tree climbing or water walking. Calling it an ability is more accurate. A complete training method for the void step technique appeared in his mind. The principle of the void step technique is very simple. A large amount of high-speed chakra is emitted from the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of the feet, generating upward thrust, which is the same principle as a rocket launch, both based on Newton's third law. To master the void step technique, 3 conditions must be met. The first condition is that chakra control must reach an extremely high level. I have already met this condition, so there's no need to worry. The second condition is that chakra must complete the nature transformation of the wind attribute. For me, this is somewhat troublesome, but not too difficult. Mizuki's most proficient chakra attribute is earth, but this does not mean he can only complete the nature transformation of the earth attribute. In the ninja world, there are 7 major attributes: water, earth, fire, wind, lightning, yin, and yang. Everyone is born with these 7 attributes, but some have higher affinity while others have lower affinity. Attributes with high affinity can be detected using chakra paper, while those with low affinity cannot be tested, but this does not mean they do not exist. Mizuki's highest affinity is with the earth attribute, so it is easiest for him to complete the nature transformation of the earth attribute. As for the other 6 attributes, as long as one masters the method and spends time training, their nature transformation can also be achieved. Generally speaking, Jonin usually mastered 2 or more nature transformations. For example, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, mastered the nature transformations of water, earth, wind, fire, lightning, yin, and yang through training, proficiently using over 1,000 types of ninjutsu from the 5 elements, earning him the title of Professor of Ninjutsu. Another example is the copy ninja Kakashi, who also mastered the 7 chakra nature transformations and is renowned throughout the ninja world. As for training in the wind attribute, I already know the method. Coupled with the control of royal level chakra, it should not be a problem. The most troublesome part is the third condition. The Yongquan acupoint must be sturdy enough to withstand a sudden surge of chakra without being damaged. This step is the most troublesome and also the most time-consuming. It requires continuous training, along with soaking the feet in specific medicinal herbs for nourishment. The required medicinal herbs are quite expensive. On his way back from fishing today, he bought some herbs for foot soaking, and just one dose cost him 6,000 ryo. These are all precious herbs, so naturally, the price is high. One dose can only be used once, and mastering the air step technique requires at least a month. One dose per day, for a month, would cost 200,000 ryo, and that's a conservative estimate. Adding the 100,000 ryo given by the third Hokage yesterday, he only had 120,000 ryo in total. That extra 20,000 was saved through frugality, but it's still not enough. The Ninja Academy is about to go on vacation, and as an assistant instructor, he doesn't even have paid leave. Sigh, I've only been here a few days, and I'm already out of money. Truly a disgrace to all time travelers, Shuemu muttered to himself. It seems the most crucial aspect of learning the art of stepping on air is having money. I'll go find Sasuke tomorrow. That night, Tsubaki didn't come, and Shuemu slept soundly. The next morning, just as Shuemu was about to head out to the school to find Sasuke, there was a sudden knock at the door. The visitor was a member of the Umbu. Shunin Shuemu, the third Hokage has appointed you to serve as the Hokage office's mission assistant during the summer break, assisting the Hokage in assigning missions to genin teams. During the assistant tenure, work is 8 hours a day, with a daily salary of 80 ryo. This is the appointment letter, please keep it safe. Report to the mission hall at the Hokage Tower tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, the Umbu said before leaving. Mizuki looked at the appointment letter in his hand and cursed inwardly. 80 ryo a day, calculated at 30 days a month, is only 2,400 ryo. The lowest level D-rank missions, such as helping villagers weed, feeding pigs, babysitting, picking up trash, or catching cats, offer rewards ranging from 500 ryo to 10,000 ryo per task. For example, the beloved cat Little Tiger of the daimyo's wife often goes missing, and catching it can earn a reward of 10,000 ryo. My monthly salary is less than what I could earn catching a cat. Working as a teaching assistant at the school at least brought in 3,000 ryo a month. That damn third Hokage, does he think I'm free labor? Just wait and see. Hokage's appointments cannot be refused unless one defects or ends up in prison. Early in the morning, the Konoha school became lively. Today was the day for graduate class assignments. Mizuki waited at the school gate, and after a while, he finally saw Sasuke. Sasuke, come over here for a moment. Sasuke saw Mizuki and replied, perfect timing, I also have some training questions to ask you. The two went to a corner of the wall. Before Sasuke could speak, Mizuki directly pulled out a stack of money. Yesterday, the apprenticeship was rushed, and I didn't give you any apprenticeship gift. Let me make up for it today. This is 10,000 ryo, don't think it's too little. Sasuke, well, I don't lack money. Although the Uchiha clan was annihilated, with Itachi as a ticking time bomb, the third Hokage didn't dare to go to extremes. While most of the Uchiha clan's inheritance was seized by the village, Sasuke still had a considerable amount left. A mere 10,000 ryo meant nothing to him. Unlike Naruto, whose parents had passed away and had no one to back him up, he didn't inherit a single bit of the fourth Hokage's legacy. Mizuki, seeing Sasuke unwilling to accept, said sternly, whether you lack money or not has nothing to do with me. This is my gift to you as your master. If you don't accept it, it means you don't acknowledge me as your teacher, and in that case, don't come to me for anything related to your training in the future. Sasuke responded helplessly, alright, I'll reluctantly accept it. Black lines appeared on Shuemu's forehead. This little rascal really makes one want to hit him. You have granted your disciple Uchiha Sasuke 100,000 ryo, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have received 100 million ryo, which has been stored in the wardrobe in your bedroom and home. Hearing the system's notification, Shuemu's lips curled into a smile. Being pampered by the system is truly delightful. As soon as the money arrived, he turned and left. Sasuke panicked and shouted, don't go. I haven't asked you about the training yet. Ding. Shuemu waved his hand and said without looking back, don't ask. The briefing is about to start. Hurry to the classroom. We'll talk later when there's time. After saying that, he quickly disappeared into the distance. Sasuke watched Shuemu's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Waiting for me at the school gate early in the morning, just to give me money? The Uchiha clan was known for their sensitivity, and Sasuke couldn't shake the feeling that Shuemu was hiding some unspeakable secret. Shuemu left the ninja academy and quickly returned home. He didn't rush into the bedroom but waited until he estimated the school briefing had started before entering. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention will be entirely on the ninja academy, so he won't notice me. Opening the wardrobe, he immediately saw 3 black suitcases, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He took out one suitcase, opened it, and found it filled with cash, making Shuemu's eyes sparkle with excitement. We're rich! We're rich! Now, there was no need to worry about money for medicine anymore. He took out 200,000 ryo and went to the Nara family's pharmacy to purchase more than a month's supply of medicine. This matter was quickly reported to the third Hokage by the Umbu who had been secretly monitoring him. Are you saying Shuemu bought 200,000 ryo worth of medicine at the pharmacy? The third Hokage took the pipe out of his mouth and confirmed again. Ding! The Umbu replied, yes, Lord Third Hokage, I have recorded the types and quantities of the medicinal materials. A glint of sharpness flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. What is Mizuki buying medicine for? The first thing that came to his mind was the chakra control pill. The chakra control pill was proposed by Mizuki earlier, and now that he has purchased so many precious medicinal materials, the third Hokage couldn't help but suspect that Mizuki was making the chakra control pill. The third Hokage ordered, continue to monitor Mizuki's every move, especially regarding those medicinal herbs. You must report to me in detail. Yes. The Umbu accepted the order and left to continue monitoring Mizuki. Meanwhile, the third Hokage's attention successfully shifted from the Konoha Academy to Mizuki's home. Using the telescope technique, the third Hokage saw Mizuki soaking his feet. In the foot bath bucket, there was not only water but also various medicinal herbs. The third Hokage zoomed in for a closer look and confirmed that these herbs were exactly the ones the Umbu had just reported to him. The third Hokage gaped in astonishment. Shuemu spent 200,000 ryo on rare medicinal herbs to soak his feet? Are you kidding me? Even the daimyo isn't this extravagant. The third Hokage couldn't bear to watch any longer and hurriedly deactivated the telescope technique, worried that if he continued, he'd be so enraged he'd storm into Shuemu's house and use the Reaper Death Seal. Shuemu soaked his feet at home for half an hour, then put on his shoes and went out, aimlessly wandering the streets. No one noticed that as he walked, the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of his feet was continuously emitting chakra downward. The ANBU members monitoring Shuemu from a distance vaguely felt that his movements seemed unusually graceful. Passing by a tree, a leaf happened to fall, and Shuemu reached out to catch it. He clasped his hands together, enclosing the leaf within his palms. Wind nature chakra is characterized by cutting and tearing. The training for wind-style chakra nature transformation involves using chakra to cut through a leaf. Starting today, not only will I exercise the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of my feet, but I will also practice the nature transformation of wind release chakra. In the palm of his hand, chakra gathered as Mizuki focused on the concepts of cutting and tearing. The next moment, his movements paused. Opening his palm, the leaf in front of him was suddenly split in half. Did I succeed just like that? Mizuki was a bit stunned. Wasn't the wind attribute supposed to be quite rare in Konoha? The training difficulty should be high, yet he achieved it so easily? In his memory, it had taken Mizuki several years to succeed in practicing the nature transformation of earth release chakra. This meant that Mizuki's aptitude for training wasn't particularly good. Could it be chakra control? It seemed like this was the only explanation that made sense. The nature transformation of wind release chakra is complete, which means 2 of the 3 necessary conditions have already been met. Next, only the enhancement of the Yongquan acupoint remains. This process cannot be rushed. Even with the aid of medicinal herbs for foot soaking, it will take at least a month. A month isn't too slow. The day I can traverse the skies at will is not far off. By then, the entire ninja world will be mine to soar. The chakra of the wind release gushed downward from the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of his feet. Mizuki clearly felt an upward counterforce, making his body feel significantly lighter. However, it was still far from enough to truly take flight. The amount of chakra being expelled was insufficient, and the speed was not fast enough, resulting in inadequate thrust. While his chakra control was capable of releasing more and faster chakra, the Yongquan acupoint was still too fragile to withstand such intense impact. Forcing a takeoff was possible, but the consequence would be the soles of his feet exploding, rendering him crippled. Take it slow. Half an hour passed, and Mizuki's chakra was almost completely depleted. Continuously releasing chakra from the soles of his feet consumed a tremendous amount of energy. As soon as he stopped the chakra output, he felt a sharp pain and numbness in his soles, as if a spiky Sichuan pepper had gotten stuck there. After half an hour of chakra flushing, the Yongquan acupoint had suffered significant damage. Mizuki remained calm about this, as it was all part of the process of practicing the air step technique. To grow stronger, sacrifices had to be made. After struggling to make his way back home, he immediately prepared a medicinal soak for his feet. As soon as his feet entered the water, the stinging pain intensified, transforming into a tearing agony. Mizuki almost couldn't help but scream, and his feet instinctively tried to lift out of the water, but he forcibly pressed them back in. Endure. Gradually, the pain subsided, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. Half an hour later, the medicinal effect was exhausted, and Mizuki reluctantly withdrew his feet. The system really makes things so complicated. Wouldn't it be better if it just let me master the air step technique directly? Although with the help of medication, the soles of the feet could not recover immediately, so it was impossible to continue practicing the Yongquan acupoint today. In the afternoon, Shuemu went fishing by the river in the forest again. While fishing, he pondered over who the next disciple should be. First, let's talk about the 12 Little Strong. The 2 from the Hyuga clan focus on Gentle Fist, the Inoshikacho trio practice their family secret techniques, Shino plays with bugs, Kiba with his dog, and Rock Lee is dedicated to taijutsu, while Tenten is a ninja tool enthusiast. These 9 each have their own inheritances, unlike Naruto and Sasuke, who lacked parental love and were easily swayed. So, Sakura has a better chance. Sakura, being from a civilian background, learned almost nothing under Kakashi after joining Team 7. It was only after apprenticing under Tsunade that she learned medical ninjutsu and gained room for improvement. If Sakura finds out that Sasuke is also my disciple, she will definitely follow suit. Shuemu was very confident that Sakura would choose to become his disciple. Besides, my thinking shouldn't be too limited. Konoha isn't just about the 12 Little Strong. Those children in the orphanage who have no one to rely on can also be considered. Comparatively, Comparatively, the success rate of taking orphans as disciples is definitely higher. The premise is to get familiar with the orphanage. I need to find a way to clean up the money at home, legalize it, and then visit the orphanage more often. Fishing clears the mind, allowing one to focus on thinking about problems, so it can't be considered idling. In the evening, Mizuki returned to the village, passed by Ichiraku Ramen, and happened to meet Naruto. Mizuki-sensei, are you here for ramen too? Great, let's eat together. Mizuki raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just come out of there? What do you mean by together? Naruto, seeing my handsome master made me so happy that I'm hungry again. I could eat 3 more big bowls. Mizuki was speechless. This little brat had actually learned to flatter. He was really addicted to taking advantage. Mizuki chuckled. I'm just passing by, not planning to eat ramen, so if you want to eat, go in by yourself. Ah, Naruto said disappointedly, forget it, it's no fun eating alone. Mizuki shook his head and asked, the class assignments were done today, right? Who are you in the same class with? Naruto immediately said, yeah, the teams have been assigned. My teammate is my favorite Sakura-chan. Mizuki deliberately asked him, isn't it supposed to be 3 people per team? Besides Sakura, who else is there? Naruto pouted, it's that arrogant Sasuke, the person I hate the most. At this point, he seemed to recall something disgusting and lowered his head, dry heaving a few times. Mizuki, it seems Naruto and Sasuke really are close. What do you think of the new Jonin instructor? Naruto pouted again. TCH, he's just a loser who can't even dodge a blackboard eraser. His Jonin qualification must have been bought with money. By the way, Mizuki-sensei, tomorrow we have a survival exercise. Do you know what kind of format it will be? Mizuki said, the survival exercise is something every graduate must go through, and each Jonin has a different way of conducting it. By the way, is your Jonin teacher a man or a woman? Naruto replied, he's a man, named Kakashi. Shuemu continued, then it's simple. Come here, I'll teach you a method that will give you a better chance of passing tomorrow. Naruto excitedly leaned in, and Shuemu whispered a few words in his ear. Got it? Naruto chuckled and replied, got it. After finishing their conversation, the two parted ways. On the side of the street, Kakashi's shadow clone, disguised as a passerby, glanced at Shuemu and then at Naruto, his face full of doubt. Early the next morning, Mizuki brought the appointment letter to the mission hall in the Hokage building. Lord 3rd, Shunin Mizuki reporting for duty. The 3rd Hokage, holding a pipe, said, Mizuki, starting today until the end of the Ninja Academy's summer vacation, you are responsible for distributing the rewards for D-rank missions. Your office is in the adjacent finance room. This is the key to the safe, which will make it convenient for you to access the money. This is the only key, so make sure you don't lose it. Shuemu took the key from the 3rd Hokage's hand, showing no reaction on the surface, but secretly thinking, good grief. He was just a small assistant, yet the 3rd Hokage handed him the key to the safe. That safe contained money, after all. In a company, the person who manages the money must be trustworthy. Does the 3rd Hokage trust him? If he really thought that way, it would be too naive. The 3rd Hokage is definitely up to something. Shuemu realized that the 3rd Hokage seemed eager to make a move against him. So annoying. The Chunin exams are about to start. If the old man doesn't kick the bucket, my days are going to be tough. Subsequently, the 3rd Hokage led Mizuki into a small office next to the mission hall. Upon entering, Mizuki took a look and, as he had expected, there was only one desk in the room, and he was the only one working there. The safe was located under the desk. The funds in the safe currently amount to 30 million Ryo. You should count it now. Mizuki's heart tightened. The rewards for D-rank missions range from 500 to 10,000 Ryo. Even if calculated at the maximum of 10,000 Ryo each, 30 million Ryo would be enough to pay for 3,000 missions. Does the village really have that many D-rank missions? The 3rd Hokage is clearly trying to tempt me into committing a crime. Too bad, he's going to miscalculate. Mizuki opened the safe and counted the money 3 times in total. It was indeed 30 million Ryo, not a single coin more or less, the 3rd Hokage observed the entire process from the side and noticed that Mizuki's gaze at the money didn't seem particularly greedy. This is a man with deep scheming, the 3rd Hokage thought, narrowing his eyes slightly. Since Mizuki started working as a teaching assistant at the Ninja Academy, his monthly salary had been 3,000 Ryo, which was extremely meager, barely enough to make ends meet. And just yesterday, he had spent nearly 200,000 Ryo on medicine. Therefore, the 3rd Hokage was absolutely convinced that Mizuki was very poor, and when a poor man sees such an enormous sum of money, he would undoubtedly feel greed. Once greed takes root, it becomes hard to resist committing a crime. Last time, the Book of Seals didn't work. This time, money will definitely do the trick. Mizuki had recently been interacting frequently with Naruto and Sasuke, which made the 3rd Hokage feel a sense of unease. He already harbors intentions of defecting, has no loyalty to the village, and has even killed his comrades before. If such a malignant presence continues to stay in the village and interacts with Naruto and Sasuke, his evil thoughts will spread rapidly. This is absolutely unacceptable. So, my approach wasn't wrong. The 3rd Hokage felt a sense of satisfaction satisfaction in his heart and would never admit that he was jealous of Mizuki having time to fish while he himself did not. Lord Third, the count is complete, exactly 30 million Ryo. The third Hokage nodded. In the future, the ninjas who complete missions will come with their mission completion receipts to claim their rewards. Just distribute the money according to the receipts. Every day before and after work, make sure to count the money carefully. If there's any mistake, inform me immediately. After getting familiar with the environment, Mizuki sat behind the desk, waiting for the genin teams to come and collect their rewards. After all, only genin take on D-rank missions. The work was very easy. Only 3 teams came to collect money all morning. Out of 30 million Ryo, only 3,000 Ryo were handed out. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Team 7 had just begun the bell-stealing exercise. When Kakashi announced the start, Sasuke and Sakura immediately hid. The most basic skill of a ninja is to conceal their presence. That's right, everyone hide well. Looking at Naruto standing boldly in front of him, Kakashi was speechless. Naruto shouted, "Come on, let's have a fair and square fight." Kakashi. Sasuke, hiding in the tree, said speechlessly, "That super big idiot." Kakashi looked at Naruto and couldn't help but say, "Hey, do you have some kind of problem?" Naruto, cut the nonsense, hand over the bells. The next moment, he clapped his hands together and shouted sternly, "Forbidden technique, multi-shadow clone jutsu." In an instant, dozens of Narutos appeared simultaneously. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at Naruto's hands, his eyes filled with shock. No hand signs? Although the multi-shadow clone jutsu only requires a single ram sign, that doesn't mean no hand signs are needed at all. To release it just by clapping hands, what is this? Sasuke and Sakura, standing nearby, also realized this wasn't an ordinary clone technique but a special clone with physical form. Watching Naruto's transformation, a trace of anticipation involuntarily arose in their hearts. Everyone, charge! Take him down and get the bells back. A swarm of Narutos charged fiercely at Kakashi. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Kakashi said calmly, "With a technique like this, you won't be able to defeat me." Naruto chuckled and asked back, "Oh really? Then, how about this technique?" Immediately, all the shadow clones clapped their hands together and shouted in unison, "Ninjutsu, harem technique." Kakashi-sensei. Come on. Dozens of twin-tailed beauties with smooth skin surrounded Kakashi so tightly that not even water could pass through. Some were hugging his legs, some his arms, some his waist, and some his neck. There was even one directly sitting on his face, clinging to him tightly. Sasuke, Sakura, Omega? Surrounded by soft warmth and fragrance, Kakashi's brain had already crashed. He felt an unprecedented rush. From his nostrils, 2 streams of fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably, even his mask couldn't stop it. He fell to the ground amidst screams. However, that sound always felt a bit off in tone. Boom, the white smoke dispersed, and both the transformation and shadow clone techniques were dispelled. Naruto held the bell in his hand, looking at Kakashi lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back, and shouted loudly, "So lame, absolutely pathetic. Trash Kakashi couldn't even block one move from me." His face was full of disdain. "Someone this week, how can he be the Jonin instructor for me, Uzumaki Naruto? I'm going to find Grandpa Third and ask for someone else." With that, Naruto left the training ground straight away, heading toward the Hokage's office. Sakura and Sasuke emerged from the woods. Sakura looked at the unconscious Kakashi lying on the ground, her expression showing some concern. Sasuke, on the other hand, watched Naruto's departing figure, his eyes flickering with an indescribable light. "Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei is unconscious. Let's take him to the hospital." "That idiot Naruto, he's gone too far," Sakura said. Sasuke responded, "No need, at most he'll just have a nosebleed and wake up soon. We should go after Naruto. He was right earlier, Kakashi can't even beat the dead last, so he's not qualified to be our instructor." After saying that, Sasuke walked straight toward the village. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura called out, but Sasuke had no intention of turning back. She glanced at Kakashi lying on the ground and ultimately decided to catch up with Sasuke. Poor Kakashi was left behind just like that. Once the 3 had gone far away, Kakashi got up from the ground. Finally, they're all gone. The coma was actually faked. There was no other choice, it was just too embarrassing. He, a dignified elite Jonin, the renowned copy ninja Kakashi of the ninja world, had been instantly defeated by a vulgar jutsu from a kid who had just graduated from school. It was truly shameful. "I never expected Naruto to use such a jutsu. It's really awkward yet thrilling." Even now, the scene from earlier was replaying in his mind, impossible to shake off. "Ahem. I promised the 3rd Hokage to lead Team 7, but now I've messed it up. I must find a way to fix this." Hokage Tower. Naruto burst into the Hokage's office and shouted, "Grandpa Third, I want to change my instructor." The 3rd Hokage froze for a moment, seeing Naruto's face full of disdain. It was clear he wasn't pretending. Irika scolded from the side, "Idiot Naruto, Kakashi-senpai is one of the village's elite Jonin, incredibly powerful. Having him as your instructor is an honor." Naruto pouted, "TCH, powerful? He couldn't even withstand a single move of my sexy jutsu." At the mention of sexy jutsu, both the 3rd Hokage and and Irika coughed awkwardly, their expressions turning peculiar. Having experienced Naruto's shameless and vulgar technique themselves, they naturally understood the despair and helplessness it brought. Even the third Hokage, this useless old man, couldn't resist it, let alone Kakashi, a hot-blooded pervert. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a sense of shared suffering. Naruto, are you saying you want to change instructors? Is this just your personal opinion? The third Hokage asked. Changing instructors was out of the question. Kakashi was the most suitable for Team 7. Naruto shouted, I don't care, we must change. The third Hokage shook his head and said, no, the 7th squad includes you, Sasuke, and Sakura. Your opinion cannot decide this alone. At that moment, Sasuke's voice came from the doorway. I support Naruto's opinion and request a change. I'll listen to Sasuke-kun. Sasuke and Sakura walked in one after the other. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and immediately turned his head away. Humph, who needs your agreement? I can handle it on my own. Sasuke responded calmly, I'm not helping you. It's because I think Kakashi is too weak and unsuitable to guide us. So this has nothing to do with you. Naruto immediately retorted, you're talking nonsense. If I hadn't defeated Kakashi, would you even be able to speak here? All of this is thanks to me. Sakura immediately shouted, idiot Naruto, you're not allowed to talk to Sasuke-kun like that. The room instantly became noisy, and the third Hokage felt a headache coming on. Changing the person is impossible. Kakashi is the most suitable. He just fell for a single move, but that doesn't mean his strength is lacking. The third Hokage added, I can tell you that Kakashi's strength is among the top in the village and is renowned throughout the entire ninja world. He is fully capable of serving as the instructor for Team 7. And besides Kakashi, there are no other available jonin in the village. You either continue with Kakashi or go back to school. Naruto naturally disagreed. No way, we have to change. If there are no other jonin, a chunin will do. I think Master Mizuki is great. Sasuke nodded in agreement. I agree. The third Hokage immediately refused. No, Suemu only knows the clone technique and cannot lead a genin squad. Besides, he has other duties. Naruto was unhappy. Old man third Hokage, if you don't agree, I'll show you the power of my harem technique. The third Hokage and Irika's expressions immediately changed, their vigilance heightened. At that moment, feathers began to fall around them, making the three little ones feel their eyelids grow heavy, and they soon fell asleep. Apologies, Lord Third, I accidentally fell for Naruto's trick and had no choice but to resort to this to save face. Kakashi jumped in through the window, looking thoroughly embarrassed. The third Hokage reassured him, don't worry, Irika and I will keep this a secret, and I'll inform others as well. Kakashi carried the three kids back to the training ground. When they woke up, he would tell them that everything that had happened earlier was just an illusion. In the Hokage's office, Irika also took his leave, leaving the third Hokage alone. Naruto and Sasuke would rather have Mizuki than Kakashi. His gaze darkened. It seems they can no longer be allowed to move freely in the village. If this continues, a Jinchuriki and a Uchiha orphan might truly be led astray by him. The plan must be implemented ahead of schedule. 30 million ryo is no small amount, and the third Hokage believed that given the chance, Mizuki would definitely not be able to resist. That afternoon, the third Hokage announced that to celebrate the graduation of the new generation of ninjas, all staff at the Hokage Tower would have a day off tomorrow. For Mizuki, this day off was also a good opportunity. Tomorrow, I'll catch more fish and take them to the orphanage to get acquainted. If it's about Sakura, I need to approach her tomorrow as well. Just thinking about Team 7 coming to receive their mission in the afternoon, and Sakura's disdainful expression when Naruto called him master, made Mizuki feel a headache coming on. Sakura disliked Naruto, and since Naruto called Mizuki master, Sakura ended up disliking Mizuki as well. This greatly increased the difficulty of taking Sakura as his disciple. That rebellious Sasuke, if only he would call me master even once, things wouldn't be so troublesome. Tomorrow, I must let Sakura know that Sasuke is also my disciple. By then, let's see if you won't beg me to take you as my student. The next day was a holiday, and Mizuki had planned to sleep in, but early in the morning, an Umbu member came knocking. Shunin Mizuki, the third Hokage is looking for you. Go directly to the third Hokage's residence. Mizuki's heart skipped a beat. What is this old man up to again? He grew cautious and went to the third Hokage's house, where he saw the third dressed in casual clothes. Mizuki, today was supposed to be a day off, but there's something that needs your attention. In the neighboring village 30 miles to the north, Granny Yunbian entrusted the village's genin yesterday to plant rice seedlings. But early this morning, Granny Yunbian sent word that the planting was done improperly, and all the seedlings have died. She is demanding compensation from the village. This is a D-rank mission with a reward of 2,000 ryo. If Granny Yunbian's claims are true, not only will we have to refund the 2,000 ryo, but we'll also need to pay an additional 2,000 ryo and provide new seedlings. After speaking, the third Hokage took out a scroll. This is a sealing scroll containing the seedlings. Go to the office and take 4,000 ryo from the safe, then head to the neighboring village immediately. If the loss of seedlings is indeed due to improper planting, then compensation will be made. After saying this, he handed Shimizu Shimizu a pass to leave the village. Shimizu thought to himself, this is truly a cunning man. A holiday for all personnel at the Hokage building, a ceiling scroll, and a pass. This is undoubtedly an attempt to tempt me into taking the money and defecting. If it were the old Shimizu, he would have fallen for it without a doubt. Understood, third Hokage, I will handle this matter immediately. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes, which the third Hokage keenly noticed. The third Hokage felt a surge of joy in his heart. He couldn't resist after all. Watching Shimizu's departing figure, the third Hokage revealed a sly and cunning smile. He took out a crystal ball and began observing Shimizu's every move. Shimizu arrived at the Hokage building, entered the office, opened the safe, and took out the money, then placed it into the ceiling scroll. The safe was located under the desk, and Shimizu used his body to block it, making it difficult for the third Hokage to see exactly how much money Shimizu had taken from his elevated vantage point. However, it was clear that Shimizu's hands were constantly busy, indicating he had taken far more than just 4,000 ryo. Ha, youth! The third Hokage thought to himself with satisfaction. As soon as Shimizu walked out of the village gates, the third Hokage immediately headed to the Hokage building and summoned the village's jonin. Before long, Kakashi, Sarutobi, Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, and other jonin arrived one after another. Someone has reported that Shimizu has stolen a large sum of money and has now defected from the village. Kakashi frowned and asked, the Chunin who distributes D-rank mission rewards downstairs? The third Hokage replied, that's right, it's him. He was in charge of the safe's key. Today, he was sent out of the village on a mission, but he betrayed his duty, stole the money from the safe, a total of 30 million ryo, and took the opportunity to defect. All the jonin fell silent. A summer temp worker, entrusted with the key to a safe containing 30 million ryo, this was clearly a case of entrapment. However, no one dared to voice any objections, and Shimizu's greed could only lead to his own downfall. Now, I am issuing a mission to capture the rogue ninja Shimizu. The objective is to bring Shimizu back. The third Hokage continued, this mission will be jointly executed by Kakashi's Team 7 and Kurenai's Team 8. Kakashi responded, third Hokage, for a mission to capture a rogue ninja, bringing along a few newly graduated genin might not be appropriate. The third Hokage replied, it's fine. Shimizu's strength is not formidable. They won't be in any danger. Alright, the matter is settled. Gather your subordinates immediately, then set out to capture Mizuki. If he resists, his life or death is of no concern. What? How is that possible? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Master Mizuki gave me such precious things to eat, and even treated me to ramen. There's no way he could betray us. Team 7 gathered together, and as Kakashi explained the mission, Naruto was the first to raise doubts. Sasuke followed up, saying, I also think there's been a mistake. He doesn't seem like someone who would be greedy for money. If he were truly a money-hungry person, why didn't he agree when I offered to pay him 1,000,000 ryo for his ninjutsu? Moreover, yesterday morning he even gave me 100,000 ryo as a gift for becoming his apprentice. Clearly, he isn't short on money, so how could he possibly resort to stealing? Kakashi, however, said, this is an order from the third Hokage. We must carry it out. Whether or not he truly stole money and fled, we'll understand once we meet him. Soon, Team 7 and Team 8 gathered at the village gate and set out in pursuit. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage tower, Mizuki's office was sealed shut, with the windows and doors tightly closed. Suddenly, someone dropped down from the ceiling. It was the third Hokage. He took out a key, his expression calm. To solidify Mizuki's guilt in the theft, he needed to confirm that the safe was empty, so he had to open it and check. If it was empty, everything would be clear. If it was full, then apologies would be in order, as he would take all the money himself. Thus, regardless of whether Mizuki had taken the money from the safe, the result would be the same, it would be empty. I publicly claimed that there was only one key to the safe precisely for this moment. However, as he walked behind the desk, crouched down, and prepared to unlock it, he froze. Hanging on the safe were 3 locks. Have you already noticed my intentions? It seems that his previous act of constantly taking money was actually a ploy to trick me. He reached out and lightly shook the safe, feeling its obvious weight, indicating it was full. As expected, he didn't take it, but this did not deter the third Hokage's resolve. Still too young, thinking that adding a few more locks would stop me, he grabbed the 2 new locks with his hand, and wind-release chakras surged out. With 2 crisp clicks, the 2 locks were destroyed from the inside and forcibly opened. He took out a key, preparing to unlock the third, older lock. But, just then, a hissing sound came from beneath the safe. Explosive tags? The third Hokage's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. With a loud boom, the entire Hokage tower trembled slightly. The desk exploded with a crash, and the safe was blown into the air, slamming into the ceiling before falling heavily to the ground. Since it was filled with cash, the safe was extremely sturdy. However, the locks were blown open, and the money inside scattered like rain, covering the floor. The third Hokage was furious. That cunning Shuma! The sound of the explosion echoed in the air, and hurried footsteps could be heard outside as many people rushed toward the scene. The third Hokage had clearly miscalculated miscalculated, not expecting Shuma to have set explosive tags that would detonate at a critical moment, drawing everyone's attention. The framing plan had completely failed. Unwillingly glancing at the scattered money on the ground, the third Hokage disappeared with a poof. It turned out to be just his shadow clone. Before long, several Umbu members rushed in, followed closely by Asuma and a few other jonin. The third Hokage also pretended to have just arrived. Asuma and the others glanced at the third Hokage without saying a word, but it was clear to anyone with eyes that the accusation of Shuma stealing money could no longer hold. As for the charge of defection, that too would likely be dismissed. It seems the report I received was false. Shuma has been wronged. At this point, the third Hokage could only reluctantly abandon his plan to frame him. In the forest, a total of 8 people from Team 7 and Team 8 were nimbly leaping between the branches, moving forward quickly. Hinata, you're in charge of scouting the target's location, Kurenai Yuhi called out. However, Hinata seemed unresponsive. Hinata? Ah. Hinata snapped back to her senses and withdrew her gaze. Kurenai-sensei, I'm here. Kurenai sighed helplessly. Use your Byakugan to locate the target. Shino, use your parasitic insects to scout the surroundings and watch for anyone providing covert support. Yes. Hinata and Shino responded in unison. Countless small black insects flew off from Shino's body, scattering in all directions. Naruto and Sakura shivered, goosebumps rising all over their skin. Hinata, on the other hand, activated her Byakugan and looked toward the north. Her gaze pierced through the trees, revealing Mizuki sitting by the river. The campfire flickered as he roasted a fish, with an iron teapot beside him brewing pine needle tea. Is this a defection? Hinata was stunned, thinking to herself that no normal person would be this leisurely during a defection. Hinata, what did you see? Kurenai asked. The target is by the river roasting fish and brewing tea, Hinata replied. Kakashi and Kurenai Yuhi exchanged a glance. Kurenai said, being this lax, it's either a shadow clone, Mizuki hasn't actually betrayed us, or the third is playing tricks on us. Kakashi pondered and said, as far as I know, Mizuki is just an ordinary chunin. The only jutsu he knows are the 3 basic techniques, and he doesn't know the shadow clone jutsu. Naruto immediately interjected, I told you, Mizuki-sensei would never betray us. Whoever heard of a traitor leisurely grilling fish on their way to defect? Kakashi reminded, but we can't let our guard down. This could also be a trap, so we should remain cautious. As they approached Mizuki, they stopped. Hinata continued observing with her Byakugan, and Shino's insects spread out, probing every corner. How is it? Shino shook his head and said, no suspicious targets detected. Hinata added, within a 3-kilometer radius, apart from us, I only see the target alone. Naruto jumped out excitedly and shouted, see, I told you there are no traps. Mizuki-sensei definitely didn't betray us. The third Hokage must have made a mistake. Kakashi and Kurenai discussed briefly, then said, let's go over and see. Whether Mizuki has betrayed us or not, we'll know once we return to the village. But doubts about their loyalty to Mizuki had already arisen in their hearts. By the creek, Mizuki was turning the grilled fish over the fire to ensure it was evenly heated. He brought it close to his nose and took a deep breath. Ah, it smells so good, he couldn't help but exclaim. Summoned by the third Hokage this morning, he hadn't even had breakfast, so grilling a fish on the way didn't seem like a waste of time. At that moment, his ears twitched, and he turned his head, saying, who's hiding there? Come out. Before he finished speaking, Mizuki saw a familiar figure fall from the tree. It was Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing here? Naruto, with a large bump on his head, answered awkwardly, well, I was out on a mission, but I got separated from Kakashi-sensei and the others. Shuemu looked skeptical. You can't even lie properly. The Hokage's office is closed today. No one is issuing missions. What are you carrying out? Isn't that right, Kakashi-senpai? And also, Sasuke? Sakura? Naruto tried to seek support from his teammates. It seems it's not just your Team 7. There were some strange bugs flying around earlier. It should be Shino. Shuemu responded. Ding! Team 8 is here too? Kakashi, hiding behind the tree, couldn't help but slap his forehead. Sasuke and Sakura, on the other hand, scolded from the side, idiot Naruto, you just exposed us directly. The members of Team 8 exchanged glances, especially Shino, who looked utterly shocked. Are my parasitic traits that obvious? How could he be sure it was me? The group of people all walked out. Shuemu, you are suspected of theft and treason. We are here to arrest you, Kakashi said bluntly. Shuemu understood in his heart, just as expected. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, otherwise, this time he might truly be doomed. Theft? Treason? Who told you that? How come I don't know about it myself? Shuemu feigned surprise. Naruto said, Master Shuemu, this must be a mistake by the third Hokage. Sasuke followed up, there must be some misunderstanding here. Kakashi waved his hand and said, whether it's a misunderstanding or not, for now, please come back to the village with us to undergo investigation. Shuemu replied without hesitation, alright, I'll go back with you. He showed no signs of resistance. A group of 9 quickly returned to Konoha and arrived at the Hokage's office. There, the third Hokage announced that it was all a misunderstanding. Mizuki had neither stolen anything nor betrayed the village. He was innocent. Grandpa Third, you're too much, Naruto said loudly. You accused Master Mizuki of stealing money and betraying the village just based on someone else's report, without any evidence. I, Uzumaki Naruto, won't accept this. The third Hokage replied, whenever there's news of a ninja's betrayal, the village must take it seriously. Whether there's evidence or not, bringing the person back is a necessary step. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, this matter is over. Naruto shouted, no way. Master Mizuki was wrongfully accused for no reason, suffering great emotional and physical harm. And this whole thing was entirely your mistake, Grandpa Third. You must compensate Master Mizuki for his losses. The third Hokage. He glanced at everyone present. Whether it was the Umbu or the Jonin, everyone remained silent. Even Kakashi did not step forward to stop Naruto. Everyone understood in their hearts that this was a scheme orchestrated by the third Hokage himself. Without solid evidence, he had ordered Mizuki's capture and even declared that his life or death didn't matter. Such actions were extremely unfriendly to the village's ninjas, as no one could be sure if something like this might happen to them in the future. The third Hokage glanced at Mizuki, his heart filled with anger. Because of Mizuki, his prestige as the third Hokage had suffered a significant blow today. He knew that he had to make a public gesture now, otherwise, it would be difficult to lead the team. However, as the Hokage, he still had his methods. Mizuki, today's incident was indeed unfair to you, and it was my mistake that led to your being wronged. He took out a scroll from the drawer. This Earth Release, Earth-style wall training scroll will serve as your compensation. Thank you, Lord Third. Mizuki hurriedly accepted it, feeling that this compensation had come at just the right time. He lacked ninjutsu, so he welcomed anything that came his way. The third Hokage nodded and then changed the subject. Now, let's talk about the explosive tags at the bottom of the safe. Mizuki replied, Lord Third, I set up the explosive tag trap out of concern, considering the significant amount of money in the safe. The third Hokage said calmly, what is there to worry about inside the Hokage's office? Because of your concern, the desk was damaged, and both the floor and ceiling were affected. The village won't cover these costs, you'll need to compensate for them. The initial estimate for the damages is 100,000 Ryo. You are required to deliver this compensation to my office within a week. Additionally, given your lack of safety awareness, you are no longer required to serve as an assistant in the mission assignment office starting today. Leaving the Hokage Tower, Mizuki let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully passed today's hurdle, but this feeling of walking a tightrope left him on edge. One misstep, and he could fall into an abyss. I lack strength. I need to hurry and take on more disciples. The third Hokage is determined to deal with me. Today, he lost face again, so he'll definitely want to get rid of me even more. I must gain enough strength to protect myself in a short time. Otherwise, I might not even make it to the Chunin exams before I'm done for. At the base of the Hokage Tower, Kakashi announced, dismissed. Yay, finally time for breakfast. Naruto cheered. I'm going to eat at Ichirako Ramen. Sakura, Sasuke the show-off, do you want to come? Kakashi-sensei is treating us. When did I ever say I was treating? Kakashi muttered. Well, I have something to take care of, so I'll be going now. He immediately used the body flicker technique to disappear, leaving behind only a few leaves swirling in the wind, desolate in the air. Naruto pouted, TCH, cheapskate, can't even treat me to ramen. Just then, Mizuki's voice came from the side. Naruto, I haven't had breakfast either. If you want ramen, it's on me. Really? Sensei, you're so generous. I'll have 3 bowls. Mizuki laughed. Sure, even 30 bowls if you want. Sakura and Sasuke, are you coming too? Sakura quickly responded. Sorry, I'm on a diet lately, so I skipped breakfast. Although she politely refused on the surface, she thought to herself, Naruto calls him master, so that sexy jutsu must have been invented and taught to Naruto by him. A guy like that is definitely not serious. If he's treating, I absolutely can't go. Sasuke said, I'll go. I happen to have some training questions to ask you. Sakura was startled and asked, Sasuke-kun, are you actually seeking training advice from teacher Mizuki? Sasuke replied, yeah, just like Naruto, I'm also his disciple. A disciple asking their master questions, what's so strange about that? Sakura widened her eyes. You're also his disciple? Doesn't that mean you also learned? The word she found hard to say stirred a sense of unease in her heart. Mizuki noticed that Sakura seemed to have some opinions about him, but none of that mattered. Naruto and Sasuke are both here. Sakura, you should come too. Having breakfast won't affect your diet. Sakura only wanted to be with Sasuke. Since he was going, she naturally wanted to go as well. So she immediately said, since the two of them are going, of course, I have to go too. After all, we're classmates and should stick together. But I won't eat ramen. I need to stay committed to my diet. Mizuki waved his hand grandly. Alright, let's go. Hokage's office. The third Hokage stood by the window, watching Mizuki gradually walk away with the 3 kids from Team 7, his expression somewhat grim. He has already noticed that I'm dealing with him, acting very cautiously without revealing a single flaw. As Hokage, I must act within the rules. If he doesn't make make a mistake, I can't do anything to him. It seems that ordinary methods won't work against him. The third Hokage left the Hokage building and arrived at a sewer entrance. After entering, he took several twists and turns. In the darkness, his footsteps sounded particularly clear. Finally, he reached an underground space filled with water pipes, the location of the root base. Shimura Danzo was already waiting there. Hiruzen, it's been a long time since you came to my place. Today is truly rare, Danzo said calmly, leaning on his cane. The third Hokage didn't waste words and directly said, Ninja Academy Assistant Instructor, Chunin Mizuki, suspected of killing a comrade and showing signs of betrayal. Send someone to deal with it. Danzo glanced at the third Hokage twice, then asked curiously, there are quite a few people in the village suspected of having tendencies to betray, but you've always been indecisive and never act without evidence. This time, however, you came to me for Mizuki. This isn't like you. So, what's special about this Mizuki? The third Hokage snorted coldly, seemingly displeased with Danzo's suspicion, but he eventually explained, Mizuki has been getting close to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. I've already made a move against him, but he managed to counter it. Danzo's gaze sharpened, his voice turning cold. Hiruzen, you are too lenient. Why didn't you come to me earlier when someone with tendencies to betray was approaching the Jinchuriki? Do you not understand the importance of the Jinchuriki? This village does not belong to you alone. The third Hokage said expressionlessly, it's not too late now. After speaking, he turned and left. Danzo watched the third Hokage's back and said coldly, after dealing with Mizuki, the Jinchuriki, and that Uchiha brat must be sent to the root. They are very likely already influenced by Mizuki, with seeds of disloyalty to Konoha planted in their hearts. Only I can train them into tools of absolute loyalty to Konoha. The third Hokage's steps paused, but he did not turn back. Danzo, the matter of the Jinchuriki is not for you to decide. As for Sasuke, he is the village's way of making amends to Itachi. The training methods of the root division must never be used on them. Danzo shouted, Hiruzen, this time you must listen to me. The third Hokage continued walking away without answering, his attitude clear, he did not agree. Danzo yelled angrily, Hiruzen, you will regret this. The third Hokage stopped again, turned around, and said coldly, Danzo, remember, I am the Hokage. With those words, the third Hokage walked away, gradually disappearing from sight. After he left, Danzo's twisted expression returned to calm, and his gaze became indifferent once more. He gently lifted his cane, and as it touched the ground, a root ninja wearing a mask with intricate patterns appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. The assistant instructor of the Ninja Academy, Chunin Mizuki, bring me his file. Yes, Lord Danzo. At Ichiraku Ramen, Mizuki entered the shop with the 3 brats from Team 7. Uncle Tucci, I want 3 bowls of Tonkatsu ramen, 3 large bowls. Naruto shouted without any hesitation as soon as he stepped inside. Mizuki looked at Sasuke and Sakura and asked, what about you two? Hurry up in order. Sasuke said, I want a bowl of pork rib noodles. Sakura seemed a bit uneasy. Better not. I need to lose weight. Mizuki waved his hand. Don't be shy since you're here. Have a bowl, it won't cost you anything anyway. Besides, haven't you heard? Skipping breakfast can actually make you gain more weight. Is there really such a saying? Sakura asked in surprise. Mizuki replied, of course, this is my advice as an adult. Losing weight isn't just about not eating, you need to do it the right way. So, go ahead and order something. Sakura's stomach growled at the right moment, and she no longer declined, ordering a bowl. Soon, the noodles were ready, and the 4 of them began eating. Mizuki started asking Sasuke about his training progress. How's the tree climbing and water walking going? Sasuke replied, tree climbing is already completed. As for water walking, I can only manage it on still water, not on flowing surfaces yet. Naruto interjected from the side, what are you guys talking about, tree climbing and water walking? Mizuki-sensei, you teach Sasuke how to train but not me. That's not fair, we're both your disciples. Mizuki smiled and said, these are methods to improve chakra control. You don't need them for now. Naruto's eyes lit up. Master Mizuki, do you have anything else you can teach me? Like ninjutsu or secret techniques? Mizuki replied, no rush, I'll teach you later. You've just graduated, so first get used to the life of a ninja. Each apprentice only has 3 teaching opportunities per month, so Naruto would have to wait until next month to learn something else. Mizuki himself didn't have much to offer, so he had to be frugal. The 3 of them chatted enthusiastically, while Sakura stood to the side, wanting to join the conversation but not knowing how. Finally, everyone was full and ready to leave. Mizuki called out to Sakura, Sakura, wait a moment. Sakura wanted to catch up with Sasuke, but Mizuki had just treated her to a bowl of noodles. Now, if she left right away, it seemed a bit impolite. Mr. Mizuki, is there something else? Mizuki said directly, do you like Sasuke a lot? Sakura's face turned red, and she stammered, teacher, why are you asking this? Mizuki replied without hesitation, give up. You two aren't suited for each other. Sakura's face instantly turned pale. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's potential is beyond your reach. In the future, he is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, while you are nothing more than an ordinary civilian. In the future, those who can stand by Sasuke's side will either be the princess of a daimyo or a powerful kunoichi. Moreover, he bears a deep-seated grudge, and following him will only hold him back. Can't you feel it? His heart is filled only with hatred. There is no place for you in it. In Sakura's mind, the words "without you" echoed for a long time. Mizuki silently thought to himself, what a sin, realizing these words were too much of a blow for Sakura. Her face grew even paler as she bit her lip and resolutely said, "No, I will try my best, I will become stronger, and I will definitely not hold him back." Mizuki shook his head. It's too difficult. You don't have a Kekkai Genkai, nor any family secret techniques, not even a decent ninjutsu. No matter how hard you try, it will be futile. His words completely shattered the hope in Sakura's heart. She turned her head, gazing at Sasuke's departing figure, her eyes filled with despair. At that moment, Mizuki suddenly changed his tone. But it's not like there's no way. A glimmer of light instantly appeared in Sakura's despairing eyes. She looked up at Mizuki eagerly. "Mizuki-sensei, what is the way?" Shuemu smiled and said, "It's simple, become my apprentice, and I can make you stronger." Sakura's heart trembled, and her first reaction was, "You're just a chunin, a teaching assistant at the Ninja Academy, not even as good as Irika-sensei. How can you make me stronger? What's wrong? Don't believe me? Do you think my abilities are too weak and I'm not qualified to be your master?" Sakura remained silent, which was tantamount to agreeing. Shuemu was not angry and smiled. "You may not trust me, but surely you trust Sasuke's judgment, right? Of course, you can choose not to trust Sasuke, but if you do that, you and Sasuke will truly have no chance at all." Sakura hurriedly said, "No, I trust Sasuke-kun. But I don't know much about you. Rushing to become your apprentice doesn't seem appropriate." Mizuki sneered inwardly. This little girl really won't act without seeing results first. "What is your chakra nature?" Sakura asked in confusion. "What is chakra nature?" After Mizuki explained, he took out a piece of chakra paper. "Let's test it." Sakura took the paper and infused it with chakra. The next moment, the paper became wet and then shattered. "Earth and water chakra natures, perfectly suited for you." Mizuki took out the earth-style wall scroll given to him by the third Hokage and said, "Become my apprentice, and this earth-style wall training scroll will be my gift to you." Sakura's breath tightened as her gaze fixed on the scroll, her heart filled with longing, yet she still felt hesitant. From today's events, it seems the third Hokage is somewhat displeased with him. If I become his apprentice, will it affect me? She weighed the situation in her mind. Mizuki did not rush her. After all, if Sakura still refused at this point, he wouldn't force her. There were plenty of people in the Hidden Leaf Village. He certainly didn't have to take Sakura as his apprentice. At this moment, Sakura was struggling internally, but soon, she glanced in the direction Sasuke had left, and her gaze became resolute. Mizuki's coercion and enticement finally took effect. "Master." This call of master, though filled with reluctance, did not bother Mizuki in the slightest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting Haruno Sakura as a disciple. Mizuki revealed a smile, secretly delighted that he could once again continue receiving rewards from the system. However, the system did not stop there. The host has successfully gathered the 3 powerhouses of Team 7. Reward: 1 Kakashi ability draw card. Using this card allows you to randomly select one of Kakashi's abilities and directly master it. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Kakashi's abilities, how exciting. He was about to use the draw card when he looked up and saw Sakura staring at him expectantly. "Ahem, here you go." He handed the Earth Flow Wall scroll to Sakura without feeling the slightest regret. While eating earlier, he had already memorized the scroll's contents. Ding! The host has granted disciple Haruno Sakura the B-Rank Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall Training Scroll, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-Rank Earth Release, Stone Mirror Wall Training Scroll. Earth Release, Stone Mirror Wall creates a tall, smooth, and sturdy stone wall to block water, fire, and wind release techniques. When facing water release attacks, the stone mirror wall can completely block and reflect them. Although the 100-fold return was somewhat underwhelming, Mizuki felt that the Earth Release, Stone Mirror Wall was still quite decent. Upgraded to A rank, the Earth Wall transformed into a stone wall, greatly enhancing its durability and ability to withstand stronger techniques. Moreover, since Earth Release counters water release, when facing such attacks, the stone mirror wall not only provides complete defense but also reflects them back. This was the first offensive ninjutsu Mizuki had obtained so far. Sakura held the Earth Flow Wall scroll and excitedly said, "Thank you, master." Mizuki responded, Take it back and practice well. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime." Sakura left happily. This month, Sakura still has 2 more opportunities for granted returns. "I need to carefully consider what to give her," he thought to himself. "Before that, let's use Kakashi's ability draw card. I wonder what I'll get." Back at home, the first thing he did was soak his feet and prepare medicinal herbs. From the moment he left the Hokage Tower, he had been training the Yonquan acupoint on the soles of his feet, and now the tingling sensation there was becoming more pronounced. As he began soaking his feet, he took out Kakashi's ability draw card, which had got Kakashi's portrait printed on it. System, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the card in his hand turned into a glow and entered his body through his mouth and nose. The host has used Kakashi's ability draw card and obtained one of Kakashi's abilities, Sharingan Dynamic Vision. Sharingan? Mizuki was overjoyed. Kakashi's left eye was a Mangekyo Sharingan, housing the space-time Dojutsu Kamui. He hadn't expected to draw it. He quickly lowered his head, trying to look at his left eye through the water in the foot-soaking bucket. Although the water surface rippled constantly, he could clearly see his left eye, unchanged. System, where's my Mangekyo Sharingan? Host, listen carefully. It's Sharingan Dynamic Vision. The keyword is Dynamic Vision, not Sharingan. Mizuki rolled his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and muttered, TCH. He got excited for nothing. In the end, there was no Sharingan, only Dynamic Vision, which was a huge letdown. The Sharingan possessed abilities like copying, hypnosis, and observation, while Dynamic Vision was merely one observational ability of the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan relied on the Sharingan to observe high-speed, moving objects, granting them a significant advantage in battle. Mizuki tried it out and found that his Dynamic Vision was indeed enhanced by countless times. He could even see the wings of a fly flapping in the air, as if he were watching in slow motion. What a pity. If only I could have the Sharingan, he sighed. After soaking his feet and resting for a while, the stabbing pain in his soles finally subsided completely. Then, he grabbed his fishing gear and headed out again. Today, I'll catch more fish and take them to the orphanage to make myself known, he thought to himself, preparing for the next step in recruiting disciples. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, on the desk sat a crystal ball, and the third Hokage was using the telescope technique to monitor Mizuki's movements. From the moment Mizuki left his house to his arrival in the forest to fish, the third Hokage remained vigilant. Soon, another figure appeared in the scene. This person silently approached Mizuki from behind, hiding behind a tree and using the foliage for cover. After confirming it was Mizuki, he gripped 3 kunai in his hand. The third Hokage's lips curled into a faint smile. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and the third Hokage quickly put away the crystal ball, calling out, "Come in." The door opened, and Might Guy walked in, followed by Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee. The 4 of them looked weary, their faces showing signs of travel fatigue. Lord Third Hokage, Team 3 has completed the escort mission and is here to report. In the forest, the spring water gurgled, birds chirped, and the environment was exceptionally tranquil. Mizuki, who disliked crowds, had chosen a fishing spot where no one else was around. He sat quietly by the riverbank, his gaze fixed on the float on the water's surface. Suddenly, the float moved slightly, creating tiny ripples that spread outward in circles. Mizuki immediately focused his attention, ready to lift the rod at any moment. The float trembled slightly a few more times before suddenly sinking sharply. "It's here!" Mizuki swiftly gripped the rod and lifted it, pulling a small fish weighing about 2 ounces out of the water. At that moment, the sound of something slicing through the air came from behind him. He paid it no mind, merely tilting his head to glance back. However, that single glance caused his adrenaline to surge instantly. His enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to clearly see 3 kunai glinting with a cold light, flying toward him in a triangular formation. By the time he reacted, the kunai were already just 2 meters away. Dodging was no longer an option. In the next moment, the 3 kunai pierced into his body, one into the back of his neck, one into his left rear chest, and one into his right rear chest, each embedding 3 inches deep, all fatal strikes. His body collapsed to the ground, and a figure landed on both feet, looking coldly at the corpse on the ground and saying, "Mizuki the Chunin eliminated. Mission accomplished." But at that moment, the corpse on the ground suddenly turned into a block of wood with a poof sound. Substitution jutsu? When did he form the hand seals? Could he have sensed the ambush from behind and prepared the seals in advance? Although puzzled by this, the individual didn't dwell on it. According to his intel, Mizuki was just an ordinary Chunin, with his ninjutsu limited to the most basic 3 basic techniques. Moreover, Mizuki had come here to fish and hadn't brought any ninja tools. Without offensive ninjutsu, as a worthless Chunin, he posed no threat whatsoever. Thus, the individual naturally stood his ground, completely unafraid of any counterattack from Mizuki. At this moment, Mizuki was hiding behind a tree, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. If not for drawing the dynamic vision ability from a card today, he would already be dead. This guy is wearing a mask. He's a member of the Ambu. However, the intricate patterns on the mask lack any animal features, so he must be from the Root Division. Is the third Hokage really being ruthless, taking action directly? He thought to himself, surprised that the third Hokage was no longer delaying and had initiated the assassination plan. His situation was becoming increasingly dire. Living in Konoha while being targeted by the Hokage, this life was truly unbearable. At that moment, the Root Ninja turned and spoke to the large tree where Mizuki was hiding. "Come out, I've found you." Mizuki calmly stepped out, choosing not to flee. "A Root Ninja? Looks like Elder Danzo wants me dead here. Who would have thought that a mere Chunin like me would catch Elder Danzo's attention? What an incredible honorable honor. Do it. Genin looked puzzled. You're not resisting? Mizuki shrugged. What's the point of resisting? In the end, I'll die anyway, so I might as well make it quick. Although Genin felt confused, he said nothing more and swiftly threw a kunai aimed directly at Mizuki's throat. Throughout the process, he kept his eyes fixed on Mizuki's hands, ready to launch a more aggressive attack the moment Mizuki formed seals. However, Mizuki remained motionless, seemingly resigned to his fate. In the blink of an eye, the kunai was just 1 meter away from Mizuki, leaving him no time to react regardless of what he did. Root Ninja secretly felt smug, believing everything was under control. But just then, he suddenly noticed a faint smile at the corner of Mizuki's mouth. Body replacement technique. Root Ninja vaguely sensed that something had happened, but before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Looking down, he saw that the kunai he had thrown was now lodged in his own throat. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that his position and Mizuki's had somehow switched. Ka. He couldn't understand how their positions had swapped. He hurriedly reached out, trying to grab the kunai and pull it out to continue attacking Mizuki, but it was already too late. Thud. The corpse fell to the ground, lifeless. Danzo really underestimated me, sending just one person to kill me. Does he really think I'm just an ordinary chunin? Looking at the corpse on the ground, Mizuki began to consider his next move. Defection, perhaps? Or maybe, continue to maneuver around the third Hokage? His mind raced. With his current strength, defecting was almost impossible. Moreover, with no one to assist him, he wouldn't get far at all. In the end, he would just be caught and meet a dead end. Therefore, Mizuki decided to continue dealing with the third Hokage. Inside the Hokage's office, Guy had just left with his subordinates, when the third immediately took out his crystal ball and used the telescope technique to observe the stream by the forest. However, the scene he expected, Mizuki being killed, did not appear. Instead, it was the Root Ninja who had died. What is going on? The third widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Mizuki was just an ordinary chunin. How could he possibly have the ability to kill a Root Ninja? Root Ninjas were carefully selected and trained by Danzo from a young age, excelling in Taijutsu, Genjutsu, and Ninjutsu, far surpassing Mizuki. What exactly had happened? Never mind, losing a Root Ninja is Danzo's problem to worry about. However, Mizuki killing a Root Ninja is the perfect opportunity to convict him. He immediately gave the order, "Someone, there's been a murder in the forest on the eastern side of the village. Follow me to apprehend the murderer." To ensure Mizuki's crimes were confirmed, the third brought a considerable number of people, even including the 4 members of Guy's team. Mizuki was building a fire and releasing smoke to attract the villagers' attention. For what was about to happen, the more people present, the better. Soon, some villagers noticed the smoke and began gathering. By the time the third arrived with his group, more than a dozen villagers had already assembled. He didn't run but instead used smoke to draw villagers here. What is he trying to do? The third was puzzled, but regardless, the fact that Mizuki had committed murder was undeniable. Arrest the murderer. Mizuki. At the third's command, 2 Umbu ninjas instantly appeared behind Mizuki and restrained his arms. Mizuki immediately shouted, "Lord Third, wait a moment. I didn't kill him. He committed suicide out of guilt." The third snorted coldly and replied, "Nonsense." Mizuki urgently said, "Please allow me to explain everything in detail." The third Hokage gave no chance, saying coldly, "What is there to explain? Take him away." Shuemu argued loudly, "Lord Third, I came here to fish and didn't bring any ninja tools with me. How could I have killed him with a kunai? Is it just because he's an Umbu ninja with a noble status that Lord Third wants to randomly find a scapegoat?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding villagers immediately began to discuss, even pointing fingers. The third Hokage's expression changed slightly. "Fine, you say you didn't kill him. I'll give you a chance to explain. Don't say you didn't bring ninja tools or that the kunai isn't yours. What if you snatched it from him?" Shuemu sneered coldly, then began to explain, "I was fishing here, and just as a fish bit the hook, I suddenly heard movement behind me. I didn't think much at the time and immediately used the substitution jutsu. When I turned around to look, I found that 3 kunai had already been stuck into the wooden stump I used for substitution. Everyone, look, it's over there." Then that Umbu ninja jumped down from the tree and muttered, "I can't even successfully ambush an ordinary chunin. I'm such a failure. How can I face Lord Orochimaru again?" Then, he stabbed his own throat with a kunai and committed suicide. After speaking, he looked at the third Hokage and added, "I never touched these kunai. If you don't believe me, you can check for fingerprints." The third Hokage didn't believe a single word from Mizuki. He only wanted to convict Mizuki immediately and execute him on the spot. However, the villagers, looking at the wooden stake pierced with 3 kunai, began to discuss more fervently. The third Hokage had to maintain his image as the Hokage and couldn't convict someone without evidence. Thus, he had no choice but to summon medical ninjas to start fingerprint analysis. Before long, the results came in. "Lord Hokage, only the deceased's fingerprints are on the 4 kunai. There's no fingerprint of Mizuki, and there's no trace of any post-production forgery. Mizuki never even touched the kunai." As soon soon as these words were spoken, the villagers' gazes toward Mizuki completely changed, no longer carrying a hint of doubt. The third Hokage's eye twitched involuntarily. The evidence indicated that this person had indeed committed suicide, but it was clearly illogical. A root ninja, why would they commit suicide for no reason? Mizuki only knows the 3 basic jutsu and doesn't know any genjutsu at all. Moreover, a genjutsu that can make someone commit suicide is something even the Sharingan cannot achieve. He was completely confused, not knowing what had just happened. He glanced at Mike Guy beside him, his heart full of frustration. If it hadn't been for Team 3 knocking at the door at the critical moment, he wouldn't be so clueless about what had transpired. At this moment, the Anbu had already conducted multiple inspections of the surroundings but couldn't find any evidence to prove Mizuki's involvement in murder. Instead, they discovered evidence of a root ninja secretly ambushing Mizuki. The third Hokage was left speechless. Damn it! The third Hokage cursed angrily in his heart. On one hand, he blamed Danzo for his stupidity, as the subordinates he sent were so incompetent. On the other hand, he resented Mizuki for being so cunning that even this couldn't be used to convict him, truly infuriating. But since things had come to this point, getting angry was pointless. He could only announce Mizuki's innocence in front of everyone, his heart filled with helplessness. It's over. Everyone, disperse. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Mizuki dared not continue fishing. The fact that the third Hokage had even resorted to assassination showed just how determined he was. From now on, Mizuki resolved never to come to such remote and deserted places to fish again, nor to act alone. Reflecting on today's experience, it had been a close call. He had almost lost his life. Fortunately, there was only one route ninja. If there had been another, it would have been much harder for him to handle. Relying on the body flicker technique to kill was ultimately limited. If the enemy had started with taijutsu, even the body flicker technique would only have been enough to save his life, not to defeat the enemy. Moreover, the technique consumed too much chakra and couldn't be used many times. I still lack real strength. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage appeared somewhat sullen. Hokage-sama, should the body be sent to the interrogation department for the Yamanaka clan to probe its memories before death? An Anbu ninja asked. The third Hokage nodded. Yes, send it over. An Anbu member hoisted the corpse, preparing to head to the interrogation department. At that moment, the office door was pushed open, and Danzo entered with a grim expression, leaning on his cane. Put the corpse down, everyone else leave. I have something to discuss with the third Hokage. Several Anbu ninjas glanced at the third Hokage, and seeing his signal, they all withdrew, leaving the corpse back on the floor. Danzo, the useless people you sent couldn't even deal with Mizuki, the third Hokage bluntly reprimanded. Danzo, however, was not one to back down and retorted, Hiruzen, you want to send the corpse to the interrogation department, have the Yamanaka clan find out that I ordered the assassination of Mizuki, and use this to tarnish my reputation, don't you? Are you afraid that my reputation will surpass yours and take away your position as Hokage? Danzo's words hit the mark, but the third Hokage remained unfazed and countered. What is the root of Konoha, the darkness hidden beneath the sunlight, afraid of a bad reputation? You, Danzo was furious. I don't care about reputation, but for you to so blatantly try to smear my name, do you even have the ethics of a ninja? You're just scared. Humph. I've taken the body. All the ninja under my root have been marked with a curse seal. Even if you send them to the interrogation department, you'll gain nothing, Danzo said coldly. The third Hokage said, only the current clan head of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Inoichi, can probe the memories of the deceased. Taking the body back for your own handling is an utter waste. I order you as the Hokage to remove the curse seal and send it to the interrogation department. I need to know what he experienced before his death, he said firmly. I want to know what secrets Mizuki might still be hiding. Danzo snorted coldly. If I remove the curse seal and let Inoichi probe the memories, won't all the secrets of my root be exposed? At that point, the Yamanaka clan's loyalty to you will take a significant hit. The 3 clans of Inoshikacho advance and retreat together. If the Yamanaka clan becomes disunited, the other 2 clans will also be affected, the third Hokage retorted. Aren't you worried that without the support of the Inoshikacho, your position as Hokage will become unstable? Danzo's words were not without reason. The third Hokage frowned, puffing on his pipe as he weighed the pros and cons. Danzo continued, besides, he's just a chunin, and a civilian-born one at that. What secrets could he possibly have? I'll send someone again. When the time comes, kill him, and then let Inoichi investigate. Won't all his secrets be revealed then? The third Hokage set down his pipe and sighed. Very well, let's do as you say. Danzo smiled lightly. Don't worry, that Mizuki won't live past 3 days. The third Hokage shook his head. No, the villagers are already talking about today's incident. If Mizuki is killed within 3 days, it will cause quite a stir in the village. Moreover, after today's assassination attempt, he will definitely be more vigilant, and it will be very difficult to find another opportunity to catch him alone. Here's the plan. In a few days, when the villagers have forgotten about today's events, I will arrange for him to leave the village. At that time, his death outside the the village will naturally not cause any impact. Danzo had no objections to this. Thus, early the next morning, Mizuki was summoned to the Hokage's office again. Mizuki, now that the Ninja Academy is on break, you spend your days doing nothing and even go fishing. As a ninja, this is unacceptable, the third Hokage said sternly. Shuemu said helplessly, but I don't have anything else to do. The third Hokage continued, alright, as tools of the village, ninjas cannot be too idle. Starting today, the village will assign you tasks. Besides, you still owe the village 100,000 ryo in compensation, and you haven't paid it off yet. Take on more missions to earn money. Shuemu cursed inwardly, damn old man, truly relentless, never giving up on trying to ruin me. Yes, I will do my utmost. The third Hokage nodded, go to the mission hall and take on a mission yourself. From that day on, Mizuki began taking on missions. The third Hokage didn't make it too obvious. At first, the missions assigned to Mizuki were simple, D-rank tasks, such as weeding, chopping trees, and eliminating wild boars for the villagers. These tasks didn't even require leaving the village. The annoying part was that the mission rewards never reached his hands, they were all withheld by the third Hokage as part of the 100,000 ryo compensation. He was essentially working for the village for free. Although he didn't mind too much, Mizuki understood in his heart that the real storm was yet to come. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the third Hokage began to make things difficult. Mizuki received a new mission, completely different from the previous ones. A C-rank mission, to head to the eastern border and eliminate the bandits in the mountains, with Mizuki as the sole executor. The bandits on that mountain are all ordinary people, no ninjas. Be careful, but it should be no problem for you alone, the third Hokage said. The mission reward is 80,000 ryo, he continued. Set out early tomorrow morning and return to the village as soon as you complete it. Mizuki took on the mission, feeling a surge of urgency in his heart. Clearly, this mission was a trap designed to lure him out of the village to his death. As he walked out of the mission hall, he happened to run into Team 7 coming to submit their mission. Kakashi-senpai and Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, it's been a few days, and you all look great. Naruto pouted and said, Master Mizuki, I'm not great at all. Every day it's weeding, catching cats, babysitting, these boring missions are driving me crazy. Shuemu smiled and said, I'm leaving the village tomorrow to carry out a mission. It might be a while before I return. Tonight, my treat at Ichiraku Ramen. Are you coming? Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly, a hint of meaning flashing through it. The third Hokage's targeting of Shuemu was nothing new. Anyone with sharp eyes could see that the third wanted to get rid of Shuemu. How could Kakashi not understand this? Moreover, Shuemu's mention of treating them to ramen clearly did not include him. I have something to do tonight, so I won't intrude. He declined decisively but did not stop the other three young ones. Naruto cheered, I'm going. Free ramen. Master Shuemu, you're so generous. Sasuke and Sakura also agreed one after another. Alright then, see you at Ichiraku Ramen at 7 this evening, Shuemu said, fully aware that the third Hokage's arrangement for him to leave the village was essentially a death sentence. This time, Danzo would at least send 2 people, which filled Shuemu with a sense of crisis. The body flicker technique might already be exposed, but that's not the key issue. The key is the excessive chakra consumption. As long as I have enough chakra, I'm not afraid of however many people come at me. I can even counterattack and defeat them all. This was also why Mizuki treated Team 7 to ramen. Sakura still had 2 opportunities to grant returns, so he planned to give her a bowl of ramen to boost her total chakra. If 1 bowl wasn't enough, then he'd give her 2. Whether Sakura could finish 2 bowls or not was none of his concern. As long as he gave them, he'd get the returns. But that's still not enough. Leaving the Hokage Tower, Mizuki headed straight for the orphanage. Over the past half-month, he had been frequenting the orphanage, bringing food, donating money, and getting acquainted with the director and the children. Asking those kids to become his disciples now might seem a bit rushed, but if he waited any longer, there wouldn't be another chance. The third Hokage has already made up his mind to kill me. Staying in the village will only become more dangerous. I might as well take this opportunity to defect. The ninja world is vast, there's bound to be a place for me. With the system, I'll rise quickly, and by then, Konoha will be nothing easily destroyed with a wave of my hand. He couldn't stay in this wretched village any longer, he had to defect. No matter how good his temper was, he couldn't tolerate this kind of treatment. Before I leave, I need to fleece them one last time. The Konoha orphanage, located on the outskirts of the village, was very remote. The orphanage's building was old and dilapidated, in dire need of repair. Before Suemu even reached the orphanage, the children playing at the entrance spotted him. Look, it's Uncle Suemu. Uncle Suemu. Uncle Suemu. The children rushed over enthusiastically, their faces beaming with joyful smiles. Suemu smiled, raised the items in his hand, and called out, I brought you dango today, 3 skewers each. Koya, you distribute them to everyone. Oh, we get to eat dango. Uncle Suemu is the best. The children cheered and jumped with excitement. The orphanage's director, along with a few uncles and aunts who took care of the children, also came out. Shuemu, you're spending money recklessly again. Over the past half-month, you've spoiled the kids' tastes. Earning money isn't easy for you, so don't do this. In the future, the director said disapprovingly. Shuemu responded with a smile, Director, I'm just doing what I can, and besides, it doesn't cost much. Director, I have something I want to discuss with you this time. Noticing Shuemu's serious expression, the director realized it wasn't a simple matter and said, Go ahead. Shuemu spoke frankly, I want to take them as my apprentices and teach them chakra refining techniques and the basic 3 body techniques. Orphans are naturally prone to being bullied. If they can master ninjutsu, at least they can protect themselves. The director shook his head and said, It's useless. The village chief has already sent people to check their bodies. Those who could become ninjas have long been sent to the ninja academy. The ones left here are because their talents are extremely poor. Even if they train, it's impossible for them to become ninjas, not even the weakest genin. Mizuki smiled and said, I don't expect them to become ninjas. I just hope they can have some ability to protect themselves, at least not be bullied by ordinary people. Seeing Shuemu's persistence, the dean shook his head helplessly. Do as you wish. Shuemu smiled, feeling secretly relieved. As long as the dean didn't oppose, everything would be manageable. Soon, he gathered the children together, a total of 24 children, all taken as disciples, which would immediately grant him 72 opportunities for return rewards. Children, today I will teach you the method of chakra extraction. Once you learn it, you can extract chakra. If you train diligently, you might even become ninjas in the future. Do you want to learn? All the children responded in unison, yes. They looked at Mizuki, their eyes full of longing. At this moment, they had only one simple wish in their hearts, to become ninjas and never be bullied again. As orphans, their lives were filled with tragedy, no parents, no family, bullied by the village children, yet powerless to fight back. But they understood that as long as they became ninjas, they would never be bullied again. Mizuki said, Alright, everyone call me master. The 24 children stood in front of Mizuki one by one and respectfully called him master. Soon, Mizuki had 24 disciples. Next, I will teach you how to refine chakra. Sit down, listen carefully, and remember the method in your minds. The method of chakra refinement was not complicated. Under Mizuki's explanation, the children quickly grasped the technique. Of course, knowing the method was one thing, actually refining chakra was far from easy. For the first attempt, even the talented children would need 3 to 5 days to succeed, while those with lesser aptitude might take half a month to master it. If someone lacked the talent to become a ninja, they might never be able to refine chakra in their lifetime. Mizuki did not expect them to succeed. He was only responsible for teaching them, with his sole purpose being the system's return. The host grants the disciple Xiaoya the basic chakra refining method, triggering a 0.1x return. Congratulations, you have obtained the Ultra Trash Chakra refining method. The host grants the disciple Sunfu the basic chakra refining method, triggering a 0.1x return. Congratulations, you have obtained the Ultra Trash Chakra refining method. Shuemu, what the heck is this? 0.1 times return? System, what are you up to? Why is the return multiplier so low? The host granted disciple Jisun the basic chakra refining method, triggering a 0.1 times return. Shuemu's ears were still filled with the 0.1 times return notification, and he grew increasingly frustrated. His mind was racing, wondering if he couldn't exploit the system this way. Just then, a special announcement suddenly jolted his spirit. The host grants the disciple Dishion the basic chakra refining method, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained the advanced chakra refining method. The advanced chakra refining method refines chakra at a speed 100 times faster than the basic chakra refining method. Soon, the 24 return notifications were completed. Except for Dishion, the other 23 children all received a 0.1-fold return. Mizuki was completely dejected. What on earth is going on? Ding! The system's voice sounded. The system explained, the higher the aptitude of the disciple, the higher the return multiplier, and vice versa. Among these 24 children, apart from Nobita having some talent, the other 23 have no ninja abilities at all, so the return multiplier is naturally very low. Mizuki was stunned. There's such a thing? Really relying on. He immediately realized that his decision to defect seemed hasty. Where are the people with good ninja talent? They must be in the major ninja villages. Once he left the village, finding talented individuals would probably be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. What a hassle. This can't be entirely blamed on the system for not explaining. The main issue lies with the previous disciples, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who all had outstanding talent, resulting in high return multipliers. This led Mizuki to mistakenly believe that the return multiplier had nothing to do with talent. Fortunately, there's still one disciple with slightly better aptitude, so I'm not completely disappointed. The advanced chakra refining technique increases chakra refining speed by 100-fold, which is quite impressive. Next, he took out 24 shuriken. These are gifts for you. You can use them for training, but remember, never throw them at your comrades. Each person received one, and then the system's return notification began again. As expected, it was all 0.1 times return, and each person got a wooden shuriken, except for Nobita. The host grants the disciple Nobita a shuriken, triggering a 300-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained a mind-controlled shuriken. With mind control, it can freely fly, change direction, accelerate, and attack. Note, requires blood recognition to bind. Shuemu's eyes lit up. This is a great item. Mind control, similar to Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. With this, there's no need to aim when throwing. There is only one last chance for a return. Mizuki took out a stack of explosive tags. The orphanage director, observing from not far away. Mizuki, what are you trying to do? The director shouted. Mizuki responded with a smile. Don't worry, director. This is a gift for them, not meant to harm them. The director's eye twitched, thinking, good grief, giving a group of children explosive tags, are you implying their lives are too miserable and you want to send them to the Pure Land early? No way, this is too dangerous. I don't agree. Shuemu smiled and said, don't worry. Although these explosive tags are for them, once they become ninjas, they can just hand them over to the principal for safekeeping. Thus, this scene unfolded. Shuemu handed each child an explosive tag, and after receiving it, the children turned around and handed it to the principal. The system's return notification sounded once again. The same familiar formula, the same familiar taste. Except for Deshiong, the other 23 still had a 0.1x return. The host granted disciple Deshiong one explosive tag, triggering a 500x return. Congratulations, you have obtained one explosive bomber. The explosive power of this bomber is equivalent to 500 explosive tags, with supersonic flight speed. Once a target is selected, it will not stop until the target is destroyed. Leaving the orphanage, Mizuki hadn't gone far before an umbu blocked his path. Shunin Mizuki, come with me. The third Hokage wants to see you. After saying this, the umbu turned and headed toward the dense forest nearby. Mizuki's expression froze. Not at the Hokage tower, but in the forest? Could it be that the third Hokage intended to personally deal with him? But that didn't align with the third's usual style. Someone like the third Hokage, who cherished his reputation and was indecisive, wouldn't possibly kill a village ninja without solid evidence, would he? Would he throw away his reputation? Wasn't he afraid of losing his grip on the Hokage position? I'll act according to the situation. If the third really makes a move against me, then he can't blame me for using the explosive bomber. The power of 500 explosive tags, even if it couldn't kill the third Hokage, would at least create an opportunity for Mizuki to escape. Following the umbu ahead, Mizuki soon entered the depths of the forest. He kept his eyes sharp and ears alert, staying on guard. Suddenly, the umbu in front made a move. A kunai, which had somehow appeared in his hand, slashed toward Mizuki's cheek as he turned. The speed of the attack was as swift as a gale. Mizuki had just noticed the turn when the attack was already upon him. Having been prepared, Mizuki abruptly pushed off with his foot, retreating half a step at the critical moment. He clearly saw the tip of the kunai sweep past his eyes, barely half a finger's distance away. If he had been even a bit slower, he might have had his eyes slashed and been left helpless. You're courting death. Mizuki's eyes were icy cold. This person was indeed here to kill him. He pulled out 3 explosive tags and activated them immediately. A sizzling sound arose as the explosive tags were about to detonate. The opponent immediately retreated upon seeing this, unwilling to be caught in the blast. Mizuki sneered coldly, loosened his grip, and let the explosive tags fall. In the next moment, the body replacement technique was activated, and his position instantly swapped with that of the umbu operative. With a loud boom, the 3 explosive tags detonated simultaneously. The umbu operative had no time to react and was blown to pieces. The body replacement technique could actually be used for offensive purposes, and the results were unexpectedly effective. Using the body replacement technique in combination with explosive tags, this tactic is worth trying, Mizuki said with a smile. But as he looked at the corpse on the ground, his brows furrowed. There was no blood. Another dead soul technique? Mizuki narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit irritated. There is no grudge between me and Kabuto Yukushi, so why does he want to kill me? Clap, clap. At that moment, the sound of clapping echoed from the depths of the dense forest, followed by another masked umbu stepping out. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Mizuki questioned. Who I am is not important. You only need to know that I am a subordinate of Lord Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, the other replied coldly. As for why I attacked you, it was merely to prove your worth and see if you are qualified to become a subordinate of Lord Orochimaru. Since you survived and demonstrated that highly practical substitution jutsu, it shows that your value is sufficient for Lord Orochimaru to use. Mizuki did not respond, only staring coldly at him. He did not make a move, as he deduced from the figure and voice that this was not Kabuto Yukushi. It was likely another corpse controlled by Kabuto, and killing it would only waste chakra. He began to pay attention to the surroundings, searching for Kabuto's true body. The third Hokage hates you to the core. You know that this time, when he sent you out of the village on a mission, it was with the intent to have you killed, the other continued. In Konoha, there is no place left for you. The only path before you is defection. promotion. And Lord Orochimaru, he appreciates talents like you and will undoubtedly accept you without hesitation. Lord Orochimaru will give you everything you desire, even immortality. As long as you pledge allegiance to Lord Orochimaru, someone will assist you during your defection, intercept Konoha's pursuers, and ensure your successful escape. What do you think of this proposal? Mizuki sneered coldly. It does sound quite tempting, but I prefer basking in the sun rather than staying in dark, damp underground caves. Found you. In the next moment, 3 explosive tags ignited simultaneously, and Mizuki's eyes locked onto a tree 70 meters away. Hidden among the foliage, Kabuto Yukushi's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his hands to form seals, intending to use the substitution jutsu. However, how could Mizuki let him succeed? Kabuto didn't even complete a single seal before Mizuki's body replacement technique swapped their positions. Mizuki safely relocated to the foliage, while Kabuto was left to face the imminent explosion of the 3 explosive tags. Damn it! Kabuto Yukushi roared angrily. What kind of hellish ninjutsu is this? It works even from such a distance? And it activates without any warning. I didn't even have time to react before we switched places. His face under the cloak turned extremely grim. There's no time for Shunshin no Jutsu. Looks like I'll have to use this move. Ninja Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. As the jutsu activated, the explosive tags detonated. A blinding light accompanied by a violent explosion sent Kabuto's body flying like a ragdoll. You filthy dog. Dare to mess with me? Now, if you're not dead, you'll at least be gravely injured. Mizuki sneered coldly. However, in the next moment, he saw Kabuto, who had been blasted away, get up immediately upon landing and swiftly flee into the depths of the forest. With a few leaps, he disappeared from sight, showing no signs of injury. Mizuki didn't even get a clear look at his face. Not dead, huh? What a pity, Mizuki thought to himself. Kabuto Yukushi possessed medical ninjutsu second only to Tsunade's, along with his self-created A-rank jutsu, Inorganic Reincarnation, which allowed him to heal before sustaining injuries, granting him exceptional recovery abilities. Even during the reunion of the Sannin, he took Naruto's Rasengan directly to the abdomen but wasn't seriously hurt, all thanks to Inorganic Reincarnation. Orochimaru's subordinate. It's not surprising that his survival skills are strong, Mizuki pondered. Too bad the distance is too far. My chakra won't allow me to use the body replacement technique again. Otherwise, if I could do it one more time, I'd definitely blow him to pieces. After repelling Kabuto, Mizuki quickly fled. The 2 explosions that occurred here were quite significant. Shortly after Mizuki left, nearby ninjas were the first to arrive, followed by the Umbu. The scene only left behind the corpses of 2 Umbu members, and investigations revealed that they had long been dead, controlled posthumously by the dead soul technique. When the 3rd Hokage received the news, he did not direct suspicion toward Mizuki. Standing by the window with a pipe in his mouth, he gazed at the bustling streets of Konoha, his brows furrowed. Orochimaru, what exactly are you planning? At this moment, Mizuki had already returned home. The sun had set, and the sky was gradually darkening. He did not turn on the lights, even pulling the curtains closed, plunging the room into complete darkness. Then he opened the wardrobe and saw 3 black leather cases filled with money. This time leaving the village, who knows how long it will be before I return. Keeping this money at home is definitely not safe. If the 3rd Hokage finds out, he will surely seize the opportunity to make trouble. By then, I'll lose both the money and my life, Mizuki thought to himself. Because of the source of this money, he had no way to explain it. A chunin whose salary barely covered basic living expenses, yet hiding a fortune at home, would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. If the 3rd Hokage were to accuse him of treason and selling out the village, the villagers would absolutely believe it. Then the 3rd Hokage could justifiably deal with Mizuki. I have to carry this money with me. Of course, carrying 3 large boxes out was unrealistic. He needed some sealing scrolls. After taking some money, Mizuki headed straight to the ninja tool shop. As soon as he entered, he saw Tenten leaning on the counter, dozing off. Mizuki walked up and gently shook the bell on the counter. Ding-a-ling. Tenten immediately woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes and said, "Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. What would you like to buy, Mizuki-senpai?" Although she didn't originally know Mizuki, after meeting him with Might Guy that day, she had some impression of him. "I need sealing scrolls," Tenten began to explain. The price of sealing scrolls varies depending on their capacity. A 1-liter capacity costs 10,000 Ryo, an 8-liter capacity costs 100,000 Ryo, a 27-liter capacity costs 1 million Ryo, and a 64-liter capacity costs 10 million Ryo. The sealing scroll is engraved with a time-space sealing technique capable of creating a small space to store items. For example, Tenten's sealing scroll contains everything imaginable, not just ninja tools but also food and drinks. That's why Team 3 never lacks food and drink when they go on missions. Mizuki's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself, this is way too expensive. The main issue is that the 3 boxes of money at home collectively amount to over 27 liters. To store all that money, he would need at least a 64-liter sealing scroll. However, a 64 24-liter scroll costs 10 million ryo, and he neither has that much money on him nor dares to carry that much. If he really dared to take out 10 million ryo to buy a sealing scroll, the third Hokage would definitely show up with people within 3 minutes and seize the money at his house as well. With no clear source for such a large sum of money, the third Hokage would announce to the villagers that Mizuki had betrayed the village for profit, earning 100 million ryo, which would be a capital offense. I'll buy a 1-liter one, just 3 of them. There was no other choice. He couldn't afford the expensive ones and had to settle for the cheaper option. A smaller capacity would have to do, especially since he would see Sakura soon anyway. Taking out 30,000 ryo wouldn't arouse the third Hokage's suspicion. It was almost 7 o'clock, and Mizuki had already arrived in front of Ichiraku Ramen, only to find that Naruto was already there. Mizuki-sensei, let's go in first. I'm starving, Naruto urged impatiently. Mizuki smiled and said, what's the rush? Wait for Sasuke and Sakura to come, here they are. Once the 4 of them were gathered, Mizuki immediately took out 3 sealing scrolls. Here, these are for you, 1 for each of you. The capacity is 1 liter each. While they can't hold too much, they're still quite useful. Although Naruto was usually carefree, he had recently gained some knowledge and understood the value of such scrolls, so he didn't take one right away. Sasuke showed no reaction. He wasn't lacking such scrolls and didn't care whether he had one or not. It all depended on Naruto and Sakura's response. Sakura directly said, Master, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Shuemu said, the money has already been spent, and you can't return it even if you don't want it. Just take it, I can afford this. The 3 could only accept. The host has granted the disciple Haruno Sakura a 1-liter capacity storage scroll, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained a storage ring with a 1 cubic meter capacity. What a great item. Mizuki was overjoyed. Wearing the ring on his hand, it was extremely convenient for both storing and retrieving items. Unlike sealing scrolls, the ring didn't require unfolding before use, and with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, it could hold a lot of things. These 30,000 taels were definitely well spent. Amid laughter, the 4 of them walked into Ichiraku Ramen. As usual, Naruto ordered 3 large bowls of ramen, while Sasuke and Sakura each had 1 bowl. Please, let this work out. Mizuki silently prayed in his heart. The host grants apprentice Haruno Sakura 1 bowl of miso char siu ramen, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have received 1 bowl of super chakra miso char siu ramen. Miso char siu super chakra ramen, after eating, increases Kakashi chakra limit by 10,000 times return? 10 Kakashi chakra? Mizuki's eyes widened, his mouth involuntarily opened, letting out a hee-hee-hee laugh. This is great. The 3 little brats all turned their heads to look at Mizuki, their eyes full of curiosity. Well, I just remembered something happy. At this moment, Tucci said, Mizuki-sensei is laughing so happily, it seems you've really encountered something joyful. In that case, I'll give you a bowl of ramen for free, hoping you'll be even happier. Mizuki, thank you, boss, then I won't hold back. Soon, the ramen Tucci gifted was served. Although Mizuki's stomach was already 90% full, he still ate in big bites, forcing it down. Naruto, who was beside him, offered to help several times, but Mizuki refused every time. After all, this was 10 Kakashi chakra. Don't say it's just a bowl of noodles. Even if it were a bowl of feces, he would eat it all while it's hot, never leaving Naruto a single bite. In the end, he devoured the bowl of noodles completely, not even leaving the soup. His stomach was about to burst, but his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. His total chakra reached 11.3 calories, which is 11.3 times that of Kakashi. You should know, if you don't count the 9 tails chakra, Naruto's own chakra is only 4 times that of Kakashi. The system is truly amazing. After finishing the ramen, Mizuki bid farewell to those 3 little brats and returned home with his bulging stomach. Just as he reached the door, he noticed it was open, and the lights inside were on. Mizuki's heart immediately tensed up. At that moment, a voice came from the kitchen, Mizuki-kun, is that you back? Right after, Tsubaki, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen. Mizuki let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, thankfully it wasn't someone sent by the third Hokage to search the place. Tsubaki, why are you here? Tsubaki pouted and complained, you haven't come to see me for more than half a month. I know you've been busy with missions every day recently, so I don't blame you. She paused, and continued, but you're leaving the village for a mission tomorrow, and you didn't even tell me. Tears glimmered in her eyes. Are you planning to abandon me, your fiancé? As she spoke, tears streamed down Chun's face, making her look like a wronged young bride. Shuemu panicked. He had never encountered such a situation before and truly didn't know how to respond. You, don't cry. Chun raised her head, her tearful eyes gazing at Shuemu, and slowly asked, after you leave tomorrow, will you come back? Shuemu let out a sigh of relief and said firmly, of course I'll come back. I'm not the same Shuemu as before. I won't do foolish things anymore. Chun asked with concern, I heard that the third generation has been targeting you a lot recently. You? Mizuki interrupted her, don't worry, I haven't done anything to betray the village. The third Hokage won't do anything to me. Besides, that was something that happened half a month ago. From Mizuki's words, Tsubaki didn't sense any deception, and her worries were finally eased. There's only half a month left until our wedding. Will you be able to make it back? If not, we'll have to postpone it. Mizuki immediately said, postpone it. This mission is at the border of the Land of Fire, and just the travel time back and forth takes nearly half a month. Adding the time to carry out the mission, half a month definitely won't be enough. Tsubaki pouted and said, the third Hokage too, knowing our wedding is near, still assigned you such a time-consuming mission. Shimizu secretly felt delighted, even grateful to the third Hokage, thanking him for finally doing something good. Marriage was out of the question, as spending every day together would make it easier to expose his true identity. Tsubaki didn't ask further questions, which made Shimizu feel relieved. I'd made a few small dishes and prepared some sake. Let's have a couple of drinks together to send you off. Although Shimizu's stomach was uncomfortably full, he couldn't refuse when he saw Tsubaki's expectant gaze. Drinking a little wouldn't take up space in his stomach. At the table, Tsubaki poured 2 cups of sake, one for each of them. You haven't left the village to carry out a mission in a long time. Drink this cup, and I hope you return safely to the village. 1 cup after another, and after just 3 cups, Shimizu began to feel dizzy and soon lost consciousness. Tsubaki looked at Shimizu slumped over the table, her eyes filled with worry. Your recent changes have been so drastic that I can hardly see the Shimizu I used to know. I just hope my suspicions are wrong. She helped Shimizu to the bed and carefully examined him from head to toe. After confirming 3 times, Tsubaki finally realized that the person before her was indeed Shimizu, the genuine Shimizu. She smiled. I was overthinking it. But soon, she began to worry again. Since it's Mizuki, why has he been so distant with me lately? He didn't even hesitate when I suggested postponing the wedding. He agreed right away. Back then, he was the one begging to marry me, she thought to herself. Could it be that he's already tired of me? Just as she was caught in her anxious thoughts, a knock sounded at the door. Mizuki, are you home? It's Iruka. Tsubaki walked out of the bedroom and opened the door, only to see Iruka standing outside. Tsubaki, you're here too. Looks like I came at a bad time, Iruka said, scratching his head awkwardly. Tsubaki replied politely, Iruka, Mizuki had a few too many drinks tonight and has already fallen asleep. Is there something you need from him? Iruka replied, he's leaving the village for a mission tomorrow. I have something to tell him, but since he's asleep, I won't disturb him. Tsubaki said, I'm his fiancé. Whatever you want to say, you can tell me, and I'll pass it on to him in the morning. Iruka was silent for a moment and sighed. Tell Mizuki to be extremely careful on this trip. Tsubaki's expression changed, and she asked nervously, Iruka, do you know something? Iruka shook his head, said no more, and turned to leave. Closing the door, Tsubaki frowned deeply. Iruka reminded me to be careful, but for a sea-level mission to eliminate bandits, a Chunin doesn't need to be so cautious. What exactly should I be careful about? Suddenly, her heart trembled. Could it be that the third Hokage is still targeting Mizuki, sending him out of the village too? Tsubaki dared not think further. Looking at Mizuki lying on the bed, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she realized a possibility. Is he distancing himself from me because he's afraid the third Hokage might target me along with him? It must be like this. It has to be like this. He loves me so much, he used to wish he could stay by my side all day long. How could he suddenly ignore me? Ding! She cursed in her heart, that damn third Hokage, ruining the relationship between Mizuki-kun and me. I really wish he would just die soon. Late at night, the village of Konoha was silent and still. In Mizuki's home, the lights were also turned off. Half asleep, Mizuki felt something pressing on him, soft, comfortable, and indescribably wonderful. The next morning, when Mizuki woke up, he realized something was wrong. His clothes had been stripped off completely, the bedsheets were a mess, and the blanket was filled with a strong scent of hormones. What on earth happened last night? He desperately tried to recall, but couldn't remember anything, only that he had gotten drunk. At that moment, the bedroom door was pushed open, and Chun walked in. Mizuki-kun, you're awake. Mizuki widened his eyes and asked, did you drug the wine last night? He was certain that 3 cups of sake wouldn't be enough to make him drunk. Ding! Humph! Chun seemed even more displeased than Mizuki. I'm your fiancé. You haven't contacted me for over half a month. Do I not even have the right to get you drunk and force you into bed? But last night, even though you were barely conscious, you performed more fiercely than usual. What kind of outrageous words are these? Shuemu's face instantly turned red. Before crossing over, he had been single for more than 20 years, and now he had lost his first time in a drunken dream. How could you do this? As a man, do I not have any dignity? Shuemu was furious. This was my first time. How could it be so careless? Chun's face was full of smiles. I don't care. You are my husband, even though the wedding hasn't been held yet. Since you're my husband, your body belongs to me, and I can play with it however I want. You? Shuemu was completely at a loss for words. Who told you not to touch me for more than half a month? Anyway, it's all your fault. Alright, breakfast is ready. Get up quickly. After saying this, Tsubaki left the bedroom and even closed the door, not giving Shuemu a chance to continue speaking. Not long after, at the dining table, Shuemu lowered his head, feeling heavy-hearted. Can this mission be cancelled? Tsubaki suddenly asked, her eyes full of concern. Shuemu shook his head without saying much. Tsubaki hurriedly took out a stack of money. This is what I've saved. Take it and buy more ninja tools. For some reason, Shuemu felt a trace of emotion in his heart. Don't worry, I'm not in danger. You don't need to worry. When he said this, Shuemu's heart tightened, and he regretted it, because this sentence sounded very much like a husband's promise to his wife. After finishing the meal, Shuemu took the opportunity while Chun was busy in the kitchen to enter the bedroom and put the 3 boxes of money into his storage ring. Once he was ready, he was about to set off. Opening the door and just about to step out, Chun suddenly hugged his waist from behind. Shuemu's body stiffened, wanting to break free, but in the end, he didn't move. Come back alive, I'll be waiting for you in the village. Shuemu said, I'm leaving. Then, he stepped out the door. At that moment, Chun suddenly said, Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'll kill you sooner or later. Shuemu froze, turned around, his face full of shock. You're a transmigrator too? The reason he asked this was because Chun's earlier words were spoken in Chinese. Although it sounded a bit awkward, Shuemu was absolutely certain he hadn't misheard. It was Chinese, and standard Mandarin at that. This is the world of ninjas. Where would China exist, and how could there be Chinese? Therefore, Mizuki instinctively thought that Tsubaki was also a transmigrator. At this moment, he couldn't be more excited, someone from home. But Tsubaki looked puzzled and asked, Mizuki-kun, do you know what that sleep-talking just now meant? Sleep-talking? What sleep-talking? Mizuki realized that something was amiss. Chun said, it's that strange sentence I just mentioned. It was your sleep-talking from last night. You said it dozens of times, and I even memorized it. I just remembered it and repeated it to you. Well, that was a wasted moment of joy. I thought Chun might also be a time traveler, but it turned out to be trouble caused by sleep-talking. He reacted quickly and said, oh, that sleep-talking meant, Dear Chun, our future will be very happy. Last night, I had a dream where I saw us getting married and having several babies. We lived carefree and were extremely happy. Tsubaki's face was full of surprise, and she said repeatedly, really? That's great. But Mizuki-kun, the language you used in your sleep-talking, why have I never heard of it before? Mizuki explained, it's an ancient language, said to predate even the era of the Sage of Six Paths. It's no longer used in the ninja world. I was fortunate to learn it during a mission in the land of whirlpools. Just now, I almost thought you understood that language too, and it nearly gave me a fright. It's getting late, I have to go. Watching Shuemu's figure fade into the distance, the joy on Chun's face gradually disappeared, and a trace of worry emerged in her eyes. When you talk in your sleep, you don't use your native language but instead that ancient language you rarely use. Moreover, last night when you were talking in your sleep, you were gritting your teeth, your face was twisted, and your whole body exuded a murderous aura. There wasn't the slightest hint of happiness. Shuemu-kun, what exactly are you hiding from me? She looked worried, turned around, and went back into the house. Just as she was about to close the door, a hand stopped it. It was a root ninja, who had somehow appeared at the doorway. Shunin Tsubaki, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Tsubaki cast a cold glance. After the Uchiha clan's massacre a few years ago, Elder Danzo was dismissed by the third Hokage. He no longer has the authority to command the village's ninjas. Leave. I won't go. The root ninja said firmly, this concerns the truth about your fiancé's current mission. Camellia, wait a moment, I'll change my clothes. At this moment, Mizuki, who had already walked far away, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Dangerous. That was too close. Luckily, I used Chinese. If I had used the island language, I might already be done for. In his dream, he kept shouting about wanting to kill the third Hokage, and he shouted it dozens of times. If Camellia understood the meaning of the dream, even as his fiancée, she would definitely uphold justice over personal ties. Mizuki realized that his engagement with Camellia must be annulled, and quickly. From now on, he would have to sleep with one eye open, and absolutely never talk in his sleep again. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. The third Hokage stared at the crystal ball until Mizuki walked out of the gates of Konoha, then put the crystal ball away. At that moment, the office door was pushed open, and Danzo walked in. Third Hokage, after Mizuki's death, bring his body to me. There are some secrets on him that I need to know. For more than half a month, the chakra control pill handed over to Shikaku Nara had not yielded any useful results. The third Hokage was deeply concerned about this, always feeling that Mizuki was hiding something from him regarding the chakra control pill. This was also why he had repeatedly schemed to kill Mizuki, because once Mizuki was dead, he could arrange for the Yamanaka clan to probe Mizuki's memories and find the answers he sought. Whether or not Mizuki possessed the formula for the chakra control pill, he wanted to give it a try. Danzo understood. Third Hokage, this time, it should be foolproof, right? Danzo, last time, I underestimated him because I didn't know he had a trump card. This time, I'm fully prepared to ensure nothing goes wrong. Third Hokage, did you take his fiancée away? Danzo, his strength is unclear, so I did this as a precaution. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, Danzo, you've crossed the line. Tsubaki has done nothing wrong. Danzo sneered coldly and glanced at the third Hokage. The news of their wedding in half a month was spread from the Hokage tower. In my memory, back when you and Biwako were getting married, there weren't so many people talking about it half a month beforehand. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and remained silent. Danzo's meaning was clear. This matter was orchestrated by you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, so stop pretending to be a good person here. I, Danzo, have long seen through everything. After leaving Konoha, Mizuki headed straight east along the main road at a moderate pace, but his nerves remained taut. There could be traps hidden on the road ahead, and enemies might be lurking in the nearby woods. With life and death at stake, he couldn't afford to relax. Walking from Konoha to the border would take at least 5 or 6 days. The first day passed quickly, and Shuemu did not encounter any attacks. In the evening, he stayed overnight in a town he passed through, and the night was equally uneventful. Next came the second day, the third day. Until the 6th day, he finally arrived at the village that had issued the mission to eliminate the bandits. Nothing unexpected had happened along the way. It seems the enemy is waiting for me in the mountains. After entering the village, Shuemu found the village chief, identified himself, and inquired about the whereabouts of the bandits. Shuemu-kun, it's already late today, and you've come a long way. Let's discuss the mission tomorrow. The village has prepared fine wine and delicious food for you. Please enjoy a meal, get a good night's sleep, and recharge your energy. It will be more advantageous to head up the mountain tomorrow. The village chief was very hospitable. After the previous incident where he was intoxicated by Chuan's medicinal wine, Mizuki became even more cautious and absolutely refused to drink alcohol. No need for such trouble. Village chief, just tell me about the bandits situation, and I'll eliminate them tonight. Soon, Mizuki learned the general situation on the mountain from the village chief. This group of bandits consisted of about 20 people, all ordinary individuals with no ninjas among them. Theoretically, ordinary bandits shouldn't require the intervention of Konoha's ninjas. However, in practice, the authorities had sent troops up the mountain several times, yet they were always at a loss against this group of bandits. The main reason was that the mountain was surrounded by steep cliffs on all sides, and the bandits used ropes hanging from the cliffs to climb up and down. When the troops arrived, the bandits would pull up the ropes, making it impossible for the soldiers to climb up. Understood. I'll head up the mountain now. Wait for my news. The sun had already set, and the sky was gradually darkening. After leaving the village, Shuemu saw the village chief immediately light a bonfire in the open space of the village. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Shuemu looked up and, as expected, cliffs surrounded the area, making it impossible for ordinary people to climb. However, for a ninja, this was no challenge at all. His feet firmly stepped on the steep cliff, climbing upward with ease, as if walking on flat ground. It's time to make a move. Shuemu was already prepared. Just then, he heard a hissing sound. This familiar sound, he didn't even need to look to know it was an explosive tag, and it had already been activated. Following the sound, he found the explosive tag located 3 meters to his left. At this distance, the explosion's power wouldn't injure him, but the shockwave could destabilize him, possibly even send him flying. This was a cliff, not flat ground. A slight misstep could lead to a fall, let alone being thrown off. Shuemu quickly turned his head, searching for a target to use his body replacement technique. However, before he could find one, he heard a loud boom as the explosive tag detonated. The powerful shockwave instantly sent Shuemu's body flying, his feet separating from the cliff face. He was hundreds of meters above the ground. If he fell, it would undoubtedly result in shattered bones, ruptured organs, a cracked skull, and a thorough death. Of course, that would be the case for an ordinary person. Shuemu reacted swiftly, releasing 2 streams of chakra from the Yonquan acupoints on his soles, forming a strong wind. The counterforce pushed him back toward the cliff, where his hands firmly grasped a protruding rock. After more than half a month of practice, although his void step technique was not yet fully mastered and couldn't achieve aerial flight, it was sufficient for emergency responses. Standing on the cliff once again, Shuemu became even more cautious, scanning his surroundings to check for any more explosive tags. At that moment, 2 hands extended from the rock and grabbed his ankles. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. With a soft shout, Shuemu was pulled into the rock, leaving only his head exposed. A masked root ninja emerged from the cliff. Your movements have been restricted. You can't even form hand seals. According to Lord Danzo's orders, you are permitted to die. The opponent held a kunai and slashed toward Shuemu's throat. Shuemu revealed a faint smile and said, "It seems Danzo still doesn't know how that previous root ninja died." The body replacement technique appeared to remain undiscovered. As the kunai slashed horizontally toward his throat, a glint of brilliance flashed in Shuemu's eyes. In the next instant, body replacement. The positions of the 2 instantly swapped. Shuemu stood firmly on the cliff again, while the root ninja was buried in the rock. Impossible. The root ninja was utterly confused about what had just happened. The kunai was clearly about to pierce Shuemu's neck, so how had he suddenly become the target of his own headhunter jutsu? Illusion? He immediately immobilized his chakra, attempting to disrupt the chakra controlled by the illusion and break free from it. However, he quickly realized that although his chakra had been mobilized, the illusion had not been dispelled. This isn't an illusion. He was just hit by the mind decapitation technique, but when I was about to kill him, our positions suddenly swapped. The root ninja was shocked. It's a space-time ninjutsu, and it doesn't require hand seals. Could it be a Kekkai Genkai? At this moment, he finally understood how the root companion sent by Lord Danzo to assassinate Mizuki half a month ago had died. The supposed suicide was all a facade. Heh, Danzo didn't even figure out my abilities, and sent someone to kill me again. Mizuki sneered as he pulled out an explosive tag from his pocket. The root ninja, trapped by the mind decapitation technique Mizuki had cast, was immobilized within the rock, unable to even form hand seals. This individual specialized in earth release and had just used earth release, rock concealment technique to hide within the rock and ambush Mizuki. However, now he was unable to form hand seals, and the rock concealment technique could no longer be activated, leaving him unable to move within the rock. Mizuki placed the explosive tag on the man's forehead and quickly moved several meters to the side. The explosive tag detonated, and a scream echoed as the cliff shook violently. Soon, the commotion gradually subsided. Mizuki looked toward the explosion site and softly uttered, "Huh? The body was reduced to ashes?" No, a single explosive tag wouldn't have such destructive power. It seems that was just a shadow clone. Shuemu grew alert. The person who came this time didn't seem easy to deal with. At that moment, a soft shout came from above, "Earth release, Fisher Palm." In the next instant, the cliff cracked, and large chunks of rock came crashing down toward Shuemu. This was already a sheer cliff, and with a massive amount of rubble falling from above, there was nowhere for Shuemu to dodge. As countless stones were about to smash down on him, Shuemu remained calm in the face of danger, his gaze sweeping upward. However, as night deepened, his vision was obstructed, and he couldn't locate the enemy's position at all. Unable to see the enemy, his plan to use body replacement technique to protect himself and counterattack couldn't be executed. He had no choice but to focus on the falling rocks. With his extraordinary dynamic vision, he quickly identified a suitable falling rock. Shuemu used the body replacement technique again, swapping places with the chosen rock. His position instantly shifted upward by dozens of meters, bypassing the cluster of falling rocks and successfully reaching a safe spot. Looking upward, he still couldn't spot the enemy's figure. The body replacement technique has been exposed, so the opponent doesn't dare to show themselves and only attacks from hiding. The cliff was too dangerous. The enemy had the high ground, leaving him at a disadvantage. Shuemu didn't hesitate any longer. With a flip of his hand, a shuriken appeared at his fingertips, which he threw upward. He planned to use the shuriken as a stepping stone, leveraging the body replacement technique to quickly reach the top of the cliff and escape his current passive situation. The enemy seemed to have seen through Mizuki's intentions. A shuriken flew out from the darkness of the night, accurately striking Mizuki's shuriken and knocking it away. "Humph!" Mizuki snorted coldly, pulling out another shuriken and throwing it again. This shuriken flew 20 to 30 meters before another shuriken shot down from above, once again knocking Mizuki's shuriken away. But this time, the shuriken was no ordinary one. It was a system-returned, mind-controlled shuriken. With a thought, Mizuki caused the deflected shuriken to immediately change direction and continue flying upward. "Is he a puppeteer?" A startled exclamation came from the top of the cliff. It was well known that controlling a shuriken to change direction at will could only be achieved through the Uchiha-style throwing technique involving mutual collision redirection or by using a puppeteer's chakra strings. At this moment, Mizuki had already been mistaken for a puppeteer. The mind-controlled shuriken had reached the limit of its visible range. With a single thought, Mizuki instantly used the body replacement technique, swapping places with the shuriken. Looking upward, he saw that there were less than 50 meters left to the top of the cliff. Above the cliff, someone quickly retreated, denying Mizuki the chance to use the body replacement technique again. A hissing sound came from below. Mizuki looked down and, to his shock, found that within a 10-meter radius, the area was covered with explosive tags, no fewer than 50 of them at a glance. At the same time, two hands emerged once more from the rocks beneath his feet, reaching for his ankles. Having anticipated the same trick, Mizuki leapt into the air, escaping the cliff face and instantly distancing himself from the explosion center. At the same time, he threw another shuriken upward. The ground cracked and the mountains crumbled, with deafening explosions echoing one after another. Rocks shattered and scattered in all directions. Shuemu was struck by several pieces of debris, gritting his teeth in pain. At this moment, the shuriken had already flown more than 10 meters upward. He hurriedly used the body replacement technique again, successfully escaping the range of the explosion. Landing his feet on the rock wall once more, he sprinted upward with all his might. He had had enough. Fighting on the cliff left him completely powerless to counterattack. He had to charge up and fight back. Seeing Shuemu narrowly escape once again, the people above did not make another move to stop him. Finally, Shuemu reached the top of the cliff and stepped onto flat ground. The moment he got up, he scanned his surroundings. He didn't see any enemies but noticed a wooden figure standing directly ahead. No, it wasn't an ordinary wooden figure, it was a wooden puppet. The puppet was crudely made, with squinting eyes and a talisman stuck to its forehead, bearing the character curse. The moment Shuemu saw it, he immediately became alert and tried to avert his gaze, but it was already too late. The curse character on the puppet's forehead dissipated, and Shuemu suddenly felt his mind tighten. His vision went completely dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself looking at his own body. This is the Mountain Wind's heart transfer puppet curse technique. How careless of me. Yamanaka-fu, a ninja from the Yamanaka clan, once joined the route and became one of Danzo's trusted aides. At the 5 Kage Summit in the Land of Iron before the Fourth Great Ninja War, Danzo attended as the interim 5th Hokage, accompanied by only 2 subordinates, Yamanaka-fu and Aburame Toryun. Being regarded as Danzo's right-hand men, their strength was undoubtedly formidable, especially their secret techniques, which, if used properly, could be devastating. Mizuki never expected Danzo to send such exceptional experts to deal with him. The Mind Puppet Curse Seal technique is Yamanaka-fu's unique secret technique, which uses a puppet to perform the mind-body switch technique, transferring and sealing the enemy's consciousness into the puppet. At this moment, Mizuki's consciousness was sealed within the wooden puppet, unable to move or speak, and even his chakra sensing was completely cut off. Meanwhile, his body was occupied by Yamanaka-fu. The current situation could only be described with one word: helpless. Your technique is extremely practical. Your strength surpasses that of a Chunin and has already reached Jonin level, the Mizuki opposite him said. Unfortunately, you are disloyal to Konoha, so you must be eliminated. Mizuki communicated with Yamanaka-fu through his consciousness. You've taken over my body. If you kill me, you'll die too. Yamanaka-fu responded calmly. I'll control your body to jump off a cliff, and before hitting the ground, I'll return my consciousness to my own body. That way, I won't die. Shuemu retorted, it's useless. The moment my consciousness returns, I will immediately look for objects to swap positions and eliminate the life-threatening danger. Yamanaka-kaze said, from the previous battle, it seems that your ability to swap positions with others or objects has a prerequisite, that is, it must be something you can see in order to swap. So, I will blindfold you. Shuemu felt a surge of panic in his heart. To analyze the weakness of the shadow swap technique so quickly and find a countermeasure, truly worthy of being a ninja trusted by Danzo. My consciousness is sealed within this puppet. So, what happens if this puppet gets damaged? Yamanaka-kaze asked. This specially crafted puppet is designed specifically for the mind transfer puppet curse technique. General damage is inconsequential, but if the head is harmed, the mind transfer will fail, and your consciousness will return. Too bad you don't have any companions. Yamanaka-kaze took out a black cloth and blindfolded Mizuki. Feeling it wasn't secure enough, he tied Mizuki's hands and feet with rope. Mizuki watched, his heart tightening involuntarily. This guy is ruthless. Hey, with your eyes covered, how will you know when you're about to hit the ground? Shuemu, what if your judgment is wrong? Wouldn't you be harming yourself? Shuemu pressed. Shanzhong Feng responded calmly, I have companions who will remind me before I hit the ground. Shuemu, truly a meticulous plan, Shuemu muttered to himself. Unfortunately, killing me won't be that easy. The next moment, a shuriken shot up from the cliff below, passed over Mizuki's head, and pierced the puppet's forehead at lightning speed. Thank you for telling me the weakness of the mind transfer puppet curse technique. Although Yamanaka-kaze's eyes were covered, he had already sensed the puppet's damage and Mizuki's consciousness returning. As an external consciousness, he immediately felt a violent rejection. This is impossible, he exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, his consciousness was forcibly expelled from Mizuki's body. Mizuki's consciousness returned, and he tore off the blindfold, coldly saying, nothing is impossible. The shuriken in the puppet's forehead trembled twice, then flew back to Mizuki's side, swirling and dancing around him. He turned, his gaze locking onto the dense forest behind him. Yamanaka-kaze was in the forest, and he wasn't alone. Today, none of you will escape. Behind a large tree, 2 people whispered to each other. Controlled by his will, the shuriken flies freely like bees. This isn't puppet jutsu, it even surpasses the realm of ninjutsu. He possesses such power yet pretends to be an ordinary chunin. Clearly, he harbors ulterior motives. No wonder Lord Danzo wants him dead. Yamanaka-kaze spoke with a heavy tone, and the person beside him nodded, filled with apprehension. His abilities are too bizarre. Even for jonin like us, facing him alone requires extreme caution. Especially that kind of position swapping technique. It's extremely dangerous, and it might even swap us near an explosive tag, leaving no time to react before being blown to pieces. Yamanaka-kaze said firmly, no matter what, such a dangerous individual must be killed. Plan A and Plan B have already failed. Now that we understand his abilities, proceed directly with Plan C. Although it will cause a big commotion, I can't worry about that anymore. Jean, are you ready? With Wasabi's cooperation, we can definitely take down Mizuki. The root ninja named Jean nodded, raised his hands, and began forming seals. Outside the forest, Mizuki's Subaki's expression was grave. Suddenly, about 10 meters ahead, someone emerged from the ground. It was the Earth Release Root Ninja. Appearing right in front of me, is this another shadow clone? Shuriken flew like arrows from a bow, shooting toward the opponent. The Root Ninja swiftly dodged while rapidly forming seals with his hands. Earth Release, Heavenly Falling Clay. Above Mizuki's head, a black, otherworldly space appeared, and a torrent of clay rained down like a downpour. Is that all? Shuemu sneered, preparing to use the technique of body flicker. Just then, a beam of intense light suddenly shot out from the forest, directly hitting Shuemu's eyes. The strong light at night nearly blinded him, and the dazzling effect instantly made Shuemu feel extremely dizzy. Damn it, a high-powered flashlight! Shuemu exclaimed in shock. This thing actually works? His vision blurred completely, making it impossible to use the body flicker technique. In the next moment, he was completely buried under tons of clay. Immediately after, a root ninja named Jean stepped out from behind a tree, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. Fire style, scorching burn technique. Around the clay pile, a raging fire ignited, its flames so intense that they could be seen from dozens of miles away. Villagers in the mountain's foothill cheered, thinking the ninja was using a jutsu to eliminate the bandits on the mountain. The fire burned for a full 5 minutes, and the terrifying heat dried the clay completely. Yamashina Kaze emerged from the forest and said, with this kind of high temperature, combined with the lack of oxygen, there's no doubt he's completely dead. Jean and Yamashina Wasabi nodded in agreement. Yamashina Kaze continued, extract his corpse and bring it back to Lord Danzo. Wasabi walked up to the clay mound and placed his hand on the dry clumps of soil. The clumps crumbled, but the expected corpse did not appear. Instead, there were 4 triangular, smooth stone walls stacked into a pyramid-shaped stone house. Yamano Wind shouted, get back, he's not dead. The next moment, the stone walls collapsed outward. Wasabi quickly retreated, but just then, the sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the air came from behind him. Wasabi dodged to the side, catching a glimpse of a shuriken grazing past him. It then changed direction midair, accelerating like a boomerang, and slashed across his throat. Blood spurted out, and Wasabi fell to the ground. First one. Mizuki stepped out from within the stone walls, drenched in sweat. The intense fire outside had burned for 5 minutes, and he had almost been roasted alive inside. Fortunately, his quick thinking allowed him to use Earth Release, Stone Mirror Wall at the moment the clay fell, creating thick stone walls that blocked most of the heat and saved his life. Careless. I thought it was just a shadow clone, so I didn't go for the kill immediately. Looks like I can't afford to conserve chakra. Wasabi was already dead, leaving only Mountain Wind and Jean. Mountain Wind had retreated into the forest the moment he saw the rock wall and was now shouting from behind a tree, Jean, retreat quickly. You can't confront him head-on. Jean saw the explosive tag in Shuemu's hand and realized the danger, retreating swiftly. Too late. Shuemu activated the explosive tag, the hissing sound particularly sharp in the night. The next moment, he lightly released the tag and immediately used body replacement technique, swapping positions with Jean. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. Jean was blown away, his right leg severed at the root, his abdomen torn open, intestines spilling out. He rolled on the ground a few times, twitched briefly, and then went still. The second one. At this moment, Yamanaka Kaze was rushing through the forest, swiftly arriving at the entrance of a cave. This cave was the hideout of the mountain bandits. However, the bandits inside had already been dealt with, and their bodies had been disposed of. Yamanaka Kaze quickly entered the cave, and before long, he saw a woman unconscious on the ground. It was Mizuki's fiancé, Tsubaki. Plans A, B, and C have all failed, so I can only resort to plan D. He propped Tsubaki up against the wall and then sat down in front of her, raising both hands. Ninja art, mind transfer jutsu. Using the mind transfer jutsu on an unconscious person had no chance of failure. In the next moment, Yamanaka Kaze's consciousness successfully entered Tsubaki's mind. He controlled Tsubaki's body, stood up, and walked out of the cave, heading toward Mizuki. Before long, the two met in the forest. Tsubaki, why are you here? Mizuki was stunned but quickly realized that this might be a transformation jutsu. Mizuki-kun, I finally found you. Hurry, there are 3 rude ninjas here, they've come to kill you. Saying this, she rushed over, trying to grab Shuemu's hand. Shuemu sneered coldly, a petty trick, and you think you can fool me? With a sweeping kick, the unguarded Tsubaki was sent flying, falling to the ground with a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shuemu's eyes widened in surprise as he said, You really are Tsubaki? The transformation jutsu can make someone take on another's appearance, but when injured, the chakra becomes disrupted, eventually revealing the true form. The Tsubaki before him had clearly taken his kick, spat blood, yet did not revert back, proving she was the real Tsubaki. However, this raised another question, why was Tsubaki here? Shuemu-kun, I heard that the 3rd Hokage and Danzo-sama want to kill you, and they've sent 3 rude jonin, she said anxiously. So I defected from the village to come and warn you, but I was captured by root members on the way. They tied me up in a cave, planning to use me as a hostage to force you to commit suicide, Tsubaki continued. Just now, the 3 root ninjas weren't around. I took the chance to break the ropes and escape. A trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Let's go quickly. Those three are Jonin, you're no match for them. We need to leave immediately and escape the land of fire. After hearing Tsubaki's words, Mizuki no longer doubted her. Instead, he felt deeply moved. His fiancée was willing to defect just to save him. To have such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Don't worry, those three rude ninjas are no match for me. I've already killed two of them. As for the last one, I'll deal with him later. He walked over, reached out to pull Tsubaki up, and helped her lean against the tree. I'm very sorry. I thought it was Yamanaka Kaze using a transformation jutsu to take your form, so, Mizuki said somewhat apologetically. I understand, Mizuki-kun, you don't need to blame yourself. Tsubaki responded with a smile, her understanding nature bringing Mizuki a sense of comfort. He sighed and continued, you shouldn't have done that, but it's also my fault for not telling you about my abilities, which made you worry. By the way, how did you find out that the third Hokage in Danzo wanted to kill me? Mizuki asked casually. Logically, such confidential matters wouldn't be something the third Hokage would allow to leak. Tsubaki replied, it was Irika. He overheard this information in the Hokage's office and came to tell me about it. Shuemu's heart trembled, feeling that something was amiss. Irika's strength was so low, how could he possibly overhear the conversation between the third Hokage and Danzo in the Hokage building, which was filled with Anbu? Moreover, Irika firmly supported the Hokage. Faced with the third's orders, even if he knew he was to be killed, he would never directly tell Tsubaki. At most, he might hint at it subtly out of friendship. Shuemu realized that Tsubaki's explanation seemed questionable. Could she also be under orders to kill me? Shuemu speculated inwardly. At the same time, that Tsubaki leaning against the tree noticed Shuemu's unusual expression, her heart tightening as she realized she might have been exposed. Shuemu-kun, sitting like this is so uncomfortable. Help me over to that clearing so I can lie down, she said. Despite his doubts, Shuemu did not act immediately. He walked over to Tsubaki, helped her up, and headed toward the clearing. At that moment, Tsubaki's foot twisted, and she let out a startled cry, quickly wrapping her arms around Shuemu's waist. What are you doing? Shuemu shouted, his heart filled with tension. He had already begun to suspect Chun, and every one of her actions made him uneasy. Nothing, I just twisted my ankle, Chun hurriedly explained, but her hands had already tightly bound Shuemu's waist. A hissing sound came from Chun's back. As soon as Shuemu heard it, he became instantly alert. It was clearly the sound of an explosive tag. Damn it, she's trying to take me down with her, he thought in shock, grabbing Chun's arm in an attempt to pry her off. But Chun clung to him tightly, making it impossible to break free. The explosive tag was about to detonate. At this moment, using the body replacement technique was completely ineffective, or rather, it would only take Chun along with him. Even if he used it, he couldn't escape her grip. Suemu, perish together with your fiancé. The tone at this moment was not Tsubaki's voice at all. Damn it! Suemu was furious in his heart. Yamanaka Kaze, how could you be so vicious? She has done nothing wrong to the village, yet you used her as bait. You will die a horrible death. At the critical moment, a kunai suddenly appeared in Suemu's hand. With a flash of cold light, Tsubaki's right hand fell off. Suemu seized the opportunity to break free from the restraints, forcefully pushed Tsubaki away, and quickly performed the body flicker technique. Looking at Tsubaki's corpse not far away, Suemu's face twisted with rage, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Danzo! In order to kill me, they actually resorted to such despicable means. He thought to himself, then collected Tsubaki's corpse. Although he was not the real Mizuki, Tsubaki had been implicated because of him. No matter what, he would never let Tsubaki die like this. In the world of Naruto, with the help of the Edo Tensei technique and the existence of the system, reviving someone was always a possibility. There's still Yamanaka Kaze left. I absolutely can't let him escape, he thought to himself, determined not to reveal his trump card. If the third Hokage and Danzo learned of Mizuki's abilities, they would undoubtedly devise targeted strategies, and any action taken then would be a death sentence. Mizuki quickly located the position of the cave. He did not rush in, as there was always the risk of explosive tag traps. If he entered recklessly, the cave could collapse, leaving him buried alive. Those root ninjas had been brainwashed. They would even sacrifice their lives to complete their mission. Mizuki had no intention of perishing together with Yamanaka Kaze. Time to use the clone technique. Without needing to form seals, 3 clones appeared beside Mizuki. These clones were not physical shadow clones but rather illusory ones. He had the 3 figures hide in different locations before striding into the cave. He had to go in. Who knew if there were other exits inside? If Yamanaka Kaze escaped, Mizuki would be in trouble. As for traps, with 3 clones outside, Mizuki was not worried at all. Thanks to the moonlight streaming in from outside, the cave's interior was not completely dark. After entering, Mizuki had only taken a few steps before he saw Yamanaka Kaze. What, are you really planning to perish together with me? Yamanaka Kaze looked at Mizuki and said coldly, I don't know what other tricks you have up your sleeve, but since you've come in, this is my last chance. Mizuki retorted, aren't you worried that this might be my shadow clone? Yamanaka Kaze shook his head. If you knew the shadow clone technique, you would have used it long ago. So, this is your real body. Mizuki shrugged. Alright, you're right, this is indeed my real body. Yamanaka Kaze let out a cold laugh. In that case, let us both be buried here. Your abilities are too strange. I will never allow you to continue destroying Konoha. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion sounded at the cave entrance, and rocks began to collapse, sealing the entrance completely. Destroy Konoha? Mizuki sneered. Heh, I haven't done anything harmful to Konoha, nor have I planned to defect, he admitted. It was the third Hokage who was determined to kill me. Yamanaka Kaze coldly responded. You hid your strength and pretended to be an ordinary chunin, so nothing you say is credible. Forget it, we're all going to die anyway. Saying more is useless. Mountain Wind raised his head to look at the top of the cave, while the sound of hissing filled his ears. Shuemu also looked up and saw sparks flickering all over the cave ceiling, covered with explosive tags, at least 100 of them. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupted, and the rocks at the top of the cave instantly collapsed. At first, small fragments of stone fell. Like raindrops, Mountain Wind was struck by a fist-sized rock, causing blood to gush out, but he still gritted his teeth and stared at Shuemu. This is indeed my true form, but unfortunately, you don't understand my abilities very well, Shuemu said calmly. Just as he finished speaking, a head-sized rock fell straight down, seemingly about to smash into his head. Seeing this, Mountain Wind felt a moment of relief, but in the next instant, he saw the rock pass right through Shuemu's body and crash heavily onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Is this an ordinary clone? A phantom shadow? His face was filled with shock. No, how could this happen? When he walked in just now, there were clearly footsteps, a solid body. Yamakaze shouted angrily, but this mystery would remain unsolved for him forever. As large rocks continued to collapse, the cave ceiling completely caved in, burying Yamakaze beneath the rubble, where he met his end. Outside the cave, one of Mizuki's clones had already materialized into a solid form. This was the effect of the mutated clone technique. The main body could instantly switch places with any of its clones, a technique Mizuki called the clone swap technique, similar to body replacement jutsu, but the clone swap technique could only exchange positions between the main body and its clones, which was its limitation. However, its advantage lay in the fact that it did not require seeing the clone's location and could even ignore obstacles. Even though the cave had been sealed off just now, Mizuki successfully used the clone swap technique to exchange places with his clone. This could truly be called another godlike skill. Today's battle was fraught with danger, and my chakra consumption is nearly 1/3, Mizuki thought to himself, reflecting on the multiple uses of body replacement jutsu, along with an A-rank earth release jutsu, stone mirror wall, which had drained a significant amount of chakra. If it weren't for giving Sakura that bowl of ramen, which returned 10 Kakashi's worth of chakra capacity, I definitely wouldn't have survived today. It was clear that keeping up with the system's pace was the key to survival. Next, Mizuki began dealing with the corpses. The bodies of Yamakaze and Jin were burned to ashes by Mizuki using fire. As for Yamakaze, who was buried in the cave, Mizuki was powerless and could only leave him buried. Afterward, he located the bodies of the bandits, severed the head of the bandit leader, and prepared to take it back to the small village at the foot of the mountain. This was the proof of completing the mission. The next day, Mizuki descended the mountain. When the village chief saw Mizuki, his face showed a hint of shock, but he quickly composed himself. This is indeed the head of the bandit leader Horned Helmet. Thank you, Ninja of Konoha, for taking action to eliminate the bandits on the mountain. After the village chief signed the task completion document, Mizuki returned to Konoha. Danger lurked everywhere in Konoha. Both the third Hokage and Danzo wanted him dead. However, until he fully possessed absolute power, he had to return to Konoha. Only in Konoha could his strength grow rapidly, as he had a deeper understanding of the storyline of this land. Compared to the perilous ninja world, Konoha was still in a period of peace for now, making it much safer. Moreover, the Chunin exams were about to begin, during which Orochimaru would launch the Konoha Crush plan, leading to the demise of the third Hokage. Once Tsunade took office as the fifth Hokage, Danzo's accounts could be settled with him at that time, Mizuki thought to himself. Now, the seed has been planted. Once Danzo falls, Mizuki will finally be able to implement the plan in his heart. What he desires is not just temporary stability. As a transmigrator, continuing to follow the old storyline and watching indifferently is far too dull. Tsubaki, when you wake up again, I will show you an entirely new ninja world. After a week, Mizuki finally stood once more outside Konoha's gates. The Hokage Tower, the mission hall. The moment the third Hokage saw Mizuki, his pupils suddenly contracted into pinpoints. Lord Third, the mission to eliminate the mountain bandits has been completed. This is the proof of mission completion signed by the village chief, Mizuki said. The third Hokage was shocked in his heart, but his expression remained calm. He took the document and said lightly, not bad. You did well. The reward is 80,000 Ryo. After deducting what you owe the village, there are 50,000 Ryo left. Go and collect it yourself. yourself, the third Hokage continued. This mission took quite a long time, and you must be tired. Take a few days to rest first. After Mizuki left, the third Hokage's face turned extremely grim. Useless Danzo, and he even claimed this time he could guarantee Mizuki's death. He was secretly furious in his heart. The third Hokage summoned an umbu and instructed, "Go, find Danzo. I want to see him." Before the umbu could set off, the office door was pushed open. "No need, I'm already here." Danzo walked in, leaning on his cane, his expression equally unpleasant. The third Hokage dismissed the umbu and questioned, "What exactly are you doing? Why is he able to return alive?" Danzo replied, "This time, I sent 3 people. Kaze is a jonin, and the other 2 are also at the special jonin level. Logically, the 3 of them killing one Shuemu shouldn't have gone wrong," the third said coldly. "But the unexpected did happen," Danzo replied. "So, tell me, what exactly happened?" the third pressed. Danzo said, "The 3 of them lost contact as early as a week ago. I sent people to investigate, and the results just came back." The third Hokage asked anxiously, "What do you mean?" Danzo said, "All 3 were killed. Wasabi and Jin's bodies were burned, and Kaze's body was buried in the mountain. Although it was dug out, it was so severely damaged that it has lost any value. The results of the on-site investigation indicate that the perpetrator was Mizuki alone." Danzo's tone carried a hint of helplessness. "What?" The third Hokage suddenly stood up, his expression changing drastically. "Are you saying Mizuki's strength has already surpassed the combined efforts of the 3? Danzo remained silent, and the third Hokage's unease deepened as he paced back and forth in his office, increasingly agitated. "By the way, what about his fiancée?" Danzo replied, "Dead. Her body was also burned." Hiss. The third Hokage couldn't help but take a sharp breath, feeling a sense of dread at Mizuki's ruthlessness. A powerful individual who hides his true strength and willingly serves as a chunin. Such a person staying in Konoha could pose a serious threat to the village at any time. Danzo said, "The best solution is to gather the village's jonin and kill him." The third hesitated again. Danzo growled in a low voice, "Hiruzen, you must make a decision soon, or it will be too late when he causes great harm to the village." The third frowned and said, "But we have no evidence." Danzo replied, "Then fabricate evidence. In any case, we can't keep delaying this." The third retorted, "Fabricated evidence will eventually be discovered by the ninjas in the village, and by then." Danzo's face turned pale with anger, and he said in a low voice, "Are you so worried about your reputation being damaged that you can't hold on to the position of Hokage?" The third Hokage replied, "Let me think about it." Danzo was furious. After decades of friendship, Danzo knew the third Hokage's personality inside out. His so-called consideration was nothing more than a refusal. "Hiruzen, you will regret this." Danzo stomped his cane forcefully and turned away in disappointment. He planned to bypass the third Hokage and deal with Mizuki directly. Danzo loved Konoha. To prevent Konoha from suffering harm, he could not tolerate Mizuki continuing to live. Moreover, in order to kill Mizuki, he had already lost 4 subordinates, and had to avenge them. His intentions had long been seen through by the third Hokage. Danzo, until evidence is presented, the root is not allowed to act against him. Danzo had already reached the doorway. He turned around and said coldly, "I will never allow such a scourge to continue living." The third Hokage responded, "This is an order." Danzo shouted angrily, "Hiruzen, if you continue to hesitate like this, the village will suffer damage." The third Hokage gave him a cold glance. "Danzo, don't forget, I am the Hokage." Danzo slammed the door heavily as he left. Inside the office, the third Hokage held his pipe, puffing clouds of smoke, his brows furrowed in deep thought. The moment he deliberately avoided taking the scroll of seals, I realized this man harbors a deeply calculating mind. To think he managed to deceive everyone, concealing his immense strength. All these years, he willingly played the role of an ordinary chunin, even taking on the poorly compensated position of an assistant teacher at the academy. The third Hokage took out Mizuki's file and examined it carefully. Since becoming a ninja, Mizuki had completed over 300 missions, including 128 B-ranked combat missions. In all 128 combat missions, his performance was mediocre, never once revealing his hidden strength. Such cunning is truly chilling. The third Hokage was deeply shocked. Among all the people he had encountered, no one had managed to conceal their strength to such an extent, except Mizuki. It's clear that he has never felt any sense of belonging to Konoha. Danzo was right. If we let him live, Konoha will undoubtedly suffer. The third Hokage's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. As for fabricating evidence to kill him, the jonin in the village are not so easily deceived. Konoha is currently in a transitional phase. If I step down, there will be no one to take my place. Such a matter, of course, cannot be done by me. Danzo, it all depends on your performance. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." A staff member from the mission hall walked in and reported, "Third Hokage, the bridge building master Tazuna from the Land of Waves has come to the village to issue a mission to escort him home." After investigation, it was found that Tazuna has been hiding something. He issued a C-rank escort mission, but after investigation, it was discovered that this mission is highly likely to involve combat combat and should be classified as B rank. However, he cannot provide additional mission rewards, so we can only ask for your decision. Third Hokage. The third Hokage's eyes flashed with a glimmer. The bridge-building master from the Land of Waves. I understand. The Land of Waves is economically strained, so it's understandable they can't afford payment. However, the Land of Waves has a good relationship with Konoha, so let's classify this mission as C rank for now. Additionally, I will personally arrange the personnel for this mission. After the staff left, the office was once again left with only the third Hokage. He took out a document and studied it carefully. As an island nation, the Land of Waves relies entirely on shipping for economic development. However, the merchant Gato has monopolized the waterways, plunging the Land of Waves into poverty. Now, the only way out for the Land of Waves is to build a bridge connecting to the mainland, breaking Gato's monopoly. Tazuna, a renowned bridge-building master, came to Konoha to issue a mission, seeking protection while constructing the bridge. Gato would never allow the bridge to be completed smoothly and would undoubtedly send people to kill Tazuna. The intelligence division has discovered that the S-rank rogue ninja Zabuza from the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water has been hired by Gato as a thug. Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, nicknamed the Demon, possesses elite Jonin-level strength and is renowned in the ninja world for his silent killing technique. The third Hokage revealed a faint smile, having already devised a clever plan. He had figured out how to deal with Mizuki. Assign Mizuki the task of protecting Tazuna. Once he reaches the Land of Waves, he is bound to encounter Zabuza. With Zabuza's strength and methods, Mizuki is certainly no match for him. Having him die at Zabuza's hands is truly an ingenious plan. Even if, by some stroke of luck, he survives, his abilities will be exposed. At that point, the villagers will undoubtedly realize he harbors ulterior motives, and may even directly regard him as a spy from another village. After making his decision, the third Hokage immediately began making arrangements. Meanwhile, back at the Root Division, Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim. Back when the Uchiha clan was annihilated, you claimed that forceful suppression was not an option, yet you subtly hinted for me to act, forcing me to order Itachi to destroy the clan. Today is the same as always. You say we can't act forcefully, but your eyes are practically begging me to take the route and immediately eliminate Suimoku. It's always like this. You present yourself as noble and upright, kind and amiable in the eyes of the villagers. All the dirty and evil deeds are left for me to do, and I take all the blame. I've had enough. Danzo fumed, his eyes seemingly about to shoot flames. He ranted for 10 minutes before finally calming down. Once quiet, a strange smile appeared on his face. Days like this are finally coming to an end. The Chunin exams, Orochimaru. My chance to rise has come. The position of 5th Hokage will undoubtedly be mine. I no longer want to stay in the dark underground. I want to walk to the sunny surface and bathe in the warm sunlight. Hiruzen, your indecisiveness is making Konoha weaker and weaker. You are not fit to be Hokage. Only under my leadership can Konoha regain its strength and return to the era of the first Hokage, reclaiming its supreme position of dominance over the 5 great nations. Shueimu, who left the Hokage's office, went to find Tsubaki immediately. He first went to her house but did not find her there. After asking the neighbors, he learned that she had gone missing half a month ago. He searched all over the village, even going to the Hokage's office. Of course, all of this was just for show. After all, with his fiancée missing, he couldn't possibly show no reaction. To continue living in this village, he had to act a bit more normal. In response to Shueimu's inquiries, the third Hokage could only tell him that Tsubaki was missing and that the village was sending people to search for her. Both of them knew perfectly well that Tsubaki was already dead, why she had died, and where she had died, but they both pretended to know nothing, feigning ignorance. No one wanted to bring this matter to light, as it would benefit neither side. After a few days of symbolic searching, the third Hokage announced that Tsubaki had been killed and that her body was nowhere to be found. Shueimu was devastated, spending his days drunk, haggard, and crying in grief. In the end, it was Irika who took him to a few entertainment establishments a couple of times, and only then did he finally walk out of the grief of losing his wife. That's about enough. Pretending is truly exhausting, and if it went on any longer, even he wouldn't be able to stand it. Next, it's time to continue improving my strength. Each disciple has 3 return opportunities every month. It had been over a month since Naruto and Sasuke last returned something, so it could be utilized again. What would be good to give? Mizuki began pondering this question. The best thing to give would be something that, once returned, could significantly enhance his strength. In fact, granting ninjutsu would be the fastest way to boost Mizuki's strength, as the return ninjutsu is usually very powerful. However, the problem is that Mizuki doesn't know many ninjutsu to begin with, so there aren't many good options. Naruto and the others already know the transformation technique, the substitution technique, and the clone technique. The earth-style wall had already been given to Sakura, and the stone mirror wall was a system return, so giving it away again wouldn't trigger another return. If I give ninja tools, although I would receive stronger ones in return, I am not proficient in using them, so the improvement improvement wouldn't be significant. Mizuki pondered for a long time but couldn't think of what to give. So, he stepped out of his house and walked onto the street, planning to wander around and look for inspiration. As he passed by the entrance of a pharmacy, a sudden idea struck him, and he stepped into the store, approaching the counter. "Boss, I want 10 military ration pills." Military ration pills allow a ninja to instantly recover a large amount of chakra and can substitute for food, replenishing the energy the body needs. When ninjas are on certain missions or participating in wars, military ration pills are excellent supplies that can replace food. 10 military ration pills, here you go. That will be 1,000 Rio. Thank you. Mizuki said, "Hold on, I'm not done shopping yet." The boss asked, "What else does the guest need?" Shuemu replied, "Medicine for strengthening the body and bones." "Do you have it here?" The boss said, "Yes, but it's not for internal use, it's for external application. It requires soaking in a bath to allow the medicinal properties to penetrate the body and achieve the effect of strengthening the body and bones. However, this medicine needs to be used over a long period and doesn't work quickly. But if you persist in using it, the improvement will be significant. The skin and muscles will become resilient, bone strength will greatly increase, and physical agility will surpass that of ordinary people. Those who come to buy are usually specialized in taijutsu." Before the shopkeeper could finish speaking, someone burst in through the door, shouting, "Boss, I'm here to pick up the medicine." Suemu turned his head to look and saw that it was Shaoli. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Oh, it's Shaoli. Your medicine has been ready for a while." He took out 2 packets of medicine and said, "One is for Guy, and the other is yours." Shaoli grabbed the medicine and hurriedly ran out. The shopkeeper shook his head with a smile, so diligent, always either on missions or training, even rushing when picking up medicine. Shuemu curiously asked, "The medicine he just took, is it for strengthening the body?" The shop owner nodded and said, "Yes, among the many ninjas in Konoha village, Guy's taijutsu is the strongest, and that has a lot to do with the body strengthening medicine from my shop, because only with a strong physique can taijutsu be powerful." Shuemu, "Then, give me some body strengthening medicine too." The boss looked at Mizuki and asked, "Are you a ninja specializing in taijutsu?" Mizuki shook his head. The boss said, "Since you're not, I advise you not to waste time on this. Before using body strengthening medicine, you must undergo high-intensity physical training to push your body to the point of exhaustion. Only then can the medicine's effects be fully realized. Moreover, it requires years or even decades of persistence to see significant results. You neither specialize in taijutsu nor stick to regular training, so even if you take the medicine, the results won't be ideal. So, don't waste your money." Shuemu responded with a smile, "It's fine, I have money." The boss said helplessly, "Alright then, if you're determined, I won't stop you. But I must warn you, don't come to me if it doesn't work." "Don't worry, I won't come to you." Reluctantly, the boss took out a pack of health-strengthening medicine and said, "This is a month's supply, use it once a day." Shuemu said, "I want 3 packs." The shopkeeper was speechless. "Why do you need so much?" "Forget it, suit yourself. 1 pack is 3,000 Rio. 3 packs make 9,000 Rio, plus 1,000 Rio for the military ration pills, that's a total of 10,000 Rio." After paying, Shuemu left with the medicine, feeling delighted. Just as he stepped out of the pharmacy, Shuemu ran into Naruto wandering around the street. "Taking a break today? Why aren't you on a mission?" Shuemu asked. It was daytime, and logically, the genin in the village should all be busy carrying out missions. Naruto complained, "It's all because of Kakashi-sensei, who left us behind to carry out some special mission on his own. Without a team leader, we can't take on any missions. No missions mean no money. No money means I can't even afford ramen. So hungry. Mizuki-sensei, have you eaten? How about we go have some ramen together?" After speaking, Naruto looked at Mizuki expectantly. Mizuki thought to himself, "You're quite the clever one." Although he wasn't short on money, he couldn't treat Naruto to ramen just yet. Naruto would eat 3 bowls in one go, and in the end, the system would refund all the chakra, which would be a huge loss. While for a ninja, the more chakra the better. Mizuki's current chakra was already more than 11 times that of Kakashi's, more than enough for him to squander. What he needed was a qualitative leap, a significant boost in strength. Using the granted refund opportunities to exchange for the chakra and ramen seemed like a waste. What he needed most at the moment were offensive ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. "I have something to do, so I'll skip the ramen. This is the medicine I bought for you. Use 1 small packet every day, boil it, and pour it into the bathtub. Soak for half an hour every night. Consistent use can effectively strengthen your body. By the way, this military ration pill is for you to try out the taste." Naruto scratched his head and asked, "Master Mizuki, why are you suddenly giving me these?" Mizuki replied, "Why are you asking so many questions? I'm your master. Just take what I give you. It's not like it will harm you." "Alright, I have something to do, bye," Mizuki said, turning around and leaving, worried that Naruto might forcibly drag him to eat at Ichiraku Ramen. He hadn't gone far when an umbu suddenly appeared in front of him. "Chunin Mizuki, the 3rd Hokage is looking for you. Head to the Hokage's office immediately." Mizuki was stunned, wondering why the 3rd Hokage was was looking for him. Another plan to kill him? Got it. I'm on my way. Mizuki headed toward the Hokage Tower. In his ears, the system's broadcast had already begun. The host has granted disciple Uzumaki Naruto a course of body-strengthening medicine, triggering a 666-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a course of highly effective body-strengthening medicine. Highly efficient body-strengthening medicine. Using this medicine, in just 1 month, the host's strength, speed, endurance, neural response, resistance to impact, will double based on the current foundation. Shuemu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is such a great deal, but that's not all. The host grants disciple Uzumaki Naruto 1 military ration pill, triggering a 6,666-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a super military ration pill. Super soldier food pill, after consumption, restores 10 Kakashi chakra within 1 minute, keeps you energized for 3 days without eating or drinking, and permanently grants a chakra recovery rate of 0.3 per minute. Goodness, the system is incredible. It actually permanently boosts chakra recovery speed. It's like carrying an endless power bank. With these 2 rewards granted, Mizuki has gained quite a lot. He soon arrived at the Hokage Tower, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and entered the 3rd Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, what is the matter for which you summoned me? The 3rd Hokage said, Suemu, you have been very proactive in carrying out missions recently, and your completion rate is 100%. Your performance has been quite impressive. Therefore, I have a more important task to assign to you. Suemu sneered inwardly. As expected, the 3rd Hokage had a new plan. To kill me, this old man really spares no effort. Please feel free to give your orders, Lord Hokage. The 3rd Hokage nodded and said, this year's newly formed Team 7 consists of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura, with their instructor being the elite Jonin Kakashi. However, in the next few days, Kakashi has an important mission that requires him to leave the village. Without a teacher to lead them, the 3 genin of Team 7 cannot take on any missions. I've thought it over and decided to appoint you as the temporary instructor for Team 7. Until Kakashi returns to the village, you will lead them in taking and carrying out missions. Although this will take up your time and slow down your progress on other tasks, rest assured, the village will provide additional compensation. This left Mizuki puzzled. Appointing me as the instructor for Team 7, what exactly does this mean? Could it be that they intend to target me? Surely they wouldn't rely on the Ninetales inside Naruto to deal with me, would they? Mizuki couldn't quite grasp the 3rd Hokage's intentions. Of course, this appointment was not something he could refuse, nor would the 3rd allow him to refuse. This was not a request, but an order from the Hokage. I've already sent someone to inform Naruto and the others. They are to gather at the mission hall in the Hokage Tower at 1 p.m. this afternoon to begin taking on missions. After leaving the Hokage's office, Mizuki was still puzzled, unable to figure out what kind of trick the 3rd Hokage was playing this time. After thinking for a long time, he could only tell himself to take things as they come. In the afternoon, Team 7 assembled as scheduled, and Mizuki, acting as the temporary instructor, began leading the 3 little ones on their missions. He remained vigilant, but for several consecutive days, everything was calm, and the 3rd Hokage made no moves at all. On this day, the wife of the daimyo of the Land of Fire issued a mission to find her beloved cat, Little Tiger. A D-rank mission with a reward of 10,000 Ryo. It was this mission that suddenly sparked a realization in Mizuki's mind. When Little Tiger was caught, it was tightly held in the daimyo's wife's arms, kissed, teased, screaming, struggling, crying, and helplessly pleading. The 3rd Hokage's next mission might be to help Lord Old Naka take care of his children, run errands to the neighboring village, or help dig up sweet potatoes. Naruto interrupted before the 3rd Hokage could finish. No, don't give me this kind of mission again, thank you. I want to take on more challenging missions. Give me another task. Irika stood up and shouted, idiot Naruto, you're just a rookie who has barely started. Everyone starts by accumulating experience from basic tasks. Naruto, of course, was unwilling and began to act spoiled. Finally, the 3rd Hokage sighed and said, alright, I understand. Since you insist, I'll give you a C-rank mission. You are to protect someone. Naruto was overjoyed. Mizuki stood to the side, watching coldly. He had completely understood the 3rd Hokage's intentions. Using Zabuza Momochi to kill me? What a clever scheme. The hidden mist technique that obstructs vision, combined with the executioner's blade and Zabuza's silent killing technique, just thinking about it makes Mizuki feel troubled. To counter the silent killing technique, one either needs strong sensory abilities, a wide-range wind-release jutsu to disperse the thick mist, or, like Kakashi, a summoning beast with a keen sense of smell. However, Mizuki possesses none of these. The best approach is to kill Zabuza before he can use the hidden mist technique, preventing him from employing the silent killing technique. But this is not foolproof, as Mizuki cannot be sure if Zabuza will, like in the original story, say a few words before making a move. The 3rd Hokage is truly ruthless, sacrificing even Naruto and the other's safety just to kill me. Isn't he afraid that Zabuza might kill these 3 brats first? Naruto excitedly asked who their protection target was. The 3rd Hokage smiled smiled and said, "Naruto, no need to be so impatient. I'll introduce them to you right now." After speaking, the third Hokage called out, "Come in." The door opened, and the bridge-building master Tazuna walked in. Team 7 officially took on the task of protecting Tazuna. The third Hokage urged, "Since you've accepted the mission, set out as soon as possible." Mizuki interjected, "This is Naruto and the others' first time leaving the village, so they need to prepare more things. Besides, it's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If you leave immediately, you won't reach the next town by nightfall and will have to camp in the forest. Staying in the forest at night is still quite dangerous. What do you think, Mr. Tazuna?" Dasna immediately said, Yes, we can't spend the night in the forest. I think we should set off tomorrow morning instead." The client had spoken, so the third Hokage couldn't say much more, only giving Mizuki a deep look. After leaving the mission hall, Mizuki announced, "Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, gather at the entrance of Konoha village. Don't be late, everyone." He then added, "The rest of you can disperse. Sasuke, come with me for a moment." Mizuki took Sasuke to training ground number 3. "To what extent have you trained your chakra control?" Sasuke extended his right hand, and blue chakra gathered in his palm. Under his control, it formed the shape of a cat. Although the cat appeared somewhat rough, it was enough to prove that Sasuke's chakra control had reached a fairly high level. "You've made great progress, but you still need to keep working hard." Sasuke frowned and asked, "Isn't this level enough?" Shimizu smiled faintly and also extended his right hand, using chakra to form a cat. However, compared to Sasuke's, this cat was worlds apart, vivid and lifelike, with even the whiskers clearly defined. Shifting and shadowing are space-time ninjutsu. Without sufficient chakra control, recklessly practicing it is extremely dangerous. Traveling through space carelessly could easily result in losing an arm or a leg. Although Sasuke felt unwilling in his heart, he also understood the importance of the matter. He secretly resolved to train even harder in the future. "I came to find you today for another training project." Sasuke asked curiously, "What is it?" Mizuki replied, "Listening to the wind to determine position. The range of human vision is approximately 230 degrees horizontally and 150 degrees vertically. Beyond this range, the eyes cannot see, such as attacks coming from behind. Of course, excluding the Byakugan. So, a ninja cannot rely solely on their eyes, because there will always be some attacks that the eyes cannot see. Listening to discern positions is about training the hearing of both ears. The ears can pick up sounds from all directions, leaving no blind spots. Therefore, the potential of hearing is immense. With sufficient training, one can hear any sound, even the enemy's breathing and heartbeat." The more Shuemu spoke, the brighter Sasuke's eyes became. "So how do we train our hearing?" Shuemu smiled and said, "It's simple. Cover your eyes and turn yourself into a blind person." About to face the demon Zabuza, Shuemu felt immense pressure. He had to find a way to counter Zabuza's silent killing technique, otherwise, this trip to the land of waves would be extremely dangerous. Unable to rely on himself, Shuemu could only pin his hopes on the system. He thought to himself, whether it works or not, he might as well give it a try. Human potential is limitless. Humans have 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. In ninja battles, sight and hearing play a dominant role. As a member of the Uchiha clan, your vision is an advantage, but relying solely on your eyes will never allow you to see everything. For example, an attack from behind or a scheme hidden in the darkness of night. After speaking, Mizuki began teaching the auditory training method he had just devised. He took out a pile of bells and said seriously, "I will throw the bells, and you must determine their landing positions based on their sound, then throw shurikens at the bells. Now, cover your eyes." Sasuke directly used his forehead protector to cover his eyes, and his vision immediately plunged into darkness. At first, it will feel very uncomfortable. Now take a deep breath and calm yourself down. Focus your attention on your ears and carefully listen to the sounds around you. Mizuki threw a bell, which landed 10 meters in front of Sasuke. Sasuke immediately shot out a shuriken, but it landed 2 meters away from the bell. Mizuki continued throwing bells, one at a time. Sasuke's shurikens followed one after another, but his aim was off, only occasionally hitting the target by sheer luck. Although the training was monotonous, Sasuke gradually began to grasp some techniques. His accuracy improved, and there were even a few instances where his shuriken directly hit the bell. As expected of a genius, progressing so quickly, Mizuki sighed deeply, filled with envy. Night fell, but the training did not stop. From initially throwing only 1 bell at a time, the difficulty had now increased to 3 bells per throw. Meanwhile, Sasuke had gone from being indifferent at the start to becoming completely engrossed. This feeling of growing stronger was exactly what he had been pursuing. That's right, just like this. Doesn't he have the Mangekyo Sharingan? Doesn't he have the Genjutsu Tsukuyami? Next time I encounter him, I'll close my eyes, and Tsukuyami will no longer affect me. By the time the moon was high in the sky, Sasuke was already able to hit 5 bells each time with perfect accuracy. Using sound to determine position, he had begun to grasp the basics. "Ah, I've mastered it." Sasuke was overjoyed. He could even construct a 3-dimensional spatial model in his mind instantly. Pinpointing the the exact location of the bells based on the sound they made when they hit the ground, and then hit them with unerring precision. Mizuki's mouth twitched. The second brother was way too confident. Wasn't this just the beginning? Simply hitting the bells, and he already thought he had it all figured out? Don't get too excited just yet. You've only just started. The sound of the bells is clear and easy to locate. After hearing this, Sasuke's laughter instantly stopped. What? Just a beginner? Second brother was heavily injured. You think this little skill is enough? Mizuki said helplessly. Now the bell training is over. Next we'll switch to Sanban. When the first Sanban landed, Sasuke missed the shot, and it was off by a full 3 meters. Sanban are extremely thin, and the sound they make during flight is faint, only becoming slightly clearer at the moment they hit the ground. This left Sasuke puzzled. He couldn't hear clearly and was unable to determine the landing position of the Sanban. Enemies won't carry bells. They will approach you silently or hide in the shadows to launch a sneak attack, making barely any sound. So, there's still a long way to go. At this moment, Sasuke realized he had indeed been too quick to feel happy. An hour later, Sasuke finally found his rhythm and made rapid progress. Time flew by, and by midnight, Sasuke was still full of enthusiasm, but Mizuki was both hungry and tired, forcing him to call it a night. Most importantly, the system remained silent, making Mizuki feel as though tonight's efforts had been in vain. Let's stop here for today. We have to get up early tomorrow to leave the village for a mission. Hearing training doesn't yield results in a short time. You've already mastered the method, you just need to persist in daily practice. After leaving training ground number 3, the two went their separate ways home. As soon as Sasuke left, the system's voice finally sounded. Ding! Host has imparted the skill of sound localization to disciple Uchiha Sasuke, triggering a 2222-fold return. It actually works. Shuemu was overjoyed. The system had remained silent, and he thought there would be no return this time. Congratulations to the host for acquiring echolocation. Echolocation? Anyone who has studied middle school physics knows that sound travels in waves, and when sound waves encounter obstacles, they bounce back, creating echoes. Nocturnal mammals like bats have very poor eyesight but extremely sharp hearing. They emit ultrasonic waves through their mouths, which radiate in all directions. When these waves hit obstacles, they bounce back as echoes, which are then received by the bat's ears. By processing the information from these echoes, bats can determine what is around them. Echoes can tell bats the position and size of nearby objects, whether the objects are moving, and with incredible precision and high resolution. This extraordinary ability gives bats exceptional nighttime navigation skills. There is a story about a 3-year-old blind boy in California who developed the ability to use echolocation. By the age of 14, he could run, skate, and even play soccer and basketball as freely as his peers. Now, Shuemu had acquired this ability as well. At this moment, he felt as though his sense of hearing had changed, and his brain seemed different too, though he couldn't quite describe the changes in words. Ahem! He coughed lightly, and immediately his ears captured the echoes. These echoes were the sound waves from his cough bouncing back after hitting objects. The echoes entered his ears and were rapidly processed by his brain, forming a clear 3-dimensional image. In his mind, the surrounding trees, buildings, stones, weeds, and potholes on the ground, even the shadowy areas on a distant tree, were all vividly clear. Moreover, there were no blind spots front, back, left, right, above, and below. He could see everything with perfect clarity. Within a radius of 10 meters, every detail of the scene was vividly presented in his mind. Shuemu felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. He glanced at the spot where the Umbu was hiding, feeling displeased. He had long been aware that an Umbu was monitoring him, but the person was so well hidden that Shuemu couldn't see them at all. This had made him cautious in his daily actions, afraid of being caught doing something he shouldn't. Today, he finally saw this Umbu. Ahem! He coughed again, this time much louder. At this moment, the range of echolocation imaging directly expanded to 30 meters. With echolocation, there's no need to fear Zabuza anymore. Moreover, the body flicker technique is no longer limited by vision. Even in pitch-black darkness where you can't see your hand in front of you, it can still be used. Early the next morning, Team 7 gathered at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village to escort Tazuna and set off for the Land of Waves. Naruto was overjoyed and started shouting as soon as they left the village. This was the first time in his life he had ever left the village. The most peculiar one was Sasuke, who covered his eyes with a black cloth yet still managed to maintain his cool demeanor. Sakura remained infatuated as always. Sasuke-kun looked so handsome even with his eyes covered. Naruto, seeing that Sakura only had eyes for Sasuke, felt instantly annoyed. Arrogant Sasuke, are you pretending to be blind with your eyes covered? Be careful not to trip over a rock later, I won't help you up. Sasuke responded coldly, you don't understand at all. I'm training. Forget it, I can't be bothered to explain to an idiot like you. Naruto let out a tisk and his eyes started darting around, as if he were scheming something. Sakura noticed Naruto's strange look and immediately raised her fist, saying coldly, Naruto, if you dare to mess with Sasuke-kun, I'll beat you to death. Tazuna Tazuna broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, I want a refund. You three little brats seem somewhat reliable. Konoha sending you to protect me is practically playing with my life." Shuemu hurriedly said, "Don't worry, isn't there still me, a Chunin? Besides, C-rank missions absolutely won't involve battles between ninjas." The group walked along the forest path as the sun climbed higher. On the road ahead, a small puddle stood out conspicuously. Shuemu narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly on guard. As the five of them passed the puddle, two ninjas suddenly emerged from the water. Sharp chainsaws extended from their hands, and in the next moment, Shuemu was entangled by the chainsaws and instantly sliced into several pieces. "Master Shuemu!" Sakura cried out in terror. "Ah, what just happened?" Naruto hadn't yet reacted. Sasuke immediately removed the black cloth covering his eyes, took out a kunai and shuriken, and prepared for battle. "The first one," the demon brothers said coldly. "Next, it's the second." The two instantly appeared behind Naruto, their chainsaws aiming to entangle him. "You dare kill Master Shuemu? Absolutely unforgivable." Naruto clapped his hands together, and hundreds of shadow clones appeared. "How is this possible? This is just a genin brat." The demon brothers looked bewildered, but they didn't panic. Their chainsaws whirled, and Naruto's shadow clones disappeared one after another. "Protect Mr. Tazuna!" Sasuke called out to Sakura, then leaped into the air, consecutively throwing two shuriken, pinning the chainsaw to the wood. The demon brothers made a quick decision, releasing the chainsaw and preparing to fight with the iron claws on their hands. "Kill the target first." Naruto's shadow clones were too numerous, making it impossible for the demon brothers to identify the real body, so they directly shifted their target to Tazuna. The two moved at incredible speed, charging toward Tazuna. At this moment, Sakura had already stepped in front of Tazuna, her hands forming seals rapidly. Earth-style, earth-flow wall. In an instant, a high wall rose, blocking the demon brothers and preventing them from reaching Tazuna immediately. "Naruto, let's attack together and kill them." Sasuke, fearless, raised his hands to form seals. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Naruto cooperated seamlessly, clapping his hands together and shouting, "Earth-style, earth-flow wall." In the next moment, on both sides of the demon brothers, a high wall rose up. Along with the earth-flow wall created by Sakura, there were a total of 3 high walls, trapping the demon brothers in a dead-end alley. At the mouth of the alley, Sasuke's fireball was already fully formed. "No, please, no." Accompanied by screams, the demon brothers were hit head-on by the fireball. When the flames died down, the two lay on the ground, their bodies charred and barely alive. "Phew, it's safe now." Tazuna breathed a sigh of relief. Sakura and Naruto, however, wore troubled expressions. "What do we do? Master Mizuki was killed." Sasuke replied, "Don't worry, he won't die that easily. Look, there's no corpse over there at all." Everyone turned their heads and saw that where Mizuki had been killed, there was no corpse, only a few broken pieces of wood. "Ah, it's the substitution jutsu, that's great." Mizuki walked out from the forest and praised, "Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, the three of you performed very well just now." Naruto scratched his head and laughed, "Hee, I'm a genius. Handling a small situation like this is a piece of cake." Sasuke snorted coldly, "Humph, clearly a loser, yet boasting about being a genius. Truly shameless." Naruto shouted angrily, "Sasuke, you don't agree, huh? Come out and fight me one-on-one." "One-on-one it is. A loser will always be a loser. Watch me beat you so badly you can't get up." Sasuke was not to be outdone, striking a pose as if ready to fight to the end. He had just noticed that when Naruto performed the shadow clone jutsu in earth-style, earth wall, he didn't form any hand seals. With just a clap of his hands, the jutsu was effortlessly unleashed. Such an ability was undoubtedly what Mizuki had mentioned before, a sign of extremely strong chakra control. I can't even simplify hand seals, yet he can already release jutsu without forming seals. His image as the worst student in school was definitely just a facade. Sasuke's heart was full of unwillingness. Recalling the combat lessons at school, Naruto always ended up losing to him, which irritated him greatly. "I am an Uchiha, the strongest existence. I don't need him to hold back." He secretly vowed to have a proper fight with him and prove that he, Uchiha Sasuke, was the true strongest. As the fighting spirit between the two grew stronger, Mizuki hurriedly intervened. "This is not the time for this. We've just experienced an attack, and there might still be enemies lurking in the shadows." He continued, "At times like this, we must remain vigilant." Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke immediately calmed down. The two attackers were tied under a tree, their bodies charred black but still alive. Fire release ninjutsu is famously known for its inability to kill. "These two are Chunin from the hidden mist, yet they launched an assassination attempt on you here," Mizuki said. "Mr. Tazuna, I think you need to provide a reasonable explanation," he added. Tazuna stammered, unsure of how to respond. One of the demon brothers asked unwillingly, "How were you able to see through our actions and use the substitution jutsu in advance?" Shuemu smiled, "It hasn't rained for several days, and on such a sunny day, there's still water on the ground. This kind of ambush method is just too amateurish, isn't it?" The three youngsters looked at each other in confusion. Tazuna Tazuna asked. You clearly knew, so why let the kids take action? What if something dangerous happened? Shuemu smiled faintly. I just wanted to test their courage, and the result was very satisfying. He added, besides, with me here, they wouldn't be in any danger. Tazuna retorted, what? You're just tuning yourself, so where does all this confidence come from? Shuemu offered no explanation. Next, two of you three must act and kill these two mist ninjas. His tone was exceptionally indifferent. Naruto was shocked. What? Kill them? They've clearly lost the ability to resist, so why kill them? Naruto felt uneasy, proving once again that he was a kind-hearted person. No wonder he hadn't turned dark despite the villagers' oppression. A merciful person is unfit to be a ninja, Sasuke said coldly, then drew a kunai and slashed the throat of one of the demon brothers. Sasuke-kun, you. Sakura looked at Sasuke, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. After taking care of one, Sasuke glanced back at Naruto. Coward, are you afraid? That contemptuous look and superior attitude made Naruto act on impulse. I'm a man determined to become Hokage. It's just killing someone, why would I be afraid? The kunai swung, and the remaining mist ninja also met his end. When dealing with enemies, you must never show any mercy, otherwise, you'll only harm yourself and your companions, Mizuki said calmly, then turned to look at Tazuna. Mr. Tazuna, the mission you issued is S-Rank. We are only responsible for protecting you from threats like bullies, bandits, and other ordinary armed groups. But now, with the appearance of ninja assassins, this has already exceeded the scope of a C-Rank mission. It's a B-Rank or even an A-Rank mission, he continued. Maybe you have your reasons, but a false commission will cause us a lot of trouble. Either we abandon the mission to protect you, or... He left his sentence unfinished. Sakura immediately interjected. This kind of mission is still too dangerous for rookies like us, isn't it? She recalled the battle just now, especially the scene of Mizuki being cut into several pieces, and fear gripped her heart, making her want to give up. But Naruto shouted, no way. We promised to protect the old man until the bridge is finished. How can we give up halfway? Keeping my word is my ninja way as Uzumaki Naruto. He firmly added, besides, the enemy isn't very strong, so we have nothing to fear. Mizuki turned to Sasuke. What do you think? Sasuke calmly replied, I think someone's courage still needs more training, so let's continue. It can count as a form of practice. Naruto jumped in front of Sasuke and shouted, who's lacking courage? I dare to stay alone in a graveyard at night, do you? Sasuke curled his lip. TCH, it's just a graveyard. Naruto retorted defiantly, I dare to turn into a woman, do you? Sasuke stiffened his neck and said, I dare. Naruto laughed, I dare to eat poop, do you? Sasuke was stunned. I. Naruto clutched his stomach, laughing loudly. Ah, you don't dare. And you call me a coward? You don't even dare to eat poop. You're the real coward. Mizuki shook his head helplessly. Sakura suddenly punched Naruto on the head and roared angrily, Naruto, if you dare say something so disgusting again, I'll kill you. The five continued on their journey, traveling for 3 days before finally reaching the seaside, and then took a boat to the land of waves. Mr. Tazuna, we are about to reach the land of waves, Mizuki reminded. If you don't provide a reasonable explanation, then the mission will end as soon as the boat docks, he said mercilessly. Tazuna decisively played the pity card, attempting moral coercion. Naruto's compassion overflowed, and he firmly stated that this mission must be completed. Master Mizuki, I will definitely complete this mission. If you don't agree, then you can go back first, he said confidently. I can defeat that bully Gato on my own. Mizuki shook his head helplessly. Fine, I give in. However, Mr. Tazuna, I have decided to classify this mission as B rank, with the reward increased to 100,000 Ryo. Although the Land of Waves is currently facing financial difficulties, once the bridge is completed, the Land of Waves will prosper, and the reward will surely be compensated then. Dasna immediately responded, as long as you can protect me and ensure the bridge is repaired smoothly, I'm willing to pay not just 100,000 Ryo, but even 200,000 Ryo. After the boat docked, there was still a forest path leading to Dasna's home. Everyone, be careful. From here on, the enemy could launch an ambush at any time, Mizuki reminded, already on high alert. The so-called demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, was no ordinary ninja and could not be underestimated. He activated echolocation, and occasional sounds echoed as everything within a 30-meter radius appeared in his mind. Soon, the echolocation detected someone hiding in a tree by the roadside, carrying a large sword. It was Zabuza. Sasuke, fire style, fireball jutsu, aim it at me, Mizuki shouted loudly, leaping into the air. He didn't want to waste time and decided to strike first. Sasuke hesitated for a moment before realizing the urgency of the situation. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Zabuza, perched in the tree, widened his eyes in shock. Using a fire style jutsu on your own ally? Are you crazy? Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna were equally puzzled. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto questioned loudly, then clapped his hands together. Earth style, earth flow wall. Sakura also stepped in front of Mizuki, beginning to form hand seals, staring at Sasuke in astonishment. Two earth walls quickly rose in front of Mizuki, successfully blocking Sasuke's fireball jutsu. Mizuki sighed inwardly. Teammates are such a hindrance. Originally, with the fireball approaching, he only needed a body replacement technique to switch places with Zabuza, which would have either killed or severely injured him. But now, three people's chakra had been wasted. Master Mizuki, why did you let Sasuke attack you? Mizuki-sensei told you to attack him, and you just did it? Sasuke, however, ignored them, gripping a kunai tightly, staying alert. The next moment, the winds suddenly picked up. Mizuki shouted, Naruto, Sasuke, get down. The two quickly reacted and immediately dropped to the ground. A large blade flew over their heads and embedded itself in a tree. Zabuza made his entrance. Standing on the hilt of the blade, he looked down at them with a murderous aura emanating from him. Three little brats and an unknown chunin, yet the demon brothers failed at your hands. It seems you're not as simple as you appear. However, for me, this will be easy. Mizuki had no intention of wasting words with him. He quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Sakura. At the same time, three explosive tags were already activated and lightly released from his hand. He was about to use the same trick again. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, taking in Mizuki's movements completely, but he couldn't understand them. In the next moment, body replacement technique. What? Zabuza felt the scene before him change in an instant. When he looked again, he was standing in the exact spot where Mizuki had been moments ago, and the three explosive tags detonated with a thunderous blast. Except for Sasuke, neither Naruto nor Sakura could react in time. In the blink of an eye, had the enemy been taken care of? The two of them suddenly switched places. What kind of jutsu is this? Naruto and Sakura were filled with questions. Sasuke, on the other hand, stared intently, his heart burning with desire, wishing it had been him who performed the body replacement technique. The explosion ended, but Mizuki found that there was no corpse at the spot, only a puddle of water on the ground. A water clone? Mizuki's pupils narrowed slightly. It seemed that Zabuza would not be easy to deal with. In the river not far away, Zabuza suddenly realized, no wonder he had that black-haired kid use a fire release attack on him earlier. It turns out he can switch places with others. Luckily, I was cautious and used a water clone to test him, otherwise, I would have been seriously injured by now. Also, earlier when the clone was hiding in the tree, he already noticed it. He likely has sensory abilities, with a sensing range of about 30 meters. In an instant, Zabuza analyzed a wealth of useful information. This person is very dangerous, unlike any enemy I've faced before. I must be careful. Zabuza no longer underestimated him but also didn't think he was unbeatable. No matter how strange his abilities are, he's ultimately just a chunin. Once he runs out of chakra, he won't pose any threat to me. He created another water clone and then raised his hand. Water release, hidden mist technique. Thick mist spread out, visibility rapidly decreased, and everything around became blurry and indistinct. Stay alert! Shikamaru shouted loudly. What's going on? I can't see anything. Why has the fog suddenly gotten so thick? Naruto still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Shikamaru's tone grew serious. This isn't a naturally formed fog, it's a jutsu used by the ninja of the land of water, the hidden mist technique. You all form a swastika formation and protect Mr. Tazuna. The upcoming battle is not something you can interfere with. The three kids realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly shielded Tazuna behind them, gripping their kunai as they stood on guard. Sasuke even closed his eyes, focusing intently on the sounds around him. In this dense fog, vision was almost completely useless, rendering their eyes ineffective. Sakura asked, Master Shikamaru, who exactly is that person? Shuemu shouted, Momochi Zabuza, S-rank rogue ninja of the land of water. Before defecting from the hidden mist village, he served in the mist's umbu and was renowned in the ninja world for mastering the silent killing technique. Naruto exclaimed, see, silent? Shuemu replied, as the name suggests, it's a killing technique that harvests lives in complete silence. By the time you realize it, you're already in another world. Sakura said worriedly, doesn't that mean we're in great danger? Anyone who can join the umbu must at least be at the level of a special jonin, right? Her meaning was obvious. Mizuki was only a chunin and couldn't possibly protect them. Mizuki smiled and said, Zabuza's strength is definitely not just at the level of a special jonin or an ordinary jonin, he's reached the level of an elite jonin. Compared to your teacher Kakashi, he's only slightly inferior. Naruto shouted, Master Mizuki, with such a strong enemy, how can you still be smiling? Shuemu said calmly, well, it's no big deal. If it doesn't work out, then death is the only option. Sakura interjected, hey, don't joke around. Do you know what time it is? The mist grew thicker, and the atmosphere became even tenser. Suddenly, Zabuza's voice rang out, 8 spots. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. So, which vital point would be the best to target? The three little ones clones and Tazuna were paralyzed by Zabuza's killing intent, their bodies stiff, and horrifying illusions of their own deaths involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Sasuke even gripped a kunai, contemplating suicide. Mizuki stopped him in time. Can't even withstand this level of killing intent? Sasuke, you won't be able to avenge anyone like this. A trace of hatred flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and his fear of the killing intent immediately lessened. Mizuki reassured him, don't worry, as long as I'm here, you'll all be safe. Can you really guarantee that? Zabuza's voice rang out again. Mizuki acted immediately, throwing a kunai through the thick mist, embedding it behind Tazuna. Everyone turned in shock, only to see Zabuza, who had been raising his large sword to attack, now with the kunai lodged in his chest. To achieve such precise attacks in this dense mist, it seems the rumors are true, you've mastered sensory ninjutsu. As soon as the words were spoken, water began seeping from the wound left by the kunai. It turned out to be a water clone. Mizuki eliminated one water clone, but there was no trace of joy on his face. He turned his head to look at the river. 30 meters away, on the surface of the river, 3 streams of water surged up, taking human form and transforming into Zabuza's likeness. More water clones. Hiding underwater, are you? Mizuki frowned deeply. He had been speaking loudly to expand the effective range of his echolocation, and all the scenes within a 50-meter radius appeared in his mind. The trouble was that echolocation couldn't detect underwater conditions. He could only infer Zabuza's real body's position based on where the water clones appeared, but he couldn't directly use the body replacement technique to attack him. He's wary of my body replacement technique, so he doesn't dare to show himself and is only testing me with water clones. He had to find a way to lure out Zabuza's real body and then deliver a fatal blow. His mind raced, and soon he had an idea. 3 kunai were thrown at Zabuza's water clones, but they were easily dodged. Amir Chunin, your kunai throwing skills are terrible. If I wanted to dodge, you wouldn't even be able to touch me. Without using that position-swapping jutsu, you can't even touch my clones. Zabuza sneered coldly. Sakura reacted quickly. Master Mizuki, he's trying to force you to use the swapping jutsu to drain your chakra. He's a jonin, you're a chunin. His chakra is much greater, you simply can't outlast him. Mizuki smiled bitterly and said, even if I can't outlast him, I have to try. The explosive tag substitution technique reappears. 3 consecutive substitutions, and 3 water clones were killed before they could get close. Huff, huff, huff. Mizuki bent over, gasping heavily, clearly overexerted. Mizuki-sensei, are you okay? Naruto asked with concern. Mizuki pointed in a direction and said, you protect Mr. Tazuna and retreat in that direction first. I'll cover the rear and try to hold on for a few more attacks. No, we want to fight alongside you, Naruto said urgently. Sasuke interjected, idiot, we can't help with anything here and would only be a burden. Let's leave first. Without us holding him back, Mizuki can disengage from the fight at any time. Naruto was somewhat unwilling but understood that Sasuke was right. So, the 3 kids protected Tazuna and retreated in the direction Mizuki had indicated. Meanwhile, 2 of the 3 water clones summoned by Zabuza were taken out by Mizuki. At this point, Mizuki's face was pale, his expression listless, and even standing seemed shaky. Despite this, Zabuza remained cautious, keeping his real body hidden underwater without revealing himself. Could it be that my acting isn't convincing enough? Mizuki began to doubt his own performance. Seeing that Sasuke and the others had already moved out of the mist's range, Mizuki once again used an explosive tag substitution technique to eliminate Zabuza's last water clone. Then, dragging his exhausted body, he staggered towards Sasuke and the others. Even so, Zabuza still did not emerge from underwater. This guy is way too cautious, Mizuki thought helplessly. Soon, he caught up with the 4 of them and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Master Mizuki, are you okay? Naruto and Sasuke hurriedly stepped forward, supporting Mizuki from both sides. It's nothing, just excessive chakra depletion. Sasuke asked, what about Zabuza? Is he dealt with? Mizuki shook his head. He's too cautious, always using water clones to feign attacks. His real body is hiding somewhere unknown. Even with my chakra exhausted, he still doesn't dare to show himself. Ding! Sakura asked then, will he come after us? Shuemu smiled and said, just a coward, he won't dare to chase us. Besides, I only pretended to be out of chakra. In reality, I still have some left, enough to strike 3 more times. Tazuna let out a sigh of relief. Then that's a relief. Shuemu said, let's go to Mr. Tazuna's house. I need a good rest for a while. Ding! The 5 of them quickly left along the road, with a faint smile on Shuemu's lips. After they had gone far, a figure emerged from behind a tree by the roadside, wearing a mask of the hidden mist village's Umbu. Glancing in the direction Shuemu and the others had left, the person turned and swiftly headed to the riverside. Lord Zabuza. Zabuza rose from the water and stood on the surface. How long are you going to keep wearing that mask, Haku? Haku removed the mask, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face, though, unfortunately, he was a boy. Have they left? Zabuza asked. Haku nodded. They've left. That Chunin named Mizuki overexerted his chakra and had to be supported as he walked. I overheard him saying that his his disguise still has the capacity for 3 more attacks. Zabuza sneered. These words are just for you to hear. His perception is very strong. Even if you hide on the side, he has already noticed you. I replied, I know, but he hasn't attacked me, which means his chakra is indeed exhausted. Zabuza looked serious. We can't be careless. His abilities are too strange. Combined with explosive tags, he has the power to kill in one strike. This is also the reason I haven't dared to attack him directly. Clearly just a chunin, yet far more dangerous than most of the jonin I've faced before. I asked, in that case, why not give up on Kato's commission? Bai! Zabuza scolded sharply, cutting off Bai's words. Kato is paying a hefty sum, and we need that money, so we can't give up. When the time comes, you and I will act together. However, we can't make the first move. Let Kato's samurai charge ahead and use their lives to deplete his chakra. Once his chakra is exhausted, he will no longer be a threat. Next time, he will surely die by my hand. The group led by Mizuki soon arrived at Tazuna's house. Mr. Tazuna, when do you plan to start building the bridge? Tazuna replied, I need a day to gather my old buddies and 2 days to prepare the timber. Tentatively, we'll start building the bridge in 3 days. Mizuki nodded and looked at Naruto and the others. During these 3 days, you can train on your own nearby. Naruto curiously asked, then what will Master Mizuki be doing these 3 days? Mizuki replied, I will also be training. There's a jutsu I've been thinking about for a long time. Naruto curiously asked, what kind of jutsu is it? Is it powerful? Sakura and Sasuke also looked expectant. Mizuki smiled faintly. It's a jutsu developed by the 4th Hokage. It's extremely powerful and also very brutal. Well, once I master it, I'll find an opportunity to teach you. It was still early, so Shuemu went to the market and bought many balloons and rubber balls. Rasengan, I've been waiting for this for a long time. In the village, with the Anbu monitoring and the 3rd Hokage's telescope technique, he had never dared to train the Rasengan. But now, the worries in his heart had disappeared. Although there are still a few annoying guys secretly following from Konoha to here, their purpose is to protect Naruto and Sasuke, he thought to himself. When I train, I'll separate from Naruto and the others, so I won't have to worry about being discovered. He muttered to himself, as for the body replacement technique, if it gets exposed, so be it. It's bound to happen sooner or later anyway. At this moment, in the Hokage's office in Konoha village, the 3rd Hokage murmured to himself, a ninjutsu that can instantly swap positions with others, combined with explosive tags. Even Zabuza wouldn't dare act recklessly. He pondered silently, no wonder. He's just an average shunin in terms of talent. How could he develop such a powerful spacetime ninjutsu comparable to the Flying Thunder God? Doubts crept into his mind. Could it be that he's deceiving me about the chakra control pill? Or perhaps he obtained something else in Yuzushio village? Click. The office door was pushed open, and Danzo walked in. The 3rd Hokage frowned slightly, growing increasingly displeased with Danzo's rude habit of entering without knocking. Danzo, can't you at least? Hiruzen, do you really think you can use Zabuza to kill Mizuki? Danzo interrupted him directly. The 3rd Hokage snorted coldly, feeling even more annoyed. Although Mizuki's ninjutsu is indeed very dangerous, since he has already been exposed, there must be a way to deal with him, he continued. As long as Zabuza sticks to the previous strategy, hiding in the shadows and using water clones to drain Mizuki's chakra, the outcome is obvious. Intelligence is crucial. One must prevent their own information from leaking while trying every means to obtain the enemy's. Even someone as strong as Haiden, with his immortality and the curse technique, death, controlling possessed blood, killed elite Jonin Asuma as easily as slaughtering a chicken. And yet, what happened? Due to the exposure of his abilities, he was ultimately buried alive by Shikamaru, who was only at the Shunin level. This demonstrates the importance of intelligence. Mizuki had always hidden himself well, but today, when he encountered Zabuza, Mizuki's echolocation only extended to a range of 30 meters, completely missing the 3 Konoha ANBU members hiding 50 meters behind him. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Mizuki's information being leaked turned out to be good news for both the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Danzo sneered, can you guarantee that the one whose chakra is drained will definitely be Mizuki and not Zabuza? The 3rd Hokage fell silent. Indeed, this was a question that couldn't be answered with certainty. Mizuki was deeply calculating and possessed spacetime ninjutsu comparable to the Flying Thunder God technique, yet he had always kept it hidden. Who could guarantee he didn't have more secrets? What do you want to say? The 3rd Hokage asked gravely. Danzo replied, the sealless ninjutsu that swaps positions with others, combined with explosive tags, its danger doesn't need me to elaborate. Even if you face it, your life would be at risk. The Chunin exams are about to begin. Do you think Orochimaru will come? Danzo continued. If he joins forces with Orochimaru, can the Leaf Village withstand it? The 3rd Hokage's expression turned grim. Hiruzen, we can't delay any longer. We must resolve this with decisive force, Danzo said sternly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. The 3rd Hokage stood up, gazing out the window, taking several puffs from his pipe. After a long silence, he sighed and, with his back to Danzo, Danzo said, Naruto and Sasuke are both by his side. Now, we can't act rashly to prevent him from doing anything extreme. He thought to himself, even if Sabuza isn't killed, we must wait until Team 7 returns to the village before making a move. Danzo was furious. Hiruzen, why are you always like this? Such a dangerous person, and yet you still refuse to act. Aren't you afraid something might happen? The third Hokage responded calmly, I have my own plans for this matter. You don't need to say more. He added, also, the root is forbidden from taking action against him privately. Danzo sneered, thinking to himself, at this point, why are you still pretending? You say not to let the root act, but deep down, you hope the root will act sooner. The third Hokage glanced at Danzo and said solemnly, Danzo, this time I'm not joking. He has something I need, and I want him alive. Danzo frowned and said, isn't it just a technique similar to the Flying Thunder God? Is it really that important? There are so many techniques. In the Scroll of Seals, one more won't make a difference. The third Hokage replied seriously, it's not a technique. It's something else. In any case, absolutely no action is to be taken. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Danzo was startled, realizing the third Hokage was serious this time. I won't interfere in this matter anymore. Handle it yourself, Danzo said before turning and leaving. The third Hokage gazed at the bustling Konoha outside the window and murmured to himself, an ordinary civilian ninja with no talent, no resources, and no guidance, yet he has gained such immense power. He pondered deeply, what exactly did you discover in the land of whirlpools? Is the chakra control pill really only effective for the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines? Returning to his seat, he lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. Soon, an Umbu member appeared, kneeling on one knee. The third Hokage commanded, relay the message to Xiang in the land of waves. Have him monitor Mizuki's jutsu execution, especially his hand seals. In the forest near Tazuna's house in the land of waves, Mizuki held a water sphere in his right hand. Chakra flowed from his palm, stirring the water inside the sphere. He was practicing the Rasengan, planning to teach it to Naruto once he mastered it. According to the original story, Jiraiya taught Naruto the first stage of learning the Rasengan, which is to make the chakra rotate, and it must rotate irregularly in all directions. Well then, give it a try. Hundreds of streams of chakra, under Mizuki's precise control, rotated in different directions, causing the water inside the sphere to spin irregularly as well. The surface of the water sphere quickly bulged, as if hundreds of bullets inside were being fired outward. With a pop, the water sphere burst, spilling water everywhere. This is way too easy. The stronger the ability to control chakra, the higher the efficiency in learning ninjutsu. But Mizuki hadn't expected the efficiency to be this high. He tried a few more water spheres, testing with both his left and right hands several times, all of which succeeded effortlessly and became increasingly proficient. I can already control chakra to rotate irregularly, so next is the power. The water balloon was replaced with a rubber ball. The water balloon had a thin skin and was easy to break, but the rubber ball was thick and contained no water, making it much harder to rupture. Holding the rubber ball, chakra surged from the palm and began to rotate irregularly inside the ball. Small protrusions started to appear on the surface of the rubber ball, though they were not very noticeable. Not enough chakra. Shueimo injected more chakra, and in the next second, the rubber ball exploded with a bang. It was as simple as eating or drinking water. It seems that A-rank difficulty ninjutsu poses no challenge to me. After trying a few more rubber balls, all were successful on the first attempt. Next, it's time for the final step. In the palm of his right hand, chakra gathered, forming a blue chakra sphere, but it only lasted for 3 seconds before dispersing uncontrollably. Trying a second time, it still only held for 3 seconds. So unstable. Shueimo frowned and pondered, how can I maintain stability and prevent it from disintegrating on its own? Or rather, where exactly does the instability come from? He once again formed a Rasengan, his dynamic vision pushed to the limit, closely observing the flow trajectory of chakra within the Rasengan. Soon, the Rasengan dissipated again, and he continued to form new ones, repeatedly observing. After more than 10 attempts, he finally pinpointed the issue. The chakra from different rotational directions collides due to trajectory conflicts, causing chakra disorder. I need to refine my chakra control further, ensuring the chakra rotates irregularly while maintaining orderly operation to avoid collisions. Shueimo began redesigning the chakra's rotational path. After the improvement, he performed the technique again, and this time the Rasengan lasted for 10 seconds. Still not enough. He continued to improve, extending the duration 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. This time, it should be perfect. He performed the Rasengan again, sustaining it for 60 seconds without the slightest sign of disintegration. Nodding, Mizuki smiled. The next moment, he threw the Rasengan in his hand forward. The high-speed spinning Rasengan generated a strong gust of wind, eventually colliding with a tree 30 meters away. Thud, thud, thud. These were the sounds of the tree bark and trunk being destroyed by the Rasengan. When the chakra of the Rasengan was finally exhausted, a conical pit with with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of half a meter had formed at the base of the tree. Ha, my Rasengan has been innovated and upgraded. The Rasengan was developed by the 4th Hokage based on the principles of the tailed beast ball, combined with the flying thunder god technique. The 4th Hokage defeated countless enemies. Unfortunately, before his death, the 4th Hokage never managed to throw the Rasengan to attack enemies. What Minato couldn't achieve, Mizuki did. And from knowing nothing to surpassing the original, it took him less than an hour. The Rasengan has been successfully developed. Next, I'll find an opportunity to teach it to Naruto. I have no idea what the system will return. He was very much looking forward to it, but he wasn't in a hurry. 3 members of the Yambu were constantly monitoring Naruto and the others in secret, so Mizuki certainly wouldn't openly teach Naruto the Rasengan. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Exposure was one thing, but the Rasengan absolutely couldn't be revealed. At least, for now, it couldn't be known to others. For the next 3 days, focus on mastering the Void Step technique. It's been delayed for far too long. The training for the Void Step technique had been intermittent, wasting quite a bit of time. Especially during the previous mission to eliminate the mountain bandits, I wasted a full half-month. The Yonquan acupoint on the soles of my feet had been thoroughly trained, under the effects of the medicine, and now it was just a matter of a few more days to reach the right level. Before the Chunin exams, or during the exams, the 3rd Hokage will definitely make another move against me, I thought to myself. If it's some underhanded method, I wouldn't really care. I continued to ponder. What I fear most is him blatantly fabricating evidence to accuse me of being a spy, forcing me to stand against the Leaf Village. If that were to happen, I would have to face all the ninjas of the Leaf Village. With my current strength, I wouldn't be able to fight against the entire village. If it really came to a fight, at best I could take a few down with me, but I would also perish instantly. That's why the Void Step technique must be completed as soon as possible, I thought resolutely. That way, even if I'm forced to defect, I won't be cornered and killed within the Leaf Village. From the soles of my feet, chakra surged forth, and my body slowly rose, drifting through the forest. A slight stinging sensation reminded me that the Yonquan acupoint was still not strong enough to withstand the continuous impact of chakra. But it's close. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. By evening, the sun had already set, and the sea was shrouded in thick fog. 2 sea turtles were frolicking on the surface, planning to have babies. Suddenly, a shadow swept through the fog, silent as a ghost, startling the male turtle into a shiver. Ha, my feet feel completely fine now. I cheered inwardly. The Void Step technique has finally succeeded. My joyful laughter echoed through the fog, scaring the 2 turtles into diving deep into the sea. I leapt from the water and landed lightly on the shore. It was me, Shuemu. At last, I can soar freely through the skies, I thought smugly. The speed is adjustable. At its slowest, I can hover motionless, and at its fastest, I can reach about 300 kilometers per hour, almost the speed of a high-speed train. I wanted to fly faster, but due to the limitations of my meridians, I couldn't increase the chakra output. Moreover, the faster I flew, the greater the air resistance. In truth, 300 kilometers per hour was already quite fast. As for chakra consumption, flying at maximum speed uses up more than half of my chakra in just 10 minutes. I calculated that at full speed, I consumed 0.01 chakra per second, which wasn't much. With my total chakra of 11.3, I could fly at maximum speed for nearly 20 minutes, covering over 100 kilometers in one go. With the ability to release Rasengan remotely and mastery of the Void Step technique, I finally have the power to establish myself in the ninja world. Ever since I transmigrated, I had been on edge, planning every step carefully, fearing that one wrong move would lead to disaster. But as my strength grew, my tense nerves finally began to relax. Now, even if I stood in opposition to Konoha, I felt no fear. Of course, if I could stay in Konoha, I wouldn't choose to leave. After all, Konoha had the most geniuses. It's almost dinner time, isn't it? Just then, a rumbling sound came from afar, accompanied by intense chakra fluctuations. The battle's aftermath dispersed the thick fog. I saw a giant snake coiled in the forest, and about 100 meters away, the orange-red Ninetails chakra swirled wildly. A snake? My heart trembled. Moreover, there seemed to be someone standing on the snake's head. Such a giant snake could only be summoned by Orochimaru. I was shocked. Why was Orochimaru here? Could it be that the butterfly effect caused by my transmigration was starting to show its power? It must be for Sasuke. This was a situation I absolutely didn't want to see. Sasuke was a cash cow. If Orochimaru took him away, wouldn't I lose 3 high return opportunities every month? Trouble. Zabuza hasn't been dealt with yet, and now an even more twisted Orochimaru has appeared. My heart burned with anxiety as I rushed toward the forest. At the same time, I retrieved the super soldier pill that Naruto had returned to me earlier from my storage ring and swallowed it without hesitation. The super soldier pill could restore 10 chakra within a minute, sustain a person for 3 days without food or drink, and permanently increase chakra recovery speed by 0.3 per minute. Facing Orochimaru, I couldn't afford to be careless. I had to replenish my state completely. The chakra that had been half depleted in my body quickly recovered. In the forest, 3 Konoha Umbu members Elephant, Vermilion, and Eagle were confronting Orochimaru. Although it was 3 against 1, the Umbu trio's momentum had already fallen behind. The killing intent emanating from Orochimaru made the 3 feel as if they were in the midst of a stormy sea. Orochimaru, why are you here? Elephant's tone was heavy, and his eyes under the mask were filled with wariness. He wore a cat-faced mask and was among the top tier in Umbu in terms of strength, but against Orochimaru, he had no confidence. He knew very well how strong Orochimaru was. Even the former Umbu captain, Kakashi Hatake, couldn't last a single move against Orochimaru. Orochimaru stood atop the giant snake, looking down below. His smooth black hair draped over his shoulders, and his pale face was adorned with purple eyeshadow. The cold-blooded vertical pupils in his eyes were intimidating, sending chills down anyone who saw them. Orochimaru showed no interest in the 3 Umbu before him. His gaze passed through them and landed on Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura behind them. At this moment, the 3 were dazed, their eyes filled with fear, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, Orochimaru's killing intent had left a deep psychological scar on them. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Sasuke, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. His disgusting long tongue extended from his mouth, stirring the air wantonly. This scene led the Umbu to mistakenly believe that Orochimaru's target was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Xiang urgently said, Hawk, quickly take Naruto and Sasuke away. Ju and I will hold him off here. Hawk said nothing, swiftly turning to lift Naruto and Sasuke and retreating quickly. The Jinchuriki was of utmost importance and could not be lost, and Uchiha Sasuke was also a key protection target assigned by the 3rd Hokage. As for Haruno Sakura, being an ordinary ninja, her life or death was of no concern to Orochimaru. This blonde-haired boy is the Nine-Tails, isn't he? Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold smile. Unfortunately, I'm only interested in the Uchiha. However, my purpose here today isn't him. I'm here to find Mizuki. Where is he? Hawk did not stop moving, but inwardly quickened his pace. Who knew whether Orochimaru's words were true or false? Taking Naruto away was the safest option. Carrying the 2, he moved swiftly, covering several hundred meters in no time. Just then, a strange young man dressed in white, with white hair, a vermilion mark on his forehead, and a purple bow tied around his waist, blocked their path. I am Orochimaru-sama's subordinate, Kimimaro Kagaya, Kimimaro said coldly. Orochimaru-sama needs to use these 2 to lure out Mizuki. I hope you will put them down. Hawk's path was blocked, and Xiang and Ju also sensed the danger, but they had no way to help. Holding off Orochimaru was already their limit. They couldn't spare themselves to assist Hawk. The 2 exchanged a glance and silently nodded. Orochimaru, you are an S-rank rogue ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. Since we've crossed paths, we will do everything in our power to capture you, Xiang shouted loudly. Orochimaru sneered coldly, with just you, Ju retorted, don't underestimate us. We are not ordinary ninjas. We are elite jonin of the Hidden Leaf who have inherited the will of fire. Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully, the laughable will of fire. Xiang made the first move, quickly forming hand seals, lightning style, 4-pillar bind. 4 massive pillars rose from the 4 corners around the giant snake, enclosing it. Lightning crackled, and the snake's body was scorched black, letting out a frenzied hiss. Lightning style, 16-pillar confinement. 12 more pillars appeared, forming a closed space that completely trapped the snake. Inside, lightning flashed wildly, and the snake's cries were agonizing. Finally, with a loud bang, the snake, gravely injured, automatically dispelled the summoning jutsu and returned to Ryuchi Cave. Xiang's gaze remained tense as he continued forming hand seals, fire style, pure burn. Flames suddenly erupted within the room, transforming it into a sea of fire. Ah! Orochimaru's screams echoed. Ju asked, is it over? Xiang's expression was grim. I don't know, but one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, is not so easily defeated. The 16 lightning pillars dissipated, revealing a charred corpse lying on the ground. Ju exclaimed with joy, burned to death. But Xiang frowned, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Be careful, he might not be dead. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 saw the skin on the corpse's back split open. A hand emerged, followed by a head, and finally, the entire body slowly crawled out. The scene was utterly revolting. Orochimaru had used a substitution technique. Seeing this, fear surged in Xiang and Ju's hearts. Behind them, Sakura, who had just barely escaped Orochimaru's killing intent, was so terrified by this sight that she let out a scream, rolled her eyes, and fainted on the spot. Hee, not a bad ninjutsu. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. However, if you think you can deal with me using this kind of ninjutsu, you're too naive. I originally had no intention of doing anything to you, but since you've made the first move, I won't hold back. After all, I plan to destroy Konoha sooner or later. Killing a few of you first will only increase the success rate of my plan to bring Konoha to ruin. Orochimaru extended his tongue, stirring it as he dropped to all fours and opened his mouth wide. One venomous snake snake after another poured out of his mouth, instantly covering the ground densely, like a tidal wave surging towards Xiang and Zhu. Hee formation of 10,000 snakes. Die in agony under the fangs of countless serpents. Orochimaru sneered coldly. Xiang quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball jutsu." A massive fireball shot from his mouth, crashing into the swarm of snakes and instantly incinerating a large number of them. However, the sheer number of venomous snakes was overwhelming, and a single great fireball was far from enough to solve the problem. The gaps left by the burned snakes were quickly filled again. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. One fireball wasn't enough, so he unleashed several more. Earth style, clay fall. Zhu also joined the fray, summoning a portal to another dimension in the sky. A large amount of clay poured out, falling onto the snake swarm and trapping many of them. Yet, countless venomous snakes continued to slither forward, seemingly endless. At this rate, our chakra will be depleted soon, and we won't be able to resist any longer. Ignore the snakes and attack Orochimaru directly. The snakes are his summons. If we kill him, they'll naturally disappear. With that, the two began directing their ninjutsu attacks at Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru let out a cold laugh and said indifferently, "Naive." He raised his hands, preparing to form seals. At that moment, his movements paused, and he turned to look in a certain direction. Despite the dense trees blocking his view, Orochimaru could still sense an unfamiliar chakra presence. "Oh, have you finally appeared?" His hands didn't stop as he began forming seals. "Mizuki-kun, today I'll show you the power of Orochimaru. I'll make you willingly become my subordinate and serve me." Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Zhu shouted loudly after completing the hand signs. In front of him, a dragon head made of earth rose up, spewing out numerous Earth Dragon bullets. These bullets were the size of basketballs, extremely fast, and had a long range. Orochimaru sneered, "You think this kind of jutsu can hurt me?" At the same time, Xiang completed his hand signs. Fire style, flame, bullet. He spat out a large flame from his mouth, not targeting Orochimaru, but rather the Earth Dragon bullets released by Zhu. The flames adhered to the Earth Dragon bullets, and although the flame bullet had a short range and slow speed, these weaknesses were immediately compensated for when combined with the Earth Dragon bullets. One by one, the Earth Fire bullets rapidly flew toward Orochimaru. In the nearby forest, Mizuki was observing the battle. Although he was puzzled as to why Orochimaru had come specifically for him, he had no interest in siding with Orochimaru. He was in no hurry to reveal himself, as the conflict between Orochimaru and the Konoha Anbu had nothing to do with him. He hoped all three Anbu members would die, so the third Hokage would feel some pain. These two Anbu are quite skilled, combining Earth style and Fire style to perform a joint jutsu. The Earth Dragon bullets have weak destructive power but long range and high speed, making it difficult to inflict effective damage on the enemy. The flame bullets have strong destructive power but short range and slow speed, allowing the enemy to easily dodge. By combining the two, their weaknesses are overcome, and the power is exponentially increased, Mizuki thought to himself. In the original anime, the third Hokage had used this technique during his battle with Orochimaru, but he had done it alone, whereas now it was being performed by two people working together. Unfortunately, this level of jutsu posed no threat to Orochimaru. In the next moment, several Earthfire bullets struck Orochimaru, eliciting a piercing scream before he turned to ashes in an instant. However, Xiang and Zhu did not lower their guard, as the formation of 10,000 snakes was still active, indicating that Orochimaru was far from dead. Seeing the snake swarm drawing closer, Xiang formed hand signs again. Lightning style, ground walk. He pressed his hands to the ground, and lightning instantly spread in all directions, electrocuting a large number of venomous snakes. In the blink of an eye, all the snakes lay lifeless on the ground. The formation of 10,000 snakes was broken, but the cost was significant. Xiang bent over, gasping heavily, his legs trembling. "Zhu, my chakra is completely depleted." After consecutively using multiple powerful and wide-range jutsu, even a jonin would struggle to endure. Xiang swallowed a soldier pill to restore his chakra, while his eyes scanned the surroundings, nerves taut and on high alert. Zhu stood to the side, his hands already raised, ready to form seals at any moment. Suddenly, Xiang shouted, "It's here!" Without needing the reminder, Zhu had already noticed. Among the dead snake swarm, one snake suddenly moved. Its mouth opened, and Orochimaru emerged from within. The slimy appearance made Mizuki's vision go dark, and he almost vomited. Disgusting. He found it unbearable, yet he was also filled with curiosity. How could Orochimaru hide inside the belly of such a small snake? Orochimaru, however, turned his gaze toward Mizuki's hiding spot and laughed hoarsely. "You've seen enough, haven't you? Well then, these two are no longer of any use." Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru raised his hand, and several arm-thick snakes shot out from his sleeve, attacking Xiang and Zhu. Zhu reacted quickly, his hands forming seals at lightning speed. Earth style, earth flow wall. Orochimaru sneered coldly, "Naive." Although the earth flow wall blocked his line of sight, the snakes he released were not lifeless. In an instant, the snakes snakes swiftly bypassed the earth flow wall and coiled around Xiang and Zhu. But in the next moment, Xiang vanished like lightning, and Zhu turned into a mud figure. Lightning clone and earth clone? The earthen wall blocked part of the view, and by the time Orochimaru reacted, the two had already escaped without a trace. He did not pursue them but instead turned to look at the forest, then glanced at the unconscious Sakura on the ground. A talentless waste like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. Hidden shadow snake hands. His arm transformed into venomous snakes, lunging toward Sakura. But in the next instant, Sakura had vanished, replaced by Mizuki holding a kunai. Swish! Blood splattered as the snake's head was severed. Orochimaru looked at Mizuki, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he rasped, "Do you know what eternal life is, Mizuki-kun?" The tone he used was that of an old religious leader. Mizuki stared coldly at him and said, "You said this to Uchiha Itachi before, and now you're saying it to me. Are you planning to take over my body? Too bad, I'm not an Uchiha. I'm just a civilian ninja with an ordinary bloodline." Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted and a storm surged in his heart. How do you know that? Did Kabuto tell you? No, my conversation with Itachi in the Genjutsu, not even Kabuto knows about it. Could it be that you have contact with Itachi? Orochimaru suddenly felt a trace of panic, even suspecting that Uchiha Itachi was nearby. That's something you don't need to know. In any case, I know more than you can imagine. Orochimaru's face darkened, and a murderous intent began to fill his gaze toward Mizuki. Mizuki smiled and said, "Killing me won't be that easy. I advise you not to waste your effort. In fact, I have no interest in being your enemy. We could even cooperate." Orochimaru sneered, "Cooperate with me? That depends on whether you're qualified." Shadow snake hands. Without hesitation, the fight began, but Mizuki's movements were even faster. His exceptional dynamic vision granted him observational skills far beyond the average person, capturing every move of Orochimaru. Gaining Orochimaru's recognition won't be easy. Then, let's try a new jutsu. In his right hand, the Rasengan instantly took shape and was hurled toward Orochimaru. The moment Shadow Snake hands collided with the Rasengan, it exploded, yet the Rasengan remained intact, charging straight at Orochimaru. Watching the incoming Rasengan, Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. "This is the fourth Hokage's jutsu. How did you learn it?" The next moment, the Rasengan struck Orochimaru's abdomen, unleashing immense power. Amidst screams, Orochimaru's body was torn apart, his chest and abdomen completely obliterated, leaving only his neck, head, and legs as he collapsed to the ground. For an ordinary person, death would have been inevitable, but Orochimaru was a master of survival. "Now, do I qualify?" Mizuki asked calmly. The broken corpse on the ground suddenly opened its mouth, and a brand new Orochimaru emerged, presenting yet another slimy and grotesque scene. "I didn't expect you to have mastered the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. The third Hokage has always been targeting you. Where did you learn it?" "Forget it, there's nothing curious about this. However, with just the Rasengan, you're still not qualified," Mizuki said. "Then, how about this?" He raised his right hand again, and the Rasengan appeared once more. But that wasn't all. He controlled the Rasengan to extend further and infused it with wind nature chakra. A pale, blue, high-speed spinning shuriken had already taken shape. "What? Not only have you mastered the Rasengan, but you've also infused it with wind nature chakra transformation. Even the fourth Hokage couldn't achieve this. The power of this move has already reached S-rank level. How did you manage to do it?" Orochimaru's expression finally changed as he quickly retreated. At the same time, he bit his right finger and drew a blood mark on the palm of his left hand. Then, pressing both hands to the ground, he shouted, "Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomon." As soon as the words fell, three massive Rashomon gates rose from the ground, resembling three small mountains lined up side by side, blocking Orochimaru's front. Mizuki threw the Rasen Shuriken in his hand, which tore through the ground like a tailed beast bomb. The first Rashomon gate shattered instantly, followed by the second gate, which couldn't hold either. The third gate barely held for 1 second before collapsing. However, the Rasen Shuriken's trajectory was altered by the third gate, veering diagonally upward into the sky. Cold sweat dripped from Orochimaru's forehead, and his eyes revealed fear. In the next moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stood up, looked at Mizuki, and said slowly, "I originally admired you greatly, and since you were being targeted in Konoha, I planned to take you under my wing. However, after seeing you today, your strength far exceeds my expectations. Cooperation is also an option. So, tell me, what can you bring to me?" Mizuki replied, "The Konoha Crush Plan. At the critical moment, I can step in and help you deal with the third Hokage." Orochimaru grew increasingly shocked. He couldn't comprehend how Mizuki could know about the Konoha Crush Plan. Was it the Sand Village that leaked the information, or had his own Sound Village been completely infiltrated by Mizuki? How could an ordinary Chunin from Konoha possess such intelligence? The third Hokage is already old. I don't need anyone's help. I can kill him myself." Mizuki continued, "Your old classmate, Jiraiya, is about to return to the village. When that happens, you might have to face a 2-on-1 situation." Orochimaru furrowed his brows tightly. Mizuki added, "Don't worry, the third Hokage will ultimately die by your hand. I won't compete with you for that." Orochimaru stared intently at Mizuki, trying to catch something from his expression, but Mizuki remained calm and revealed no valuable information. "This is not enough. I also want Uchiha Sasuke." Orochimaru took the initiative to mention Sasuke. Mizuki responded, "Sasuke is just as important to me. I won't let go easily. When the time comes, it will depend on our abilities." Orochimaru was silent for a moment before asking, "What do you want?" The critical moment had finally arrived, and Mizuki had been waiting for this for a long time. "I need scrolls of ninjutsu, no matter what kind of ninjutsu or what level. The more, the better. Besides, those three Ambu have been following me all the time, which is really annoying. Can you help me get rid of them? You're asking for a bit much," Orochimaru said with slight displeasure. Mizuki smiled and said, "Killing the three Ambu will make the Konoha crush plan easier to execute, so this benefits not only me but you as well." Orochimaru neither agreed nor disagreed and asked, "After defecting from Konoha, are you planning to join my Otoge cure?" Shuemu smiled, "When did I ever say I wanted to defect? Killing the third Hokage is killing the third Hokage. Defecting is defecting. These are two different things. Compared to dark caves, I prefer living under the sunlight." "Heh, under the sunlight?" Orochimaru gave Shuemu a meaningful glance. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a scroll, tossing it toward Shuemu. The scroll was covered in mucus, making Shuemu feel a wave of disgust. He quickly sidestepped, letting the scroll fly past him and land on the ground. Orochimaru was indifferent. "This is the ninjutsu you wanted. Not much, only 3. If you want more ninjutsu, you'll have to wait until the third Hokage is dead." After speaking, his body began to sink, completely disappearing into the soil. "I'll take care of those 3 Ambu as compensation for my abrupt intrusion this time. I hope my cooperation with Mizuki-kun will be pleasant." Feeling Orochimaru's chakra gradually fade away, Mizuki breathed a sigh of relief. His right hand was tucked inside his sleeve, trembling slightly. The palm of his right hand was covered in scars, the intense pain piercing to the bone. "The Raisin Shuriken really is a double-edged sword. I deliberately tried to keep it as far away from my hand as possible, yet I still ended up with such severe injuries, hurting oneself before hurting others." In the anime, Naruto wouldn't dare to use the Raisin Shuriken lightly without entering Sage mode. Even the resilient physique of the Uzumaki clan couldn't withstand it, let alone Mizuki, an ordinary person with an ordinary constitution. Triple Rashomon, its defensive power is indeed strong. It's not that Mizuki is completely helpless against the triple Rashomon. In fact, it's quite simple. Using the body replacement technique twice, he could swap Orochimaru to the front of the Rashomon, directly facing the Raisin Shuriken. But Mizuki understands in his heart that even so, Orochimaru wouldn't die. To kill Orochimaru, 2 conditions must be met. First, force out his true form, the 8-headed serpent, and then kill the serpent completely, reducing it to ashes, leaving not even a single scale behind. Second, remove all the curse marks. Only by doing so can Orochimaru be truly killed, leaving him no chance of resurrection. The first point is relatively easier, but the second point is extremely difficult. Who knows how many curse marks Orochimaru has left in the ninja world? It can be said that killing Orochimaru is almost impossible. Luckily, I managed to bluff my way through this time. Otherwise, if the fight continued, I would have had no choice but to run away. Shikamaru sighed inwardly. His current attack methods are limited to Rasengan, Raisin Shuriken, and the combination of body replacement with explosive tags. These are very effective against ordinary ninjas but pose little to no threat to Orochimaru. The best way to deal with Orochimaru is still Genjutsu. I wonder if there's any illusion technique in this scroll. Looking at the scroll on the ground, Shuemu hesitated, feeling a wave of disgust. Better wash it first. Using 2 wooden sticks to pick up the scroll, he walked to a nearby stream and tossed it into the water to rinse it off. These ninja scrolls were made of special materials, completely water-resistant, at least on the surface. After several rounds of washing, Shuemu retrieved the scroll, placed it on the ground, and unfolded it. The first technique that caught his eye was the summoning technique. Shuemu's heart tightened. Well, this isn't bad. He wondered what kind of reward he might get if he taught the summoning technique to Naruto and the others. Would it be an advanced summoning technique, or a summoning technique that didn't require a contract? He couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation. Moving on to the second technique, it was the demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. This deranged genjutsu could make the opponent see terrifying visions from the depths of their heart that they didn't want to face. In the anime, during the survival exercise, Kakashi had used this technique on Sakura, making her see Sasuke's death, which mentally devastated her and caused her to faint. During the Chunin exams, when Sasuke and Sakura encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, they also fell victim to the hell viewing technique, seeing their own gruesome deaths, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Heh, just what I needed, an illusion technique. Here it is. Then, he examined the third technique. 5 elements seal? Mizuki raised an eyebrow, unable to stop himself from pondering why Orochimaru Orochimaru chose. These three techniques, was there some deeper meaning? But just then, several kilometers away, a strange chakra suddenly appeared. This chakra, Mizuki's expression shifted slightly. He could sense hatred, anger, bloodlust, and various other negative emotions from it. This was not a chakra. That should belong to a human. This is the Nine-Tails chakra. What's going on? Why has Naruto suddenly erupted with the Nine-Tails chakra? He looked up in that direction and saw orange chakra spiraling upward, its overwhelming malice palpable even from several kilometers away. The violent aftermath of the battle spread outward, toppling trees in large swathes. Mizuki quickly put away the scroll and sprinted toward Naruto's location. By the time he arrived, the battle was already over. The scene was one of utter devastation, with white bones scattered across the ground, countless trees felled, and the terrain severely damaged. At that moment, Orochimaru's hand was pressed against Naruto's abdomen, and the Nine-Tails chakra emanating from Naruto was rapidly dissipating. Naruto had already lost consciousness, and his abdomen was surrounded by a circle of sealing runes, the five elements seal. Kimimaro stood behind Orochimaru, panting heavily. Sasuke lay unconscious nearby. The three ANBU members Elephant, Vermilion, and Hawk were all dead, their bodies sprawled on the ground. Hawk, in particular, was riddled with holes, the result of Kimimaro's bone spikes. Hehe, Mizuki-kun, it's all over now. I must take my leave, Orochimaru said. I'll take care of these three corpses for you. With that, he summoned three snakes, which swallowed the ANBU members' bodies. Don't forget our collaboration. Farewell. Orochimaru turned around with a smile, followed closely by Kimimaro, and walked into the distance. Suddenly, Mizuki spoke up. Orochimaru, this boy with the Shikatsumiyaku, how about letting him become my apprentice? If he becomes my apprentice, perhaps I can help cure the bloodline disease in his body. Orochimaru paused for a moment and looked back at Mizuki. You even know about Kimimaro's bloodline disease. Where exactly did you get this information? Mizuki smiled faintly. I have my own sources of information. How about it? Want to give it a try? If this continues, he can hold on for at most 3 more months, said Mizuki. Orochimaru asked, can you really cure him? Mizuki replied, who knows? Orochimaru chuckled. Mizuki-kun, you really are an interesting person. How about we discuss it after Konoha collapses? Whatever. Watching the two figures fade into the distance, Mizuki couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself, what on earth is this all about? What was originally just a mission in the land of waves had unexpectedly turned into such unforeseen complications. Both of them are unconscious. Let's take them to Sakura first. Once Sakura wakes up, we'll return to Tazuna's house. At this moment, Orochimaru and Kimimaro had already left the land of waves on a small boat. Lord Orochimaru, is that Mizuki very strong? Kimimaro asked. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse. After a moment of silence, he replied, even for me, defeating him would be very difficult, let alone killing him. His abilities are too strange, too versatile. He can attack or defend with ease. Facing him, the enemy will always be in a passive position. I see the shadow of the fourth Hokage in him. In some ways, he is even stronger than the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru thought of the Rasengan that could be thrown and the immensely powerful Rasen Shuriken. These were feats that Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, could not achieve. He said he wants to cooperate with us. Is it really reliable? Kimimaro asked again. Should we reveal this information to Konoha, let them know that Mizuki teamed up with us to eliminate Konoha's Umbu and completely force him to our side? Orochimaru shook his head. Someone like him is like a lone wolf, completely independent of any group and unwilling to trust external forces. He relies only on himself. According to the information brought back by Do, it seems he even killed his own fiancée. To someone like him, things like comrades or bonds hold no value at all. If we force him to defect, not only will he refuse to join the Sound Village, but he will also become our mortal enemy. Kimimaro asked again, what if he ultimately breaks the agreement and sides with Konoha? Orochimaru replied, so, we need to adjust our plan. The fourth Kazekage must be kept alive for now. Meanwhile, Mizuki first picked up Naruto and walked toward Sasuke. As he approached Sasuke, he suddenly noticed something unusual on the back of Sasuke's neck. It was 3 ring-shaped tomo. A curse mark? What a ruthless move. Orochimaru acted so quickly. The curse mark was eroding Sasuke's body, causing him to have a persistent high fever, and making it impossible to wake him up. As for Naruto, he was first disturbed by the Nine-Tails and then tormented by Orochimaru, leaving him utterly exhausted and in a deep sleep. Mizuki didn't wake them up. Instead, he simply carried one in each hand and found Sakura. Sakura had also fainted due to Orochimaru's intimidation. Mizuki walked up to her and gently shook her, finally waking her up. Sakura, it's all right now. It's all in the past. Sakura slowly calmed her emotions, turned her head, and saw Sasuke and Naruto lying on the ground. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise, Sasuke-kun. Naruto had become completely transparent. Sakura walked over to Sasuke's side and quickly noticed the curse mark on his neck. Master Mizuki, what's going on with Sasuke-kun? Mizuki replied, this is Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Oh, Orochimaru is that disgusting guy who's neither male nor female. The thing on Sasuke's neck is a curse mark planted by Orochimaru. Sakura asked nervously, is this curse mark dangerous? Can it be removed? Will Sasuke-kun die? A series of questions left Shueimoe dumbfounded. He hurriedly stopped them. Hold on. Rest assured, the curse mark poses no danger in the short term. On the contrary, it can even enhance Sasuke's strength. Of course, it can also be sealed. Here, take this 5 elements seal. If you learn it, it might be helpful for Sasuke. The 5 elements seal is an advanced sealing technique with an A-level difficulty, which ordinary jonin cannot master. In this world, those who have mastered the 5 elements seal are few and far between. Besides Orochimaru and Jiraiya, perhaps only the 3rd and 4th Hokage have done so. To learn the 5 elements seal, one must master the nature transformation of the 5 chakra elements: lightning, wind, water, earth, and fire. In the anime, there was initially no concept of chakra elements, so the 5 elements seal used by Orochimaru and Jiraiya at the time referred to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Later, Kishimoto revised this, so we'll consider it based on the 5 chakra elements here. Shueimoe currently only mastered the wind chakra nature transformation, so he couldn't possibly learn the 5 elements seal, let alone focus his energy on it. Orochimaru is such a jerk, giving me something like this, it's completely useless. Of course, Shueimoe didn't expect Sakura to learn the 5 elements seal. Giving it to her was merely to trigger the system's return. The host has granted disciple Haruno Sakura the 5 elements seal training method, triggering a 1-fold return. Shueimoe immediately frowned. Did he hear that right? 1-fold? Sakura's aptitude isn't bad, but this lousy system, could it be broken? Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 5 elements unsealing cultivation method. 5 elements unsealing can remove 5 elements seals. Shueimoe felt a knot in his heart, almost unable to breathe, and Sakura was right beside him. He wanted to curse but couldn't bring himself to do so. He could only plop down on the ground, gazing up at the gradually darkening sky, silently retreating into himself. Unfortunately, there were no cigarettes in his pocket. After a long while, he sighed, thinking to himself, it's not a complete loss. At least the 5 elements unsealing can remove the 5 elements seal that Orochimaru placed on Naruto. Even so, he still felt unwilling in his heart, so he decided to try again. Sakura, the 5 elements seal is quite difficult, and it's hard to master in a short time. So, I'll teach you another genjutsu that can enhance your strength. Mizuki taught Sakura the art of Naraku vision. The difficulty level of learning the art of Naraku vision was set at D rank, and its power wasn't particularly strong. For Sakura, learning it was very easy. The art of Naraku vision allows the enemy to see the thing they fear most in their heart. What Orochimaru used on you before was precisely this technique. Sakura received the training method with great joy in her heart. Thank you, Master Mizuki. The host has granted the disciple Haruno Sakura the training method for the art of Naraku vision, triggering a 2222-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Magic Hell training method. Magic Hell, a single target S-rank illusion. When cast on a single enemy, it subjects them to hellish punishment, causing immense mental shock and damage. After the system's introduction, Mizuki smiled. As the sky darkened, Mizuki and Sakura together brought Naruto and Sasuke back to Tazuna's house. Master Mizuki, will they be okay? Sakura asked with concern. Shueimoe comforted, don't worry, they'll wake up tomorrow morning. Sakura nodded and looked at Sasuke with concern. Master Shueimoe, who exactly is Orochimaru? When he saw us, he asked where you were and even cast an illusion on us. Does he have a grudge against you? Shueimoe explained, Orochimaru, an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, was once one of the legendary Sannin and a prized disciple of the 3rd Hokage. The Hokage's disciple? Sakura was utterly shocked. She couldn't understand why someone like him would betray Konoha. Shouldn't he have stayed in Konoha to inherit the position of Hokage? Shueimoe continued, he came to me, trying to persuade me to betray Konoha and become his subordinate. Ha? Betray Konoha? Did you agree, Master Shueimoe? Sakura looked at Shueimoe, her eyes filled with unease. Shueimoe smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, if I had agreed, would I still be here? Staying in Konoha is pretty good, he said casually, then added, alright, finish your meal and get some rest early. Tomorrow, Tazuna will start building the bridge, and we have plenty of work to do. Ding! After dinner, Shueimoe borrowed the kitchen, took out a pack of high-efficiency strengthening medicine, and brewed a thick blue liquid. He poured it into the bathtub and began soaking. The medicinal power seeped into his body through his pores, strengthening his cells. His whole body tingled, as if countless ants were crawling over him, especially his right hand, submerged in the water, where the wound healed at an extraordinary speed, and the damaged muscles were rapidly repairing. The first time using it, Shueimoe didn't expect the effect to be so remarkable. Until the blue in the bathtub completely dissipated, the medicinal effect was exhausted as well. Raising his right hand to take a look, he found that the injury had already healed more than half, and there was still medicinal power remaining in his body, continuing to repair the the damage. It seems that I won't have to wait until tomorrow morning. My right hand will be completely healed. Shuemu's eyes sparkled. This medicine not only enhances physical strength but also repairs bodily injuries. The system's products are truly miraculous. Early the next morning, Tazuna went to work on the bridge. Naruto and Sasuke were still asleep, so Shuemu left Sakura to take care of them while also guarding against any mischief from Kato's men. On the bridge, Shuemu, having nothing to do, continued studying the illusion technique Hell. Unlike ninjutsu and taijutsu, genjutsu targets the enemy's five senses, causing them to fall into illusions. The principle of genjutsu lies in disrupting the enemy's chakra, thereby affecting their five senses. Depending on the medium used, genjutsu can be divided into visual, auditory, and tactile types. Visual genjutsu includes techniques like Temple of Nirvana and Tsukuyomi. Auditory genjutsu includes Taiyuya's demonic flute, phantom sound chains. Tactile genjutsu includes Izanami. Hell is an unprecedented technique in the ninja world, and Shuemu has yet to figure out its basic principles. He's completely clueless. On one hand, the learning difficulty of S-rank genjutsu is extremely high. On the other hand, he had never been exposed to any genjutsu before and had no foundation to speak of. Mastering it is definitely not something that can be achieved overnight. It seems I need to start with simpler genjutsu. Originally, he hadn't planned to learn the technique of Naraka seeing, but now it seems unavoidable. Time quickly passed until noon, when Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura came together to deliver lunch. Naruto looked distressed, as if he was struggling with something. Sasuke's expression was solemn, appearing deeply preoccupied. "What's wrong with you two? You look so troubled," Shuemu asked. Naruto said, "Master Mizuki, I don't know what's going on, but my chakra has become difficult to control again, and its total amount has decreased a lot too." Mizuki said, "You've been hit by Orochimaru's 5 elements seal. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to undo this sealing technique. You'll have to wait until we return to the village and ask the Hokage to remove it for you." Naruto was very upset. "Ah, I have to wait until we return to the village to have it removed? Doesn't that mean I can't do anything during this time? Just thinking about that arrogant guy Sasuke stealing all the spotlight makes me so annoyed." Naruto finished speaking and provocatively looked at Sasuke, his face full of defiance. "Shuemu, although the 5 elements seal will have some effect on you, it won't completely hinder your development. Ding! It's just that performing ninjutsu requires hand signs, so the speed will be slightly slower." Sasuke didn't argue with Naruto but looked at Shuemu seriously and said firmly, "I want to become stronger." Naruto, unwilling to be outdone, said excitedly, "Yeah, I want to get stronger too. Master Shuemu, teach us new ninjutsu." Shuemu smiled faintly. "It seems that this encounter with Orochimaru has made you realize what true strength is. If you want to learn new ninjutsu, no problem, but let's talk after I finish lunch." After lunch, Shuemu stood up. Naruto immediately looked full of anticipation, while Sasuke, though not showing it as obviously, also watched Shuemu intently. In contrast, Sakura seemed uninterested, her thoughts focused on the 5 elements seal, occasionally glancing at Sasuke's neck with concern and determination in her eyes. Shuemu shook his head and said, "Now I'm going to teach you a powerful ninjutsu, but I have one condition." Naruto immediately asked, "What condition?" "Shuemu, after learning this ninjutsu, you are not allowed to tell others or use it before the final round of the Chunin exams." "Why?" Naruto asked, puzzled. Shuemu chuckled, "No reason. Either agree, or I won't teach you." Sasuke didn't hesitate. "I agree." Naruto followed closely. "Then I agree too." Shuemu nodded, extended his right hand, and in an instant, the Rasengan took shape. Naruto and Sasuke stared intently at the Rasengan but couldn't feel its immense power. Shuemu walked to the railing and threw the Rasengan downward. In the blink of an eye, the Rasengan smashed into the seawater, followed by an explosion on the surface, sending water splashing 30 to 40 meters high, and the entire bridge trembled. "Wow, that's amazing!" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Sasuke's gaze also sparkled with excitement. "This technique is called Rasengan. It was developed by the 4th Hokage as a seal-less ninjutsu and is classified as an A-rank technique." Sasuke asked, "Seal-less ninjutsu? Does that mean once you learn it, you don't need to form hand seals?" Shuemu nodded. "This technique also has a more advanced version, but we'll discuss that later. The learning difficulty of the Rasengan is quite high and is divided into 3 stages. Now, we will begin training for the first stage." He took out a water balloon, popped it, and explained the principle in detail. "Alright, that's the principle. Next, you can practice on your own. When you can use chakra to control the water flow and burst the water balloon, the first stage of training will be considered complete." Shuemu handed out 2 water balloons, but just as he was halfway through, he suddenly thought of something and quickly popped the balloons. Naruto and Sasuke were stunned. Shuemu thought to himself, that was close, almost wasted 2 chances to return them. "Oh no, I accidentally popped the last 2 water balloons. In that case, go buy some yourselves at the market." Sasuke helplessly twitched the corner of his eye, remaining silent. Naruto, on the other hand, was unreserved and loudly said, "You clearly broke it on purpose." purpose. Mizuki chuckled slyly, ignoring the comment. Speaking of which, with such an advanced jutsu like the Rasengan, what will the system return? Moreover, if I teach both Naruto and Sasuke the Rasengan at the same time, will the return stack? Mizuki waited for quite a while but still didn't hear the system's return notification. Still no return? Do we really have to wait until they learn the Rasengan? The system's return method is not fixed. For example, when teaching Sasuke the water walking training method, the system returned the training method for the air walking technique. When teaching Sakura the training method for the Narakumi no Jutsu, the system returned the training method for the illusion hell technique. These return training methods cannot directly enhance Mizuki's strength. He needs to train himself to master them. On the other hand, when guiding Sasuke in sound localization training, the system directly returned echolocation, instantly boosting his strength. The difference between the two can be simply described as one being a blueprint and the other a finished product. For Mizuki, the ideal scenario is receiving the finished product, which saves time and effort without the need for additional training. Naruto and Sasuke went to the market to buy water balloons, then started training on the bridge. In less than 2 hours, the water balloon in Sasuke's hand burst. Hearing this sound, Naruto immediately realized Sasuke had completed the first stage of training and roared angrily, "I am the man who will become Hokage. How can I lose to Sasuke? I won't accept it." Unfortunately, the 5 elements seal disrupted Naruto's chakra, significantly weakening his control. Although Mizuki had explained the key points very clearly, Naruto still couldn't control his chakra, causing the chakra in his hand to fail to rotate in an orderly manner. "Sasuke-kun, you're amazing." Sakura had already put down the 5 elements seal training scroll and was cheering for Sasuke nearby. Seeing this, Naruto was overcome with jealousy, and a surge of envy instantly filled his heart. He panted heavily, his chakra fluctuating violently, causing the water balloon in his hand to shake. "Damn Sasuke, I'll make sure you see how strong I am," he thought to himself. In his mind, he imagined the water balloon as Sasuke, wishing he could crush it immediately to vent his frustration. Sasuke glanced at the shaking water balloon in Naruto's hand and couldn't help but smile faintly. Coincidentally, Naruto caught this moment, and his already simmering jealousy erupted instantly. "Damn Sasuke, what are you smiling at?" Naruto shouted angrily. Sasuke responded indifferently, "Dead last." Naruto angrily retorted, "If it weren't for that Orochimaru messing up my seal and interfering with my chakra, I'd already be faster than you." Sasuke scoffed, "Humph, dead last is dead last, always making excuses. Even if you were in perfect condition, I'd still be faster than you." "I'm faster than you." Naruto refused to back down. "I'm faster than you." Sasuke stood his ground without hesitation. Shueimoe raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that these two immature brats were actually arguing about who was faster. How disgraceful. As the argument escalated, Sakura joined the fray. "Idiot Naruto, Sasuke-kun is a genius. He's definitely faster than you." Shueimoe sighed helplessly, beginning to reflect inwardly. There was a saying that evil-hearted people see everything as evil. This can't be blamed on me. If anything, blame it on the decline of morals. Not long after, the three finally grew tired of arguing and quieted down. Sasuke snorted coldly at Naruto and said to Shueimoe, "I've already mastered the first stage. It's time to start the second stage." Shueimoe nodded in response. "Very well, next I'll explain the second stage of Rasengan training." "Naruto, be quiet and come listen too, so I don't have to explain it twice." Shueimoe took out a rubber ball and explained the key points of the second stage of training in detail. The system still did not issue a return notification. By nightfall, Naruto still hadn't managed to burst the water balloon, while Sasuke's rubber ball had already slightly deformed. Naruto felt unwilling but had no solution. On the way back, he hung his head like a defeated rooster, remaining silent the entire time. The next day, Naruto trained all day, but the water balloon still didn't burst. Meanwhile, Sasuke's rubber ball was becoming increasingly deformed. Seeing Sakura cheering enthusiastically for Sasuke, Naruto felt more and more dejected. That night, after everyone had gone to sleep, Naruto quietly got up, went to the seaside, and continued training alone. On the rooftop, Mizuki witnessed this scene, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. There are many reasons why Naruto became the protagonist of the Hokage and the hero who ultimately saved the ninja world. He is the son of the 4th Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the reincarnation of Azura. But Mizuki always believed that these were not the most important factors. Naruto's resilience, his refusal to give up despite being at the bottom, was the true key to his success. Mizuki admitted to himself that he could not compare to Naruto. A person with such strong willpower will succeed no matter their background. Then, let's give him a little help, he thought to himself. Naruto gripped the water balloon, practicing over and over, trying to control the chakra to spin irregularly. However, no matter how hard he tried, the result was still a mess. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" he roared in his heart. "Damn Orochimaru, just wait. When I get stronger, I'll dry you out like a snake jerky and feed you to the cats." Just then, a meow came from nearby. A chubby orange cat darted out from the corner of the house, leaped up, and swatted the water balloon out of Naruto's hand onto the ground, then started playing with it. "Hey, little kitty, don't play with my ball. That's for my training," Naruto shouted anxiously. However, the orange cat completely ignored him, happily batting the ball left and right. As the cat's paws batted at it, the water inside the balloon began to spin irregularly. Suddenly, with a pop, the water balloon burst, spilling water everywhere. The orange cat let out a startled meow, panicked, and ran off. Seeing this, Naruto didn't blame the cat at all. Instead, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Ha ha ha, I've got it," he exclaimed. "Little kitty, thank you so much. Where do you live? Tomorrow I'll buy you some fish snacks." He immediately took out a new water balloon, holding it in his left hand while injecting chakra into it. At the same time, his right hand also released chakra, forming a vortex in his palm. He continuously touched the water balloon in his left hand with his right hand, using the chakra vortex in his right hand to influence the rotation of the chakra inside the balloon. Since he touched different spots from various angles, the water inside the balloon began to rotate irregularly at different angles. The surface of the balloon deformed violently, and with a pop, the balloon finally burst. "Haha, I did it!" Naruto cheered loudly. The orange cat jumped onto the roof and, with a poof, transformed into Mizuki. Watching Naruto burst the water balloon, Mizuki revealed a smile. Not bad, not bad. That little brain of yours is quite clever, figuring it out so quickly. Truly worthy of my choice to abandon dignity and turn into a cat." Early the next morning, Naruto excitedly announced during breakfast that he had completed the first stage of Rasengan training and demonstrated it in front of everyone. Sakura scoffed, "TCH, using both hands? Still not as good as Sasuke-kun." However, Sasuke seriously looked at Naruto, his gaze devoid of mockery and instead showing a hint of approval. Mizuki smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Naruto's idea to use both hands is truly clever." Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. "Actually, I have to thank that cat from last night. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have thought of using both hands. I really want to know where that cat lives so I can buy it a bunch of small fish snacks," Shikamaru said awkwardly, rubbing his nose. Just then, Inari suddenly spoke up. "Last night, I saw him turn into a cat, a big orange fat cat." As he spoke, he pointed at Shikamaru. Everyone immediately focused their attention on Shikamaru. Naruto exclaimed, "Huh? Shikamaru-sensei, was that fat cat you?" Shikamaru, of course, wouldn't admit it. "No, Inari must have seen it wrong. If I were to guide you in cultivation, I would just tell you directly. There's no need to turn into a cat to inspire you." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, that's true." Inari retorted, "I didn't see it wrong. It was him." Mizuki insisted, "No, you saw it wrong, or you dreamed about it." Sasuke glanced at Mizuki. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke was meticulous. He always felt that Mizuki was lying. Could it really be him turning into a cat to inspire Naruto? But how did he know that using both hands could increase the success rate of irregular chakra rotation? This kind of stupid method would only be thought of by an idiot. He's not an idiot, so how could he come up with such a method? Sasuke judged others by his own standards. If something could be done with one hand, why use two? It was completely unnecessary. Over the next few days, both Sasuke and Naruto worked hard, striving to burst the balloon. The first stage was irregular chakra rotation, while the second stage involved injecting more chakra to increase power, which also tested chakra control. Sasuke was far ahead, but Naruto refused to fall behind. Sasuke didn't have as much chakra as Naruto, so he could only practice a few dozen times a day before running out of energy. Naruto, on the other hand, had abundant chakra. Although he lagged behind Sasuke in progress, he could practice 200 to 300 times a day. If quality wasn't enough, he made up for it with quantity. It didn't matter if you ran fast because you lacked endurance. Even if I ran slowly, I had stamina. If you could run for 1 hour, I could run for 3. The two pushed each other, neither willing to give in, greatly improving their training efficiency. Finally, after 5 days of effort, they completed the second stage of training on the same day, one after the other, with Sasuke finishing just 10 minutes ahead of Naruto. Sasuke-kun is still the fastest. So, Naruto, do you admit defeat? Sakura looked at Sasuke with admiration, while mocking Naruto in various ways. This time, Naruto just chuckled and didn't argue back. Instead, it was Sasuke who looked serious and seemed rather unhappy. "Sakura, stop talking." Hearing the displeasure in Sasuke's tone, Sakura looked puzzled. Clearly, Sasuke-kun was faster, so why wasn't he happy? Mizuki shook his head. On the side, thinking to himself that this Sakura was really a bit of a brainless Sasuke fan. Obviously, in the second stage of training, Naruto was actually faster. When Naruto switched from the water balloon to the rubber ball, Sasuke had already been training with the rubber ball for more than a day. Although Naruto started later, he managed to catch up, ending just 10 minutes behind. No wonder Sasuke wasn't pleased. Very good, the second stage was completed excellently. Now, we move on to the third stage, which is also the final stage. Without relying on any external objects, gather chakra in the palm and make it rotate irregularly in all directions. If you can do it, the Rasengan will be complete. The bridge will be finished in just 3 days. Can you master it before the bridge is completed? When people get used to relying on something, it's not so easy to break free from it. Using the spatial constraints of the water balloon and rubber ball, Sasuke and Naruto were already able to control their chakra to rotate irregularly. However, when their hands were empty, the situation became difficult. It's like elementary school. Students practicing calligraphy. When copying from a template within grid lines, their handwriting isn't bad. But if you let them write on blank paper, their writing immediately reverts to its original messy form. The two of them had chakra wildly surging in their hands. Although it was rotating, it couldn't gather into a cohesive sphere. Mizuki wasn't surprised and refrained from offering further guidance. At this stage, they were actually just one step away from success. With a bit more practice, they would naturally master it. According to Mizuki's estimation, 3 days should be enough. However, geniuses always defy expectations. After just 1 day, Naruto succeeded. I did it! Sakura-chan, come and look at my sphere. Early in the morning, as soon as Naruto got out of bed, he ran excitedly into the kitchen, eager to show Sakura his Rasengan. Instantly, a gust of wind swept through the kitchen. Baka! Sakura punched Naruto on the head, extinguishing the Rasengan immediately. Do you know how dangerous it is to use Rasengan here? What if you damage the house? Naruto held his head, looking helpless. Well, I was just so happy that I forgot. But I've already mastered the Rasengan, Sakura-chan. Now you know who's more of a genius, me or Sasuke, right? Sakura wanted to refute, but at this moment, she had nothing to say. She was extremely surprised in her heart. She had always thought Naruto was a fool who couldn't learn anything, but she didn't expect him to master the Rasengan so quickly. Just then, Sasuke also walked into the kitchen. Naruto immediately turned around and provocatively said, "Arrogant Sasuke, I've already mastered the Rasengan. How about that? Surprised, aren't you? Do you feel like you're useless and worthless? Ah, there's no helping it. The world of geniuses is just so hard to understand. Something you can't envy." Sakura thought to herself, I really want to punch Naruto again. At this moment, Naruto was just too annoying. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, let out a cold snort, and said nothing. He simply raised both hands, palms facing upward. In the next moment, a Rasengan appeared in each of his palms. Sakura's attention immediately shifted from Naruto's head to Sasuke's face. Ah, Sasuke-kun, you're absolutely amazing. Silently thinking to herself, Sasuke-kun is so handsome, I want to have your babies. Sasuke ignored Sakura, glanced at Naruto again, and said coldly, do you think you're the only one staying up late to train? Naruto coughed twice and quickly said, this is the kitchen. Rasengan is really dangerous. Hurry up and dispel it, or you'll destroy the house. Sakura scolded coyly, idiot Naruto, you're just jealous of Sasuke-kun's talent. You need 2 hands to create a Rasengan, but Sasuke-kun can do it with just 1 hand. Compared to him, you have no right to call yourself a genius. Naruto instantly felt dejected. Such blatant double standards. However, he was already used to it. He'd been accustomed to this since his days at the Ninja Academy. At this moment, Mizuki, who was heading downstairs, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Host grants disciple Uzumaki Naruto the A-rank Ninjutsu Rasengan, triggering a 3,000-fold return. Host grants disciple Uchiha Sasuke the A-rank Ninjutsu Rasengan, triggering a 3,000-fold return. Since the grant type and return multiplier are the same, the 2 returns are stacked. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 10,000-fold return and obtained the SS level ultimate technique, 6 paths, Yin-Yang Rasengan. SS level ultimate technique, 6 paths, Yin-Yang Rasengan? Mizuki's eyes widened, his mind buzzing. With the addition of the word 6 paths, this technique was clearly extraordinary. Moreover, the term Yin-Yang was not used casually. In addition to the basic 5 chakra attributes, fire, lightning, wind, earth, and water, there are also Yin release and Yang release attributes. Yin release represents spiritual power, and techniques of Yin release can create forms out of the intangible. Genjutsu, the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, and the Nara clan's secret techniques all fall under the category of Yin release. Yang release, on the other hand, represents physical power, and techniques of Yang release can imbue forms with life. The Akimichi clan's multi-size technique, the Senju clan's body healing, and medical ninjutsu all belong to the category of Yang release. When Yin release and Yang release are combined, they form Yin-Yang release techniques. Mastering the power of Yin-Yang release equates to mastering the power of creation. It is said that the 9-tailed beasts were created by the sage of 6 paths, who divided the 10 tails chakra and then used Yin-Yang release techniques. Techniques based on Yin-Yang release, such as truth-seeking balls, can nullify all ninjutsu. Except for senjutsu, any ninjutsu can be neutralized by truth-seeking balls. Even bodies reincarnated through Edo Tensei cannot resist. Once hit, the body cannot heal, and in severe cases, it may disintegrate into ashes. Doesn't this make me invincible? At this moment in the ninja world, there is no 6 paths Obito, no 6 paths Madara, and no overpowered Naruto or Sasuke. Who else could possibly be my opponent? Mizuki felt a bit bit dizzy. Happiness had come too suddenly. At this moment, the system continued its introduction. 6 paths, Yin-Yang Rasengan, imbued with the power of Yin-Yang release, its destructive force rivals that of truth-seeking balls. Apart from sage techniques and other 6 paths Yin-Yang release techniques, it disregards everything. Note, the host has not yet mastered Yin-Yang release. Each use of this technique will consume a significant amount of mental and physical energy, leaving the user extremely weak. You will be unable to get out of bed for a week and unable to engage in intense physical activity for 2 weeks. Mizuki. Damn, there are actually side effects. This thing can only be used as a trump card. Nevertheless, Mizuki still felt a surge of joy in his heart. Such a trump card is truly rare. In the kitchen, breakfast was simple and casual. After everyone finished eating, they prepared to set out. The bridge would be completed in 2 days, and Tazuna was full of energy. But before they could leave, there was a sudden knock at the door. Tsunami opened the door and saw that the person outside, though unfamiliar, was wearing a Konoha forehead protector, which put her at ease. Are you also a ninja from Konoha? May I ask who you're looking for? This is the home of the bridge master Tazuna, correct? I am Kakashi, a jonin from Konoha, here to take over Team 7's mission. Inside the house, Naruto heard a sound and immediately got up to check. Kakashi-sensei, is it really you? Why are you here? Kakashi replied, I was ordered by Lord Hokage to replace Mizuki and lead you in carrying out the mission to protect Tazuna. Naruto asked curiously, why is Grandpa Hokage making things so complicated? Mizuki-sensei was doing just fine with us. Why did he have to send you, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi, but this is Lord Hokage's order. It involves the deaths of 3 members of the Umbu. Lord Hokage needs to recall Mizuki to understand the situation at that time. 3 members of the Umbu? Dead? Naruto exclaimed, asking, Kakashi-sensei, are you saying those 3 masked uncles are dead? Kakashi nodded. Yes, they're dead. Orochimaru even sold their corpses to a bounty exchange. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 living, breathing people, just gone like that. Orochimaru. At the mention of the name, Naruto's teeth clenched involuntarily. Inside the room, Mizuki's eyes narrowed slightly. The mission was already halfway done, and it was about to conclude, but the 3rd Hokage had Kakashi come to replace him. After some thought, Mizuki wasn't surprised. After all, with 3 Umbu members dead, how could Konoha not react? It doesn't matter. After all, I wasn't the one who killed those 3 Umbu. Even if he fell out with Konoha, Mizuki was not afraid. Konoha might be strong, but he was not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If he couldn't win, he could always run away. After Kakashi entered the room and everyone exchanged greetings, Mizuki said, Senior Kakashi, Orochimaru's target this time is Sasuke. In fact, as soon as Kakashi entered the room, he noticed the curse mark on Sasuke's neck. He nodded and said, Orochimaru's curse mark will erode a person's body. Later, I will use the evil sealing method to seal the curse mark. Although we don't know what Orochimaru's purpose is, as an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru's appearance is being taken very seriously by Lord Hokage. So I was sent to replace you in leading them to carry out the mission. You must return to the village immediately and report the situation to Lord Hokage. Mizuki nodded and added, Orochimaru also placed a 5-element seal on Naruto's abdomen, causing Naruto's chakra to go out of control. Kakashi nodded, I can't handle this matter. We'll have to wait until Naruto returns to the village and have Lord Hokage undo the seal. Before departing, Mizuki informed Kakashi about Zabuza's condition and then set off. Leaving the land of waves, he stepped onto the soil of the land of fire. All the way, he hummed softly to himself, walking unhurriedly toward Konoha. In his mind, he was pondering how to deal with the 3rd Hokage upon his return to Konoha. To be honest, he didn't want to leave Konoha. Konoha was full of talent, and the multiplier effect depended on the disciples' aptitude. Especially Naruto and Sasuke, these 2 main characters absolutely couldn't be lost. Only in Konoha could he maximize the system's effectiveness. When the time comes, I'll pin all the blame on Orochimaru, and then subtly reveal the Konoha crush plan, so the 3rd Hokage will be too distracted to deal with me. Suddenly, his steps halted, and he stopped, turning his head to look at the nearby woods. You 3, what business do you have with me? Humming along the way wasn't because he was in high spirits, but because he had activated echolocation vigilance. Just now, 3 figures had entered the range of his echolocation, and judging by their demeanor, they seemed aggressive. So quickly discovered, it seems the intelligence was correct. This is no ordinary chunin. Accompanied by the voice, 2 men wearing black cloaks with red clouds stepped out from behind the tree. Mizuki's eyes immediately narrowed. Akatsuki's Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame? Although both were wearing straw hats that covered most of their faces, Mizuki still recognized their identities at a glance. Mainly because Kisame's features were far too distinctive. Carrying the large sword Samahata wrapped in bandages on his back, if Mizuki couldn't recognize him, then all those years of watching Naruto would have been a complete waste. Shueimu immediately closed his eyes. As for Kisame Hashigaki, he didn't care at all. The Samahata sword posed no threat to him. So what if it could absorb chakra? Could it even touch him? Moreover, Moreover, with Kisame's hand seal speed, before Shuemu's ninjutsu could even be executed, his body flicker technique combined with explosive tags would be enough to blow Kisame to pieces. Although Shuemu didn't take Kisame seriously, he dared not underestimate Itachi Uchiha in the slightest. Compared to Shuemu, Itachi's Sharingan Genjutsu was far more troublesome. Ordinary Genjutsu could be easily countered by Shuemu's exceptional chakra control, making it nearly impossible for him to fall victim. The principle of Genjutsu lies in disrupting the chakra within the enemy's body to control their five senses, but Shuemu's chakra control was so strong that it rendered such disruptions ineffective. Thus, ordinary Genjutsu had no effect on him. However, ocular Genjutsu was a completely different matter. Its essence was not merely to disrupt chakra but to directly affect one's mental strength, plunging the target into deep illusions. Itachi Uchiha was a master of Genjutsu, especially with his so-called invincible Tsukuyomi, which Shuemu had to approach with extreme caution. Even though his soul had traversed dimensions, absorbing Shuemu's soul and memories, and his mental strength was far superior to that of ordinary people, he dared not take any risks. If he were to fall victim to Tsukuyomi and couldn't break free, he would truly be in grave danger. Therefore, the moment he realized it was Itachi Uchiha, he immediately closed his eyes. After all, with echolocation, he could perceive the opponent's movements without relying on vision, which was sufficient. Of course, this wasn't entirely foolproof. Itachi's right eye ability, Amaterasu, could ignite anything within his line of sight with its inextinguishable black flames. Shuemu had already made up his mind, he just wanted to say a few words and leave. Once back in Konoha, there might still be battles to fight, and getting injured here would be disastrous. Beneath the straw hat, a trace of surprise flashed in Itachi Uchiha's eyes. With his intelligence, he immediately realized Shuemu was guarding against him the moment Shuemu closed his eyes. He's wary of the Sharingan, but I haven't revealed my true face yet. My eyes are still hidden under the hat. How does he know I possess the Sharingan? Itachi wondered inwardly. Does he know me? Uchiha Itachi felt puzzled. Ever since graduating from the ninja academy, he had joined the Umbu and always wore a mask outside of his home, rarely showing his true face. Mizuki was just an ordinary chunin, a civilian, and there was no connection between the two. Logically, Mizuki shouldn't know him. Such behavior of closing his eyes before even meeting them seemed unusual no matter how one looked at it. It seems you two came specifically to find me. May I ask what the matter is? Mizuki asked. Itachi and Kisame removed their straw hats, their gazes falling on Mizuki. Kisame appeared annoyed. Hey, talking to us with your eyes closed, isn't that pretty rude? Mizuki responded, you shark guy, I don't even know you, why should I be polite to you? Kisame was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth but unable to retort. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi spoke. We are from the Akatsuki organization. I am Uchiha Itachi, and this is Hoshigaki Kisame. We came to find you to invite you to join the Akatsuki. He continued, we are already aware of your abilities. You did not suffer defeat in your battle with Orochimaru and have mastered a space-related jutsu that allows you to switch positions with others. Your strength meets the requirements of the Akatsuki and qualifies you to become a formal member. Mizuki was shocked. How did the Akatsuki know his information? Were there Akatsuki members present during his previous encounter with Orochimaru? His mind raced, and suddenly he exclaimed loudly, it seems you know quite a lot about me. The louder the sound, the farther the sound waves travel, and the range of echolocation expands accordingly. Then he noticed a faint figure appearing on a tree 60 meters away, with a strange shape and a serrated pitcher plant growing from its neck, enveloping its head. It's black and white. Zetsu. Suemu's heart tightened. It seemed that during the previous battle with Orochimaru, Zetsu had likely been observing the entire time. He understood that Zetsu had probed his abilities and then informed Pain through Tobi, allowing the Akatsuki organization to grasp this information. Suemu secretly remained vigilant. Zetsu's abilities were unique, elusive, and impossible to guard against. From now on, no matter what he did, he had to be even more cautious and ensure that no more information was leaked. Uchiha Itachi, an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, who once massacred the entire Uchiha clan. Hoshigaki Kisame, an S-rank rogue ninja from Kirigakure, and the wielder of the great sword. Samahata among the 7 ninja swordsmen. He thought to himself, facing such powerful individuals inviting him was truly an honor. Unfortunately, I am a Konoha ninja. Betraying Konoha and joining another organization holds no appeal for me. Suemu thought that joining the Akatsuki organization offered no benefits whatsoever. Moreover, he completely disagreed with the Akatsuki's ideology. The idea that making the ninja world feel pain would lead to peace was utterly nonsensical. And Tobi's infinite Tsukuyomi plan was nothing but self-deception. What kind of peace is an illusory peace anyway? Suemu's refusal did not surprise Itachi and Kisame. Itachi spoke, as far as I know, your days in Konoha haven't been pleasant. The third Hokage doesn't seem to favor you for some reason. He first made you work as a teaching assistant at the ninja academy, with extremely poor treatment. Then he sent the Umbu to monitor you, keeping a strict watch over you. Moreover, you were even subjected to assassination attempts in Konoha. Over half a month ago, during a mission to eliminate bandits, you were ambushed by 3 root ninjas, and your fiancée lost her life because of it. Is such a Konoha still worth your continued dedication? Itachi's words made Mizuki ponder silently. What does this mean? You traitor, didn't you join the Akatsuki for the sake of Konoha? You're clearly on Konoha's side, so why are you so determined to persuade me to betray Konoha? Could it be that you're afraid my staying in Konoha would harm the village? Mizuki was increasingly speechless about Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. Is it really necessary to be so devoted to Konoha? He even began to suspect that Uchiha Itachi might have been affected by Shirsue's Kotoama Tsukumi. Itachi continued, this time, 3 Konoha Umbu members died in the Land of Waves. The 3rd Hokage will definitely summon you back to hold you accountable. Mizuki retorted, those 3 Umbu were killed by Orochimaru. What does that have to do with me? Itachi calmly responded, the Umbu are dead, but you survived. The 3rd will undoubtedly believe you colluded with Orochimaru and label you as a rogue ninja. No matter how much you argue, it will be futile. The village's shinobi and civilians will all side with the 3rd's judgment. Return to Konoha, and you will be driven into a corner. Although with your strength, you might be able to resist effectively and even cause significant casualties. But Konoha has the advantage of numbers, and in the end, you will surely die. Mizuki raised an eyebrow. After saying so much, could it be that he was worried about the chaos Mizuki might cause upon returning to Konoha, potentially harming the village? What a true Uchiha Itachi, wholeheartedly protecting Konoha. Alright, enough with the nonsense. If you want me to join the Akatsuki, it's not impossible. Capture me, defeat me, and I'll agree to become a member of the Akatsuki. Shuemu chuckled softly, and the next moment he vanished from where he stood, leaving only scattered leaves gently falling. His true form had already appeared 50 meters away, but as soon as he appeared, he immediately disappeared again, instantly flickering forward another 50 meters. Just like that, with consecutive flashes, Shuemu vanished from Itachi and Kisame's field of vision in an instant. This, how do we catch him? Kisame was dumbfounded. Itachi calmly said, it seems his ability not only allows him to swap positions with people but also with objects. He switches places with a fallen leaf 50 meters away, instantly advancing 50 meters. Such an ability is even more practical than the 4th Hokage's flying thunder god. Kisame asked curiously, Itachi-san, an angel, what should we do next? At this moment, Konan also emerged from the forest. Konan said, since he wants to return to Konoha to court death, we don't need to bother with him anymore. Itachi, however, said, his ability can't be used infinitely, it must consume chakra. If we pursue him, we might still have a chance to catch up. Such a person, if he could join our Akatsuki organization, would greatly benefit the organization's future plans. Besides, Konoha already knows about Mizuki's strength. If the 3rd Hokage changes his strategy, spares him, and instead puts him to good use, Konoha's power will surely increase. In the future, the organization will have one more formidable enemy to deal with. So my opinion is, if he refuses to join, then kill him. Kisame turned his head, looking at Itachi with a puzzled expression. He felt that Itachi seemed somewhat unusual today, with a killing intent. That was overly intense. Konan directly asked, Itachi, I've sensed your killing intent since earlier. Do you have a grudge against this Mizuki? Ding! The weasel was silent for a moment before finally saying, I have no personal grudge against him. I just despise Konoha. As for Konoha's ninjas, I am more than happy to personally kill them. Konan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought you were worried that if he returned to Konoha, he would cause destruction there, and that's why you wanted to kill him. In that case, let's catch up to him. If he truly refuses to join the Akatsuki, then kill him. Bring his corpse back and hand it over to Sasori. In this way, his abilities can also be utilized by the Akatsuki. As soon as Konan made her decision, the 3 of them immediately used the body flicker technique and pursued in the direction Mizuki had fled. Relying on the body replacement technique, Mizuki advanced 300 meters. This distance should be enough. They probably won't keep chasing me, right? He thought to himself. Mizuki leaped across the branches in the forest, quickening his pace. However, it wasn't long before he heard the sound of clothes flapping in the wind behind him. Turning his head slightly, he caught a glimpse of Itachi and Kisame rapidly closing in, their body flicker speed astonishing. Konan, on the other hand, had unleashed her dance of the Shikigami, transforming into a pair of wings that allowed her to fly swiftly in pursuit. In comparison, Mizuki, who hadn't even mastered the body flicker technique, could only clumsily leap through the forest like a sluggish old monkey. This is endless, isn't it? He thought bitterly, coming to a halt and turning to face the 3 of them, his eyes once again tightly shut. I've already told you, I have no interest in joining the Akatsuki. Why are you so persistent? The 3 of them also stopped. Itachi spoke coldly, I am a rogue ninja from Konoha, harboring extreme hatred for the village. You are a Konoha ninja. If you don't join the Akatsuki, then you are my enemy. me, and I will kill you. Your corpse will be turned into a puppet and continue to serve the Akatsuki. Shuemu chuckled lightly. I have the art of teleportation. Even if I can't defeat you, I can retreat at any time. Want to kill me? Ha! Itachi remained expressionless and gave his final ultimatum. I'll ask you one last time, will you join the Akatsuki or not? Although Shuemu had his eyes closed, Itachi's expression vividly appeared in his mind. Uchiha Itachi, I admire you, but since you want to kill me, I won't hold back either. As soon as the words fell, 3 explosive tags were already ignited. Shuemu instantly activated his teleportation technique, swapping positions with Itachi in an instant. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed through the forest. Uchiha Itachi was at the center of the blast, with no time to escape. However, in the next moment, as the flames dissipated, a flock of crows flew out. These crows gathered nearby, swaying unsteadily, and reformed into Uchiha Itachi's body. Shimizu barely had time to marvel at Itachi's technique when a hissing sound reached his ears. Well done, Uchiha Itachi. You actually set up explosive tags in advance. At that moment, an explosion erupted behind Shimizu. In the nick of time, he used body replacement technique again, swapping places with Kisame. To prevent Kisame from having also set up explosive tags like Itachi, Shimizu immediately used the technique again to switch places with a rock 5 meters away. In less than 0.5 seconds, Shimizu performed the body replacement technique 3 times in succession. The first was for offense, the second for escape, and the third as a precaution against danger. When he finally stopped, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Despite his quick reactions, the explosive tags set by Uchiha Itachi still affected him. His back was scorched, his clothes blown to shreds, and his skin severely burned. In that fleeting moment, if he had been 0.01 seconds slower, Shimizu might have been gravely injured or even killed outright. How ruthless! Shimizu marveled at Itachi's combat intelligence and decisive ruthlessness, his earlier underestimation of him completely vanishing. Meanwhile, Kisame, who had been swapped into the explosion, was engulfed in flames and let out a blood-curdling scream. However, when the flames subsided, Kisame's body turned into water and spilled onto the ground. A water clone. Shimizu's mouth twitched involuntarily. He had taken the initiative to attack, performed the body replacement technique 3 times in a row, yet Itachi and Kisame were unscathed, while he himself ended up injured. Was the joke on him? The once unbeatable body replacement technique had hit a wall today. This was the consequence of his own intelligence being leaked. If the enemy knew about the body replacement technique, as long as they weren't fools, they would devise countermeasures. There is no such thing as an absolutely invincible technique. Overconfidence leads to disaster. My echolocation is ultimately not precise enough, and there's a delay. It's good for sensing enemy movements, but it's too unreliable. In battle, he couldn't detect when Uchiha Itachi used the crow substitution technique or when Kisame used the water clone technique. If his eyes were open, he would never miss their movements. Unfortunately, due to his fear of Itachi's genjutsu, Mizuki could only fight with his eyes closed. Damn it, this is way too passive. If this keeps up, I'm afraid I'll be played to death. Mizuki felt frustrated but helpless. In just a short exchange, he had suffered a major loss and even got injured. Ever since he transmigrated, he had never experienced such a setback. He thought, it's time to leave. As expected of Uchiha Itachi, I admit defeat. You guys are strong. I'm no match for you, so I'm leaving, he said without hesitation, then leapt onto the treetops. Itachi said, you can't escape. The body flicker technique may be agile, but it consumes chakra. How much chakra do you have left to sustain it? Today, you either join the Akatsuki or die. Shuemu responded with a smile. Who said I only have the art of teleportation? As soon as he finished speaking, he flickered a few times and disappeared from the trio's sight. Then, chakra burst from under his feet as he performed the air step technique. He didn't fly too high but stayed close to the forest canopy, flying at low altitude with maximum speed, quickly disappearing into the distance. In the forest, Uchiha Itachi calmly said, he won't get far. Let's keep chasing. After a brief exchange, Uchiha Itachi gained a more direct understanding of Shuemu's abilities. He not only masters teleportation, but is also skilled in sensory ninjutsu. Even with his eyes closed, he can accurately sense the positions of surrounding objects. Moreover, he also learned the 4th Hokage's Rasengan and integrated the nature transformation of wind release chakra into it, greatly enhancing its power, with destructive force comparable to a tailed beast ball. The threat level of Mizuki had already risen to S rank in Itachi's mind. The 3rd Hokage already doesn't favor him, and now 3 members of the Umbu have died. Once he returns, the 3rd Hokage will definitely seize the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Mizuki will inevitably resist, leading to a major battle. Regardless of the final outcome, Konoha will suffer tremendous losses. Itachi grew increasingly uneasy. He now had only one thought: he must catch up to Mizuki and kill him, ensuring he does not return to Konoha and bring destruction to the village. However, Mizuki had already flown far away, making it impossible to catch up. The body flicker technique also consumes chakra and cannot be used indefinitely. definitely. After pursuing for 2 or 3 kilometers without any trace of Mizuki, Itachi began to feel anxious. Can't catch up, give up, Xiao Nan directly announced. Maybe his speed is faster than ours, or maybe he changed direction. In any case, we've lost him. Itachi felt immense regret in his heart. If I had known, I should have used Amaterasu to burn him to death directly. Unfortunately, regret was useless now. The only thing I can do now is find an opportunity to send Mizuki's intel back to Konoha, so they can prepare and minimize the losses. After 5 minutes of flight, Mizuki had already flown about 25 kilometers, consuming 3 chakra points. At this moment, his chakra was nearly depleted. The repeated use of body flicker technique earlier had consumed a large amount of chakra, coupled with the expenditure from the air walking technique. Now, Mizuki had only 1 chakra point left in his body. This last bit of chakra absolutely cannot be used up. It must be saved for emergencies. He flew high into the sky, scanning the surroundings. At this distance, it's already safe. Even if Uchiha Itachi and the others don't give up, they won't be able to catch up. There's a small town up ahead. I should go and take care of the wound on my back. After entering the town, Mizuki found an inn and soaked in a bath with a highly effective strengthening medicine. The medicine's effects were still potent, and by the next morning, the wound on his back had almost completely healed. Reflecting on yesterday's battle, Mizuki still felt a lingering fear. It was a close call. The old me was too arrogant, always thinking that with body flicker, I was invincible. Although Uchiha Itachi wanted to kill me, he also taught me a lesson. Whether a person is strong cannot be judged solely by external factors such as chakra and ninjutsu. Internal factors are equally important, such as combat intelligence and experience. In yesterday's battle, Mizuki never anticipated that Itachi would set up explosive tags in advance. If he had realized this in time, he wouldn't have been injured by the explosion. This is precisely a manifestation of lacking combat intelligence. Simply put, Mizuki was completely outclassed by Uchiha Itachi in terms of wisdom. Just thinking about it makes one feel frustrated and somewhat helpless. Ever since mastering the shadow shift technique, I've only focused on studying how to attack and kill the enemy, but I've never carefully considered the weaknesses of this technique. This led to me being exploited by Uchiha Itachi, almost losing my life. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Mizuki hadn't even fully understood himself, which led to yesterday's failure. Reflecting on this, he suddenly felt enlightened, as if he had broken through a certain barrier. Additionally, to not fear Uchiha Itachi, I must resolve the issue of genjutsu. If this problem isn't solved, Mizuki will always be at a disadvantage whenever he encounters Uchiha Itachi. Either he needs to enhance the precision of echolocation to the level of dynamic vision, allowing him to see every move of the enemy clearly, or he must strengthen his mental power. If his mind becomes strong enough to resist the control of genjutsu, then he won't have to fear it. No matter how much echolocation is improved, it will always have flaws, so I won't consider it for now. Although sound travels fast, it still has a delay. The speed of sound in the air is 340 meters per second. If Mizuki is 30 meters away from the enemy, the echo would take about 0.1 seconds to reach his ears. This means that from the moment the opponent makes a move to the moment Mizuki perceives it, there is a 0.1 second delay. In battles between experts, this 0.1 second gap could determine life or death. Therefore, echolocation is not suitable for use in combat. So, enhancing mental strength is the only way forward. Direct drugs or methods to enhance mental strength might be available from the Yamanaka or Nara clans. However, such secret medicines are definitely out of Mizuki's reach. The only thing he can rely on is the system. Next, prepare some stimulants to refresh the mind and leave one opportunity for granting returns to both Sasuke and Sakura. Once they return to the village, he would give them the medicine. Let's head back to the village. I wonder what kind of reception the third Hokage has prepared for me. Mizuki understood that the third Hokage's summoning him back to Konoha this time was ostensibly to inquire about the cause of the ANBU's deaths, but in reality, it was very likely part of a plan to kill him. Because of Mizuki, Konoha had already suffered significant losses. The previous losses were all root ninjas, Danzo's loyal followers, so the third Hokage wouldn't feel much pain. But this time, the ones who died were 3 ANBU members, the backbone of the village. The third Hokage's heart was bound to be heavy with grief. Nevertheless, Mizuki still decided to return to the village and fight for another chance. He truly wanted to stay in Konoha. This place was full of geniuses, had a superior environment, delicious food, and a boss who was indecisive and easy to manipulate. Where else could he find a better life? As for becoming a rogue ninja, Mizuki would never choose that path unless absolutely necessary. Just look at Orochimaru and Zabuza. Seeing the kind of miserable, shameful lives they led made it clear that being a rogue ninja was no easy task. Mizuki didn't dawdle and quickened his pace toward Konoha. Walking would take 3 days, but leaping through the forest would only take half a day. Soon, he arrived outside the gates of the village. Izumo and Kotetsu, who were guarding the gate,
processed Mizuki's entry registration.
Kotetsu said, "Chunin Mizuki, the Hokage has instructed that you report to the Hokage's office immediately upon your return." Shuemu nodded and headed toward the Hokage's office. The news of Shuemu's return to the village was immediately delivered to the third Hokage's desk. The third narrowed his eyes, a faint and obscure killing intent flashing within them. "Notify Danzo and the 2 advisors to come. Summon all the Jonin and special Jonin on leave in the village to the Hokage's office for an emergency meeting. Additionally, have the Anbu prepare for combat. At my command, take down Shuemu immediately." The third had made up his mind. No matter what, Shuemu had to be dealt with today.
The losses had been too great, and if Shuemu remained alive, Konoha's future losses would undoubtedly be even worse.
He stood up, gazing out at the peaceful and tranquil Konoha village, and muttered to himself, "I will not allow anyone to disrupt the peace of the village. Even the smallest threat must be extinguished promptly." At that moment, a crow flew toward the window where the third was standing. The third frowned, and in the next instant, the Anbu appeared, slashing at the crow with a blade. "Hold it!" The third waved the Anbu off. The crow landed on the windowsill, its pitch-black eyes scrutinizing the third. The third noticed a message tied to the crow's leg. "Is this Itachi's summoning crow? All these years, Itachi has never sent any messages to the village. Why send a crow today?" The third untied the message from the crow's leg, unfolded it, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Body replacement technique. Sensory ninjutsu, the ability to clearly perceive one's surroundings even with eyes closed. Learned the fourth Hokage's Rasengan and incorporated wind-release chakra nature transformation, with enough power to break through Orochimaru's triple Rashomon. Rejected Orochimaru's recruitment and confronted him head-on. Even Itachi couldn't handle him. Reading this, the third Hokage's already wrinkled forehead furrowed even more. He had thought Mizuki only knew the body replacement technique, but he hadn't expected him to hide his abilities so deeply. How did he manage to learn these jutsu? The third Hokage was puzzled. Clearly just an average chunin with no mentor to guide him. How could he become so powerful? If, in his youth, the will of fire had been instilled in him, perhaps Konoha would have gained another successor like Minato. What a pity, it was discovered too late. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling the smoke with a long sigh. "It seems we must take him down with lightning speed. Otherwise, if he uses the wind release, Rasengan, Konoha will suffer immense destruction." Determination flashed in his eyes as the third Hokage picked up the letter and continued reading. The information sent back by Uchiha Itachi included not only details about Mizuki but also intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. The letter listed information about the Akatsuki members and an analysis of their abilities. Pain, who claims to be a god, actually possesses the legendary Rinnegan. The third Hokage immediately thought of Jiraiya. Jiraiya had once taken 3 disciples in the Land of Rain, one of whom was named Nagato, the one who possessed the Rinnegan. The masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara, possessing spacetime ninjutsu. At this point, the third Hokage's eyes narrowed involuntarily, memories of the Ninetales night, 12 years ago surfacing in his mind. Who are you, really? The information sent back by Uchiha Itachi left the third Hokage deeply shocked. Mizuki's strength had caught him by surprise, and the overall strength and composition of the Akatsuki organization made him even more vigilant. He quickly shifted his focus away from the Akatsuki. The most urgent task at hand was to deal with Mizuki. Not long after, the higher-ups and the idle jonin in the village gathered one after another, and the Anbu had made thorough arrangements. "Lord Third, Mizuki is already waiting downstairs," an Anbu member reported. The third nodded and replied, "Bring him to the conference room." He walked to his desk, set down his pipe, put on the Hokage hat, and headed to the conference room. In the large conference room on the first floor of the Hokage Tower, the main conference table was occupied by Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Hamura, Utatane Koharu, and others. The side tables were filled with numerous jonin, including Sarutobi Asuma, Karina Yui, Might Guy, and Anko Mitarashi. When Mizuki entered the conference room, all eyes turned to him in unison. The Anbu escorted him to the center of the room and informed him, "Please wait here. Lord Hokage will be here shortly to preside over the meeting and inquire about your experiences in the Land of Waves." Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Mizuki felt extremely uncomfortable, especially at the main conference table. Shimura Danzo's undisguised killing intent made him utterly disgusted. A surge of impulse rose in his heart, as if he wanted to unleash a wind release, Rasen Shuriken. But he knew that if he wanted to remain in Konoha, he had to endure. Soon, the third entered the conference room, walked to the main table, and took the central seat. "Mizuki, you need to explain in detail your collusion with Orochimaru and the murder of 3 Anbu members." The third launched the attack without hesitation. Hearing this, Mizuki was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself that the third was indeed determined to see him dead. However, he did not panic. "Lord Third, you claim I colluded with Orochimaru. Do you have any evidence? You accuse me of murdering Anbu. What grounds do you have for that?" he calmly retorted. "Even if you are the Hokage, you cannot convict me of betraying Konoha and being in league league with Orochimaru without evidence. The third Hokage sternly said, 3 powerful jonin from the Umbu died, yet you, a chunin, emerged unscathed.
Why? There is only one reason Orochimaru didn't want to kill you, and the only reason he wouldn't kill you is that
you're his accomplice. A faint smile appeared on Mizuki's face. The third Hokage was going all out. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly turned into that of a courtroom, and the 2 advisors nearby both furrowed their brows. Hamura Mitokado said, Hiruzen, how can you conclude that he colluded with Orochimaru based on this alone? Koharu Utatane echoed, yes, Hiruzen, such speculation cannot serve as evidence for conviction. Danzo, however, said, Hiruzen is right. The fact that he survived an encounter with Orochimaru is unreasonable in itself. There's no other explanation for why Orochimaru would spare him. The jonin around them watched coldly, clearly seeing that the third Hokage was targeting Mizuki, intending to put him to death. At this moment, no one was willing to stand up to oppose the third Hokage, nor would anyone support Mizuki, as the third Hokage indeed had no concrete evidence.
Mizuki continued to defend himself. Lord Third, if what you say is true, then does that mean Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura are also Orochimaru's accomplices? Orochimaru didn't kill them either.
The third Hokage coldly replied, whether they are Orochimaru's accomplices or not, the village will conduct its own investigation.
Mizuki was left speechless.
The third Hokage continued, in addition to this, you secretly learned the fourth Hokage's jutsu, the Rasengan, without permission.
This is an unforgivable crime. All jutsu are the property of the village and cannot be learned without authorization.
The third Hokage's voice carried authority. The Rasengan is an A-rank, powerful jutsu.
Anyone who learns it without permission will be treated as a traitor. Shueimo was instantly stunned, secretly wondering in his heart, how could the third Hokage know he could use the Rasengan? Could it be that the telescope technique had already extended to the land of waves? Or did someone among Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura betray him and report back to Konoha? Or perhaps, was it that double agent Itachi Uchiha?
After thinking it over, Shueimo felt that Itachi Uchiha was the most suspicious.
So, he firmly said, Lord Third, I absolutely cannot use the Rasengan.
That is a powerful jutsu created by the fourth Hokage. How could I possibly know it?
Lord Third says I can use the Rasengan. May I ask if there is any evidence?
The third Hokage.
He did have evidence, but he couldn't present it.
After all, Itachi Uchiha was still labeled as a rogue ninja of Konoha, and the information he sent back couldn't be considered valid evidence. At this moment, Danzo spoke up. Let's set aside the Rasengan for now.
The fact that you secretly learned the Flying Thunder God technique, surely that's undeniable? This is information from the Umbu. They witnessed with their own eyes that during your battle with Zabuza, you used a space-time ninjutsu to instantly relocate.
The Flying Thunder God technique was created by the second Hokage and is a forbidden jutsu recorded in the Scroll of Seals. If you know the Flying Thunder God technique, there's no need to say more. You must have secretly read the Scroll of Seals.
Just this alone is enough to sentence you to death. Mizuki glanced at Danzo.
This old guy was truly adept at twisting facts. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them and prepared to reveal his trump card. Lord Third, everyone, whether I am guilty or not can be discussed later.
Right now, there is an important piece of information that I must share with you.
This intelligence concerns the safety of Konoha.
If not handled properly, Konoha could very well be destroyed.
As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became strange.
Everyone stared at Mizuki as if he were a fool. Alarmist. Nonsense. Danzo coldly rebuked. Don't think you can shift the topic to evade punishment. Confess your crimes immediately and accept the justice you deserve.
Mizuki completely ignored him and simply said,
Konoha, collapse plan.
Those 6 short words caused the atmosphere in the conference room to change in an instant, especially the third Hokage, whose pupils suddenly contracted.
What Konoha collapse plan? You need to explain it in detail.
The third Hokage asked loudly.
Concerned about Konoha's safety, he could no longer focus on condemning Mizuki to death.
Danzo's eyes flickered as he said coldly, Hiruzen, don't let him deceive you. This so-called Konoha collapse plan is absolutely fabricated by him.
He wants to create panic and use false information to claim credit and escape punishment.
You must not believe him.
Mizuki smiled faintly. Elder Danzo, you're so eager to deny it. Could it be that you are also involved in the Konoha collapse plan?
As soon as these words were spoken, the third Hokage's gaze sharpened, turning his eagle-like eyes to fix on Danzo. Danzo's face remained expressionless, but a trace of evasion flickered in his eyes.
Suemu, as an elder of Konoha, how dare you slander me? Danzo shouted.
Then he turned to the third Hokage and said, Hiruzen, Suemu shows no respect for hierarchy.
I suggest we execute him immediately.
The third Hokage sensed the gravity of the situation, gave Danzo a deep look, and then turned back to Suemu. This concerns the safety of the village. This matter must be thoroughly investigated.
Suemu, tell us everything you know.
Danzo hastily shouted, Hiruzen, you must not be deceived.
Danzo,
the third Hokage said in a low voice, the safety of the village is above all else.
In light of your
repeated inappropriate remarks. Please leave the meeting room now. You are no longer fit to continue participating in this meeting. Danzo's eyes widened as he angrily said, Hiruzen, I am doing this for the village. If you don't convict and execute him, you will definitely regret it. The third Hokage said coldly, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Now, leave immediately. Danzo was furious, stood up, and pointed at the third Hokage, wanting to say more. The two advisors couldn't stand it anymore. Koharu Utatane said, Danzo, you are indeed no longer suitable to participate in this meeting. It's better to follow the Hokage's orders and leave. Hamura Mitokado also said, that's right, Danzo. The safety of the village is the most important thing. Whether it's true or not, it must be thoroughly investigated, so Mizuki cannot die right now. Danzo faced the three people without any advantage, yet he remained unwilling to give up. It is an undeniable fact that he peeked at the Book of Seals and secretly learned the Flying Thunder God technique. He must be executed. If you want to know what the Konoha collapse plan is, why not kill him first and then have Hai investigate his memories? Wouldn't that better confirm the authenticity of the information? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the Jonin present slightly changed. Even if it were true that Mizuki peeked at the Book of Seals, it wouldn't necessarily warrant death, would it? Even those who commit capital crimes should have a chance to atone for their sins. The third Hokage slammed the table and shouted, Danzo, shut up and leave immediately. Danzo saw that the third Hokage's decision was final and knew that saying anything more would be useless, so he had no choice but to turn and leave. Hiruzen, you will regret this. After saying his final words, Danzo slammed the door and left. Third Hokage, Mizuki, now, tell me everything you know. If what you say is indeed true, then the charge of peeking at the Scroll of Seals can be forgiven. Mizuki revealed a smile. This hurdle, it seemed, had been successfully overcome. So, Orochimaru, I'm sorry. That day, Orochimaru suddenly appeared in the Land of Waves, accompanied by a boy named Kimimaro, who possessed the Kekkei Genkai of the Shikatsumiyaku. Orochimaru's target was Uchiha Sasuke. He killed 3 members of the Umbu and placed a curse mark on Uchiha. He slightly embellished some details of the battle, though certain parts were adjusted. I hid in the dense forest and overheard Orochimaru's plan. During the Chunin exams, he planned to join forces with the Sand Village of the Land of Wind to launch the Konoha Crush plan and completely destroy Konoha. The third Hokage's expression remained calm. His heart was filled with confidence. Even if the entire Sunigakure mobilized and allied with Orochimaru, it would not be enough to destroy Konoha. Even if Konoha were completely unprepared, it would never be destroyed. Its foundation was solid. However, he also understood Orochimaru's personality. Since he claimed he would destroy Konoha, he must have a trump card. The third Hokage asked, did you hear anything else? Mizuki continued, there is someone inside Konoha providing support, and Sunigakure will deploy their strongest weapon. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, who is the insider supporting them in Konoha? And Sunigakure's strongest weapon, could it be Shikaku, the one-tail? If even a tailed beast is involved, this is no small skirmish. The third Hokage's expression finally turned serious. He asked again, anything else? Shuemu frowned and replied, at that time, Kimimaro asked Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru, it is said that the third Hokage is the strongest in the ninja world and the strongest Hokage. Can we succeed relying solely on us and Sunigakure? Orochimaru smiled and answered, if we rely solely on us and Sunigakure, it would be impossible to succeed. But I have 2 trump cards. No matter how strong the third Hokage is, he absolutely cannot defeat me. The third Hokage hurriedly asked, what are those trump cards? Shuemu smiled faintly and did not answer further. The third Hokage's face showed anger, yet he was helpless. Tell me everything you know, and I will announce the pardon of your crime of secretly reading the Book of Seals. Shuemu looked at the third Hokage and said calmly, I have never peeked at the Book of Seals. As for the so-called Flying Thunder God technique, I do not possess it. The ninjutsu I have mastered is called Shadow Exchange, an advanced form of the substitution technique. Third Hokage, baseless accusations do not require anyone's pardon. The third Hokage was anxious, eager to uncover what Orochimaru's trump card truly was. But at this moment, Shuemu used this to threaten him into changing his stance, filling his heart with rage. Ultimately, he compromised and said, demonstrate it for everyone to see. If it is not the Flying Thunder God technique, then your innocence will be proven. As he said this, the third Hokage felt deeply aggrieved. Shuemu smiled faintly, turned his head to glance around, and finally focused his gaze on Sarutobi Asuma. In the next moment, Shadow Exchange was activated, and his position instantly swapped with Asuma's. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, even the third Hokage's. Although he had learned about Mizuki's body flicker technique through intelligence, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different kind of shock. At this moment, everyone's gaze toward Mizuki subtly changed. With just this one ninjutsu, Mizuki undoubtedly possessed a level of destructive power comparable to, or even surpassing, that of a Jonin. Why was Minato Namikaze able to achieve such great feats during the Third Shinobi World War and ultimately ascend to the position of Hokage? Wasn't it all thanks
thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique? It is indeed not the Flying Thunder God technique. The third Hokage finished speaking and announced, the accusation of Mizuki stealing the scroll of seals is not valid. As he said this, it felt as though his heart was bleeding. How many times has it been now? Why does Mizuki always manage to survive? Why, exactly? Thank you, Lord Hokage, for giving me the opportunity to prove my innocence. The third Hokage waved his hand and said, now, reveal Orochimaru's 2 trump cards. Mizuki nodded and continued, at that time, after Orochimaru mentioned having 2 trump cards, Kimimaro asked what they were. Orochimaru replied with a smile, everyone says the third Hokage is the strongest Hokage, but that's not true. For example, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is definitely not weaker than the third, and the first and second Hokage are far stronger than the third. The third Hokage frowned and asked, why did Orochimaru suddenly bring up the strength of the previous Hokage? Shuemu smiled and replied, that's exactly what Kimimaro asked at the time. Orochimaru answered, since it's the trump card, it naturally has to be stronger than the third Hokage. So, who is stronger than the third Hokage? Kimimaro said, according to what Lord Orochimaru just said, the only one stronger than the third Hokage are the first Hokage and the second Hokage, but they are already dead. At this moment, the third Hokage seemed to realize something, but still couldn't fully figure it out. Shuemu continued, in response to Kimimaro's question, Orochimaru's answer was, they are indeed dead, but who says the dead cannot fight? As soon as these words were spoken, the third Hokage stood up abruptly, his face as dark as it could be. The others present did not understand why the third Hokage had such a strong reaction. Some of the Jonin began whispering among themselves, this sounds so unscientific. How can the dead possibly fight? Could it be that Orochimaru has a way to resurrect the first and second Hokage? Maybe the corpses of the first and second were stolen and turned into puppets? I've heard that the puppet masters of Sunagakure have a method to create puppets from corpses, even retaining the abilities the corpses had in life. Where did you hear that? Puppet masters aren't that powerful, are they? At this moment, the third Hokage's brows were tightly furrowed, and he appeared unusually restless. Mitokado Hamura asked, Shuemu, did Orochimaru say anything else? Did he provide any specifics about this technique for using the dead in battle? Shuemu shook his head and replied, that's all he said. Hamura wanted to ask more, but the third Hokage interrupted him, enough, no need to ask further. I already understand Orochimaru's plan. At this point, the third Hokage was 99% certain about the Konoha Crush plan that Shuemu had described. This was because much of what Shuemu had said could not have been fabricated. For instance, the concept of making the dead fight, this was something even the 2 advisors were unaware of, so there was no way Shuemu could have known unless it was true. Today's meeting is adjourned. The content of this meeting must not be leaked, not even a single word, the third Hokage declared. Shuemu has brought back such critical intelligence, his contribution is immense. He continued, I hereby announce a reward of 1 million ryo for Shuemu, the Earth Release, Earth Dragon Spear Jutsu, and a promotion in ninja rank from Chunin to Special Jonin. Finally, he decisively concluded, meeting adjourned. As the third Hokage was the first to leave the meeting room, a faintly mocking smile appeared at the corner of Shuemu's mouth. By revealing the Konoha Crush plan, Shuemu successfully diverted the third Hokage's attention, causing the trial against him to fizzle out. On the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the Hokage Rock. His eyes lingered on the stone faces of the first and second Hokage, and the guilt in his heart refused to dissipate. Impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru, I never thought you would fall so far as to disturb even the peace of the dead, the third Hokage thought to himself, anger burning within him. This is absolutely unforgivable. His eyes were filled with resolve. Letting you go back then was my moment of weakness. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed, this time, I will end you with my own hands. Even if it costs me my life, I will not hesitate. At this moment, familiar footsteps sounded from behind, and the third Hokage didn't need to turn around to know it was Danzo. What are you here for? The third asked indifferently. Danzo replied, Hiruzen, Mizuki's words cannot be fully trusted. After all, the third interrupted him. Do you know Orochimaru's plan? Danzo was startled, secretly thinking that the third indeed had suspicions, but he didn't panic. His expression remained calm, his breathing steady. I've already said, Mizuki's words cannot be fully trusted. He's clearly trying to sow discord. If you believe him, when external enemies attack, the Leaf Village will instead fall into chaos first. Besides, Hiruzen, you know my loyalty to the Leaf Village, don't you? The third raised his head and sighed. Yes, you've always been loyal to the Leaf Village. Everything you've done has been for the Leaf Village. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in the third's eyes. Indeed, you are loyal to the Leaf Village, but not so much to me as the Hokage. A trace of disdain flickered in Danzo's eyes as he thought, Hiruzen, you're still as indecisive and lacking in resolve as ever. Under your leadership, the Leaf Village has become stagnant. If I were Hokage, I would never let the village fall into such an awkward situation. The intelligence Mizuki brought back might be false,
might be true, or might be half true and half false, Danzo continued. The third frowned, and said, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Danzo spoke bluntly, if you don't kill the snake, it will bite back. We've targeted Mizuki so much that he's bound to harbor resentment and will retaliate at the first opportunity. If the Leaf Village collapse plan is false, that's fine, but if it's true, Mizuki will definitely take advantage of the chaos to sabotage the Leaf Village. His tone was firm. This ticking time bomb must be dealt with in advance. He cannot be given any opportunity. The third nodded, understanding. This point, he brought back the news of the Leaf Village collapse plan and made a great contribution. I publicly declared him innocent. If I act against him again, the village's jonin will surely raise objections, and the two advisors will also oppose it. Danzo frowned and said, are you just going to stand by and watch as such a dangerous individual constantly threatens the safety of the village? The third, during the Chunin exams, I will send him out of the village on a mission to ensure he has no chance to sabotage the village amidst the chaos. Danzo sighed and said, I hope your decision is the right one. After speaking, Danzo turned and left. The third Hokage waved his hand, and an Umbu member immediately appeared behind him. Send a message to inform Jiraiya to return to the village. Also, find Tsunade and tell her to come back to see me one last time. Hearing this, the Umbu was startled and couldn't help but ask, Lord Third, what do you mean by that? The third Hokage waved his hand, just do as I say. The Umbu could only respond with yes, and then left. Back home, Suemu let out a sigh of relief. The third Hokage already knew I could use body replacement in Rasengan, yet he still planned to kill me. He must have his reasons. But fortunately, it never came to that in the end. Next is the Chunin exams. Once the third Hokage dies and Tsunade takes over, I won't have to live in constant fear anymore. The third Hokage has learned about the Konoha Crush plan in advance and will surely make thorough preparations. By then, Orochimaru may not succeed as he wishes. But what does it matter? If Orochimaru can't kill the third Hokage, there's still me. There's still over a month left. I must improve my strength further and give him a good blow when the time comes. Taking disciples, I must take on more disciples. If I want to grow stronger, relying solely on myself is far from enough. I must rely on the system. The more disciples I have, the more returns I get each month, and naturally, the faster my strength will grow. After a brief rest, he went out and arrived at the orphanage. Suemu, it's been a long time since I've seen you. You've been busy lately, haven't you? The director warmly greeted Suemu. Yes, director, I was out of the village on a mission, which took half a month. I just got back today. The two chatted for a while, and suddenly the director said, previously, you taught them chakra refining techniques, and one of the children succeeded. Is it Daishiong? The dean was taken aback and curiously asked, how do you know? I asked everyone to keep this matter a secret, not even telling the Hokage. Shuemu smiled and said, I noticed it that day. Daishiong has ninja talent, though it's not very strong. I didn't expect him to actually succeed. Dean, I want to take Daishiong out for a walk and have a few words with him. The dean agreed, no problem, but it's lunchtime now. Let's go after lunch. Shuemu, no need, it's perfect timing to take him to eat Ichirako ramen. Then he took out a stack of money. This time the mission was a success, and Lord Hokage rewarded some money. This is my donation to the orphanage. Not much, 100,000 ryo, to add some nutritious meals for the children. At Ichirako ramen shop, Mizuki and Nobita had already sat down. Nobita appeared somewhat reserved. As an orphan, he had all three meals at the orphanage, and eating out on the street was simply out of the question. This was his first time having lunch outside. Nobita, what would you like to eat? Feel free to order anything. Nobita said softly, Master, I'll just have a bowl of plain ramen. Mizuki shook his head, feeling emotional. This damned world. That won't do. I'm not a stingy person. If I'm treating you to ramen, you should eat well. Alright, let me order for you. He shouted to the owner, 3 bowls of ramen for this little guy, 1 with char siu, 1 with tonkatsu, and 1 with seafood. Nobita panicked. Master, 3 bowls are too much. I can't eat that much. Mizuki laughed and said, I heard from the director that you have a big appetite, but you usually hold back and don't eat much, afraid that your other companions won't have enough. Today it's my treat. Eat to your heart's content. If 3 bowls aren't enough, I'll add more later. Nobita hurriedly said, That's enough. 3 bowls are plenty. Soon, Nobita's 3 bowls of ramen were served. The host granted disciple Nobita a bowl of char siu ramen, triggering a 300x return. The host grants the disciple Dashiong a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, triggering a 500-fold return. The host grants the disciple Dashiong a bowl of seafood ramen, triggering a 600-fold return. Since the disciple and the type of grant are the same, the 3 returns are specially stacked. Congratulations to the host, triggering a 3,000-fold return. The host receives a bowl of chakra ramen, and after consuming it, the total chakra increases by 3 Kakashi. Lee Yu smiled. Another stacking occurred, and the return multiplier after stacking was indeed considerable. He seemed to have found a pattern. Chakra is the foundation, and naturally, the more, the better. Now, Shuemu's total chakra has already reached 14.5 Kakashi. Daishiong's aptitude is is not particularly outstanding, and each return is only a few hundred times, which is not considered high. Sending other items might not yield very good returns either. Therefore, farming chakra on him is still a good option. At this moment, De Xiong was completely immersed in the deliciousness of ramen, entirely unaware that he had become Shuemu's tool for farming chakra limits. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Sure enough, Tochi once again served a bowl of ramen to Shuemu. After eating it, the chakra began to increase, and upon finishing, the total reached 14.5 Kakashi. 14.5 chakra units, is that a lot? For the average person, it is indeed quite a lot. But compared to some, it's really pitifully little. For example, Naruto's chakra in his normal state is 4 times that of Kakashi, but in his full state, it's 100 times that of Kakashi. The other 96 chakra points are used to seal the Nine Tails and cannot be utilized. In other words, excluding the Nine Tails, Naruto's chakra is 100 times that of Kakashi's, and if you include the Nine Tails, it becomes even more terrifying. This is also why, during the 4th Great Ninja War, Naruto was able to distribute chakra to everyone. Looking at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, they fought for 3 days and nights without exhausting their chakra. The battle between the brothers Hagoromo and Hamura and Kagaya lasted for several months. Compared to these overpowered figures, Mizuki is far inferior. In an all-out fight, he would deplete all his chakra in just 3 minutes. Still have to keep working hard. Shuemu sighed. Beside him, Nobita gave it his all but still couldn't finish 3 bowls of ramen, managing only 1. I'm sorry, Master Shuemu, 3 bowls are just too much. He looked at Shuemu cautiously, afraid that Shuemu might get angry. Shuemu casually said, it's fine, if you can't finish it, you can't finish it. It's cheap anyway. His goal was the system's rebate. As for whether Nobita could finish it, he didn't care at all. That's not okay. The principal taught everyone not to waste food. I want to sit here for a while, let the food in my stomach digest a bit, and then finish this half bowl. Listening to Nobita's words, Mizuki felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. A faint sense of cynicism seemed ready to burst forth. This damned world. Stop eating, pack it up. Let Auntie heat it up for dinner, and you can eat it then. Nobita asked, what is packing? Poor child, he doesn't even know what packing is. Shuemu didn't explain and directly called out to the waiter, boss, please pack up the remaining bowl of noodles. Walking down the road, Nobita carried the food box and said happily, this ramen is so delicious, and the soup is super tasty. When I get back, I want to share this bowl of noodles with everyone. One person eats a noodle, takes a sip of soup, that should be enough. Shuemu couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, a pang of sadness. Nobita, do you want to join the ninja school? I don't know why, but Shuemu suddenly asked this question. Clearly, I just wanted to use him to gain more grant return opportunities. Nobita's eyes were full of longing. The children of Konoha, who wouldn't want to enter the ninja academy to study? Who wouldn't want to become a powerful ninja? Nobita also thought, but after longing, there was hesitation. But, I want to stay with my friends at the orphanage. The kids in the village always bully us, and we can't beat them. If I leave, it'll be even harder for them to fight back. Shuemu said, by entering the ninja school to study, your strength will improve. By then, if anyone dares to bully the children at the orphanage, you can fight back. Moreover, ninjas can take on missions to earn money. With money, you can help the kids at the orphanage live better lives. Hearing this, Nobita no longer hesitated and nodded repeatedly. I want to go to the ninja school. I want to become a ninja to protect everyone. I want to earn money to buy lots and lots of delicious food for everyone. After sending Nobita back to the orphanage, Mizuki once again approached the director to explain the matter of sending Nobita to the ninja school. The director did not oppose it. On the contrary, he strongly supported it. Although being a ninja is dangerous and life-threatening, the lives of ordinary people are even less secure. As for the orphans in the orphanage, at times, they are not even regarded as human. Becoming a ninja is enough to change the fate of an orphan. After leaving the orphanage, Mizuki began to think about taking on disciples. Among the Konoha 12, apart from those who inherit family secrets and bloodline limits, the remaining ones with potential seem to be only Rock Lee and Tenten. Rock Lee focuses on taijutsu, and Tenten specializes in ninja tools. I'm not good at either of these aspects, it seems I can't impress them. Since I'm going to take on disciples, I must at least be stronger than them, right? In terms of taijutsu, Mizuki is definitely no match for Rock Lee. As for ninja tools, Mizuki is just a dabbler. Unless Rock Lee and Tenten are blind, they wouldn't take him as their teacher. After some calculations, out of the 12 guardians, only 9 remain, and it seems difficult to take them down. How about going to find Konohamaru? As soon as this idea came up, he dismissed it. The third Hokage is still alive. If he goes to find Konohamaru now and asks him to become his apprentice, the third Hokage will definitely intervene. What a hassle. Can't the ninja school start earlier? There are so many prospects in the ninja school. Even if their talent doesn't match up to overpowered guys like Naruto or Sasuke, what they lack in quality, they make up for in quantity. Even if they're all like Nobita, wouldn't taking in dozens of them make you sore? Mizuki walked down the street with a face full of melancholy. Not being able to take on a disciple made him very unhappy. At that moment, 3 little kids passed by.
He, I finally defeated Grandpa, Konohamaru said excitedly. Moegi, what are you talking about? You used the sexy jutsu, that doesn't count as a real victory.
A true victory is achieved by using great strength to defeat someone head-on.
Snot kid, Konohamaru, I think Moegi is right. The sexy jutsu doesn't work on me, so it definitely won't work on the third Hokage. He must be pretending. Konohamaru was not happy. Who says he was pretending? Didn't you see his nose bleed? Who says you have to defeat someone head-on? No matter what jutsu it is, as long as it can defeat the enemy, it's valuable.
The nearby Shuemu, upon hearing this, had a sudden flash of inspiration. He widened his eyes, his face full of excitement.
That's right, why didn't I think of this earlier? Who says becoming Little Lee's master must rely on taijutsu?
No matter what method is used, it's fine as long as it makes him acknowledge me as his master.
That's success.
He suddenly burst into loud laughter. The 3 members of Konohamaru's group were startled by the sudden laughter.
It's Naruto's master. Konohamaru recognized Mizuki.
Mizuki looked at Konohamaru and said, "You're right, no matter what technique it is, as long as it can defeat the enemy, it has value. Your words have given me great inspiration.
I've decided to treat you all to something delicious. The dango shop, eat as much as you want. How about that?"
Who would have thought? Konohamaru listened with a look of disdain.
Cut it out, what's so good about meatballs? I'm already sick of them. Shuemu.
Alright, the grandson of the third Hokage is certainly not comparable to those orphans in the orphanage.
Raised in luxury, having everything he wants, getting tired of meatballs is understandable. Shuemu asked, then what do you want? Konohamaru rolled his eyes and said, you're Naruto's master, so the sexy jutsu must have been invented by you. Can you teach me a jutsu that's even stronger than the sexy jutsu? Shuemu was speechless. The sexy jutsu wasn't invented by me, okay? But this is an opportunity. Who knows, I might gain an excellent disciple for free. I have many jutsu stronger than seduction techniques.
I can teach you, but you must, like Naruto, acknowledge me as your master.
Konohamaru exclaimed in surprise. That's great.
I'll just... Before he could finish speaking, an Anbu suddenly appeared.
Master Konohamaru, the Hokage is looking for you. Konohamaru said, wait a moment, I need to pay my respects to my master first. Anbu, no, the Hokage is in a hurry to see you. Please come quickly. Konohamaru said disappointedly, alright then.
Before leaving, Konohamaru said to Mizuki, just wait, I'll come back for you.
Watching Konohamaru walk away, Mizuki sighed in his heart. Ah, just as expected. However, now that I've gotten familiar with Konohamaru, it'll be much easier to take him as my disciple in the future.
At this moment, the Anbu said, Special Jonin Mizuki, Konohamaru is the grandson of the third Hokage.
Not just anyone can be his teacher. Please be mindful of your status. Mizuki narrowed his eyes, and in the next instant, he activated the body replacement technique, swapping places with a rock behind the Anbu.
The Anbu only felt the person in front of him suddenly vanish, followed by a chilling killing intent emanating from behind. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Don't talk to me in that tone. I despise those who bully others with their power. At that moment, with a few swish-swish sounds, 2 more members of the Anbu appeared and surrounded Mizuki. Mizuki, what are you trying to do? Mizuki smiled faintly.
Nothing, just joking around. After speaking, he turned and left, a contemptuous smile on his lips. He continued to wander around the village, and after a few hours, he finally found his target.
9996, 9997, 9998, just 2 more to reach 10,000.
If I can't finish, I'll punish myself by running 500 more laps around the village. A young man dressed in a green tight-fitting outfit was walking around the village on his hands.
He was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling, yet he persisted.
Weights were tied to his legs, waist, and hands.
Rock Lee, Mizuki's new apprentice candidate. Alright, Little Lee? Who?
Little Lee heard someone calling his name and could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground.
Mizuki felt a bit awkward. It seemed he had interrupted the other's training.
Unexpectedly, the next moment, Lee stood up with a happy face and said, the training plan of walking around the village upside down 10,000 times wasn't completed, so next up, running around the village 500 laps.
Mizuki's eye twitched uncontrollably. Why was he so happy about failing? Ding! You clearly failed on purpose just to run 500 laps, didn't you?
The guilt that had just risen in Shuemu's heart instantly vanished without a trace. At this moment, Xiaoli had already taken a good look at Shuemu's attire and face.
So it's Senior Shuemu. Senior, coming to such a remote place, could it be that you're also undergoing the training of youth?
Truly worthy of being a senior, so hardworking.
My youth has been reignited once again. I've decided to add 300 more laps.
The sudden burst of enthusiasm, along with that tooth gleaming ding-ding under the sunset, made Shuemu's eye twitch uncontrollably. No, I'm not as youthful as you.
At this moment, Shuemu had the urge to turn around and leave. A bit unbearable.
Ahem, Xiaoli, stop for a moment.
I came here specifically to find you. Xiaoli asked curiously, Senior, is there something you need from me? Shuemu, I heard that you can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, and you don't even have chakra, so you can only specialize in taijutsu. Is that correct? Xiaoli replied, no, I do have chakra, but the refining speed is extremely slow, so I can't perform ninjutsu or jinjutsu. I can't even use the most basic 3 basic techniques, so I can only train in taijutsu. But I firmly believe that even with taijutsu, I can succeed. Mizuki smiled. So, if you could improve your chakra refining speed, on the condition that you take me as your master, would you be willing? Lee immediately replied, no way. Mizuki was stunned. Rejected so decisively? Why are you unwilling? Is it because of Jonin Gai? I don't think that's a problem. There's no rule that says a ninja can only have one teacher. Lee shook his head and said, no, Senior Mizuki, that's not the reason. I refuse simply because I don't want to give up the belief in my heart. Xiao Li's eyes were shining. It was a light of unwavering determination, a belief that never regrets. In my eyes, there is only taijutsu. If I had more chakra, like other ninjas, I might not be able to resist the temptation and turn to learning ninjutsu or jinjutsu. A genius finds it difficult to excel at one thing, let alone someone as ordinary as me. If I divert my attention to learning other things, then my future will hold no prospects. Xiao Li's words made Shuemu involuntarily give a thumbs up. How many people can truly understand such awareness? As the saying goes, having many skills is no burden, so some people want to learn everything and master everything. Those parents send their children to various interest classes, piano, guzheng, sketching, traditional Chinese painting, dance. The result is a wide range of interests, but not a single skill mastered to perfection. On the contrary, even an ordinary person, by focusing on one field, can become a master over time, regardless of their initial aptitude. Well said. Shuemu couldn't help but praise. Xiaoli said, Senior Shuemu, you flatter me. These were all taught to me by teacher Kai. Shuemu looked at Xiaoli, growing more and more appreciative. Alright, Xiaoli, actually, you are not mediocre. To judge a person, one must consider both the inside and the outside. The external body is innate, determined by family and bloodline, and this cannot be changed. But the inner self is decided by oneself. In my view, what determines a person's future height is not the quality of external aptitude, but the resilience of their inner spirit. Xiao Li's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Shuemu continued, from the outside, your aptitude does seem poor, even very bad. But in terms of inner spirit, you are truly a strong person. The future you will definitely become a strong individual. Shuemu spared no words of praise. Little Li, however, did not show pride and instead said calmly, thank you for your encouragement, Senior Shuemu. I will continue to work hard. Then, Senior Shuemu, I will continue my training. I'm sorry, I must take my leave. Shuemu cursed 1,000 times in his heart. Damn it, I said so much, and all you have to say is take my leave? Becoming my disciple won't cost you a single hair, so why are you unwilling? Damn it, you're forcing me to use my ultimate move. Shuemu steeled his resolve. Wait a minute, Xiaoli, I heard you like Haruno Sakura? Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's face instantly turned red, and he stammered, as senpai, how did you know that? Shuemu chuckled softly, judging by the look of it, there's hope. Don't ask me how I know, but I'll tell you, I know Sakura's personality very well. If you want to pursue her, it won't be easy. Xiaoli, however, shed his shy demeanor, stared with wide eyes, and said, it's okay, I will try my best. I believe that with my efforts, Sakura will definitely be moved and then accept my most sincere love. Shuemu was speechless. Actually, if you want to pursue Sakura, it's not impossible. I can help you. Lee immediately refused. Senior Shuemu, matters of the heart can't involve outsiders. I want to win Sakura's love on my own. Shuemu was even more speechless. Sure enough, just a little kid who knows nothing, yet talks about how outsiders shouldn't meddle in matters of the heart. Hilarious. Sakura is my disciple, and I know that the one she likes is Uchiha Sasuke. Lee, I will defeat Sasuke and win Sakura's heart. Shuemu felt like he was playing the lute to a cow. To tell you the truth, with your abilities, the chances of defeating Sasuke are slim. This was, of course, Shuemu exaggerating to scare. Although Sasuke had learned the Rasengan and might have even awakened the Tutomo Sharingan. However, after Shaoli opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates, Sasuke probably wouldn't stand a chance. Shaoli, I will train even harder and eventually defeat him. That day, the conversation couldn't go on. A new perspective was necessary. He asked, do you know why Sakura likes Sasuke? Lee, I heard Sasuke is very handsome, and many girls like him. Mizuki shook his head and said, that's just one aspect. The main reason is spending time together day in and day out. Sasuke and Sakura were assigned to the same class, so they are together all the time. Over time, it's natural to develop feelings. And you, Sakura doesn't even know you, so she won't like you. Moreover, strength doesn't mean everything. Two people falling in love has nothing to do with their abilities. No matter how hard you train, no matter if you defeat Sasuke, it won't matter. Sakura still won't recognize you. Hearing that no matter what he did, Sakura would never like him, Rock Lee finally broke down. Then what should I do? Shuemu revealed a smile. Goodness, this is really tough. It's very simple. You need to interact with Sakura, even spend time together day and night. Let Sakura get to know you, see your excellence, and over time,
time, she will naturally accept you.
Lee frowned. Ha ha ha, but I'm in class 5 and Sakura is in class 7. We usually don't interact. How can I get her to know me? Do I have to go to her house to find her? That won't work. That's too abrupt. Not only will she not like me, but she'll also end up hating me. You actually know what being abrupt means? But finally, you've hit the key point.
It's really difficult.
Shuemu let out a sigh of relief and said, it's very simple.
Xiaoli looked up at Shuemu and then respectfully said, please teach me, senior.
Shuemu said, Sakura is my disciple and often trains with me.
So, as long as you also become my apprentice, I will take you along to train as well.
In this way, you and Sakura will have the chance to interact. The more you interact, the more Sakura will see your good qualities and eventually accept your love.
Shuemu began painting a grand picture. The more Xiaoli listened, the brighter his eyes became. Immediately after, he stood in front of Shuemu, gave a deep bow, and respectfully called out, Master.
Congratulations, host, for successfully taking Rock Lee as a disciple.
The host has taken in 5 disciples with talent level C or above and is rewarded with an attribute panel.
Note, the current disciple slots are full.
To increase the slots, at least 1 disciple must attain the Chunin title.
The slots are full?
What the heck?
I can't take on more disciples myself. What's going on? Isn't this limiting my development? Is it really necessary to restrict the number?
The restriction is to prevent the host from slacking off, only taking disciples without teaching them.
Shuemu sighed. Could it be that I pulled the system's wool too hard, and now it's hurting?
Cursing the system in his heart, he shifted his attention to Xiaoli.
Finally, there's another disciple.
I must make good use of this.
Xiaoli, today I'm going to teach you a boxing technique.
Xiaoli exclaimed excitedly, Master, you also know taijutsu?
Ahem. Mizuki cleared his throat and said, I am not specialized in taijutsu.
Comparatively, I am more skilled in ninjutsu.
Xiaoli asked, Master, what kind of boxing technique are you talking about? Mizuki, this boxing technique is called Tai Chi. What is Tai Chi?
Shuemu explained, Tai Chi is a profound and extensive ancient martial art.
Within its techniques lie the universal principles of yin and yang, motion and stillness, opposites, and the harmony of form and spirit.
The purpose of Tai Chi is to counter motion with stillness, overcome hardness with softness, and use slow movements to counter fast ones. Let him be strong, the gentle breeze brushes the hill. Let him be fierce, the bright moon illuminates the great river. When practiced to a profound level, it can withstand all attacks, combining offense and defense, advancing and retreating with ease. Xiaoli widened his eyes and listened attentively.
Alright, now I'll demonstrate it once. Watch carefully from the side.
Shuemu began practicing Tai Chi. This was something he had learned in his previous life while fishing by the riverside in the park, watching the elderly men practice. Each move, each advance and retreat, was extremely slow. It seemed to have no power at all. But little Lee on the side watched intently, trying to memorize every movement of Shuemu.
Soon, after finishing one round, Shuemu let out a breath. How much do you remember?
Xiaoli replied, I remember 80%.
After a while, Shuemu asked again, how much do you still remember?
Xiaoli awkwardly said, only 30% is left.
After a while, Shuemu asked again, how about now?
Xiaoli, with a troubled expression, replied, I forgot everything.
Shuemu patted Xiaoli on the shoulder and said with a smile, good, good. Xiaoli was dumbfounded. You forgot everything, and you still say it's not bad? Master, what do you mean by that? Xiaoli asked.
Shuemu didn't understand what it meant either, but just said, don't rush, go back and reflect on it carefully.
Once you understand, you'll naturally master Tai Chi.
After saying that, he turned and left. The host grants the disciple Rock Lee the Grandmaster version of Tai Chi, triggering a 3,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete version of Tai Chi. The complete version of Tai Chi, created by martial arts Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng, uses softness to overcome hardness and stillness to counter motion. Powered by chakra, its strength is amplified 100-fold, capable of resisting ninjutsu and taijutsu, and reflecting attacks back to the enemy. All my effort wasn't in vain, it was worth it, truly worth it. Little Lee, who stayed in place, still hadn't processed what had happened.
What does that mean? Forgot everything, yet said it was good?
It seemed like he understood something, yet also like he understood nothing at all. The more Xiaoli thought about it, the more confused he became, but he felt unwilling to give up without understanding. After all, Shuemu had said that when Tai Chi is practiced to a profound level, it can counter any attack.
Forget it, I'll keep practicing. Master Shuemu told me to go back and reflect carefully. Once I understand, I'll have learned it.
So, I'll take my time to comprehend it. The next day, Team 5, led by Mike Guy, arrived at Training Ground 8 to train.
10-10 practiced with ninja tools, Niji practiced gentle fist, while Guy and Lee practiced taijutsu. Konoha's taijutsu is divided into 2 major styles, the strong fist style and the gentle fist style.
Gentle fist is exclusive to the Hyuga clan and requires the Byakugan to perform.
Strong fist also has different inheritances, such as Mike Guy's 8 gates and Tsunade's monstrous strength.
At this moment, Guy and Lee are opening the 8 gates, practicing the front lotus. Everyone is very focused. After getting tired from training, everyone Everyone sits together to rest, and Tenten takes out snacks and drinks from a storage scroll.
Kai suddenly said, Li, you seemed distracted during your training today.
Xiaoli replied, sorry, Teacher Kai. Yesterday, I came across a new martial art technique, but I still haven't mastered it.
I've been thinking about it ever since. Kai became interested and asked, what kind of martial art technique?
Xiaoli answered, Tai Chi, taught to me by Master Shuemu. Hearing the word Taiji, Ning Ri suddenly looked up.
Kai was momentarily stunned and asked, Shuemu, he knows Taijutsu too?
Yesterday, in the Hokage Tower's conference room, Kai had gotten to know Shuemu again. Body flicker, Rasengan, and that fearless courage when confronting the third Hokage with accusations. Kai's expression turned serious and he said, talk about Tai Chi.
Xiaoli scratched his head and said, I don't know how to explain it. That Tai Chi, I didn't really learn it.
Yesterday, Master Shuemu demonstrated it again, but I've already forgotten everything.
Tian asked curiously, is it very complicated?
Xiaoli, not exactly complicated, it's just, how should I put it, very strange. Kai said, describe the situation. Xiaoli said, yesterday, I was exercising on the outskirts of the village when Master Shuemu approached me, asked me to call him master, and said he would teach me an advanced physical technique. He wasn't good at lying, and his face turned red as he spoke. But if he revealed that he sought apprenticeship to pursue Shaoing, it would be even more embarrassing.
Kai said speechlessly, it's just becoming a disciple. Why are you blushing? I didn't say you couldn't have other masters. It was obvious that Kai misunderstood.
After I became a disciple, teacher Mizuki told me that the martial art he would teach me is called Tai Chi.
Little Lee repeated Mizuki's exact words.
Contains the ultimate principles of the universe, such as yin and yang, motion and stillness, positive and negative, form and spirit. Using stillness to counter motion, softness to overcome hardness, and slowness to defeat speed. Using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, capable of withstanding any attack. After Xiaoli finished speaking, Kai's expression grew even more serious.
Tian pouted and said, Li, were you tricked? Shuemu was just a chunin. How could he possibly master this kind of taijutsu? He must be fooling you. Kai neither agreed nor disagreed and asked, anything else?
Little Li, at that time, Master Shuemu demonstrated it once, and after the demonstration, he asked me how much I remembered. The first time I said I remembered 80%, the master said nothing. After a while, he asked me again how much I remembered, and I said 30%.
The master still said nothing.
The third time he asked me, I said I had forgotten everything. Master Shuemu just laughed, patted me on the shoulder, and kept saying, not bad. To this day, I still don't understand the meaning behind it.
Tian became even more convinced that Xiaoli had been deceived.
Kai did not speak but frowned in thought. The one who reacted the most was Niji. He stared blankly, muttering to himself, overcome motion with stillness, conquer hardness with softness, strike fast against slow, use 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds.
Yin and yang, positive and negative.
These words were repeated over and over in his mouth, and the more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became.
Suddenly, he leapt up and shouted, I understand now. Xiaoli and Tian looked at Niji with confused expressions. What do you know?
Niji moved to an open space nearby, releasing a large amount of chakra from various acupoints on his body, and began spinning rapidly like a top.
A blue hemispherical chakra shield enveloped him.
This is the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, capable of deflecting all physical damage, known as the ultimate defense.
Cough. Niji, what's going on? Tian asked curiously. Guy didn't understand either. He just said, Niji seems to have realized something and is experimenting.
In the field, Niji's spinning speed began to decrease, and the chakra emitted from his body also started to diminish. Finally, Niji completely stopped spinning. The chakra shield turned into a thin layer, like foam, seemingly ready to burst with a single poke.
Tenten, attack me with ninja tools. Tenten said, are you sure, Niji? I feel like you might get hurt.
Niji said, don't worry, just attack.
The more ninja tools, the better. Alright.
Tian said helplessly, taking out a scroll and summoning a large number of shurikens to attack Niji. Of course, she held back her strength. These shurikens were neither fast nor powerful, and even if they hit, they would only cause superficial wounds.
The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before Tian's eyes.
When the shurikens struck the chakra shield around Niji, it was as if they had hit soft sponges, fell into it but could never pierce through, until the kinetic energy was exhausted and it gently landed on the ground. Around Niji, a large number of shurikens fell, yet the chakra shield remained unbroken.
How is this possible? Tenten exclaimed. Such a thin layer of chakra shield shouldn't be able to block damage at all, so why couldn't the shurikens penetrate it?
Kai and Xiaoli also found it unbelievable. Niji shouted, don't worry about me getting hurt, keep attacking with full force. Tenten also got serious, summoning hundreds of shurikens again, this time using her full strength, but the result remained the same. The thin chakra shield still remained unbroken.
Niji, what exactly is going on here? It's clearly not rotation, so why is the defense so strong? Guy couldn't help but ask curiously.
Niji stopped and explained, I was inspired by the principles of yin and yang, opposites, and using softness to overcome hardness, and I made modifications to rotation. The
previous rotation relied on high-speed spinning chakra to deflect all attacks. It seemed like gentle fist, but it actually belonged to the hard fist category. The consumption of stamina and chakra was extremely high. I was just inspired to transform the chakra shield into numerous tiny chakra vortices, alternating between positive and negative, harmonizing yin and yang. Instead of forcibly deflecting attacks, the chakra vortices dissipate the force of the shuriken, rendering it powerless. Compared to the previous rotation, this can now truly be called gentle fist. After the modification, the consumption of stamina and chakra has significantly decreased, while the defensive capability remains unchanged. Guy exclaimed with joy, as expected of a genius, you even managed to modify the Hyuga clan's secret technique, rotation. Niji said, this is all thanks to Lee. If it weren't for his words giving me inspiration, I would never have thought of the principle of overcoming strength with gentleness. Lee opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Guy noticed Lee's thoughts and patted him on the shoulder. Ding, Lee, you must believe in yourself. People who don't believe in themselves, no matter how hard they try, it's all in vain. Believe in yourself and put in the effort. That's what true youth is all about. Kai gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming with a ding-ding sparkle. The impassioned speech swept away the discouragement in Xiao Li's heart. Teacher Kai. Little Li's face was covered in tears. Li, the master and disciple hugged each other and cried together. On the side, Tenten rolled her eyes, while Niji was already used to it. Niji, the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven has been improved and is now very different from before. It should have a new name, don't you think? Have you decided what to call it? Niji nodded and said, that's right, it's indeed time to come up with a new name. Meanwhile, Mizuki arrived at the Nara family's pharmacy. Boss, I've been feeling a lack of energy lately. I'd like to buy some medicine to refresh and invigorate myself. Genjutsu, especially ocular genjutsu, remains one of Mizuki's weaknesses. Itachi Uchiha can use Tsukuyomi to instantly defeat Kakashi, and if it were Mizuki instead, the result would probably be similar. Enhancing mental strength might not be able to break Tsukuyomi, but at the very least, after being stabbed for 3 days and nights in the Tsukuyomi world, one wouldn't end up like Kakashi, with severe mental damage and combat power reduced to 0. The pharmacy owner took out a bottle of potion. This bottle of floral water contains alcohol, mint juice, snake gall, honeysuckle, and other ingredients. When applied under the nose and on both sides of the forehead, it has an excellent refreshing effect. Oh, and it also repels mosquitoes. Reasonably priced at 15 taels. Shuemu paid the money and walked out of the shop with the floral water, ready to find an excuse to give this bottle of floral water to Shaoli and see what the system will return. Yesterday, the system returned Tai Chi. Let's go test its effects. He walked out of the market and headed to the nearest 8th training ground. Finding a quiet, deserted corner, he began practicing Tai Chi. The movements were very slow, one move at a time, appearing completely powerless. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage had a crystal ball on his desk, and inside the crystal ball was a live broadcast of Mizuki practicing Tai Chi. Taijutsu? But why does it seem completely powerless? This boxing style seems more suited for elderly people to use for exercise. The 3rd Hokage watched for a while, lost interest, and prepared to deactivate the telescope technique. At that moment, the 3rd suddenly narrowed his eyes, shifting his gaze to the tree beside Mizuki. Looking at the leaves swaying in the wind, the 3rd's eyes widened as he murmured, what kind of tree is this? He stared at Mizuki in shock, his eyes full of inquiry. The leaves are moving, which means there is wind. But the clothes and hair on Shuemu's body didn't move at all, completely unaffected by the wind. The wind couldn't touch Shuemu at all. At this moment, the wind suddenly grew stronger, and the fallen leaves on the ground were swept up by the wind, surging toward Shuemu. The 3rd Hokage clearly saw that when these leaves reached a distance of 2 meters from Shuemu, they seemed to encounter a barrier, changing direction one after another, drawing an arc as they bypassed Shuemu. Within a 2-meter radius around Mizuki, it seemed like a restricted zone where nothing could approach. An absolute defense similar to Kaiten? The 3rd Hokage squinted his eyes, watching the scene in the crystal ball, growing increasingly wary of Mizuki. Ding! The killing intent that had just been suppressed yesterday surged up once again. No, we can't let him stay until the Chunin exams. We must deal with him in advance. Otherwise, as Danzo said, the consequences will be endless. Forcibly killing him is too risky. Even if we succeed, Konoha will suffer great losses. In that case, the only option is drugs. Ha ha ha. He put away the crystal ball, tapped his fingers on the table, and an Umbu member appeared. Go tell Danzo, I'm waiting for him on the rooftop. At the 8th training ground, Mizuki's punches and palm strikes were extremely slow. To put it bluntly, even Obito's grandmother was more efficient when disciplining her grandson. But this was merely the surface. Within a 2-meter radius around him, it became a forbidden zone. This area was filled with fists and palms invisible to the naked eye. These fists and palms danced, forming one yin-yang taiji diagram after another, neutralizing the force of anything approaching and repelling it. Whether it was withered branches and leaves or flying stones and sand, anything that came within 2 meters of Shuemu was immediately met with an invisible barrier and bounced away
away by a gentle force. Even the wind couldn't break through to touch Shuemu's body. Having tried defense, now let's try attacking. He stopped, and the barrier immediately disappeared. As the wind blew, numerous fallen leaves and gravel surged toward him. Tai Chi started again, the movements still slow. With a light wave of his right palm, the trajectories of the objects near him immediately became chaotic, colliding with each other. Sand pierced through leaves, branches collided, and snapped. In the blink of an eye, a 2-meter radius was completely cleared. Under Shuemu's feet, a taiji diagram formed quietly, composed of broken branches, fallen leaves, sand, and gravel. Using force to counter force, Shuemu had an epiphany. With the stimulation of chakra, the power of Tai Chi is far more formidable than in martial arts novels. Chakra is still somewhat more advanced compared to internal energy. At this moment, Shuemu's thinking became even broader. System, check the attribute panel. The next moment, an attribute panel visible only to Shuemu appeared before his eyes. Host, Shuemu. Chakra, 14.5 Kakashi. Chakra control, 99.9999%. Ability parameters, Ninjutsu 10, Taijutsu 9, Genjutsu 2, Wisdom 8, Strength 7, Speed 7, Stamina 10, Seals 10, total 63. Ninjutsu, variant 3 basic techniques, Earth Release, Earth Style Wall, Earth Release, Earth Rising Spears, Earth Release, Stone Mirror Wall, Air Step Technique, Rasengan, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, 6 Paths, Yin Yang Rasengan. Taijutsu, Tai Chi. Genjutsu, not mastered. Ninja tools, Chakra manipulation by will, Explosive Bomber. Disciples, Uzumaki Naruto, S-Rank Aptitude, Uchiha Sasuke, S-Rank, Haruno Sakura, A-Rank, Nobita, C-Rank, Rock Lee, A-Rank. The attribute table is clear at a glance. What caught Shuemu's attention the most were the 8 ninja ability parameters. Among them, the full values for Nin, Gen, and Seal were not surprising. As for hand seals, there's no need to elaborate 0 hand signs, so a full value is very reasonable. If the full score is not 10, the seal parameter for Mizuki would definitely be higher. For the endurance parameter, although Mizuki doesn't know many ninjutsu techniques, every one of his techniques is very advanced. Scoring 10 might be a bit of a stretch, but it's not entirely unreasonable. As for spirit, it has to do with his transmigration. After transmigrating, he absorbed the soul and memories of the original Mizuki, resulting in his spiritual energy being higher than others, almost twice that of an average person, which earned him a score of 10. Compared to these 3 perfect scores, the illusion category is simply unbearable to look at. Fortunately, he had been studying the art of Naraku vision during this time, otherwise, he might not have even scored 2 points. The other categories are all SOSO. A total score of 63 points, not low, but not high either. Through the attribute panel, Mizuki gained a more detailed understanding of himself, knowing one's strengths and weaknesses, as well as understanding the direction for future efforts. Next, while enhancing mental strength, the study of illusions must also be prioritized. Although hexagonal warriors are not very smart, that applies to people with average potential. With the system in hand, Shuemu's potential is limitless. Even if it's a hexagon with outstanding points in every aspect. After practicing Tai Chi, Shuemu began studying the art of Naraku's sight. It wasn't until evening that he prepared to return to the village. When he arrived at the entrance of the 8th training ground, he happened to run into Guy's Team 5. What a coincidence, Master Shuemu, Lee said happily upon seeing Shuemu. Yes, what a coincidence. Mizuki smiled and greeted the 4 of them. Then he saw Niji Hyuga, who is usually so serious, actually smile back at him. This left Mizuki quite puzzled. If I had known Master Mizuki was also at the 8th training ground, I should have asked you for advice on Tai Chi. I've been thinking about it all day without figuring it out, but Niji managed to understand it first. What did Niji figure out? Shuemu glanced at Hyuga Niji, feeling puzzled. Niji bowed to Shuemu and said, I learned from Lee that Tai Chi emphasizes overcoming strength with softness and countering speed with slow movements. Without permission, I applied this principle to my taijutsu. I hope teacher Shuemu won't hold it against me. Shuemu was astonished. Is this what genius is? To gain insight with just a few words, hasn't this gone too far? Unfortunately, due to the limitation on the number of spots, he can't take on any more disciples right now. Otherwise, no matter what, he would have taken Niji under his wing. A genius like this would absolutely be a tremendous asset. He laughed and said, we're all ninjas of Konoha, no need to be so formal. I'm more than happy that you've gained some insight. Why would I blame you? Niji, thank you, sensei. After chatting for a bit, Mizuki took his leave. Before leaving, he took out the bottle of floral water he had bought at the pharmacy and tossed it to Lee. Lee, this floral water has the effect of refreshing and clearing the mind. When you're tired from training and feel like you can't go on, just apply some under your nose and on both sides of your forehead. By the way, it can also repel mosquitoes. Might Guy didn't say a word the whole time. Although he's straightforward, he's not stupid. There is an obvious irreconcilable conflict between Mizuki and the 3rd Hokage. Although he had no particular opinion about Mizuki, he would not openly befriend him. After Mizuki left, Guy suddenly said, Lee, from now on, try to have as little contact with him as possible.
Lee frowned and asked, why, Guy-sensei? Guy sighed and said, I can't tell you the specifics, it involves the village's higher-ups.
In short, having too much contact with Mizuki is not good for you.
Xiaoli, unconvinced, said, Teacher Kai, you once said that youth is about forging ahead, youth is about being fearless.
Although I don't know what happened between the higher-ups and Master Shuemu, as long as Master Shuemu is still in Konoha, he is a ninja of Konoha, he is our companion.
How can we isolate him? How can we cower in fear of authority?
Kai remained silent. When it came to the higher-ups, he couldn't explain. He didn't want to see Xiaoli go down a path of no return.
If he got too close to Mizuki, what would happen if the third Hokage regarded him as Mizuki's accomplice?
The third Hokage appeared kind and benevolent, but Guy knew that he was far from as gentle as he seemed on the surface. Yet he didn't know how to dissuade him. He could only sigh, deciding to train Xiaoli during all non-mission times in the future, leaving him no chance to interact with Mizuki.
Shuemu walked towards the morning market, and the system's voice echoed in his ears.
The host grants the disciple Rock Lee a bottle of refreshing floral water, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Lucian floral water. Lucian floral water, when applied under the nose, can repel all mosquitoes within a 300-meter range, boost mental strength by 6 times, and lasts for 10 seconds.
Note, can only be used once every 24 hours, otherwise the brain will be overloaded and won't have time to rest, leading to dementia. Shuemu's face was full of surprise. A 6-fold increase in mental power, even though it's temporary and only lasts for 10 seconds. But as long as it's used well, what does Tsukuyami even count for? I'm not even afraid of infinite Tsukuyami.
It's just that the cooldown time is too long. I can only use it once a day.
Sigh, if only it could be a permanent boost.
Returning to the village, it was already dark.
Mizuki went to a Chirako Ramen and ordered a bowl of tonkatsu ramen.
While waiting for the ramen to be prepared,
studying the technique of Narakuken, time cannot be wasted.
Soon, Tejikuri finished making the tonkatsu ramen, and Ayam brought it out.
Teacher Mizuki, this is your tonkatsu ramen.
Please enjoy it slowly.
Shuemu smiled, thank you. By the way, could you grab the vinegar from the counter for me? I like adding vinegar to my noodles. Changpu, sure, just a moment.
On the counter, there were many condiments.
Changpu picked up a bottle.
Shuemu took it, opened the lid, and was about to pour it into the bowl.
At that moment, Shouta shouted, wait a minute, you got the wrong one. That's not vinegar, that's soy sauce. Then scolded, Changpu, what's wrong with you today? You're so absent-minded. How many times have you grabbed the wrong seasoning already?
Acarus hurriedly apologized. Mr. Shuemu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Shuemu smiled and said, it's okay, I actually needed some soy sauce anyway.
While Acarus turned around to grab the vinegar, a glint of sharpness flashed in Shuemu's eyes. The next moment, there was a squeak above, and a mouse fell from the ceiling directly into Shuemu's bowl. It struggled to jump out and scurried around, leaving the table in complete disarray. Shuemu stood up, his face full of speechlessness. Tucci apologized with a guilty expression. Teacher Shuemu, I am very sorry, I didn't expect something like this to happen.
Shuemu sighed, such a good bowl of ramen, wasted just like that.
What a pity. Tucci, this is entirely the fault of my humble shop. I am willing to compensate tenfold and offer 10 free ramen vouchers, just hoping that Teacher Shuemu won't hold a grudge and won't spread this matter around. The hand moved extremely fast, and the compensation money along with the ramen voucher was directly handed to Mizuki. I'll make another bowl of ramen. Please wait a moment, Teacher Mizuki.
Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and clean up. Mizuki waved his hand and said, no need, that mouse moving in the bowl just now disgusted me. I won't eat ramen today.
After speaking, he turned around and left. After Shuemu left, the forced smile on Shouta's face could no longer hold, and he looked distressed and extremely heartbroken.
All his pent-up anger was vented on Changpu. Changpu, what on earth is wrong with you today?
It's bad enough that you keep taking the wrong seasonings, but you didn't even clean properly, and now there are mice coming in.
Today's loss is so great, it's all on you.
In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage rested his chin on his hands, looking at the crystal ball on the desk. The scene that took place in the Ichiraku ramen shop was all seen by him. It was actually ruined by a mouse.
Luck? Or did he notice? Walking on the street, Shuemu's expression remained calm,
but inside, he was already burning with rage.
Even such despicable means have been used. I am mistaking vinegar for soy sauce wasn't something worth paying attention to.
At most, the shopkeeper would shout a few words, and the other customers in the store wouldn't care at all.
Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. If others don't notice anything unusual, who would think they'd be targeted for harm in their own village?
But Shuemu is different. He himself is a time traveler, and the third Hokage has always wanted to kill him, which has made him extremely vigilant. He doesn't overlook or dare to ignore any slight disturbance, because even a small mistake could lead to death. Sensing something amiss, Shuemu didn't make a big fuss but quietly activated Tai Chi. Coincidentally, a mouse was passing over the beam above his head, and the force of the punch knocked it down, landing directly into the bowl.
Immediately afterward, Shuemu used echolocation location to observe the rat.
The rat fled outside the house, darted into the sewer, and then began to stagger as it walked, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, and it died on the spot. It all happened in less than 10 seconds, showing just how lethal the poison in that noodle was.
That's downright vicious. Shuemu felt a deep sense of fear just thinking about it. It almost ended in a finale. Brother Mouse, rest in peace.
I will personally avenge you. A cold killing intent flashed in Shuemu's eyes. He had already made up his mind, he must personally kill the third Hokage. In the days that followed, Shuemu became even more cautious, being extremely careful when eating and drinking, and keeping echolocation on at all times. He didn't even dare to sleep deeply, fearing that he might go to bed one night and wake up on a slab the next morning. It was very tormenting, but there was no choice. One careless moment could lead to disaster. Poisoning food, dishes, and soup. He had already encountered it several times. Those guys used all kinds of disguises, sneaking into the kitchen and poisoning the food during the serving intervals. If it weren't for Shuemu's echolocation being constantly on, he wouldn't even know how many times he'd been poisoned to death. Seeing that eating outside was too risky, he simply decided to cook at home. As a result, the seasonings were poisoned, and even the tap water flowing from the faucet was damn poisoned too. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage's expression was extremely grim. He has confirmed that Mizuki really noticed it. In the past few days, Danzo's men have attempted poisoning 5 times, but each attempt failed due to various coincidences. A rat fell into the noodle bowl, a waiter carrying dishes suddenly slipped, a poisoned dumpling accidentally dropped to the ground, the kitchen caught fire and all the seasonings burned, and the tap water faucet broke. Once or twice could be dismissed, but every single time? It's obvious this is no coincidence. Danzo, that useless fool, even the people he sends are useless. Can't even act as a simple iris properly, mixing up vinegar and soy sauce, and directly letting Mizuki spot the flaw. The third Hokage also admired Mizuki's vigilance, even such a small matter could catch his attention. Sighing, the third Hokage summoned a member of the Yambu.
Go call Danzo, I'll meet him on the rooftop.
After giving the order, the third Hokage went up to the rooftop, hands behind his back, looking up at the statues of the previous Hokage on the Hokage rock.
Soon, Danzo arrived. On the rooftop, there were only the two of them. Danzo, stop for now.
The Chunin exams are about to begin, and we've received news that ninjas from various villages are arriving one after another to participate.
Orochimaru's Konoha crush plan must be taken seriously.
Therefore, I'll temporarily take direct command of the personnel en route. You don't need to worry about Mizuki for now.
When Danzo heard this, he thought, no way. The route being directly commanded by you? Are you trying to take away the last bit of power I have?
Hiruzen, I want to lead the route to the border to monitor the movements of the hidden sand village. You just focus on staying in Konoha, leave the sand village to me. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes and said, Danzo, I am not discussing this with you. 12 years ago, on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, you withdrew the forces of Root and did not participate in the fight against the Nine-Tails.
I did not blame you. This time, I won't let you act recklessly again. Danzo was furious, yet there was nothing he could do. Who could he blame but himself for not being the Hokage? What about Mizuki then? How are you planning to kill him? What if, when Orochimaru attacks, Mizuki isn't dead and turns against us instead?
Third Hokage, isn't it because of Root's mistake that Mizuki became even more vigilant? Originally, that night at Ichirako Ramen, he would have been dead.
Danzo snorted coldly and fell silent.
He knew he was in the wrong and was inwardly cursing the Root ninja who had transformed into Shizune. I will handle Mizuki myself, so you don't need to interfere. During this period, until the Chunin exams are over, stay at home and don't go out unnecessarily. The third Hokage turned around, his eyes cold. Danzo, I know you still have ties with Orochimaru, but this time it concerns the survival of Konoha.
I hope you won't act against your own interests. Danzo said, Hiruzen, what do you mean by that? Haven't I done all of this for Konoha?
The third Hokage let out a cold laugh, then turned and left. At the stairway entrance, the third Hokage paused for a moment. Danzo, after you return, notify all Root members to gather at the Hokage's office tomorrow morning and await my orders. Also, you are not fit to be Hokage. After saying this, the third Hokage went downstairs. Danzo watched the disappearing figure of the third Hokage, his heart filled with rage.
I'm not suited to be Hokage? Hiruzen, do you even have the face to say that?
Look at how weak Konoha has become under your incompetent leadership over the years.
Even to kill someone like Mizuki, you hesitate and hold back. Such a person is absolutely unfit to be Hokage.
I am the most suitable person to become Hokage. Only I can lead the village back to its peak, and only I am the hope of the land of fire.
Danzo's ambition swelled even further under the provocation of the third Hokage.
Leaving the Hokage's office, walking on the road back to the Root base, Danzo was filled with unwillingness. By the time he returned to the base, he had already made a certain decision.
Mizuki has no loyalty to Konoha whatsoever.
The key is that his strength is not weak. He has already surpassed half of the Jonin.
Such a person poses too great a threat to Konoha.
The Chunin exams are approaching, and with Orochimaru's Konoha crush plan to deal with, Hiruzen has probably given up on killing Mizuki. At most, he might send Mizuki out of the village on a long-term mission before the Chunin exams. But that's not safe. A glint of light flashed in Danzo's eyes. Since we can't kill him, there's only one way left to control him. After the Chunin exams, when Hiruzen is killed by Orochimaru, I can manipulate Mizuki to continue wreaking havoc in Konoha and then personally step in to kill him. In that case, my reputation in the village will reach its peak, and becoming the 5th Hokage will be a certainty. He raised his hand to cover his bandaged right eye, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This eye is finally going to be put to great use. He waved his hand to summon a root ninja and instructed, "Go, bring Mizuki here to see me." Yes, the root ninja disappeared in an instant. At the same time, in the Hokage office building, the 3rd Hokage walked into the mission hall and ordered, "Bring me the recent mission request forms to review." Irika immediately brought the commission letter, and the 3rd Hokage flipped through it, settling on a task. Escort the caravan to the land of tea, mission level, C-rank. Irika, assign this mission to Mizuki. Inform him to come and take it. Departure is tomorrow morning. Yes, Lord 3rd. Irika responded, watching the 3rd Hokage's departing figure, his heart filled with worry. He guessed that this was another plan by the 3rd Hokage targeting Mizuki. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary Chunin with no say in the matter. He could only stand by and watch as his friend's life or death unfolded. The 3rd Hokage returned to his office, wrote a note on a piece of paper, rolled it up, placed it into a thin bamboo tube, and sealed the tube tightly with a stopper. Holding the bamboo tube, he walked to the windowsill. Ding! On the windowsill, a crow glanced sideways at the 3rd. The 3rd tied a bamboo tube to the crow's leg and said, "Go." The crow cawed twice, flapped its wings, and flew off into the distance. At this moment, Mizuki was at the 8th training ground, practicing the illusionary art, Naraka sight technique. The practice target is a little squirrel on the tree. The poor squirrel was clawing at a pine cone, trying to dig out the pine nuts to eat. Suddenly, a moment of dizziness came over it, and the pine cone turned into a snake, instantly coiling around the squirrel, tighter and tighter, tighter and tighter. The squirrel struggled frantically, opened its mouth to scream, but to no avail. It only felt its body getting tighter and tighter, breathing becoming more and more difficult, almost suffocating. Suddenly, the scene changed, the snake was gone, and the pinecone was still just a pinecone. But the little squirrel's eyes had already become vacant, it was unsteady on its feet, and with a thud, it fell to the ground. Caught in the illusion of the water and wood, it was so frightened that it fainted. Amatufa, little squirrel, I'm sorry. Shuemu felt very guilty and deeply sorry for the little squirrel. It was innocent. As compensation, I've decided to give you lots and lots of delicious food. Shuemu darted up the tree, picked a large pile of pine cones, and stacked them around the little squirrel. The moment he thought about how the little squirrel would wake up and see so many pine cones around it, so happy it couldn't contain itself, Shuemu's guilt immediately dissipated quite a bit. Still not skilled enough, let's find the next practice target then. He looked around and quickly locked onto another squirrel not far away. As his gaze locked on, the little squirrel also looked toward Shuemu, its eyes full of resistance and fear. Don't come any closer. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, a masked ninja appeared, leaping a few steps to stand in front of Shuemu. Root ninja? Mizuki frowned, not knowing what this root ninja, swaggering in front of him, wanted to do. Mizuki, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Come with me. Mizuki curled his lips and said, I don't have time. The root ninja was stunned and said, Lord Danzo is looking for you, and you dare to refuse? Suemu dug his finger into his ear and mocked, I'm not a root ninja, why should I listen to Danzo? Alright, I get annoyed just seeing you root ninjas. Get lost and stop disturbing my training. The root ninja was furious but didn't dare to make a move. Do you really want Lord Danzo to come and find you personally? The root ninja began to threaten. Shuemu said coldly, I told you to get lost. Can't understand human language, can you? The next moment, his eyes fixed on the root ninja, and the art of Naraku was activated. In an instant, the root ninja was engulfed in fear, his eyes widened, and his body froze. But in just 1 second, the root ninja broke free from the illusion's control. Shuemu, do you know what kind of behavior it is to use illusions to attack the ninjas in the village? Shuemu chuckled, I was just sparring with you, and I didn't even hurt you. What's the fuss? Of course, if you continue to linger here and ramble on, I don't mind letting you experience the surprise of being killed by yourself. Shuemu refused to come see me and even attacked you with illusions? Danzo asked indifferently, without much reaction. In that case, I will go see him myself. His right eye had long been eager and restless. In Danzo's view, Koto Amatsukami was a power capable of triggering war, and he regarded it as a treasure, unwilling to use it lightly. At the beginning, Shisui had planned to use Koto Amatsukami to alter the will of the Uchiha clan's leadership, persuading them to abandon the coup. At that time, Danzo said, you actually intend to use such a precious power to stop a mere coup? A mere coup, in Danzo's eyes, was insignificant and did not warrant the use of Koto Amatsukami. But now, Koto Amatsukami could help him become the 5th Hokage, and that was a different matter altogether. Control Mizuki and kill the 3rd Hokage during the Chunin exams, or wait for the the third Hokage to be killed by Orochimaru, then let Mizuki wreak havoc in Konoha. In short, first make Mizuki a heinous criminal, someone the villagers deeply despise. Then make your own appearance, kill Mizuki, and save the village from its crisis. By then, with immense achievements and prestige, the position of the fifth Hokage will surely belong to me. Thinking of this, a smile unexpectedly appeared on Danzo's usually stern face. Hiruzen, don't blame me. Only under my leadership can the village grow stronger. He left the root base with a few subordinates and headed to the 8th training ground. But before he could reach the entrance of the 8th training ground, he was stopped by the third Hokage. Danzo, I told you not to act on your own. The third Hokage merely assumed that Danzo intended to lead his men to assassinate Mizuki, so he immediately came to stop him upon discovering this. He felt that Danzo's strength was not enough to kill Mizuki. Even if he did kill him, various rumors would spread in the village, which would be detrimental to management. At this time, with the Chunin exams and the Konoha Crush plan approaching, the village needed stability and could not afford any disturbances. Most importantly, the third Hokage already had a more secure plan, so the priority now was to stabilize Mizuki, otherwise, the plan would fail before it even began. Hiruzen, I met with Tobirama not to resort to force, there's no need for you to stop me, Danzo explained. The third Hokage naturally didn't believe him and asked, what business do you have with him? Danzo certainly wouldn't tell the truth and instead lied. I want to apologize for what happened at the meeting that day and see if I can make amends. I am sincere, perhaps I can dispel his hatred toward Konoha. If I offer him a generous gift, he will surely return his loyalty. His strength is not weak. If he can be brought back, it would be a great thing for the village. The third Hokage sneered inwardly. Brought back? If these words came from someone else's mouth, they might actually be true. But coming from your mouth, Danzo, I don't believe a single word. Enough, even if an apology can make amends, it's up to me as Hokage to do it. It's not appropriate for you to go. Turn around immediately. Without my permission, you are not allowed to communicate with Mizuki on your own. Danzo's face darkened, wishing he could use Kotoama Tsukumi on the third Hokage. But he cannot do this. Is it because he doesn't dare? Sigh. Danzo even dared to assassinate the third Hokage. There's nothing he wouldn't dare to do. So, it's not that he doesn't dare, but that he cannot. Kotoama Tsukumi is very powerful and is hailed as the strongest Jinjutsu. It can directly invade the opponent's brain and alter their will without being detected. The Shursui Sharingan transplanted into the crow's eye by Itachi used Kotoama Tsukumi in just one glance to override the Edo Tensei, freeing Itachi from Kabuto's control. Only in the hands of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi can Kotoama Tsukumi truly be called the strongest Jinjutsu. In Danzo's hands, however, it becomes significantly weaker. Danzo does not have Uchiha bloodline, and even after transplanting Shursui's eye, he still cannot wield it as effortlessly as his own limb. A treasured sword in the hands of an infant holds no power to kill enemies. A precious pearl falling into a pigsty mingles with filth and waste. This is also why, for so many years, Danzo has never used Kotoama Tsukumi on the third Hokage to seize the position of Hokage. The weasel uses Kotoama Tsukumi, which works with just one glance. It's not so simple when it comes to Danzo. First, he has to remove the bandage, then his right eye must keep staring at the third Hokage for a few seconds before it takes effect. Unless the third Hokage is a fool, he would immediately notice Danzo's intentions. After all, Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan is known by the third Hokage. Attempting to control the Hokage with Genjutsu, this crime is enough for Danzo to die several times over. So here's the question, without unwrapping the bandages, secretly using it on the third Hokage, would that work? It wouldn't work either. Through the gauze, the effect of Kotoama Tsukumi is greatly diminished. In the anime, during the 5 Kage Summit, Danzo used Kotoama Tsukumi on Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, through the gauze, attempting to control Mifune to support him as the leader of the alliance. However, it was discovered and exposed by Ao's Byakugan, forcing Danzo to stop. As soon as Danzo stopped, Mifune immediately returned to normal. This indicates that at the time, Kotoama Tsukumi only temporarily altered Mifune's will and could not have a permanent effect. Therefore, overall, Danzo's attempt to use Kotoama Tsukumi to control the third Hokage would definitely fail. Hiruzen, everything I have done is for the sake of Konoha. You're stopping me today, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Danzo knew that since the third Hokage had arrived, persisting any further would be futile and might even expose Kotoama Tsukumi. So, he could only turn and leave. Of course, it was only a temporary retreat. Giving up was out of the question. How could he miss such a great opportunity? Watching Danzo leave, the third Hokage let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I noticed in time and came to stop him, or else my plan would have been ruined. But what he didn't know was that after leaving, Danzo quickly used the transformation jutsu to alter his appearance and had one of his subordinates take on his likeness to confuse others. At Training Ground 8, Mizuki's Naraku path technique was becoming increasingly proficient. The effects of the illusion are becoming stronger and stronger. If that genin hadn't left, he could have stayed here as my sparring partner. With my current level of illusion skills, there's no way he'd break free in 1 second. At the very least, I could control him for 3 seconds. At this moment, the first little squirrel that had fallen unconscious under the illusion finally woke up. Then, seeing the pile of pine cones around it, it let out a scream and fainted again. Ha, I haven't even used my spell yet, so why did it faint? Shuemu wondered. Could it be that my illusion technique has already reached the level where I can make anyone faint at will? Forget it, I'll look for another little animal. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind him. Shuemu turned his head and saw a stranger ninja. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but the look in the other's eyes made him feel a sense of disgust. That look in the eyes felt somewhat familiar to Shuemu. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, the opponent's right eye changed, the pupil turned blood red, and within the pupil, a black four-cornered windmill appeared. Shuemu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan. Not good, Koto Amatsukami." Combining that familiar look in his eyes, Shuemu was already certain that the person in front of him was Danzo. Danzo was also shocked upon hearing this. How did Shuemu know about Shursue's Sharingan? And how did he know about Koto Amatsukami? But despite the shock, the release of Koto Amatsukami did not stop. Invisible mental power surged toward Shuemu, aiming to alter Shuemu's thoughts. Shuemu acted quickly as well. The storage ring on his finger flashed, and the bottle of 6-God floral water returned by the system appeared. He opened the cap and applied it under his nose in one smooth motion. His nostrils flared as he took a deep breath. In an instant, he felt as if his entire mind had been ventilated. The mind became incredibly clear, the brain working at lightning speed, and many unclear aspects of the Naruto vision technique were now easily understood. Mental strength increased sixfold, and this was no joke. Shuemu's mental strength was already twice as strong as others, and now it increased by sixfold. In total, it was equivalent to 14 times that of others. Around him, an invisible whirlwind arose. This was a storm of the mind. Shuemu closed his eyes, and amazingly, he could see the objects around him. It wasn't with his physical eyes, but with his spiritual eyes. Although the range was very small, he could indeed see, and it was clearer and more detailed than what his physical eyes could perceive. Even dust and bacteria invisible to the naked eye were clearly visible to him through his spiritual eyes. At this moment, Shuemu clearly saw a black force surging toward him. This must be the power of Koto Amatsukami, right? The black force was blocked by a whirlwind formed of mental energy, unable to advance an inch. Koto Amatsukami, huh? Danzo actually dared to use Koto Amatsukami on me. Luckily, I have the 6 Gods floral water, or today would have been the end for me. Being controlled by Koto Amatsukami and becoming Danzo's puppet would be worse than death. He opened his eyes and looked at Danzo. The effect of the 6 God mosquito repellent lasts only 10 seconds. Within these 10 seconds, he must either escape from this place or counterattack to make Danzo stop using Koto Amatsukami. Escape is out of the question. Just one Danzo isn't enough to make Mizuki run away. So, fight back. Trying to control me with Koto Amatsukami? You're courting death. Shuemu shouted loudly, shifted positions, and appeared behind Danzo, thrusting a kunai directly into Danzo's back. A single move to kill, but Shuemu did not relax. Sure enough, in the next moment, Danzo's corpse turned into a mirage and disappeared. Not far from Mizuki, the intact Danzo reappeared. His right eye was still fixed on Mizuki, and the power of Koto Amatsukami was still ongoing. Izanagi, one of the ultimate ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan, can turn unfavorable events that happen within a certain period into illusions, choosing only the favorable ones to become reality. I just don't believe I can't kill you. Once again, he teleported behind Danzo, and the kunai pierced through Danzo's heart again. Another Izanagi, and Danzo remained completely unharmed. The duration of the 6 Gods floral water has already consumed 3 seconds. At this moment, Danzo could no longer hold on. Blood tears flowed from his right eye, and his expression turned pained. Trash, can't even last 3 seconds. Mizuki sneered inwardly. For the third time, he shifted behind Danzo and delivered another fatal strike with a kunai, forcing Danzo to expend his third Sharingan. When Danzo reappeared, his right eye was already closed, and blood tears streamed down from the corner of his eye. He looked at Shuemu with his left eye, full of confusion, already beginning to doubt life. Why? Why didn't it succeed? Shuemu paid no attention to his expression, used the body flicker technique again, and appeared behind Danzo, piercing Danzo's heart. Danzo died once more, and when he reappeared, he immediately used Earth Release, hiding in rock technique to burrow underground and escape into the distance. Shuemu didn't chase, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't catch up. Luckily, I have Lucian floral water. Originally, it was to guard against Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami, but who would have thought that before encountering Tsukuyami, he would first encounter the even more formidable Koto Amatsukami. What a pity Danzo is hard to kill, otherwise I would have taken him out today. In the 8th training ground, there were quite a few people practicing. The battle here had already been noticed by others, and no one thought it was a friendly sparring match. Because the miserable scream Danzo let out after his heart was pierced by a kunai was unmistakably real. The 5th squad led by Guy was also in the training ground, and Niji immediately used his Byakugan to observe most of the battle process. Many people gathered over here. As soon as 10 seconds passed, passed, Shuemu felt his mind go blank, and a strong sense of discomfort surged from within. It was like suddenly ascending from the ground to 10,000 meters in the sky, experiencing oxygen deprivation and suffocation. Unbearable and indescribable discomfort. At this moment, several teams of ninjas had already gathered. The third Hokage, who was originally outside the 8th training ground, also arrived with several members of the Umbu. Shuemu, what happened here? The third asked. Mizuki shook his head, forcibly suppressing the discomfort, and recounted what had happened, but did not mention Danzo's name. From beginning to end, Danzo appeared under another identity. Although Mizuki knew it was him, there was no evidence. Are you sure it was the Mangekyo Sharingan, shaped like a 4-pointed pinwheel? And also, that person was stabbed to death by you 4 times, yet kept reviving? The third generation listened to Shuemu's account, his expression slightly changing, and asked a series of questions. Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan technique, Kodo Amatsukami, along with the Uchiha clan's ultimate eye technique, Izanagi, made him wary. He even suspected that Shuemu had already been controlled by Kodo Amatsukami. Shuemu nodded and said, I'm 100% certain. The third Hokage asked, do you have any evidence? Shuemu frowned. This was a question he couldn't answer. There was no one else present just now, so where would I get evidence? At that moment, Niji stepped forward and said, Lord Third Hokage, I can prove it. My Byakugan saw the battle process, and it matches exactly what teacher Shuemu described. Apart from Niji, another person stepped forward. Hinata Hyuga from Team 8. Ho, Hokage-sama, I saw it too. The third Hokage nodded. Since you all saw it, it means it really happened. Actually, at this moment, the third Hokage really wanted to reveal the function of Kodo Amatsukami and then tell everyone that Mizuki was being controlled and needed to be restrained. If Mizuki agreed to be restrained, then the third Hokage had 1,000 ways to kill him. If Mizuki refused, it would mean disobeying the Hokage's orders, and the third Hokage could openly convict Mizuki and then take action to kill him. But after some deliberation, Sandai ultimately gave up on this idea. With the Chunin exams approaching, Konoha needs stability. If they can avoid taking action within the village, they will. Moreover, the plan to eliminate Mizuki has already been set, and all arrangements are in place. Changing it halfway is not a good idea. Attention, Umbu. Based on the description of the appearance, search the entire village for that suspicious individual. Once discovered, immediately monitor and report. Of course not. In fact, at this time, the third Hokage had already started to suspect Danzo. After all, the use of Izanagi requires Sharingan, which ordinary people cannot obtain. The Uchiha clan's massacre was orchestrated by Danzo. A large number of Sharingan ended up in Danzo's possession. There is also Shirsue's death. 3 generations ago, he didn't know why Shirsue died, but now, he has figured it out. Shimizu, come to my office. Everyone else, you're dismissed. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage handed over a mission request form. Someone in the village intends to harm you. Take on this mission, it's a good chance to lay low for a while. Shuemu took the mission and glanced at it. Protect the caravan heading to the land of T, mission level C. Go back and get ready. Set out tomorrow morning. Leaving the Hokage's office, Shuemu pondered, wondering what kind of trick the third Hokage was up to this time. The task is very ordinary, nothing special about it. But Shuemu felt there was definitely a conspiracy. Otherwise, for a simple C-level mission, there was no need for the third Hokage to call him to the office alone and give instructions personally. The third Hokage must have ulterior motives. There's an 80% chance of an ambush on the way. Shuemu was still very cautious. Although with his current strength he is capable of handling various threats, it does not mean he is invincible. Shaoli still has 1 grant return opportunity left, and it must be given out before departure tomorrow. The Tai Chi manual and floral water gifted earlier were results of careful consideration. The third gift cannot be given casually either. So, what would be a good gift? How about giving the 18 dragon subduing palms or something? Shuemu shook his head and dismissed the idea. To grant a certain item or knowledge to a disciple, he must possess it himself or know it himself. He knows Tai Chi, so he can teach it. Although it's just the version for elderly people to stay fit, at least it's something. As for the 18 dragon subduing palms, he doesn't know it at all. You can't just give a name, right? Walking down the street, Shuemu kept thinking over and over but still couldn't figure out what to give. The key is, he subconsciously believes that his current strength is not weak and he lacks nothing, which is why he has lost his direction. Previously, he knew he was afraid of Tsukuyami, so he sent floral water to enhance his mental strength. He knew his physical skills were lacking, so he sent Tai Chi. Now, he feels he has no shortcomings, and suddenly becomes confused. As he walked, he arrived at the entrance of a shop where a goldfish scooping event was taking place, attracting many children. The children gathered around the pool, holding nets in their hands, scooping goldfish from the water. The rules of the activity are simple. For every 3 taels of money spent, you can scoop fish for 5 minutes, and all the goldfish you catch are yours to keep. Most of the children used 1 net to scoop fish. A few children, however, held a net in each hand, paying double the amount. These children use both hands, but the results results are not good. Often, they focus on one side and neglect the other, and the goldfish they catch are fewer than those caught by children using just one net. Despite being given more money, they catch fewer fish, leaving them so anxious that they cry out loudly. They can't figure out why this happens. The adults watching on the side, however, understand that success lies in focus. Trying to grab with both hands often results in catching nothing with either. Shuemu didn't have the habit of watching the commotion and walked away after just a glance. But he had barely taken 2 steps when a sudden idea flashed in his mind. That's right, I can give this as a gift. Thinking of what to present, Shuemu was delighted and couldn't wait to head to the 8th training ground to find Shaoli. Previously, Team 5 was training at Training Ground 8. They should still be there now. Little Lee has a pure and simple mind, not so many tricks. He might really be able to learn it. Upon arriving at Training Ground 8, they quickly found a few members of Team 5. Kai-sensei, sorry to bother you. I'm looking for Little Lee. It will only take a few minutes. Kai did not stop him. Although he was worried that Shaoli getting involved with Shuemu might displease the higher-ups, a simple interaction shouldn't be a big problem. As long as they don't frequently meet in private, it should be fine. Master Shuemu, is there something you need from me? How's your understanding of Tai Chi? Shuemu asked as he walked a short distance with Shaoli. Shaoli shook his head. I still haven't grasped it at all. Shuemu sighed inwardly. Tai Chi was ultimately too profound. With Shaoli's simple mind, even getting started was difficult. It seems Tai Chi isn't suitable for you. If that's the case, just give it up. Now, I will teach you another skill. Shaoli felt a bit discouraged and said, forget it. My ability to think isn't strong. I'm only suited to learning simple things. Anything too complicated isn't for me. He simply thought that Shuemu was going to teach him something complex and hard to understand again. Shuemu smiled and said, don't worry, this time it might not be difficult for you. He picked up 2 branches from the ground and handed them to Shaoli. Hold one branch in each hand, as if they were pens, and draw on the ground. The left hand draws a circle, the right hand draws a square. Start at the same time, finish at the same time. Give it a try and see if you can do it. Shaoli was puzzled but still followed the instructions. He squatted down and started moving both hands at the same time. Shuemu watched nervously, and then he saw that Shaoli really drew it. Although the circles and squares drawn weren't very precise, it was indeed a success. That's great, it really works. Shuemu was overjoyed. Shaoli still didn't understand Shuemu's intentions, nor did he know why Shuemu was so happy. Shuemu didn't explain immediately but said, continue. This time, use your left hand to write the character left and your right hand to write the character right. Shaoli followed the instructions again. This time, it was more challenging, and he succeeded only after several attempts. Moreover, the 2 characters he wrote showed that the character right was more standard, while the character left was crooked, which was related to the habit of writing with the right hand. You're a genius, Shaoli. You're absolutely a genius. Shaoli curiously asked, Master, what does this have to do with being a genius? Shuemu looked at Shaoli and uttered 4 words, multitasking. Shaoli still didn't understand. Alright, Shuemu had no choice but to explain in more detail. Most people are unable to do 2 different things with their left and right hands at the same time. In other words, they can only focus on doing one thing at a time. But you are quite special. Your hands can perform different tasks simultaneously, which is what we call multitasking. Think about it, during a fight, if your left hand and right hand, or even your hands and feet, can simultaneously use different martial arts techniques, wouldn't that be equivalent to you becoming 2 people? With this explanation from Shuemu, Lee finally understood. Can I, alone, be as effective as 2 people? Shuemu nodded. For example, when your foot is using the leaf whirlwind, your free hand can simultaneously launch shurikens. Facing you alone would be like facing 2 people, making it much harder for the enemy to defend. In short, you can execute 2 different attack methods at the same time. Of course, multitasking requires a lot of practice. Once you're skilled, it can definitely achieve the terrifying effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Shuemu was not joking. Being able to multitask will greatly enhance combat effectiveness. In Jin Yong's novels, there are 3 people who can multitask: Zhou Badong, Gui Jing, and Xia Longnu. Speaking of Xia Longnu, after mastering ambidextrous combat in the cave, her fighting power skyrocketed, and as soon as she emerged, she easily defeated King Jinluan, forcing him to flee. Later at Chongyang Palace, she first fought King Jinluan one-on-one, injuring him, and then went on to unleash a 1v9 rampage mode. Multitasking, an absolutely practical combat talent. Xiao Li's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Similarly, the corners of Shuemu's mouth revealed an unabashed smile. The system prompt had already sounded. The host granted the disciple Rock Lee the dual focus training method, triggering an 8,888-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the dual focus talent. At this moment, Shuemu realized that something seemed to have changed within him, but he couldn't quite put it into words. It was a very peculiar feeling. He squatted down and used 2 branches, drawing a circle with his left hand and a square with his right. Something he couldn't do before, he could now accomplish with ease. I always feel like, at that moment just now, I
had a split personality. Jokingly, Shueimou was very excited. This way of thinking with dual focus made him feel amazing. Can I use 2 ninjutsu at the same time? Ninjas cannot use 2 ninjutsu simultaneously. Each time a ninjutsu is cast, it requires controlling the chakra within the body to follow a specific trajectory. Hand seals are used to assist ninjas in controlling the trajectory of chakra. For someone like Mizuki, who has exceptional chakra control, hand seals are unnecessary, as they can directly control chakra flow with their mind. But even so, he can only release one ninjutsu at a time. Because he cannot multitask, he must successfully perform the previous ninjutsu before he can execute the next one. Now that I have the multitasking talent, can I control chakra and run 2 trajectories simultaneously to perform 2 ninjutsu at once? He really wanted to experience it immediately, but there were too many people here, making it inconvenient to try. So, he had to suppress his curiosity and temporarily give up. Lee, I've already taught you the method. Go back and practice more. As long as you can master multitasking, your strength will definitely reach a new level. After Shueimou left, Xiaoli returned to Kai's side. Kai didn't ask much, but Tenten curiously asked, Lee, what did Master Mizuki want to talk to you about? I saw you holding a branch, it seemed like you were drawing on the ground. Little Lee nodded and said, yes, Master Mizuki asked me to use 2 branches to simultaneously draw a circle with my left hand and a square with my right hand on the ground. Tenten asked, what's the use of that? Xiaoli, multitasking. Master Shueimou said that most people can only do one thing at a time, but I can multitask and do 2 things at the same time. In battle, I alone can be equivalent to 2 people. For example, while using the Leaf Great Whirlwind, my hands can throw shurikens. Facing me is like facing 2 enemies at once. Tenten widened her eyes. This must be a joke. Using 1 person as 2. How is that possible? Xiaoli said, I'll demonstrate for you. He squatted down, drawing a circle with his left hand and a square with his right hand, completing it in one go. Tian raised an eyebrow and said, that's not so hard. She also squatted down, imitating Xiaoli, but she quickly gave up. If she focused on the left side, she couldn't take care of the right side. At the same time, she could only pay attention to one hand. Compared to Xiaoli, she was completely on a different level. Xiaoli, on the other hand, was on the ground, using both hands to write different characters, completing them effortlessly. Tian exclaimed, Li, how on earth did you do it? Xiaoli replied, I think it's very simple, it must be innate. Master Shueimou said that only those with pure hearts and simple thoughts can achieve it. On the contrary, the smarter and more complicated one's mind is, the harder it becomes to achieve. Every day, Tenten was speechless. Smart people can't do it, but stupid people can. This makes no sense. Niji, you try it too and see if you can do it, Tenten said. Niji shook his head and said, I've already tried, just like you. You have to focus on one hand, otherwise, whether it's a circle or a square, you can't draw it successfully. Trying to manage both hands at the same time is simply impossible. Tenten said to Guy again, Guy-sensei, you should give it a try too. Guy, with a serious expression, nodded and started trying as well. As a result, he succeeded. Niji and Tenten exchanged a glance, thinking to themselves that, as Mizuki had said, smart people couldn't do it, but foolish ones could succeed. Guy stared blankly at the ground, at the circle and square he had drawn. At this moment, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. Root base. Danzo fled all the way back and is still in a dazed state. Why is Koto Amatsukami ineffective against him? Koto Amatsukami, the strongest genjutsu. It actually can't control Mizuki? What kind of monster is Mizuki? Danzo had already begun to feel fear. If it weren't for the fact that Mizuki didn't have bandages on his body, he would have thought that Mizuki, like him, had also transplanted Sharingan and used his Izanagi to offset the negative effects brought by Koto Amatsukami. This loss is too great. For uses of Izanagi consumed 4 Sharingan, making Danzo's heart ache as if it were bleeding. Although on the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, he collected quite a few Sharingan, losing 4 at once is just too crazy. If he successfully controlled Mizuki, then the loss of 4 Sharingan wouldn't really matter. The key is, he didn't succeed. They were lost in vain. Apart from losing 4 Sharingan, Koto Amatsukami is also temporarily unusable. Danzo's face was grim. The technique Koto Amatsukami has an extremely long cooldown time. Once used, it cannot be used again for another 10 years. Although Danzo had transplanted Hashirama's cells, which could significantly reduce Koto Amatsukami's cooldown time, it would still take at least 2 to 3 years before it could be used again. Just as Danzo was sulking, a root ninja suddenly appeared in front of him. Lord Danzo, the 3rd Hokage is coming with a large number of Anbu. Danzo's expression changed. Hiruzen is making such a big fuss. What does he want to do? Soon, the 3rd arrived. Danzo, hand over Shirsue's eyes. They are the village's property, and you have no right to claim them as your own. The 3rd Hokage was very straightforward. Danzo was shocked internally, but his expression remained unchanged. They were all seasoned actors. Maintaining composure in such situations was second nature. Hiruzen, what kind of joke is this? Shirsue has been dead for so many years, and even his body was never found. How can you ask me for his eyes? Where does this come from? Danzo certainly refused to admit it. The third Hokage snorted coldly and waved his hand. A member of the Umbu stepped forward, and beneath the mask, a pair of Byakugan eyes stared fixedly at the position of Danzo's right eye. This was someone from the Hyuga clan. Danzo, as a Konoha elder and the leader of the root, held a high position of power, and the members of the Hyuga clan did not dare to use the Byakugan to investigate him. Moreover, Danzo was like a rat, staying in the sewers all day long and rarely showing himself, so Hyuga ninjas had few opportunities to encounter him. This also led to the fact that Danzo possessed Shirsui's eye for so many years without the third Hokage discovering it. Perhaps the third Hokage had long harbored suspicions, but due to their relationship he never delved deeper. But today's matter involved Koto Amatsukami, and the third Hokage couldn't hold back anymore. He directly ordered the Hyuga clan to investigate the secrets on Danzo's body. Danzo rebuked, "How dare you? You dare to use the Byakugan to investigate me? This is insubordination." The third Hokage said coldly, "Danzo, are you trying to defy me as the Hokage?" Danzo immediately backed down. At this moment, he knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he straightforwardly said, "Alright, no need to investigate with your Byakugan, I'll just say it myself. That's right, my right eye has indeed been transplanted with Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan." There was no way to deny it anymore. The third Hokage raised his hand, stopping the Hyuga ninja's investigation. "So, Shirsui's death was also your doing?" "No," Danzo denied outright, saying, "It was Uchiha Itachi. He killed Shirsui with his own hands to awaken the Mangekyo and gave me Shirsui's right eye." This was something he truly dared not admit. If he admitted it, his hopes of vying for the position of fifth Hokage would be completely dashed. No one would support someone who killed a fellow ninja from the same village to become the new Hokage. After all, in everyone's eyes, Shirsui was a good person. Danzo's response was met with silence from the third Hokage. Of course, he wouldn't believe Danzo's one-sided story, but there was no evidence to prove that Shirsui was killed by Danzo. "Hand over Shirsui's eyes to me, and this matter ends here." The third glanced at Danzo's bandage-wrapped right hand and did not pursue the matter further. Although he knew that Danzo's right hand definitely concealed a Sharingan, the third chose to remain silent. Keeping Danzo around was still useful. If everything were exposed and everyone turned against him, there would be no one left to take the blame in the future. Additionally, all root ninjas are to immediately gather at the Hokage's office. "Danzo, after handing over the eye, you should go home and rest." 3 generations have passed, taking Shirsui's right eye and all the root ninjas with them. Danzo was filled with rage but had nowhere to vent it. He suffered a major setback at Mizuki's hands, and now the third Hokage had taken advantage of him, even losing Shirsui's eye. This blow was simply too much. The next morning, at the gate of Konoha village, Mizuki met up with the merchant caravan that had commissioned the mission. After completing the out-of-village registration, they prepared to leave the village. At that moment, a group of people arrived from outside the village. These people were wearing Sunagakure forehead protectors. Mizuki glanced at them and immediately took notice. This line refers to the individuals from the Hidden Sand village who came to participate in the Chunin exams. Jonin Baki, Temari with a fan on her back, Kankuro with a puppet on his back, and Gaara with a gourd on his back. Mizuki's gaze lingered longer on Gaara. Sensing Mizuki's attention, Gaara turned his face, his panda-like eyes staring at Mizuki. "Do you want to die?" Shueimu chuckled lightly, not planning to argue with the brat. The caravan left the village, with Shueimu accompanying them for protection. Standing outside the gate, Shueimu turned back to glance at Konoha, especially at the iconic Hokage building. Moved forward a bit further, he suddenly let out a cold laugh, and in the next moment, a paper airplane appeared in his hand. "Third Hokage, you've tried every means to kill me, while I've always been passively defending myself. This time, let you taste my revenge." The paper airplane took off, soaring like a bird into the sky, passing through Konoha's sensory barrier, and swiftly heading toward the Hokage Tower. Target, Hokage's office. Explosive bomber, with an explosive power equivalent to 500 explosive tags, and a supersonic flight speed. It's been over a month since he got this thing, and Mizuki has been reluctant to use it. But now, he couldn't hold back anymore. What happened yesterday still makes me shudder when I think about it. If it hadn't been for encountering Uchiha Itachi on the way back from the Land of Waves, which made him wary of Sharingan illusions, if it hadn't been for successfully taking Rock Lee as a disciple and granting him the sixth spirit due, he would have definitely fallen victim to Koto Amatsukami yesterday and become Danzo's puppet. That would be worse than death. Actually, what he wants most is to take revenge on Danzo and blow up the root base. Unfortunately, he didn't know the location of the root base, so he could only transfer his hatred to the third Hokage. Ding! In short, all the mistakes, no matter what, are the third Hokage's fault. In the sky,
hallway, a paper airplane streaked like a meteor into Konoha, with a Mach ring trailing behind it, immediately catching the attention of some ninjas on the high walls. However, its speed was simply too fast, disappearing in a flash, and no one could see clearly what it was. In an instant, the paper airplane passed through an invisible barrier. In the Konoha barrier team, Yamanaka Haichi immediately sensed this slight change. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha is not some remote countryside village where roads are open for anyone to pass and travelers come and go without question. The entire Konoha is enveloped by a large-scale sensory barrier. This barrier, shaped like a bowl, covers Konoha upside down, even extending underground. Once an unfamiliar presence intrudes, the barrier team will immediately sense it and promptly determine whether it is friend or foe, assessing any potential threat. At the village gate direction, an unidentified object has entered the barrier from high altitude, with no chakra fluctuations. Suspected to be a bird, extremely fast, minimal threat. Haichi didn't pay much attention to it, nor did he have any intention of reporting it. But just 3 seconds later, the ground suddenly shook, followed by a deafening roar that caused Haichi's expression to change dramatically. Haichi maximized his perception and then saw thick black smoke billowing out from the location of the Hokage office in the Hokage building. The walls were covered in cracks, the windows completely shattered, and broken bricks and debris were scattered on the ground below, along with several mangled corpses, whose identities could not be determined in a short time. It's over, completely over. The 3rd Hokage was attacked and blown to death. The Hokage was attacked, and the village immediately entered a state of highest alert. The villagers were terrified, thinking that the Ninetales incident from 12 years ago was happening again. They didn't need to be organized, they instinctively headed to the shelters. Although they didn't know what had happened, seeking refuge is a human instinct. The gates at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf village were immediately closed, and all the ninjas on the walls outside the village watched nervously, fully on guard. Ninjas on vacation at home rushed to the Hokage tower at full speed. The instructors and genin from other villages who came to participate in the Chunin exams were ordered not to leave their accommodations, with violators to be killed on sight. After a large number of ninjas had gathered below the Hokage tower, the 3rd Hokage arrived late with a grim expression. What on earth is going on here? Who did this? Looking at the destroyed Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage was utterly shaken. The ninjas, seeing that the 3rd Hokage was unharmed, all breathed a sigh of relief. Lord 3rd, the barrier team has reported that an unidentified object flew into the village from the sky, and in just 3 seconds, your office was blown up. The 3 generations showed a look of shock. 3 seconds to fly from outside the village to the Hokage building, how is that possible? The Hokage building is located in the center of the village, and the distance from the outskirts to here exceeds 1,000 meters. Crossing over 1,000 meters in 3 seconds, what on earth is that thing? Even-tailed beast balls aren't this fast, right? This terrifying speed doesn't give people any time to react. The 3rd Hokage began to feel fortunate that he had gone to Danzo's house early in the morning to check if Danzo was honestly staying at home. If he had been in the office, he might have been blown to pieces by now. Where is the attack coming from? The 3rd asked. Hai said, from the direction of the Konoha gate. The 3rd narrowed his eyes. At this moment, several suspicious targets flashed through his mind. Tsunegakure? Orochimaru? Or perhaps, Mizuki? His brows furrowed deeply, and a sense of dread rose in his heart. If this kind of attack happens again, will I be able to evade it? 3 members of the Umbu stationed around the office have all perished. In the hallway, 2 passing staff members, 1 dead and 1 critically injured. The office floor was blown through, and in the mission hall downstairs, 3 clients were killed, including the wife of the daimyo. Among the staff issuing missions, 2 were killed and 2 were critically injured. Falling debris from the window area crushed 7 passing villagers to death and injured dozens. The critically injured have been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, but a full recovery cannot be guaranteed. Additionally, all documents inside the office have been completely destroyed. The 3rd Hokage listened to these numbers, his fists clenched tightly. With an explosion, the death toll reached 16, and there were also those seriously injured. Whether they could be saved was still uncertain. Even the daimyo's wife was among the deceased, and the 3rd Hokage's heart had already turned cold. Since the Ninetales night 12 years ago, Konoha had not suffered such a significant loss. But today, disaster struck. Head to the main gate immediately and search for any suspicious individuals, especially ninjas from other villages. Additionally, tighten security. We must prevent similar incidents from happening again. The daimyo's wife was dead, and the 3rd Hokage felt that his time as Hokage had come to an end. But at this moment, what he cared about more was finding the person behind it all, tearing them to pieces to vent his hatred. The village was tense, but outside the village, there was not much impact. Several hundred meters outside the Hidden Leaf village, the caravan first felt a slight tremor in the ground, followed by a massive explosion from behind. Everyone stopped and turned to look back, but unfortunately, the high walls blocked the view, preventing them from seeing the Hokage building reduced to rubble. Mizuki leaped onto the top of a tall tree, his gaze crossing over the wall, looking into the distance. In the direction of the Hokage building, smoke was still rising. Mizuki let out
a cold laugh. Wonder if the third got blown up. Blowing them up would be best, but if not, it doesn't matter.
Anyway, the Hokage's office is destroyed, along with many documents and jutsu scrolls inside, enough to make the third Hokage feel distressed for a while.
This explosive bomber is really quite handy. He planned to make a few more of them in the future and bomb whoever he didn't like. Mr. Mizuki, has something happened in Konoha? Do you need to go back and check? The caravan leader came to ask. Mizuki said, the village has been attacked. As a ninja of Konoha, I must go back to protect the village. So, the mission is on hold. Protecting the village and all that, it's all nonsense. He wanted to go back to see if the third Hokage was dead. If he was, then he might as well go all the way and take down Danzo too. If the third Hokage wasn't dead, then he'd let it rest for now and wait until after the Chunin exams to act. In the meantime, he could enjoy the sight of the third Hokage in a fit of rage. The caravan leader agreed with Mizuki's suggestion and turned back toward Konoha. Just arriving at the entrance of Konoha village, Mizuki saw a large number of ninjas rushing out of the village. Could it be that the third Hokage knows I caused the explosion? Mizuki immediately became vigilant. If they were really coming for him, then he would have to face them head-on today and then defect. But soon, he realized that these ninjas were not coming for him. Only a few ninjas came to inquire, while the rest left the village, fanning out to search ahead. All that worry for nothing. I almost thought I'd have to defect today. The ones inquiring with Mizuki were none other than Team 8, led by Kurenai Yuhi. Every person in the caravan was questioned once, and then cleared of suspicion. Red Jonin, what exactly happened in the village? Kurenai Yuhi said, the Hokage tower was hit by an explosion, and the Hokage's office was destroyed. Mizuki hurriedly asked, is the Hokage alright? Kurenai Yuhi replied, at the time of the explosion, the third Hokage happened to be away from the Hokage tower, so he is unharmed. Shueimo pretended to breathe a sigh of relief and said, that's good. It's good that Lord Hokage is fine. The third Hokage didn't die, which Shueimo found regrettable. If he didn't die this time, then next time he definitely will. Since the third Hokage didn't die, the Chunin exams could proceed as usual. Accepted 5 qualified disciples, reaching the limit. Only when a disciple becomes a Chunin can more disciples be accepted. The 3 from Team 7, plus Rock Lee and Deshiong, among whom Deshiong has not yet qualified to participate in the Chunin exam. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Rock Lee will all participate in the Chunin exam. If I don't intervene, they probably won't pass the exam to become Chunin. The Chunin exam is held twice a year. If they miss this one, they'll have to wait until the end of the year. Unable to take on apprentices for half a year, which was unacceptable to Shueimo. I need to find a way to improve their overall abilities. At the very least, Sasuke, Sakura, and Lee still have a chance to pass the exam and become Chunin. Naruto's theoretical foundation is too weak. The village won't let him pass. After all, becoming a Chunin means leading a team on missions. With Naruto's level, leading a team into a pit seems more likely. Alright, your suspicions have been cleared. You may leave. However, the village is in a tense situation right now, so try not to wander around the streets to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. As for Mizuki, you should head to the Hokage's office and follow the Hokage-sama's orders. Just as Kurenai Yuhi finished announcing, the third Hokage suddenly arrived. Mizuki, there's nothing for you to do in the village. Continue your mission and escort the caravan to the land of tea. The third Hokage had deliberately rushed over, with the purpose of sending Mizuki out of the village to continue his mission. Sunset Red was momentarily stunned and gave the third Hokage a meaningful glance. Mizuki nodded and said, yes, Lord Hokage. Thus, the caravan left the village again. The third Hokage's approach is like hiding a silver coin in plain sight. There must be an ambush on the road. Otherwise, how could he send the village's ninja out on a mission at a time like this? Shueimo walked while pondering. The third Hokage knows I have the body flicker technique, knows I have the Rasengan, yet still sends me out of the village to have me ambushed. In other words, the people lying in wait on the road ahead have the ability to kill me. Who is it? Jiraiya? Or perhaps, Uchiha Itachi? The caravan moved forward at a steady pace. While being extra vigilant, Mizuki was also contemplating countermeasures. What should I do if I encounter Jiraiya? What should I do if I encounter Uchiha Itachi? Can I win? Should I fight or flee? By the afternoon, the sky suddenly started to drizzle. Looking out, everything was a hazy white and visibility was very poor. Mizuki wore a hooded cloak to keep the rain out. However, the damp and sticky air, along with the muddy road underfoot, made Mizuki feel somewhat uncomfortable. He doesn't like traveling on rainy days. The caravan moved along the forest road, and apart from the sound of wheels, everyone was very quiet. Suddenly, the front came to a stop. Mr. Shueimo, there's a situation ahead. No one needed to say it. Shueimo had already seen it. Blocking the path ahead was just one person, dressed in a black cloak with red clouds, short spiky orange hair, and wearing a rogue ninja headband from the village of Rain. What stood out the most were his eyes, with concentric circles that were truly unique. The Rinnegan. Shueimo never expected that the one who came was not Jiraiya, not Uchiha Itachi, but Tendo Pain. Tendo couldn't possibly come alone. The 6 paths of Pain always act together. Moreover, to control Pain, Nagato must also be nearby. Shueimou was truly impressed. I'm not some big shot in the ninja world. Does the Akatsuki really need to go this far? Pain stood in the middle of the road, looking at Mizuki. Konoha Ninja Mizuki, let me introduce myself. I am Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, a god. Shueimou's lips twitched. This level of style, impressive. Much better than Orochimaru asking others if they know about immortality the moment they meet. I know you're not weak, and you're being targeted by the higher-ups in Konoha, so today I specifically invite you to join the Akatsuki organization. We will create a peaceful ninja world together, free from oppression and scheming. The injustices you suffered in Konoha will not happen in the world we build in the future. Shueimou's lips twitched slightly. This grand vision was indeed beautifully painted, but unfortunately, he didn't realize that he was just a pawn in someone else's hands. The ideal world he envisioned could never become a reality. Sorry, I refuse. Pain nodded and said in a calm tone, then I'll defeat you and make you willingly join the Akatsuki. Mizuki immediately said, wait a moment. Pain looked at Mizuki without saying a word. I am happy to accompany you in a fight, but let's go over there to fight. These ordinary people shouldn't be affected by our battle. Shueimou pointed towards the depths of the forest. Pain said, no, they have seen my Rinnegan. To prevent intelligence from leaking, they all must die. Pain's words ignited a surge of anger in Shueimou's heart. Since that's the case, I'll deal with you first. Shifting behind Pain, the Rasengan was already thrust forward, but Pain was clearly not so easy to handle. Shinra Tensei, a powerful repulsive force instantly emerged, centered on Pain, pushing outward frantically in all directions. In the midst of Mizuki's cry of pain, his body was sent flying backward, and the Rasengan in his hand dissipated instantly. The caravan was thrown into chaos under the force of Shinra Tensei, with people and horses tumbling over. Fortunately, they weren't too close, otherwise, there would have been casualties. As Mizuki was retreating, his mind remained exceptionally calm. The cooldown time for Shinra Tensei is 5 seconds, so, one more time. The next moment, the body flicker technique activated again, and he appeared behind Pain once more, continuing with the Rasengan. Smack! Pain instantly turned around and grabbed Mizuki's wrist. Mizuki was shocked. This reaction speed was unbelievably fast, almost as if he could predict the moves. Pain grabbed Mizuki's wrist with one hand, while a black rod emerged from the palm of his other hand, aiming to stab Mizuki's shoulder. This black rod is a creation of the Rinnegan, involving yin-yang release. Once the black rod pierces the body, it seals the chakra points and disrupts chakra flow. Even-tailed beasts can be subdued by the black rod. Mizuki's expression changed, and he shouted, Transformation Jutsu. With a bang, Pain turned into a little lamb, his hands transforming into hooves. The wrist that Mizuki had grabbed was freed from restraint and immediately released. In just 0.1 seconds, Pain returned to his original form, but by then, Mizuki had already leapt several meters away. Pain looked at Mizuki and said, a jutsu that can transform others, even rendering me unable to resist for that moment. You're not just a strong fighter, you're also a genius in ninjutsu. Shueimou looked at Pain, his expression grave. His teleportation technique had failed once again. First it was Uchiha Itachi, and now it was Tendo Pain. This made Shueimou feel that his strength was still somewhat lacking, though he knew many ninjutsu and his methods were cunning. But when facing these strong opponents, there is no real advantage. It faintly feels like the vibe of Obito fighting the 4th Hokage. On the surface, it seems like Obito has all the advantages. Kemui can be used for both offense and defense, making him nearly invincible, but in the end, he was taught a lesson by the 4th Hokage. Still lacking combat awareness, although the transformation jutsu only lasted 0.1 seconds, all I thought about was retreating. 0.1 seconds may be very short, but for a master, it's enough to launch an attack. If I had taken the opportunity to attack just now, I might have taken down Pain in an instant. The mutated transformation jutsu can make others transform, and it's a forced transformation. After transforming, the enemy's form changes, rendering them unable to attack. Used well, it can directly dominate. The downside is that the stronger the person, the shorter the transformation duration. Previously, when used on Naruto, it could force him to transform for 5 seconds, but just now, it only made Pain transform for 0.1 seconds. Moreover, using it on stronger individuals consumes a tremendous amount of energy. In an instant, Mizuki's chakra decreased by a full 5 units. Unfortunately, Mizuki failed to seize the opportunity to counterattack. If he had swung the kunai during that 0.1 second gap, he would surely have achieved a favorable outcome. His combat awareness is still far too lacking. Your technique is impressive, but its duration is too short. Moreover, your neural response, combat awareness, and battle experience are all merely average. Even though you've mastered many incredible ninjutsu, you still can't do anything to me. Pain spoke as he raised his right hand. Universal pull. Shueimou's body immediately lost control and flew toward Pain. At this moment, in the palm of Pain's left hand, a black rod had already emerged, aiming at Shueimou's shoulder. Shueimou remained calm, using the body flicker technique once again to appear behind Pain. Pain reacted said swiftly, turning around in an instant. While there's still enough chakra, let's do it again.
Shuemu's left hand struck Pain's body, a Rasengan forming in his palm, while simultaneously using the mutated clone technique. The moment the Rasengan took shape, Pain turned into a little lamb.
Multitasking was put to use for the first time. In the next instant, the Rasengan struck the little lamb's head.
0.1 seconds passed in a flash, and Pain reverted to human form, but his body had already been sent flying, his head severely damaged. He fell to the ground and rolled more than 10 meters. Then it completely stopped moving.
Phew! Shuemu gasped heavily. It worked! A single transformation technique consumes 5 units of chakra.
He used it twice, along with several uses of body flicker and Rasengan. At this moment, the chakra within Shuemu's body was almost depleted.
Only less than 2 cards left. Looking at Pain's corpse not far away, Mizuki let out a bitter laugh.
Just dealing with one Deva path had exhausted the majority of his chakra. It was truly too difficult. In the forest, the sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Someone was approaching quickly. Through the foliage, the iconic black cloak with red clouds could be seen.
Shuemu turned his head to glance at the caravan not far away inside.
You all fend for yourselves. At this moment, he could no longer take care of himself, let alone help the people in the caravan.
The caravan leader also noticed the helplessness on Shuemu's face. Mr. Shuemu, is there really no way?
Shuemu shook his head and said, you have been implicated by me, but if you want to blame someone, blame the third Hokage.
The caravan leader didn't understand what Shuemu meant, but at this moment, he was completely hopeless. The next moment, 5 figures descended. It was the other 5 paths of Pain. After they arrived, they did not attack Mizuki immediately but instead guarded the Deva path's corpse. The Naraka path summoned the King of Hell. The King of Hell opened its massive mouth, extending a long, hand-like purple tongue, placing the damaged Deva path Pain into its mouth and beginning to chew. Mizuki knew he had to leave, otherwise, once the Deva path was revived, he wouldn't be able to escape. Before leaving, let's make one last effort. He turned around and said to the caravan leader, you all retreat immediately. I'll hold them off here. As for you, let's leave it to luck.
Behind them were Konoha ninjas sent by the third Hokage, searching for the person who attacked the Hokage's office. If a battle breaks out here, they will definitely sense it and send reinforcements. The people in the caravan might have a chance of survival if they encounter ninjas from Konoha. After Mizuki finished speaking, without needing the caravan leader to say anything, everyone fled backward.
Mizuki remained motionless in place but created dozens of clones.
These clones scattered in all directions, running off, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Pains on the opposite side did not stop him. They were just clones, as long as the main body remained intact. As for the ordinary people in the caravan, they were not pursued either.
The most important thing was Mizuki.
Behind Pain, the King of Hell chewed with its large mouth and then opened it.
Tendo Pain walked out unscathed. The 6 paths of Pain, present.
The 6 Pains stood together, 6 pairs of Rinnegan eyes, exuding immense pressure.
Mizuki said, the legendary sage's eyes, the Rinnegan, truly powerful. However, I still refuse to join the Akatsuki.
Tendo Pain, you gave up your chance to escape for those ordinary people.
I admire you for that. But if you insist on refusing, I will have no choice but to kill you. Shuemu was speechless. Didn't you say the Akatsuki was established to create a beautiful and peaceful world? If I don't join, you want to kill me? What kind of peace is that? Pain, if you don't join, you become an obstacle to peace.
Therefore, you must die.
Shuemu opened his mouth wide. That reasoning left him speechless.
He said, it seems I really have no choice but to join.
In that case, tell me about the Akatsuki organization first. Where is your base? How many members do you have? What are their strengths? How do you plan to achieve peace?
Pain of the 6 paths said, I know you're stalling for time, trying to let those people escape, but as I said, they have seen the Rinnegan, and they know part of the Rinnegan's abilities. To prevent information from leaking, they must die. So, you wasted your efforts. I'll tell you all these things after you join the Akatsuki. So, make your decision. Shuemu frowned. At this moment, he could already hear the screams coming from behind. A group of poor souls ultimately could not escape the tragic fate of being killed. It's all the third Hokage's fault. The screams of agony quickly came to an end, followed by the sound of 2 approaching footsteps. Mizuki turned his head and saw Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame strolling over. The Samahata on Kisame's back was still dripping with blood. Leader, those people have all been dealt with.
Kisame revealed a cruel smile. Uchiha Itachi looked at Mizuki, eager to make a move.
Especially the 3 Tomo in his right eye, which were already slowly spinning. There was a strong urge to activate the Mangekyo and unleash Amaterasu.
Mizuki looked at Tendo Pain, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. My decision is to refuse. Tendo's expression remained calm as he said, if that's the case, then leave your life here. Mizuki shook his head and said, I will not join the Akatsuki, nor will I die. Even the Rinnegan cannot kill me. Heavenly Path, relying on your ability to shift forms in shadows, you can indeed come and go freely. However, unless you teleport to a very distant place in an instant, you cannot escape my pursuit. As the words fell, Heavenly Path Pain's feet left the ground and he
began to float. He looked down at Mizuki from above, his gaze filled with indifference. It was as if a lofty deity was coldly overlooking the ants on the ground.
I am a god. In the realm of gods, you cannot escape. Shuemu sighed and said, claiming to be a god, yet unaware that you are merely a pawn on someone else's chessboard.
Preaching peace while ignoring life, wantonly slaughtering.
The Akatsuki is still no match for Konoha. Forget it. After speaking, Mizuki stopped talking. He wants to run. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan immediately detected the change in Mizuki. His right eye instantly transformed into the Mangekyo, and the flames of Amaterasu appeared, targeting Mizuki. The black flames directly burned onto Mizuki's body.
But in the next moment, with a bang, Mizuki turned into a puff of smoke and completely dissipated. The Mizuki in the field was not the real body at all, but merely a fake clone.
Tian Dao frowned. So, the reason he released the clone earlier was for this purpose?
Leader,
what do we do now? Itachi asked. Uchiha Itachi was very anxious. After receiving the message from the third Hokage,
he and Kisame planned to intercept midway. What he said was to capture Mizuki and force him to join the Akatsuki. What he thought in his heart was to cast Amaterasu the moment he saw Shuemu, not giving Shuemu any chance. The plan was very good. What Itachi didn't expect was that Konan also obtained the information about Shuemu leaving the village.
Then, pain arrived. The previous capture failure made Konan believe that relying solely on Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki would not succeed.
Therefore, she informed Nagato of the news.
In her mind, Mizuki's ability to save his own life and escape was too strong, slippery, and elusive.
Unless Pain personally took action, it would be very difficult to capture him. As for why they had to capture Mizuki, that's a long story. After Orochimaru defected from the organization, Akatsuki had been short of members, and the position of the member codenamed Ku had remained vacant.
10 rings signify that there should be 10 official members. Currently, one is missing, which is quite unsightly and also affects Akatsuki's strength and plans. Therefore, it must be filled. It's not that they haven't looked for someone, but after searching the entire ninja world, they couldn't find a suitable person to become the new void. Someone like Zabuza is completely disregarded by the Akatsuki.
Finally, Mizuki appeared, a man with unique methods, formidable strength, repeatedly targeted by the third Hokage, and whose fiancé was killed by Konoha. Such a person is the most suitable to join the Akatsuki.
Opportunities must not be missed. Even if it means deploying Pain, we must drag Suemu into the pit. Pain glanced at Uchiha Itachi. Just now, Itachi's use of Amaterasu to burn Suemu was absolutely decisive. This posture, how is it pulling someone in? It's clearly killing someone.
Since I'm here, he won't escape, Tendo Pain said indifferently, his body quickly rising into the air. From a commanding height, he scanned the surroundings. Under the Rinnegan's gaze, nothing could hide. When he looked to the north, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and even a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He saw Mizuki flying in the air, like Superman, head facing north, feet facing south, at an incredible speed. Comparing their flying speeds, Pain felt that he was no match for Mizuki.
Earth Country's secret technique, light and heavy rock technique?
Pain was puzzled, but immediately, his gaze shifted to the soles of Mizuki's feet. In the Rinnegan's field of vision, he clearly saw chakra being ejected downward from the soles of Mizuki's feet.
Gathering chakra at the soles of the feet and ejecting it to create a counter-thrust?
This Mizuki is indeed no ordinary ninja, to even come up with such a jutsu. Inviting him to join the Akatsuki was the right decision. Unfortunately, he is unwilling.
Pain watched as Mizuki flew far away, until he disappeared at the edge of his vision.
Leader,
how is it? Where is Mizuki?
Uchiha Itachi hurriedly asked as Pain landed on the ground. Pain shook his head and said, he has mastered the flying jutsu, his speed is extremely fast, and he is heading north toward Konoha.
We can no longer catch up. This capture mission has failed.
Uchiha Itachi was shocked. Mizuki had even mastered the flying technique, something he had not anticipated. Once again, he marveled at how deeply Mizuki had hidden his abilities.
At this moment, Kisame said that Mizuki really is a slippery eel. Even with the leader taking action, we still couldn't catch him. I think we might as well charge straight into Konoha. After all, with the leader's strength, Konoha won't be able to stop us.
No,
Pain immediately rejected, explaining, the current Akatsuki cannot be enemies with the ninja villages. However, the plan to capture the tailed beasts can be implemented now. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is in the land of waves, right? Itachi, Kisame, you two go and capture him.
Failing to capture Mizuki, Pain immediately shifted his target to Naruto.
Shuemu flew a certain distance and, seeing no pursuers behind, descended. Who would have thought it would be Pain coming after me? Luckily, I had some tricks up my sleeve.
Also, the killing intent on Uchiha Itachi is far too intense.
It seems I'll have to spread the word when I get back. If you make things difficult for me, I'll make things difficult for you too. Soon, he returned to Konoha.
The third Hokage received a report from the Anbu and, upon learning that Mizuki had returned, was furious.
Didn't Itachi say that the flames of Amaterasu could instantly kill Mizuki? Why has Mizuki returned alive?
This plan to kill Mizuki had failed again, and the third Hokage was truly at his wit's end.
Izanagi is ineffective against just Mizuki, and Amaterasu didn't kill Mizuki either. Could it be that Mizuki is hiding even more power? At this moment, the third Hokage was a bit flustered. In the past, he never took Mizuki seriously. Even though Mizuki had mastered body flicker and even learned the Rasengan, the third Hokage still thought it was nothing significant. He always felt that if Mizuki truly had strength, there was no way he wouldn't fight back after being targeted for assassination multiple times. It must be that his strength is not strong enough, so he doesn't dare to resist. Looking at it now, the third Hokage's thoughts on this have changed. He developed a sense of apprehension toward Mizuki. If he has the strength, why doesn't he resist? Could it be that he has some psychological issue and enjoys staying in Konoha to scheme against me? With such strength, he can be like Orochimaru or Itachi. Even if he defects, Konoha wouldn't be able to do much about it. But he just refuses to defect. What exactly is the reason for this? The third Hokage decided that when he met Mizuki later, he would probe Mizuki's intentions. It was necessary to figure out why Mizuki chose to stay in Konoha and what his true attitude toward Konoha was. The third Hokage waited for a long time, but Shuemu did not arrive. Didn't Shuemu return to the village? Where did he go? The Anbu reported, Hokage-sama, after Shuemu returned to the village, he heard that Irika was injured and hospitalized during the explosion at the Hokage's office, so he went directly to the hospital to visit him. The third Hokage frowned. Did Mizuki go to Konoha to visit Irika? When a ninja mission fails, shouldn't the first thing to do upon returning to the village be to go to the Hokage's office and report the reasons and details of the mission's failure? Why visit a patient in the hospital first? This doesn't make sense. Absolutely doesn't make sense. Could it be that he really was the one who bombed the office, and now, knowing that Irika was injured in the explosion, he feels guilty and rushed to visit him? The third Hokage felt that he had figured out the truth. In his understanding, if it wasn't you who caused the explosion, what are you feeling guilty about? But this also indirectly proves one thing. The third Hokage's eyes narrowed slightly. Suemu still harbors friendship for Irika. He thinks very quickly. If the two of them are allowed more interaction, even carrying out missions together, and this friendship develops into a bond, then there will be more ways to deal with him. Tsubaki's death made the third Hokage feel that Suemu is a cold-blooded person. A cold-blooded person, without emotional weaknesses, acts recklessly and doesn't care about the consequences. Such a person is the hardest to deal with, because, apart from defeating them with greater force, there is no other way. Threatening with the lives of their loved ones? Sorry, a cold-blooded person has no regard for family ties. Similarly, friendship and love cannot be used as bargaining chips for threats, because cold-blooded people simply don't care. But now, Mizuki visiting Irika made the third Hokage feel that Mizuki was not entirely a cold-blooded person. In this way, Mizuki is not without emotional weaknesses. If used well, this could become a shortcut to subduing Mizuki. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes and began formulating a new plan. Konoha Hospital, Irika lay on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages, but he was conscious. Mizuki, I didn't expect you to come see me. Mizuki stood by the bed and said, we're friends who grew up together. Isn't it only right for me to visit you? Irika, friends? I thought. He stopped speaking halfway and suddenly fell silent. It was indeed as the third Hokage had guessed. Mizuki felt somewhat guilty, so after returning to Konoha, he came to the hospital to visit Irika as soon as possible. As for others who were killed or injured in the explosion, he couldn't do much about it and could only silently say sorry in his heart. Of course, there was another purpose in visiting Irika, which was to let the villagers know that Mizuki was not a cold-blooded person. He insisted on staying in Konoha, so he still needed to maintain his image. Although staying in Konoha and being targeted every now and then felt a bit stifling, he still had no intention of defecting. At least, he had no intention of defecting at this stage. Even if he defected, he wouldn't join other factions. Neither the Akatsuki nor the Sound Village hold any appeal to him. If he truly defected, he would only create his own faction. Right now, he is not ready. He doesn't know what he should do. Simply put, he has no ideals, no goals to strive for. Black Zetsu schemed for 1,000 years to resurrect his mother. Orochimaru established the Sound Village to conduct research and achieve immortality. The Akatsuki's ideal is peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara and Obito wanted to use the infinite Tsukuyami to create a beautiful dream world. In comparison, Shuemu has not yet found his own ideal. Perhaps, returning to Earth is a good ideal, but this ideal is too distant, too illusory. An ideal without hope is nothing more than a daydream. As he thought about it, Shuemu suddenly felt a bit irritable. In his previous life, he was someone without ambition, a slacker who gave up after graduating from college. After crossing over, he still had no ambition. He couldn't help but feel a kind of negative emotion, as if life was utterly meaningless. Looking at Mizuki, who was standing by the bed in a daze, Irika suddenly asked, Mizuki, do you know the cause of Tsubaki's death? Shuemu frowned and said, I don't know. He didn't want to say more about this matter. It was best for Irika to know nothing, otherwise, trouble could arise. Irika, however, refused to let it go. Was the explosion attack on the Hokage's office you're doing? Shuemu said, no. Alright, I failed this mission mission and need to report to the third Hokage. I'll come to see you next time. After saying that, Shuemu turned and left. Watching Shuemu walk out of the hospital room, Irika sighed. That day, Tsubaki left with Jenin. I saw it. She should have died in front of you, right? I just hope she didn't die by your hand. As Mizuki had just stepped out of the hospital room, someone approached him head-on. The person had mid-length silver hair, wore round-framed glasses, and had a gentle smile on their face, looking completely harmless. Kabuto Yakushi. Shuemu recognized this person's identity at a glance. In his previous life watching Naruto, Shuemu's three most disliked characters were Danzo Shimura, Sakura Haruno, and Kabuto Yakushi. His dislike for Kabuto Yakushi stemmed from this person's unscrupulous way of doing things. Of course, he was also a pitiable person. Personally killed the orphanage director who loved him the most, his adoptive mother, Nono Yakushi, and from then on lost his direction in life. Became cold-blooded, cruel, hypocritical, and pathetic. Caused by the third Hokage in Danzo. Behind most of the tragedies in Naruto, the shadows of Danzo or the third Hokage can be found. Suemu sized up Kabuto Yakushi, but Kabuto pretended not to recognize him at all. I am intern Dr. Kabuto Yakushi. May I ask if there's anything I can help you with? Suemu smiled and said, there is indeed something I need your help with. The question is, do you dare? Kabuto immediately realized that Suemu knew him and was aware of his identity. But as an outstanding spy, Kabuto's psychological quality was excellent. Even knowing he had been exposed, he remained calm and composed, showing no signs of abnormality. I'm just an intern doctor. I can't help with anything too complicated. Shuemu said, it's not that complicated and you'll definitely be interested. Kabuto immediately put on an interested expression and said, in that case, please go ahead. Shuemu looked around and said, let's leave it for today. Next time. With that, he brushed past Do. Do's eyes momentarily lost focus, and by the time he came to his senses, Shuemu had already walked far away. Turning his head to watch Shuemu's departing figure, a strange smile appeared on Do's lips. Itachi Uchiha joined the Akatsuki, and he's actually a spy? Interesting. Truly interesting. Just now, Mizuki cast a simple illusion on Kabuto Yakushi and revealed Itachi Uchiha's identity as a spy within the illusion. Mizuki's goal was to spread this information through Orochimaru. He could spread it himself, but others wouldn't believe him. If Orochimaru spreads the word, the credibility will increase. Since Uchiha Itachi is so eager to kill me, I should at least show some response. If there's no chance to kill him, causing some trouble is always an option. Additionally, he also knows Genjutsu, and his proficiency is probably quite high. This information must be shared with Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation, although it allows him to achieve eternal youth by switching bodies, but each time he reincarnates, his spirit suffers damage. This also leads to a significant decline in Orochimaru's resistance to Genjutsu. Being defeated by Itachi with just a glance is precisely because of this. Now that Kabuto has discovered that Mizuki's Genjutsu skills are not low, he naturally needs to inform Orochimaru so that Orochimaru can be on guard. After all, both parties had agreed to cooperate in the Land of Waves. Just don't end up getting stabbed in the back by your partner. That would be quite amusing. Mizuki left the hospital, headed to the Hokage's office, and arrived at the temporary office to report the mission details to the third Hokage. However, he was informed that the third Hokage was not there. A conference room, with a rectangular conference table surrounded by people. At the head of the table sat the daimyo of the Land of Fire, holding a folding fan in his hand. Behind the daimyo stood a maid holding a small cat with a bow in her arms, which was none other than the daimyo's wife's pet, Little Tiger. This time, the daimyo's wife came to Konoha to issue the task of finding Little Tiger. However, just after Little Tiger was found, she was caught in an explosion and died. The cat survived, completely unharmed. To the left of the daimyo sat the people of Konoha, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the two advisors Mitokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu, and the Hokage strategist Nara Shikaku. To the right sat the officials of the daimyo's residence. All of these officials displayed an accusatory demeanor. One official stood up and said, "Third Hokage, for the daimyo's wife to encounter such an incident in Konoha is a significant blow to the Land of Fire and to the daimyo himself. As Hokage, your failure to protect her is truly inexcusable." Daimyo nodded and also said, "That's right, it's really inappropriate." Daimyo lost his wife, but there was no trace of sadness on his face. Perhaps the relationship between the couple was very poor, or even filled with disgust. The official added, "The murderer still hasn't been caught until now. Are the ninjas of Konoha just loafing around? Is the military funding provided by the daimyo's residence every year being wasted?" This official spoke without any politeness at all. The four people from the opposite side of Konoha looked grim. Fortunately, all four were not young and had cultivated their temperament. If they were younger, they might have exploded by now. "We must catch the culprit as soon as possible, send them to the daimyo's residence for public execution, and avenge the lady. Additionally, as the third Hokage, you bear the primary responsibility for the lady's death. Prepare to resign and let someone more capable take charge." The third generation stood up and bowed deeply to the daimyo. "Lord Daimyo, daimyo, I deeply apologize for this attack incident. I have decided to resign from the position of Hokage, but as the Chunin exams are currently underway, it is inconvenient to transfer authority at this moment. Once the Chunin exams are over, I will immediately resign and select a new Hokage. I have already sent someone to find Tsunade. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the Sannin, Tsunade is fully qualified to assume the position of Hokage. The daimyo nodded. The Chunin exams are about to begin, and changing the Hokage now is indeed inappropriate. After all, it's only a month at most, we can wait. Then, what about the culprit? The third Hokage said, the initial suspicion is Uchiha Itachi, because on the day of the incident, Uchiha Itachi was near Konoha. That day, Uchiha Itachi came near Konoha, using his summoning beast, a crow, to carry a large number of explosive tags, directly charging into my office, causing a terrifying explosion. He actually wanted to say that the culprit was Mizuki, and then take the opportunity to attack Mizuki, using the strength of the entire village to kill or even capture Mizuki alive. But as always, there was no evidence. The daimyo and the officials of the daimyo's residence are not people who can be easily fooled with just a few words. You say Mizuki is the culprit, so where's the evidence? What? No evidence? Do you really think I'm a fool, that you can just find someone to take the blame and brush this matter aside? Does Konoha no longer want its funding? Does the Hokage's office no longer want to be rebuilt? Do the ninjas no longer want to eat? But throwing out Uchiha Itachi, the daimyo would have nothing to say. Uchiha Itachi, as a rogue ninja, attacked Konoha out of hatred. This reason is quite sufficient, isn't it? Uchiha Itachi did indeed appear near Konoha. He certainly wasn't just wandering around aimlessly, right? As expected, upon hearing the name Uchiha Itachi, the daimyo's expression immediately became serious. The rogue ninja who massacred the entire Uchiha clan? Only someone like that could successfully attack the Hokage tower. The daimyo didn't doubt it at all and directly identified Uchiha Itachi as the culprit behind the attack on Konoha. The third Hokage looked troubled and said, you also know Uchiha Itachi's strength. Capturing him is quite difficult, and with the Chunin exams approaching, the village doesn't have enough manpower. So I asked the daimyo to give us more time. The daimyo said, I don't care if it's difficult. In any case, before the daimyo could finish speaking, the door to the meeting room was suddenly pushed open. The sound of the door drew everyone's attention, interrupting the daimyo's words. The daimyo was very displeased, but upon seeing who entered, he didn't dare say anything. The door opened, and Danzo walked in, followed by two people, one tall and one short. Danzo, what are you doing here? You've already been relieved of your duties. You have no right to attend this meeting, the third Hokage reprimanded. Danzo ignored the third Hokage and instead looked at the daimyo. Lord Daimyo, Hiruzen is deceiving you. The culprit behind this explosion incident is not Uchiha Itachi at all, but a special jonin from the village, Mizuki. Danzo, shut up and get out immediately. The third Hokage slammed the table and stood up, shouting. Danzo, who had always obeyed the third Hokage in the past, was disobedient this time. The third Hokage had made such a grave mistake this time that his prestige among the villagers had dropped to a historic low. He was also reprimanded by the daimyo and was about to resign in disgrace. Toward such a third Hokage, Danzo had already begun to feel contempt. A Hokage who is about to step down is not worthy of my respect or obedience. Elder Danzo, you say the murderer is that Mizuki. Do you have any evidence? The daimyo asked. Danzo smiled, turned around, and pointed at the two people behind him, one big and one small, saying, these two are the evidence. These two, one is the orphanage director, and the other is Deshion. 3 generations have stopped speaking. He originally thought that Danzo was talking nonsense, but now that he heard there was evidence, he began to look forward to it. If there really is evidence, he could openly take action against Mizuki. Why bother with assassination or poisoning? Just strike directly and finish it. The Akatsuki can't kill Mizuki, but that doesn't mean Konoha can't. With so many ninjas in the village, they could wear him down to death. Go ahead and speak, the daimyo urged. Danzo said to the director and Daishion, you two, tell us about what you saw earlier. Nobita tugged at the dean's hem, his eyes full of pleading. The dean sighed and said, Shuemu has something like a bird with wings, and that thing is covered in explosive tags. At that time, it seemed to appear in his hand out of thin air, but he quickly put it into his ninja tool pouch. The children and I all saw it. A few kids asked what it was, but Shuemu didn't explain. The third Hokage was speechless. What is this supposed to be? He turned his head to look at Danzo and questioned, is this the evidence you found? Clearly, just based on this, it is insufficient to prove that the one who attacked the Hokage building was Mizuki. Danzo, however, appeared confident and self-assured. Except for Mizuki, there is no one else. First, the item in Mizuki's possession at the orphanage is enough to destroy the Hokage's office. Second, according to Yamanaka Inoichi, from the moment the unidentified object was sensed entering the barrier to the Hokage building being attacked, it took only 3 seconds. Such a terrifying flight speed is absolutely impossible for a bird. Even a tailed beast ball doesn't have such speed. Therefore, the claim that the culprit is Uchiha Itachi is completely unfounded. Since Mizuki knows space-time space-time ninjutsu, I have reason to suspect that the unidentified
object attacking the Hokage building was imbued with space-time ninjutsu, allowing it to move from the barrier to the Hokage building in just 3 seconds. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage and the 2 advisors nodded. Finally, an unidentified object entered the barrier from the direction of the village entrance. At that time, the caravan protected by Mizuki had left the village for less than 2 minutes.
If this is called a coincidence, then so many coincidences together absolutely cannot be a coincidence. The culprit who attacked the Hokage's office and caused the death of the daimyo's wife is definitely Mizuki. Everyone lowered their heads in deep thought.
At this moment, Narashikaku spoke. Although the reasoning is logical, it is still too far-fetched. It cannot be 100% proven that Mizuki is the culprit. We can only say he is a suspect.
Danzo smiled and said, as long as there is suspicion, it cannot be ignored.
It's very simple to figure it out. Send someone to capture him and then hand him over to the interrogation team for investigation.
If he doesn't resist, it means he is not the culprit.
If he resists, then he must have a guilty conscience.
Daimyo looked at the third Hokage and asked, Third Hokage, what is your opinion? The third glanced at Danzo and said, we'll do as Danzo suggested.
However, Mizuki is very strong, and his ability to escape is also exceptional.
We must be fully prepared.
If he resists, he must be killed with overwhelming force.
The third generation has finally made up his mind to take action against Mizuki. Since there is evidence this time, it is an excellent opportunity. Lord Daimyo, Mizuki's strength is formidable. To prevent any mishaps, please return to the daimyo's residence first. Leave the rest to us. The daimyo nodded and said, if that's the case, then I'll trouble you.
The daimyo left with the officials and attendants, while the maid carrying the cat, Little Tiger, followed behind. Just after leaving the Hidden Leaf Village, the daimyo said from inside the palanquin, it's all because of this cat that my wife died. But it was her favorite pet when she was alive, so I won't kill it.
Throw it away and let it fend for itself. The maid could only throw the cat away.
As soon as the cat hit the ground, it immediately ran off, darting into the roadside woods and disappearing in no time. As a habitual offender, its survival skills in the wild were top-notch, no less than those of a feral cat.
It was still the same office, where the third generation was formulating a plan to deal with Mizuki. Danzo left the meeting room with the orphanage director and Nobita. Lord Danzo, what you promised is.
Danzo said, don't worry, since you came forward to testify against Mizuki, I will have those children sent back to the orphanage. However, this child has the potential to be a ninja. The foundation needs such talent, so from now on, let him follow me. The orphanage director's expression changed, his eyes filled with reluctance.
He knew what awaited after entering the route.
Unfortunately, he had no right to refuse. In the meeting room, the third Hokage listed Mizuki's abilities, especially his escape skills.
First is the body replacement technique.
According to analysis, for Mizuki to perform this technique, he needs to sense the target first, and only then can he swap positions with the target. Apart from visual perception, Mizuki also possesses another sensory ability. According to the information relayed by Kakashi, under Mizuki's guidance, Sasuke can distinguish movements around him even with his eyes closed, relying solely on hearing.
He can even accurately knock down shurikens flying past him using kunai.
From this, it can be inferred that Mizuki's other sensory ability is hearing. As long as Shumu's vision and hearing are blocked, preventing him from perceiving the surrounding objects, the body flicker technique cannot be used. Then, Shumu can switch positions with his clone. The third Hokage had already learned a lot about Shumu's abilities. The plans devised were all specifically targeted at Shumu. Hokage Tower, Mizuki waited for quite a while, but the third Hokage still hadn't returned. He decided not to wait any longer.
It's already noon. I'll go have lunch first, then visit the orphanage to see Daishion.
He casually grabbed something to eat on the street, then bought a lot of snacks and headed to the orphanage. But when he arrived at the orphanage, he found it completely empty.
Out for an autumn outing? But why is the door open? He squinted his eyes and walked into the orphanage, looking around. The more he looked, the more something felt off. Half-washed bowls in the pool, half-washed clothes soaking in the bucket, a broom thrown on the ground. All of this indicates that the people here didn't plan to leave, but left suddenly, or were even forcibly taken away. Who did this? Shuemu immediately thought of Danzo.
Other than Danzo, no one else would do such a thing. He immediately went out, searched around, and quickly found the children's footprints on the ground. Following the footprints, after walking for nearly half an hour, Shuemu arrived at the foot of a mountain. Ahead of him was a cave. Just as he was about to enter the cave to take a look, he suddenly heard voices coming from behind.
Danzo's voice. Shuemu immediately hid behind a rock. Before long, two people appeared in view. One of them was Danzo, and the other was someone Shuemu hadn't expected, his apprentice, Daishion. Danzo wants Daishion to join Root?
From Daishion's expression, Shuemu could tell that he was being coerced.
Shuemu observed in secret, wanting to hear what Danzo had to say.
But upon reaching this point, Danzo stopped speaking and simply pulled Nobita, preparing to enter the cave.
This is a great opportunity, Shuemu thought maliciously.
Danzo has Izanagi, but activating Izanagi is not instantaneous, it requires
requires hand seals. Danzo would never expect me to be here. A sneak attack will be a guaranteed success. Previously, Danzo tried to use Koto Amatsukami to control him. Shueimou has not forgotten this grudge. Last time he got away, but this time he definitely won't. Better play it safe. The storage ring flashed, and a kunai appeared in the right hand, while in the left hand, the Rasengan had already taken shape. In the next moment, Mizuki appeared behind Danzo. A cold gleam flashed. Accompanied by a scream, Danzo's right hand was severed at the root. At the same time, the Rasengan struck Danzo's back, and the terrifying force directly pierced through his chest, shattering his heart. Danzo had no time to react and died instantly. He could never have imagined that he would be attacked on his own turf. It was all because the third Hokage had taken his subordinates away, otherwise, this place would have been guarded at all times. Old dog, so you have your day too. Shueimou mocked Danzo's corpse with a sneer, then picked up Danzo's severed arm from the ground and stored it in the storage ring. Nearby, Nobita, who had never witnessed such a bloody scene, was already petrified with fear. Nobita, snap out of it. It took a while for Nobita to recover, and when he looked at Mizuki, his eyes were filled with fear and avoidance. What? Never seen someone kill before? I have. My parents were killed by bandits. Then do you want to avenge your parents? Yes. If you want to, then don't be afraid to kill. If you're even afraid of killing, how will you take revenge in the future? The fear in Nobita's heart immediately dissipated by more than half. Mizuki walked toward the corpse, preparing to take Danzo's right eye. At the same time, he asked, "Why are you with Danzo?" Nobita immediately said, "Master Mizuki, the daimyo, and the Hokage want to kill you." What? Mizuki was startled, turned to look at Nobita, and said, "Tell me everything that happened." After listening to Nobita's account, Mizuki immediately realized that he could no longer stay in Konoha. Not resist? How could I not resist? Good for the third generation, finally found an opportunity. Shueimou felt fortunate. By a twist of fate, he learned the news in advance. If he had remained in the dark, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Don't underestimate Konoha, and don't underestimate the third Hokage. If I walk into an ambush, I might really fall for it. After all, the third Hokage already knows about my abilities. Damn it, now I really have no choice but to defect. But if I leave Konoha, how will I rely on the system's returns to improve my strength? Shueimou thought it over and finally made a decision. Take Naruto and Sasuke away together. After examining Danzo's corpse, he confirmed that he was dead and casually took Danzo's right eye. Why is it just an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan? Could it be that Danzo had already anticipated his own death and hid Shirsue's eyes in advance? Mizuki didn't know that Shirsue's eyes had already been taken by the third Hokage. He stood up, looking at Danzo's corpse. If I sell his corpse to the exchange office, it should fetch quite a bit of money, right? Unfortunately, the storage ring can't hold anymore. Besides, he isn't short of money. Let's go, rescue your little friends inside, say goodbye to them, and then leave Konoha with me. From Dishion's words, Mizuki learned that the people from the orphanage were locked in a cell inside the cave. Guarding the cell were two young boys. At this moment, inside the cave, at the cell entrance, two young boys dressed in crop tops looked somewhat bewildered. Brother Shin, the curse mark on my tongue is gone. Does this mean? The black-haired boy stuck out his tongue. He was Sai. At this time, Shin and Sai had not officially joined the root. They had not yet undergone the final test of the root, and their emotions had not been extinguished. It was only because all the root ninjas had been taken away by the third Hokage, leaving Danzo without anyone to use, that he summoned Shin and Sai, who were training, to guard the prison. Shin said, "The curse mark was personally placed by Lord Danzo. Since the curse mark has disappeared, it means Lord Danzo is dead." Sai, Lord Danzo is dead. Does that mean the foundation will be disbanded? Shin, however, smiled and said, "This is a good thing for us." Sai widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "A good thing?" Shin nodded and cheered inwardly, "A good thing." As the older brother, Shin is more mature and knows more. He had long understood that he and Sai would eventually end up killing each other, and the one who survived would completely lose all emotions, becoming a tool of slaughter that only obeys Danzo. But his love for his younger brother destined him to be unable to harm Sai. This is also why, in the anime, Shin would rather die willingly with love for his brother than kill him and live on without emotions. Shin and what do we do now? Sai asked. This question left Shin feeling lost as well. That's right, Danzo is dead. What should we do next? Why don't you follow me from now on? The sudden sound from behind startled Shin and Sai. Who are you? Shin immediately drew his long sword and shielded Sai behind him. Another brother complex. I am Mizuki, also a Konoha ninja, well, about to become a rogue ninja. Shueimou stood with Nobita, just a short distance away from the two of them. I killed Danzo, which makes me your benefactor, freeing you from the control of fate. So, follow me and leave Konoha. Sai said, you killed Lord Danzo, which clearly makes you our enemy. And now you want us to defect with you? That's absolutely impossible. Shin, however, said, can you really take us out of Konoha? Sai widened his eyes as he looked at Shin, asking incredulously, Brother Shin, why? Shin said, Sai, whether you believe it or not, I still have to tell you, Konoha is not worth our
our loyalty. Mizuki looked at Shin with full approval, surprised that this young man had already seen through Konoha's darkness. Sai, is it? You probably don't know, but if Danzo doesn't die, your brother will soon perish. Sai said, my brother was fine, why did he die? Shinobu explained, people trained by the root must have no emotions and become specialized killing tools. Danzo uses extremely cruel methods to erase people's emotions. You and your brother Shin were arranged by Danzo to live together from a young age, developing a very deep bond. But soon, Danzo will order the two of you to kill each other. Your brother won't bear to kill you and will willingly die by your hand. Having killed your dearest brother yourself, from then on, your emotions will be completely sealed off, turning you into an emotionless killing machine. Sai's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists tightly. He muttered, impossible, absolutely impossible. Shuemu said, whether it's possible or not, just ask your brother, and you'll know. Sai couldn't help but look at Shin. Shin nodded and said, as he said, that's indeed the case. A few years ago, I discovered the training model of the root. At the same time, I have indeed prepared myself to die at your hands. Upon hearing this, Sai's face instantly turned pale, but his gaze became fierce. Shin hurriedly patted Sai's shoulder. Alright, it's over now. Danzo is dead, we are free. He turned his head to Shuemu and said, I am willing to follow you and leave Konoha. However, can you guarantee Sai's safety? After all, rogue ninjas have to face endless pursuit. Shuemu looked at Shin but gestured toward Sai and said, aren't you going to ask for his opinion? Sai quickly said, wherever my brother goes, I will go. A smile finally appeared on Shuemu's face. Don't worry, I'm not weak. Helping you establish yourselves in the ninja world won't be too difficult. He felt quite lucky today. Not only had he killed Danzo, but he had also unexpectedly gained two potential disciples with decent aptitude. Although the disciple slots were already full and he couldn't currently gain any return from granting them skills, it didn't matter. Take the person away first, then we'll talk. After leaving Konoha, find a small country to establish a ninja village, and I'll be the Kage. By then, there won't be any need for exams. Just make Naruto, Sasuke, and Deshion Chunin directly, and the system's disciple slots will increase. The plan is perfect. No worries about not being able to develop. Meanwhile, outside the cave, 3 patrolling members of the Umbu passed by and discovered Danzo's corpse. It's Elder Danzo. They approached the corpse, took one look, and one of them declared, he's already dead. I'll take the body back to report to the 3rd Hokage. The murderer might still be inside the cave. Stay here, but don't act rashly, just keep watch from the shadows. The squad leader crouched down, about to carry Danzo's body on his back, when he suddenly noticed that the penetrating wound on Danzo's chest had white granulation tissue moving and healing at an extraordinary speed. Danzo's body had Hashirama's cells transplanted into it, granting him immense vitality. He's not completely dead yet. Maybe there's still hope. The squad leader carried the corpse and moved toward the village at the fastest speed. His 2 team members exchanged a glance and slipped into hiding in the shadows. When Shuemu came out of the cave with his men, he found that Danzo's corpse was gone. He immediately used echolocation to scan the surroundings and quickly discovered the 2 Umbu hiding in the shadows. 2 members of the Umbu discovered it was Mizuki and immediately realized something was wrong. Mizuki could sense information about ninjutsu, which the Umbu already knew. Moreover, Mizuki's strength was far beyond what they could withstand. Their first reaction was to flee. Mizuki did not make a move and allowed the 2 to escape. Although he is not a good person, he is someone who distinguishes clearly between gratitude and grudges. His enemies are the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. As for the other ninjas in Konoha, he has no grievances or grudges with them, so there's no need to hunt them down. As for the people who died in the Hokage building explosion, he could only say, blame the 3rd Hokage. It was the 3rd Hokage who implicated them. You guys go back to the orphanage on your own. Don't worry, Danzo is dead, and now no one will harm you. After seeing off the people from the orphanage, Mizuki said to Sai, your super beast imitating drawing can create flying birds, right? Sai asked in surprise, how do you know that? Mizuki replied, don't worry about it. Now take the letter in Daishion, fly out of the Hidden Leaf Village, head west, and stop at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain to wait for me. I still have some matters to handle. At the latest, I'll meet up with you in 5 days. Konoha currently has no flying ninjas, unless Might Guy opens the 8 gates. Therefore, letting the 3 of them leave from the air would be very safe. Sai took out a scroll and a brush, quickly drawing 3 large birds. The 3 of them mounted the birds, soaring into the sky and straight into the clouds. In the blink of an eye, only Mizuki was left outside the cave. His figure gradually rose, stepping on the air as he flew toward the Hokage rock. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage had already seen Danzo's corpse. This penetrating wound was caused by the Rasengan. Mizuki attacked Danzo. The 3rd Hokage's expression shifted slightly, realizing something was amiss. Mizuki had actually taken direct action against the village's leadership. Such blatant behavior of laying cards on the table clearly indicates that he already knows the village chief wants to kill him and plans to strike first. This is bad. The 3rd generation had taken all of Mizuki's abilities into account and devised a targeted strategy. As long as Mizuki fell into the
trap, he could be killed with absolute certainty. But he never expected such a major turn of events to occur. Damn Danzo, useless. At this moment, an Umbu reported. Third Hokage, the barrier team has sent a message. 3 people have left Konoha from the air. Additionally, Mizuki is already flying toward the Hokage tower. The third Hokage was greatly alarmed and said, "Quick, head to the Hokage tower immediately. We must not allow Mizuki to cause more serious damage to the Hokage tower." When the third Hokage arrived at the Hokage tower, he saw Mizuki suspended high in the air. At this moment, Mizuki was holding an unconscious child in his hand, smiling as he looked at the third Hokage. The child in his hand was none other than the third Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru. "Shuemu, what are you trying to do? Let go of Konohamaru." The third Hokage panicked, as his only grandson was in Shuemu's hands. From such a high altitude, he couldn't save him even if he wanted to. Ninjutsu might be able to reach that height, but with Konohamaru in Shuemu's grasp, who would dare to attack? Third Hokage, I actually have a good impression of Konoha, but you keep trying to kill me, framing, assassination, poisoning, and even attempting to use Zabuza and the Akatsuki to get rid of me. Truly, such painstaking efforts. Since that's the case, I can't be bothered to stay in Konoha any longer. Today, I will defect. At this point, Mizuki took out a kunai and slashed it across his forehead protector, declaring in front of all the people of Konoha that he was now a rogue ninja. In order to thank you for your past hospitality, I will give you 2 big gifts today. Here comes the first gift. His gaze turned to the Hokage rock, raising his right hand above his head, palm facing the sky. A raisin shuriken formed in his hand, and then he hurled it toward the Hokage rock. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the statues from the first to the fourth Hokage collapsed with a thunderous crash. The second big gift is you, this grandson. The third Hokage shouted, "Mizuki, if you dare harm a child, there will be no place for you in the entire ninja world." Mizuki laughed and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. On the contrary, I will take him away, make him my disciple, and teach him all kinds of ninjutsu. Then I'll send him back to destroy your beloved Konoha village." Ha ha ha. Amidst loud laughter, Mizuki took Konohamaru and flew eastward. Put. The third Hokage, overwhelmed with anger, spat out blood. He could only watch helplessly as Mizuki left, powerless to stop him. Flying out of the barrier, Mizuki turned back to glance at the bustling Konoha, a cold smile on his face. Trust me, when you find out that I've taken Naruto and Sasuke as well, you'll spit out even more blood. The current Konoha village has no one capable of stopping a flying ninja. Just like when Deva Pathpain flew into the sky to unleash the Super Shinra Tensei, no one in Konoha could stop him. Flying is simply not a domain ordinary ninjas can step into. Even Hashirama can't do it. Under the Hokage building, the third Hokage watched Mizuki fly away, his eyes filled with coldness. The surrounding ninjas were also silent, not knowing what to say. Only Asuma stepped forward to the third Hokage and asked, "Old man, what do we do next?" Naruto's identity, if he is really taken away by him, the loss to the village would be too great. The third Hokage said with a grim expression, at his flying speed, "Even if we send a message now to notify Kakashi to leave the Land of Waves with his team, it will be too late." Asuma frowned and said, "Are we just going to watch him take Naruto away?" The third Hokage's face showed a struggle, as if he was torn about something. After a full half-minute passed, he let out a long sigh, as if he had made some kind of decision. "The top priority is the Chunin exams. As for Mizuki, there's no need to expend too much manpower and effort. Just send a few ninjas to locate Mizuki's whereabouts." Asuma widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Old man, are you really not going to intervene? That's a Jinchuriki." The third Hokage waved his hand and said, "I have my own plans for this matter." After speaking, he walked into the Hokage building and quickly reached the top-level platform. Looking at the Hokage rock statue destroyed by Mizuki, the third Hokage sighed, "You all don't blame me. At this point, I have no other choice." After expressing his feelings, he went downstairs, not to the temporary office, but toward the Ninjutsu Scroll Archive room. After Mizuki flew out of the Hidden Leaf Village, he did not land on the ground but continued flying at maximum speed. Because he was carrying Konohamaru, his speed was slightly affected, but it still reached 250 kilometers per hour. He was in a hurry. The chakra consumption was significant, with 0.01 calories consumed per second, amounting to 0.6 calories per minute. Although the super soldier food pill provided him with a chakra recovery rate of 0.3 calories per minute, it still couldn't keep up with the consumption. Overall, the net chakra consumption is 0.3 calories per minute. With his current total chakra of 14.5 calories, he could fly continuously for about 50 minutes, covering a distance of over 200 kilometers. He could also refine chakra while flying. Super chakra refining method. The speed of refining chakra is 100 times that of the ordinary method. It can fully sustain the consumption. This way, he can fly all the way to the Land of Waves. With a straight line distance of just over 500 kilometers, it would take at most a little over 2 hours to reach the Land of Waves. According to the timeline, the Great Bridge of the Land of Waves has already been completed. The 7th squad might already be on their way back. He flew while observing the road below. Can't afford to miss it. Once I see them, Sasuke will be easy to handle. Just reveal the truth about Itachi and the Uchiha massacre, and Sasuke is guaranteed to defect from the village immediately. The most troublesome one is still Naruto. Being treated like that by the villagers in the village, those soul-piercingly cold gazes, adults would tremble at the sight, let alone a child. Yet Naruto endured it. The one who should have turned dark the most never did. Simply inhuman. Even with a single word from that mouth, it was said that Pain used the Rinne rebirth and became the savior of Konoha. It was said that Obito gave up being the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and became the savior of the ninja world. One word, just ask, do you accept it or not? So now, Mizuki also felt a bit uneasy in his heart. Well, it's not entirely without a chance. In the first episode of the original work, under Mizuki's verbal provocation, Naruto almost turned to the dark side. If it weren't for Irika, the story of Naruto might have taken a completely different path. But now, because of his arrival, the original plot where Irika dispels the darkness in Naruto's heart did not happen. In other words, there is still darkness hidden in Naruto's heart, it just hasn't been triggered yet. Thinking of this, Mizuki revealed a smile. If this still doesn't work, then just tie him up. Take him back and brainwash him slowly. I refuse to believe he can't be led astray. If it's about Sakura, Mizuki basically doesn't consider it. The main thing is, Sakura's parents are alive. Unless her parents are killed by the third Hokage, she won't defect. Maybe I can plan something in the future. Forget it, I don't want to become another Danzo. Missing one Sakura doesn't matter. The most important ones are still Naruto and Sasuke. Both of their talents are S-level, and their overall return multiplier is also the highest. Everyone else can be disregarded, but these two must be taken no matter what. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. Mizuki was already very close to the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. However, along the way, there was no sign of Team 7. What happened? Did we take a detour? When Shueimo arrived at the seaside and saw from afar that the bridge was still unfinished, he felt extremely puzzled. When I left the Land of Waves, the bridge only had 3 days of work left. It's already the 4th day, so why isn't it completed yet? He continued flying forward and, upon entering the Land of Waves, discovered numerous battle marks below that hadn't been there before. Large-scale destruction of forests has occurred, and some islands have sunk. Compared to this, the damage caused by Orochimaru in the Umbu's previous battle seems like child's play. What exactly happened here? Mizuki widened his eyes, a bit unable to comprehend. Could the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza cause this level of destruction? Could it be that the Nine Tails has escaped the seal? Naruto and Sasuke, please don't let anything happen to them. He had a bad feeling and sped up, flying to Tazuna's house. After knocking on the door, it was Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, who opened it. Mr. Mizuki, why are you here? Shueimo hurriedly asked, what about Naruto and the others? Are they all okay? Tsunami replied, everyone is here, but Kakashi and Sasuke are injured. What exactly happened in the Land of Waves these past few days? Why are there signs of destruction everywhere? At this moment, the people in the room recognized from the voice that Shueimo had arrived. Naruto immediately came out to greet him, happily shouting, Master Mizuki, it's great that you're here. Tsunami stepped aside to let Mizuki in and invited him into the house. At that moment, Sakura's voice suddenly rang out, Naruto, step back. At the same time, she had already drawn a kunai, her eyes fixed intently on Mizuki, full of vigilance. Naruto, confused about the situation, asked Sakura, hey, Sakura, what are you doing? Don't you recognize Master Mizuki? Sakura scolded him, idiot, look at his forehead protector. Forehead protector? What's wrong with the forehead protector? Naruto looked at Mizuki's forehead protector and said in confusion, there's an extra scratch. It seems kind of familiar. Sakura said, dummy, did you forget about Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame who came this morning? Didn't you notice their forehead protectors? Naruto's eyes narrowed, and his gaze at Mizuki immediately changed. Utter shock, confusion, disbelief. Master Mizuki, you became a rogue ninja? The words rogue ninja were difficult for Naruto to utter. Becoming a rogue ninja means that Mizuki has betrayed Konoha and is now an enemy of Konoha. Mizuki nodded and said, that's right, I have already betrayed Konoha. From now on, I am no longer a ninja of Konoha. Why? The why that came from Naruto's mouth always felt so profound, making it easy for one to feel a sense of guilt, as if they had done something wrong. Shueimo, the hidden leaf can't tolerate me, the third Hokage wants to kill me, so I had no choice but to leave. Naruto immediately shook his head and said, Grandpa Third isn't that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. I'll go back to the village right now and ask him to clarify. With that, he ran toward the door. Shueimo grabbed him and said, it's useless, and besides, it's too late. Besides, I came today to take you and Sasuke away. Naruto was stunned and asked, what do you mean? What do you mean by taking me and Sasuke away? Sakura shouted, no way, Sasuke-kun would never become a rogue ninja. The commotion downstairs caught the attention of the people upstairs. Kakashi and Sasuke, looking sickly, went downstairs. Shinobi Mizuki, why are you here? Kakashi stopped halfway through his sentence when he saw Mizuki's forehead protector, unable to continue. Sasuke also noticed, but his reaction was minimal. To Sasuke, whether Mizuki was a rogue ninja or not was irrelevant. Shuemu said again, "I'm here today to take Naruto and Sasuke away." "No, absolutely not." Kakashi immediately refused. "Shuemu, I don't know what's happened to you, but the conflict between you and the third Hokage shouldn't involve Naruto. Moreover, you know how important Naruto is. If you take him away, Konoha will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Shuemu looked at Kakashi and suddenly smiled. "Kakashi, can you bear to watch your teacher's son endure disdain in Konoha, being pointed at and judged wherever he goes? Can you bear to watch the son of a hero face unjust treatment all the way until the day he dies in battle for Konoha? Can you really bear to watch him be scorned by the villagers even after his death, with the inhumane words 'son of the demon fox' engraved on his tombstone?" A series of questions left Kakashi completely silent. Kakashi looked at Naruto, his eyes filled with struggle and reluctance. At this moment, the smiling faces of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki appeared in his mind. "Looking at myself, it's indifference, it's ruthlessness, it's standing by and doing nothing." "Master Mizuki, Teacher Kakashi, what on earth are you talking about? What hero's child? I don't understand at all." Naruto was very clever. From Mizuki's few words, he vaguely guessed that his background was not as the villagers had described. Shuemu sighed and said, "Naruto, it's time to tell you about your origins, about the identity of your parents." "Shuemu, you can't. Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi wanted to stop Shuemu, but Naruto had already stepped in front of Kakashi, his eyes filled with longing and determination. "Teacher Kakashi, I, Naruto Uzumaki, have the right to know who my parents are." Kakashi opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. "Naruto, your mother was named Kushina Uzumaki, a princess of the Uzumaki clan from the now-destroyed land of Whirlpools, and the previous Ninetales Jinchuriki of Konoha. Your father was named Minato Namikaze. He was the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the hero who sacrificed his life to save the village." Naruto stared blankly at Mizuki, shocked by his own identity. Equally stunned were Sasuke, Sakura, and the entire Tazuna family. No one had expected that such a seemingly unreliable and goofy genin would turn out to be the son of the fourth Hokage. "Kakashi-sensei, is this true?" Naruto looked at Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and nodded. Since I am the son of the fourth Hokage, why does everyone hate me? Why did I have no money for food when I was little and had to go fishing alone in the wild just to eat? Why does everyone call me the demon fox's child? Clearly, my father was the hero who saved the village from the demon fox. Why on earth is this happening? At this moment, cracks began to form between Naruto and Konoha. His gaze started to turn bleak. Kakashi said, "Naruto, the third Hokage concealed your identity to protect you. Please don't blame him. During the Third Shinobi World War, the fourth killed too many enemies. If your identity is revealed, you will undoubtedly face countless assassinations." Naruto's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had seen the dawn of hope. "Ha!" Mizuki couldn't help but sneer. "Such rhetoric is only good for fooling children." "Kakashi, do you believe it? Your father, Tsukumo Hatake, known as the White Fang of Konoha, killed no fewer enemies than the fourth Hokage. You are Tsukumo's son. The number of people who want to kill you is countless. Why didn't the third Hokage hide your identity?" Kakashi explained, "It's different. At that time, I already had the strength to protect myself, so there was no need to hide it." Shuemu asked, "What about Konohamaru? He's the third Hokage's grandson. Why didn't the third hide his identity?" "Kakashi, Konohamaru has someone to protect him." Shuemu sneered, "Yeah, the third Hokage's grandson has someone to protect him, while the fourth Hokage's son is left to fend for himself." Kakashi opened his mouth, but at this moment, he was speechless. His excuse was so absurd that even he found it ridiculous. The fundamental reason the third Hokage concealed Naruto's true identity for 3 generations was to make all the villagers dislike him, hate him, and inflict an indelible trauma on his young mind. Then, the third Hokage would occasionally appear in Naruto's life, showing him care and affection, thereby making Naruto develop an unparalleled fondness for him, obeying his every word, and becoming the third Hokage's most loyal puppet. A person spent day after day in a world of utter darkness, cold, desolate, and filled with despair. And in this darkness, a light occasionally appears, warm, bright, bringing hope. This person will develop infinite affection for this light, but he doesn't know that all the darkness is created by this light. At this moment, Naruto clenched his fists tightly. What came to mind were one indifferent gaze after another. Suddenly, the kind smile of the third Hokage appeared, dispelling the surrounding indifference. But in the next moment, the kind smile turned into a chilling sneer. "No, this isn't real, Kakashi-sensei, tell me, this isn't real." Kakashi wanted to argue, but unfortunately, he truly had nothing to say at this moment. Naruto's tightly clenched fist relaxed. He was completely disappointed in Konoha and the third Hokage. Konohamaru is the third Hokage's grandson. Since childhood, everyone has adored him. No matter what mistakes he makes, his family will always forgive him because his grandfather is the Hokage. And I, clearly the son of the fourth Hokage, have been hated and resented since I was a child. No matter what I do, I get blamed. No one likes me, not even kids my age want to be my friends. Why on earth is that? Naruto
Naruto's heart was filled with grievance and bitterness. He hated the villagers of Konoha, hated the third Hokage, and even hated his own parents. Shueimou sighed. He looked at Kakashi again and said, Kakashi, don't just talk about Naruto. Do you really have no doubts about your father's death? Clearly, with just one word, the third Hokage could have stopped the villagers from accusing your father. Why didn't he do that? Kakashi frowned and said, stop talking. Shueimou, however, did not stop talking and continued, advanced missions are supposed to be confidential, so how did those ordinary villagers know that your father's mission failed and know it so clearly? Shut up, Kakashi growled directly. Shueimou continued, at that time, it was during the selection of the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage was afraid that your father would become the fourth Hokage. Not just your father, Orochimaru was also driven out of the village by the third Hokage. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade were forced to leave on their travels. After all, if they became Hokage, the third would be completely out of power. So, in the end, it was Minato Namikaze who became the fourth, while the authority of the village still remained in the hands of the third. Who told you that Minato Namikaze was the youngest and had the least backing and means? Mizuki. Kakashi glared at Mizuki, his face twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Shueimou smiled and said, it seems you guessed it long ago, but you've always been unwilling to face reality. Huh? Shueimou's words mercilessly uncovered Kakashi's final scar. Shueimou actually didn't want to say these things. Kakashi is a pitiful person, his father died, his teacher and teacher's wife died, and his teammates also died. Only he was left, living alone in the world. If not for Might Guy, he might have long since succumbed to darkness. And yet, he is such a person, very gentle, very attentive, considerate of others. He is covered in scars, yet still treats those around him with kindness. Such a person should not be hurt again. But Shueimou still made things clear. Although these words hurt Kakashi deeply, Shueimou still had to say them, because blindly avoiding will only lead to deeper wounds. Only by facing oneself and recognizing reality can one break free from sorrow, step out of the shadow of past suffering, and live as a renewed self. Spending the whole day distracting oneself with a little erotic book like Make Out Paradise is a negative display of irresponsibility towards oneself. Watching Naruto and Kakashi's expressions drastically change after just a few words from Mizuki, Sakura and Sasuke stood dumbfounded on the side. At the same time, they also gathered a lot of information from the conversation. At that moment, Mizuki's gaze shifted to Sasuke. Sasuke, why do you want to become stronger? The sudden question made Sasuke freeze for a moment, but his expression quickly changed. He glanced at Naruto, then at Kakashi. These two are done, now it's my turn? I'm not like Kakashi and Naruto. My background is clear, and my enemies are definite. I want to kill that man and take revenge. Shueimou shook his head and said, what if I told you that your true enemy isn't Uchiha Itachi at all? Would you believe me? A casual remark made Sasuke explode instantly. You're talking nonsense. Broken defense. Even directly cursed out. The Sharingan was immediately activated, with the double tomo spinning rapidly in his eyes. The chilling chakra caused the room's temperature to drop significantly. Mizuki looked at him calmly, his eyes full of pity. Poor thing, you've been played by your brother all along. No way, I saw it with my own eyes. It's him, it's definitely him. Shueimou shook his head and said, that's right, Uchiha Itachi, your own brother, killed your clan, killed your parents, but left you as the only one alive. But you don't know, the reason he wiped out his clan was because he was threatened and instructed by Danzo. The reason you're still alive is because your brother is the person who loves you most in the world. Sasuke shook his head, shouting frantically, impossible, absolutely impossible. Not only Sasuke, but Kakashi also widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Suemu turned his head and said to Tazuna, Mr. Tazuna, what happens next is a top secret of the Hidden Leaf Village, and it's not suitable for you to know. Understood. Tazuna hurriedly called his daughter and grandson to leave, walking far away. Knowing too much can get you killed. As for the Uchiha clan massacre, it's a long story. I'll just briefly talk about it. 12 years ago during the Ninetails incident, the Ninetails Fox's eyes displayed the three-tomo Sharingan pattern, leading the Konoha leadership to suspect that the Ninetails was controlled by someone from the Uchiha clan. Although the leadership couldn't provide evidence, during the post-incident reconstruction of the village, they deliberately relocated the Uchiha clan's residence from the central area of Konoha to the outskirts, which is now the Uchiha district. The Uchiha were ostracized by the leadership, and the villagers were also unfriendly towards them. Being a proud clan, the Uchiha were unwilling to accept such marginalization and decided to stage a coup to overthrow the leadership headed by the third Hokage. Among the Uchiha, there are two geniuses, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. They couldn't bear to see the Uchiha and Konoha go to war, as that would mean the village would suffer immense destruction. So, they maneuvered between the higher-ups and the Uchiha, hoping to resolve the conflict between the two sides. Unfortunately, the third Hokage had long decided to eliminate the Uchiha as an unstable factor. Thus, with the third's tacit approval, Danzo took action. Danzo seized Uchiha Shisui's right eye. Realizing he could not change the fate of the Uchiha clan, Shisui committed suicide by jumping into the Naka River in in front of Uchiha Itachi. Before his death, Shisui gave his left eye to Itachi. Itachi witnessed his friend's death with his own eyes, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Immediately after, Danzo forced Uchiha Itachi to massacre the members of the Uchiha clan. At this point, Mizuki paused and glanced at Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke's face was twisted, and the spinning speed of the double tomo in his eyes became even faster. He could have refused, so why didn't he refuse? Sasuke asked hoarsely. Shinobu, because Danzo used your life as leverage. If Itachi didn't act, the village would, and by then, the entire Uchiha clan would be wiped out. But if Itachi agreed to act, then his younger brother could survive. Boom! A powerful spiritual fluctuation suddenly emanated from Sasuke. The rapidly spinning double tomo in his eyes suddenly shifted position, and a new tomo appeared. Regarding the Uchiha clan's massacre, what you said is completely baseless, Kakashi said with a frown. At that time, I was serving in the Umbu. Why have I never heard of these things, nor even sensed anything? Shuemu did not explain. The storage ring on his hand flashed faintly, and an object appeared, which he threw to the ground. Everyone looked at the object on the ground. Sakura asked in confusion, is this a severed arm? Although it was wrapped in bandages, the shape of the arm and hand was clearly recognizable. Shuemu looked at Kakashi and asked, whose severed arm is this? Does it look familiar to you? Kakashi said, if I'm not mistaken, it's Danzo's right arm. That's right, it's Danzo's right arm. Once I remove the bandages, you'll know whether my words have any basis. A kunai sliced through, the bandages were cut open, revealing the true appearance of Danzo's right arm. On the pale skin, 11 Sharingan eyes were embedded, making Sakura's scalp tingle. She covered her mouth, afraid she might scream out loud. Naruto's attention was also diverted, staring blankly at the arm on the ground. Kakashi's expression was even more horrified. His lips moved slightly, but he didn't know what to say. Even Mizuki was deeply moved. The one who reacted the most was Sasuke. At this moment, his eyes were blood red, his body trembling, and his anger almost tangible. Kill Danzo, kill the third Hokage, kill everyone in Konoha. Sasuke had already gone mad, but in the next moment, he fell to the ground with a thud. Fainted. Sasuke-kun, Sakura exclaimed. Mizuki frowned. Judging by Sasuke's condition, it seemed like he had suffered mental damage. Earlier, Sakura mentioned that Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki had been here. Mizuki thought it was very likely that Sasuke had been subjected to Itachi's Tsukuyami, which left him in such a state of mental exhaustion. My foolish little brother. Cough. In short, Kakashi, I'm taking Naruto and Sasuke with me. I won't let them stay in the hidden leaf any longer. I hope you won't try to stop me. Of course, in your current state, you can't even stand properly, let alone stop me. That said, if you're willing, you can come with me too. Kakashi's face looked grim. As an adult, it's very difficult to change one's mindset. Kakashi had long known the cause of his father's death, yet he stayed in Konoha without any intention of rebelling. It can only be said that the third Hokage's brainwashing was very successful. A few words from Shimizu won't be enough to turn him against us. Although there is darkness in Konoha, it cannot be denied that on the surface, Konoha is bright and peaceful, and the villagers of Konoha are living good lives. I will not defect. Right now, I just want to protect the villagers and the village. The past should stay in the past. Sasuke has a grudge against the village over the clan massacre, and I have no right to keep him. However, Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, is an important asset to the village, and I absolutely will not allow you to take him away. The next moment, he lifted the protector over his left eye, revealing the Sharingan, looking ready to fight. Mizuki just watched like that, not even bothering to make a move. Sure enough, in less than a second, Kakashi collapsed directly, falling to the ground with a thud, following in Sasuke's footsteps. Master Mizuki, I will go with you, Naruto said with a determined look in his eyes. Sakura held the unconscious Sasuke, her face conflicted as she looked at his face. Finally, she bit her lip, raised her head, and said, Master Mizuki, I will go with you too. Mizuki shook his head and said, if you leave, what about your parents? They worked so hard to raise you, and now you're just going to leave like this? Tears streamed down Sakura's face as she choked out. I owe them so much, but I want to follow Sasuke-kun even more. I don't want to become Sasuke-kun's enemy. Sasuke has already developed a heart of vengeance against Konoha. Sakura knows that if she returns to Konoha, she will become Sasuke's enemy, and when they meet again, it will be a fight to the death. But she likes Sasuke, and for the one she loves, what do her parents and the village matter? Mizuki still shook his head. Sorry, I won't take you with me. Your parents are in Konoha, and you still have ties to Konoha. If you come with us, sooner or later our whereabouts will be exposed. Sakura shouted loudly, no, I won't. Mizuki asked, if Konoha uses your parents' lives as leverage to force you to pass on information, would you dare to refuse? Sakura was at a loss for words. No matter how Sakura answered, Mizuki would not take her away. If she answered dare, then she would be an unfilial person who didn't even care about her parents' lives. Such a heartless and ungrateful person, Mizuki wouldn't dare keep by his side. If she answered don't dare, then she would undoubtedly be a future spy. Such a person, Mizuki wouldn't dare keep either. Naruto Naruto, carry Sasuke on your back, let's go immediately. Sakura panicked, holding Sasuke tightly, unwilling to let go. In the next instant, Mizuki appeared behind Sakura and knocked her unconscious with a single hand chop. Naruto carried Sasuke on his back, silent. He had been completely quiet since earlier. Shueisha glanced at Sakura, who had fainted on the ground, and sighed. He picked up Danzo's right hand from the ground, dug out a 3-tomo Sharingan, placed it in a potion bottle, and put it in Sakura's hand. Sakura had only one chance left this month to grant a return, and it couldn't be wasted. As for whether this Sharingan would be of any use to Sakura or what kind of trouble it might bring her, Shueisha didn't care at all. After this time, the bond between master and disciple will come to an end. Sakura's aptitude is not bad, the return multiplier is also quite high, and occasionally even reaches 10,000 times. But there's no choice, Mizuki cannot take her away to avoid causing various troubles later. Ding! Host grants disciple Haruno Sakura a 3-tomo Sharingan in her left eye, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the left eye. Before the system's voice had faded, Mizuki felt a sharp pain in his left eye, forcing him to cover his eye socket with his hand to alleviate the discomfort. The discomfort quickly subsided, and when he lowered his hand and opened his left eye again, the previously plain black pupil had changed. A blood-red background, paired with black lines, formed a simple yet symmetrical and exquisite pattern. The outer circle is a hexagram made of black lines, and the inner circle is a clockwise vortex formed by 6 lines, as if leading to a bottomless abyss. This feeling, it's really great. Thanks to Brother Danzo for the gift. Thank you, brother. Wishing you, brother, a new bride every day, a groom every night, and a different mother-in-law every day. At this moment, Shueisha had already noticed that this eye harbored 2 pupil techniques. One of them was naturally Susanoo. Even a single Mangekyo Sharingan can activate Susanoo, as demonstrated by Uchiha Shisui. As for why Obito and Kakashi couldn't do it, it can only be said that Obito's talent was too low, and Kakashi lacked Uchiha bloodline. Compared to a genius like Shisui, who not only possessed Uchiha bloodline but also had exceptional talent, they naturally couldn't measure up. Although Shueisha does not have Uchiha bloodline, the items returned by the system do not require bloodline compatibility at all. Moreover, his is an Eternal Mangekyo, which is more advanced than an ordinary Mangekyo. Therefore, activating Susanoo is quite easy for him. Of course, at most, he can reach the 4th stage. Achieving the complete form is not possible. Susanoo is divided into multiple stages. Phase 1, partial state, such as just one arm. Phase 2, half-body skeleton state. Phase 3, half-body flesh state. Phase 4, half-body armor state. 5th stage, full-body armor state. In this state, the caster will be located at the center of Susanoo's forehead. 6th stage, complete form, wings grow on the back, granting the ability to fly. There are also Sage Art Susanoo, Armored Susanoo, and others. Being able to reach the 4th stage is already quite impressive for Shueisha. After all, there's only one eye, so the pupil power is halved. But for Mizuki, this is not a difficult problem. Sasuke still has one more chance to return the gift this month. If I give him a right eye, I can complete the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Apart from Susanoo, the left eye also harbors a pupil technique. It's just that Shueisha doesn't yet know what this eye technique is. Further research is needed to understand it. With the Konoha matter settled, it's time to find a new place to stay. As soon as Shueisha stepped out of Tazuna's house, he saw an unexpected person standing outside. A burly figure, snow-white hair, iconic wooden clogs, and a unique forehead protector with the word oil written on it. Mount Mayaboku's toad sage Jiraiya now makes his appearance. Beside Jiraiya lies the unconscious Konohamaru. Before entering the house, Mizuki had placed Konohamaru on a small boat, intending to take him away when leaving, but now he has ended up in Jiraiya's hands. Mizuki frowned. Jiraiya was actually here, and there were signs of battle on him. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki had been here, but they didn't take Naruto. It was obvious this wasn't Kakashi's doing. In that case, Jiraiya and the 2 Akatsuki members must have fought. I recognize you, Shunin Mizuki. Jiraiya stared at Mizuki, his eyes full of hostility. Looks like you've become a rogue ninja. Not only did you capture the old man's grandson, but you also want to take Naruto and Sasuke. As one of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha, I absolutely won't allow such a thing to happen. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair surged wildly, wrapping around Mizuki from all directions. Mizuki grabbed Naruto's shoulder, and in the next moment, the body replacement technique was activated, with the target being Jiraiya. The 2 instantly swapped positions. This is... Jiraiya found himself at the spot where Mizuki had just been standing, and his heart skipped a beat. At the same time, the Wild Lion's main technique lost its target. Mizuki grabbed Konohamaru with his other hand, once again using the body replacement technique, and with the 3 kids, he appeared directly 100 meters away. Immediately after, he took to the air and flew westward at top speed. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki might also be nearby. There's no need to get entangled. Leaving early is the best choice. If Itachi comes and finds out that Sasuke has defected and then decides to protect Konoha by dealing with Sasuke, that would be disastrous. Jiraiya didn't give up and directly used the body flicker technique to chase after him. One was flying in the sky, the other was chasing on the ground. In terms of speed, Jiraiya surprisingly had the upper hand. Carrying 3 people, Mizuki was too burdened, causing his flying speed to drop significantly to at most 100 km per hour. At this speed, he couldn't possibly match Jiraiya's body flicker technique. No, if this continues, we'll be caught sooner or later. Suwemu glanced at the Konohamaru in his hand and could only sigh. The next moment, he loosened his grip and Konohamaru fell downward. Jiraiya hurriedly caught Konohamaru below and continued the chase with him. However, the situation has already changed. Without Konohamaru, Mizuki's flying speed immediately increased significantly. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, carrying Konohamaru, experienced a significant decrease in speed. With this shift, Mizuki's speed surpassed Jiraiya's, quickly widening the gap. After another 3 minutes of pursuit, Jiraiya completely lost sight of Mizuki. After my left I became the Eternal Mangekyo, my chakra amount increased. Originally, it was 14.5 units, but now it has reached 24.5 units, directly increasing by 10 units. Flying out of the land of waves and into the land of fire, Mizuki descended from the sky to the ground. The main reason is that during high-speed flight, breathing becomes difficult. Shueimoe and Naruto didn't mind, but Sasuke was still unconscious, relying only on instinctive breathing, which was hard to sustain. After landing, Shueimoe carried Sasuke on his back, with Naruto following behind, heading straight west. Naruto's mood was very downcast. Naruto, what's past is past. The days ahead are still long. Try to look on the bright side, Shueimoe comforted. Naruto forced to smile, pretending not to care. Well, I'm not that petty. I've already let it go. Mizuki shook his head. That's just how Naruto is. He seems carefree, but he's actually very thoughtful. Neji, Gaara, Nagato, Obito, all had the softest parts of their hearts seen through by him, and then naturally fell under the power of Koto Amatsukami. Unhappy things are always hidden in his heart, and what he shows to others is always an appearance of indifference. In truth, he has always been carrying a heavy burden as he moves forward. Master, can you tell me about my father and mother? Naruto's tone was both expectant and slightly fearful. Shueimoe nodded. Let's start with the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools, Uzumaki Village, is a village established by the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan all have red hair, they are skilled in sealing techniques, and are naturally strong with an abundance of chakra. Naruto touched his hair, probably wondering why, despite having the surname Uzumaki, his hair wasn't red. The wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, was the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After the Second Shinobi World War, Uzumaki Mito grew old and frail. The village leadership urgently needed to select a new Jinchuriki to serve as the vessel for sealing the Nine Tails. Naruto's breath hitched as he realized something, but he didn't speak and continued listening to Mizuki. The Uzumaki clan possesses strong physiques and abundant chakra, making them the most suitable for sealing-tailed beasts. Thus, the young Uzumaki Kushina was chosen and brought to Konoha from Uzushiogakure. She would become the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After enrolling in the Ninja Academy, she was nicknamed Red Hot-Blooded Habanero because of her red hair. Through Mizuki's narration, Naruto gradually learned about his parents. In his mind, the images of his parents gradually became clear. Shueimoe slowly recounted, speaking of the night of the Nine Tails, of Shueimoe and Kushina both meeting their end, and of Kushina's dying words. Naruto, don't be picky with your food, eat more, grow up quickly, remember to take a bath on time every day, soak to keep warm, and don't stay up late. Ensure you get enough sleep, and remember to make friends. You don't need many friends, just a few truly trustworthy ones are enough. At this moment, Naruto's eyes had already overflowed with tears. Shueimoe sighed, your mother told you to make friends, but unfortunately, the third Hokage even took away your right to make friends. He told the villagers that you are the child of the demon fox, so no one wants to be friends with you, or even dares to get too close to you. 12 years old, and you still haven't made a single friend. Living in Konoha, all your memories are of loneliness, coldness, and desolation. I'm afraid, apart from Ichiraka Ramen, there are no other beautiful memories, are there? Naruto's choked voice continued. But Mizuki could feel the malice emanating from Naruto. The last bit of sentiment Naruto held for the third Hokage was completely extinguished, leaving no trace of nostalgia for Konoha. Naruto stopped speaking, silently consumed by sorrow. Mizuki also fell silent, focusing on studying the left eye's dojutsu. Sasuke, who was on his back, slowly woke up, his expression dazed, without saying a word. The truth about the Uchiha clan's massacre was too much of a blow for him. Whenever he thought about the pain Itachi endured, he felt an uncontrollable urge to roar at the sky and vent his rage. Suddenly, he asked, how can I become stronger as quickly as possible? Toward Konoha, he could no longer suppress the killing intent buried deep in his heart. Shueimoe said, don't worry, if you follow me, you'll grow stronger very quickly. It won't be long before you can handle things on your own. He took out 6 god floral water. Your spirit is severely damaged, this will help you. Carrying it all the time, he's tired too. Unscrewing the cap of the floral water bottle, it was placed under Sasuke's nose for him to take a sniff. The next moment, Sasuke experienced the magic of Lucian floral water. Although it only lasted for 10 seconds, after those 10 seconds, the increased mental energy did not completely dissipate but instead replenished the mental energy Sasuke had lost. This item, besides being used for amplification during battles, can also be used for recovery, with astonishing effects. The end of the month is approaching, and Sasuke still has one return opportunity left. It can't be wasted. This month, the abilities granted to Sasuke by Mizuki were, first, sound localization, and second, the Rasengan. There's still one opportunity unused. To make things more convenient in the future, the once-a-month return will be calculated based on the calendar month. At the beginning of each month, the return opportunity will be refreshed. What should the last opportunity be used for? Of course, it's the Sharingan. The left eye is already the eternal Mangekyo, so the right eye should at least become a Rinnegan. He pried a Sharingan from Danzo's hand, placed it in a potion bottle, and handed it to Sasuke. Keep this. You might need it in the future. Sasuke asked in confusion, what use is this? Mizuki explained, the Uchiha clan has a forbidden technique called Izanagi. It's a jutsu that can alter reality. Once activated, even if killed, the outcome of death can be rewritten. The cost of this technique is that one Sharingan will permanently go blind. Danzo transplanted so many Sharingan to use them for self-preservation. As soon as Danzo was mentioned, Sasuke began gritting his teeth. Mizuki didn't tell him that Danzo had already been killed by him. It's better not to tell him for now. Sasuke didn't want this Sharingan, but Mizuki forcibly placed it in his hand. Ding! Host grants disciple Uchiha Sasuke a 3-tomo Sharingan in his right eye, triggering a 6,666-fold return. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Rinnegan in your right eye. Ha ha ha, it really happened. Shuemu's right eye began to throb intensely, even more noticeably than when he had obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan before. When the discomfort subsided, his right eye had already transformed into a series of concentric circles. I almost forgot, the Sharingan can be put away, but the Rinnegan can't. Having the Rinnegan exposed is way too conspicuous. Host doesn't need to worry, this Rinnegan is returned by the system and is fully under the host's control. It can be deactivated when not in use. Shuemu was overjoyed and quickly deactivated the Rinnegan. Sasuke and Naruto had been behind Mizuki all along, so they didn't notice the change in Mizuki's eyes just now. After the right eye became the Rinnegan, Mizuki's chakra level surged once again. It increased directly from 24.5 units to 54.5 units, a total increase of 30 units. Goodness, this amplification is terrifying. Now, there's no need to worry about running out of chakra anymore. Once again, thanks to Boss Danzo for the gift. Such generosity. The three of them quickly moved westward. Shuemu deliberately avoided the direction of Konoha village, spending 3 days to reach the western part of the Land of Fire, near the border with the Land of Rain. Following the pre-arranged signs, it didn't take long to find Daishon, Shin, and Sai. The team grew larger, becoming 6 people. We need to pass through the Land of Rain to reach the Land of Birds further west, where we will establish a new ninja village. The Land of Birds enjoys spring-like weather all year round, with mountains and rivers everywhere, lush greenery, flocks of birds, and a peaceful and harmonious life for its people. It is a small country that remains detached from worldly conflicts. Moreover, there are no ninja villages in the Land of Birds, and even ninjas are rarely seen. Establishing a small ninja village there would be very suitable. Once the ninja village is established, Mizuki will serve as the village chief, and Sasuke, Naruto, and Nobita will be directly appointed as Chunin. With a Chunin disciple, the system's limit on the number of disciples will be lifted, allowing for more disciples to be taken. The more disciples there are, the more return opportunities can be granted, and the faster the strength will increase. It won't be long before I become invincible in the ninja world. I will establish the strongest ninja village, and I will unify the ninja world. In Suemu's heart, it was filled with wild ambitions. Originally, if he had stayed in Konoha, he wouldn't have had much ambition. But since he had already rebelled, he couldn't continue to slack off. No matter what, he had to accomplish some earth-shattering feat. A true man born in turbulent times, if he remains mediocre, how is he any different from rotten wood or decaying grass? Master, what should the new ninja village be called? Bird Ninja Village? Naruto asked. Over the past few days, Naruto had already moved past his grief and started becoming lively again. You could only say, what a big heart. Bird Ninja Village? Then how about making you the village leader, and just like the 5 great ninja villages, give you the title of Kage and call you Bird Kage? Mizuki rolled his eyes. What a terrible name. Just like his dad, he's also bad at naming things. Let's just call it Han Ninja Village. Han? Naruto asked in confusion, does it have any special meaning? Shuemu nodded but did not explain. The Land of Birds is to the west of the Land of Rain, and the Land of Rain hides the Akatsuki organization. Passing through directly and openly might cause trouble. So Shuemu, along with 5 young boys, took a detour through the desert of the Land of Wind in the south. A few days later, they successfully arrived at the Land of Birds. Next, it was time to meet the daimyo of the Land of Birds and propose the the establishment of a ninja village. Remember in the anime, there was also a storyline about the Bird Kingdom, Mizuki recalled. The previous daimyo of the Bird Kingdom was named Great Heron. After Great Heron's death, his eldest son Heron, supported by the High Monk Mingzong, was set to become the new daimyo but was secretly assassinated by Mingzong. After Heron's death, his twin sister Scarlet Heron succeeded as daimyo, determined to uncover the culprit behind her father and brother's deaths. In other words, the current daimyo of the Land of Birds is actually a woman disguised as a man.
Things became simple.
Mizuki, with a thunderous momentum, exposed Mangzong and his accomplices as a gesture of allegiance to the daimyo of the Land of Birds, and then proposed establishing a new ninja village.
Mizuki-sama, I cannot agree to this request.
Daimyo Tsubame immediately refused. The Land of Birds is a small country with tight finances, and the people have no money. Establishing a ninja village requires a large amount of funds, which I cannot provide.
Suemu looked at the young female daimyo with a faint smile.
He was already well aware of the other party's concerns. No need for the daimyo to spend money. I have money.
The daimyo only needs to provide a piece of land and some people to help with the construction.
The daimyo was still hesitant.
But, Shuemu said, the daimyo is worried about our identities, right? We are all rogue ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, so the daimyo must be concerned about the Land of Fire blaming you, isn't that so?
The daimyo hadn't expected Shuemu to speak so directly, so he nodded.
That's right, the Land of Birds is just a small country. Whether economically or militarily, it is far inferior to the Land of Fire. Shuemu smiled and said, Daimyo-sama, you can rest assured.
Between the Land of Fire and the Land of Birds, there is still the Land of Rain.
Even if the Land of Fire blames you, it would at most be verbal. Their army won't be able to come over.
Besides, as long as it's not publicized, who would know that a rogue ninja from Konoha established a ninja village in the Land of Birds? Although Mizuki had a smile on his face, he was actually starting to feel impatient inside. If this female daimyo still refused, he would have to resort to some unconventional methods.
With the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, controlling a daimyo with genjutsu shouldn't be too difficult, right? Ibis was young and couldn't discern Suemu's emotional changes.
But the minister, Akamine, standing nearby, had already noticed something was amiss. He hurriedly said, Lord Daimyo, I think Lord Suemu is right. As long as we don't publicize it, no one will know that the Land of Birds has established a ninja village.
The Land of Fire and Konoha will naturally not come to cause trouble.
Moreover, with its own ninja village, the Land of Birds will no longer have to worry about invasions by rogue ninjas.
This is an enormous benefit for the Land of Birds.
The citizens can also go to the new shinobi village to issue task commissions, without having to rely on other countries. Most importantly, the children of our nation can enter the shinobi village to learn ninjutsu, strengthening the country's power. So no matter how you look at it, establishing a new shinobi village is a matter of great benefit without any harm. Hongming spoke while signaling to the daimyo with his eyes. Daimyo understood Hongming's meaning and could only agree to Suemu's request for a new ninja village.
Lord Suemu, what is the name of the new ninja village?
Suemu pondered for a moment. Previously, I had planned to name it Han Ninja Village, but after much thought, I felt it was not suitable.
A small ninja village, how could it possibly bear the name Han? As for Huaxia or Yenuan, that's even more out of the question.
Since it's the Land of Birds, let's pick a name related to birds. Birds are classified as fowl, and the phoenix is the leader among them. Let's simply call it Phoenix Village, and the title of the village leader can be Phoenix Shadow. Naruto, the others, and I are all rogue ninjas. Establishing a new ninja village here and starting a new ninja life perfectly aligns with the phoenix rising from the ashes. The past has turned to ashes, the future is all brand new. Thus, the name of the new ninja village was decided.
Phoenix Village.
Shuemu became the first village chief, titled Phoenix Shadow.
Of course, this is a self-proclaimed title, not recognized by the outside world, but that doesn't matter.
The name of Fonging will eventually resound throughout the ninja world. Afterward, Minister Hongming took out the map of the Land of Birds and let Mizuki choose a location. The Land of Birds is nestled between 4 countries. To the east is the Land of Rain, to the south is the Land of Wind, to the west is the Land of Stars, and to the north is the Land of Earth. Shuemu chose a wilderness area near the Star Nation, spanning several hundred square kilometers.
Here is 50 million taels.
I hope the establishment of the ninja village will receive great support from the daimyo.
I have only one request, finish it as soon as possible. If the money isn't enough, just come to me.
Phoenix Village began construction, but the progress was slow, as there wasn't a seasoned architect like Yamato to oversee it. Shuemu, along with Naruto and the others, were all staying at Minister Hongming's residence, as the construction of the new ninja village had just begun. The kids trained every day, especially Sasuke, who spent almost all his time training except for eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom,
eager for revenge.
Meanwhile, Shuemu was also getting familiar with the abilities of the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Time flies, and this month has passed in the blink of an eye. The system's monthly allowance of 3 refund opportunities per person has been refreshed. On the first day of the month, Shuemu gathered Naruto and the others together and started started distributing money. Each person received 100,000 ryo. Take this money, it's your pocket money for this month. Naruto and Nobita's eyes immediately lit up. Wow, master, you're so rich, Naruto exclaimed in amazement. Nobita, who had grown up in an orphanage and had never seen so much money, couldn't help but swallow hard. The other three showed no particular reaction. Sasuke inherited a lot of wealth and wasn't short of money. 100,000 ryo was nothing to him. Shin and Sai, trained by Danzo, were inexperienced in worldly matters and had little concept of money. Ding! Host grants disciple Uzumaki Naruto 100,000 ryo, triggering a 5,000-fold return. Host grants disciple Uchiha Sasuke 100,000 ryo, triggering a 5,500-fold return. The host grants the disciple Deshion 100,000 taels of silver, triggering a 500-fold return. The host receives a monetary return, totaling 1.1 billion taels. Note, due to the large amount, the storage ring cannot hold it all. The remaining money has been placed in the host's current residence bedroom. Shuweimu frowned. The storage ring in my hand is running out of space. 1 cubic meter may seem like a lot, but it really can't hold much. Even if it's filled entirely with water, it's only about 2,000 pounds, not even enough for a few baths. I need to speed up the construction of Phoenix Village. After delivering the money, it still wasn't enough, so Shuweimu took out military ration pills, giving one to each person. If you encounter a battle and run out of chakra, you can eat this. It can quickly restore chakra and also fill you up. The total amount of chakra that Mizuki has now has reached 54.5 Kakashi, allowing him to use ninjutsu freely. However, the chakra recovery speed is a bit lacking. Recovering 0.3 Kakashi per minute is a bit slow. Ding! The host grants the disciple Deshion 1 military ration pill, triggering a 666-fold return. The host receives a special military ration pill, which restores 1 unit of chakra upon consumption. Ding! The host grants the disciple Uchiha Sasuke 1 military ration pill, triggering an 8,888-fold return. The host receives a super advanced military ration pill, which restores 30 units of chakra upon consumption and permanently increases chakra recovery speed by 0.9 units per minute. Ding! The host grants disciple Uzumaki Naruto 1 military ration pill, triggering a 9999x return. The host receives an ultimate military ration pill, which restores 50 chakra upon consumption and permanently increases chakra recovery speed by 1.5 chakra/minute. Dashon's aptitude is still lacking, only 666x return, and the special military ration pill doesn't even have a permanent buff. But Sasuke and Naruto did not disappoint Mizuki. Take these 2 military ration pills, and my chakra recovery rate will reach 2.5 calories per minute. Incredibly fast. If Kakashi knew, he'd definitely be jealous to death. 3 people, a total of 9 return opportunities this month, and on the first day, Mizuki already used 6 of them. Each person still has 1 chance left, and Mizuki was not in a hurry to give anything else. He took 200 million in cash and delivered it to the daimyo's residence. Lord Mizuki, the previous 50 million ryo hasn't been used up yet, and we are not short of money now, the daimyo said. Mizuki waved his hand and said, please recruit more workers, daimyo, and speed up the construction of the ninja village. I have plenty of money, so don't worry about not being able to pay wages. The faster the ninja village is built, the sooner I can become the Phoenix Shadow. Once I become the Shadow, I can directly appoint Sasuke, Naruto, and Nobita as Chunin, or even Jonin. When the disciples' ninja ranks are higher, the number of apprentice slots will increase. 5 apprentice slots are simply not enough. Lord Mizuki, rest assured, I will expedite the construction of the shinobi village. After the daimyo finished speaking, he added, the Fire Country's daimyo has sent an invitation. The Chunin exam finals will be held in Konoha village in half a month, and I am invited to attend as a spectator. Lord Mizuki, do you think I should go to watch? Mizuki replied, such matters are for the daimyo to decide on your own. There's no need to worry about my thoughts. I established the shinobi village merely to find a place to settle, not to control the land of birds. Deming said again, then I won't go. Shuweimu neither agreed nor disagreed. This woman, Deming, probably made up her mind long ago. Asking now is clearly to test Shuweimu's attitude. She does not trust Shuweimu. Shuweimu doesn't care what others think, as long as they don't actively cause trouble. In half a month, it's the final round of the Konoha Chunin exams, and Orochimaru's Konoha crush plan is about to begin. He squinted his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Orochimaru, don't blame me for stealing the spotlight. Third Hokage, it's still better to die by my hand. A dozen days later, Mizuki left the land of birds and headed to the hidden leaf village in the land of fire. Naruto and the others stayed in the land of birds. This time, he was going to stir up trouble, and bringing along genin burdens wouldn't do. When he arrived at Konoha, it was the morning of the Chunin exam finals. Using the transformation jutsu, he casually changed his appearance and swagger through Konoha's gates. Izumo and Kotetsu, who were guarding the gate, turned a blind eye to him. Just like that, Mizuki successfully entered Konoha village and arrived at the Chunin exam finals venue. The final match has just begun. The first battle, Niji Hyuga vs
Kiba Inuzuka. Without Naruto's interference, Kiba successfully made it into the finals. Of course, facing Neji, Kiba could only be completely overpowered, with no chance to fight back.
Neji's rotation is different from the original version.
Why does it look so much like Tai Chi?
On the stands, Mizuki was quite surprised. It wasn't just him, the members of the Hyuga clan were also extremely astonished. The head of the Hyuga main family, Hayashi Hyuga, sighed and said, Neji's talent is exceptional. It's a pity he's from the branch family. Without Naruto's persuasive words, Neji's hatred for the main family could not be resolved. Next, one battle after another continued.
The second match was Temari vs Shikamaru, with Shikamaru winning through strategy. The third match was Kankuro vs Shino Aburame, but Kankuro forfeited. The final match was Rock Lee vs Gaara, but it ended halfway through.
Feathers fell,
and the spectators in the stands fell into a deep sleep. The Konoha Crush plan had finally begun.
What puzzled Shueisha was that on the rooftop, it wasn't Orochimaru and the third Hokage in a one-on-one fight. Instead, it was Orochimaru teaming up with the fourth Kazekage, 2 against 1, bullying the old, weak, and frail third Hokage.
Orochimaru actually didn't kill the fourth Kazekage in advance.
It seems that because of me, a butterfly effect has occurred. Shueisha transformed into a Konoha Anbu, arrived at the rooftop, and stood outside the 4 Violet Flames formation to observe the battle. No rush to make a move, let's first enjoy the battle of the Kage level. On the rooftop, the third Hokage fought 1 against 2, evenly matched, without falling behind.
Finally, Orochimaru couldn't hold back anymore.
He bit his finger and slammed his hand onto the ground.
Summoning Jutsu, Reanimation. 2 coffins rose from the ground, one with first written on the lid and the other with second.
Unlike the original story, there was no third coffin. The coffin lids opened, and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, stepped out. The third Hokage looked at Orochimaru, heartbroken, and said, Orochimaru, how could you fall to such depths, desecrating the souls of our ancestors and disturbing their rest? The second Hokage glanced at his own arm and said, this is my invention, the Impure World Reincarnation Technique.
Who is so shameless as to use it on me?
The first Hokage sighed and said, Monkey, I never thought we would meet again in such a way.
Orochimaru walked behind the first and second Hokage and plunged the kunai inscribed with runes into their bodies. Let's leave the reminiscing here, Sarutobi-sensei. Next, how will you handle the attack from these 2 former Hokage? He wore a wide smile, as if he could already see the third being beaten down and then killed by his own hands. The third sighed, then bit his finger and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, Reanimation.
As the words fell, a coffin also appeared in front of the third Hokage. Orochimaru widened his eyes in surprise for a second, then revealed a smile and stuck out his tongue to wipe his face. Sarutobi-sensei, you say I desecrate the souls of the ancestors, but what are you doing now? The third Hokage replied confidently, Shueisha cannot be considered my ancestor.
Moreover, bringing him back with the Edo Tensei is to protect Konoha. The coffin lid fell, revealing Uchiha Shueisha inside. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically. Not good. Mizuki was also shocked. Wasn't Shueisha's body supposed to be untraceable? Reanimation Jutsu requires genetic information. Could it be that Shueisha's corpse was found by the third Hokage and kept hidden all this time? Well, not necessarily.
Last time when Danzo was killed and his eye was gouged out, his right eye was just an ordinary Sharingan, not Shueisha's eye. So it turns out the third Hokage had taken it in advance. The third Hokage was really clever, sacrificing one eye to gain a Shueisha. This deal is a guaranteed profit. But honestly, the guy's been dead for so many years, and he's still being dragged out to work overtime.
That's just not right. Even capitalists would cry themselves unconscious in the bathroom. On the rooftop, the moment Orochimaru saw Shueisha, he immediately realized something was wrong.
He immediately darted behind the second Hokage, using the second's burly figure to shield himself, avoiding exposure to Shueisha's line of sight. Immediately after, he controlled the second to perform a jutsu, Genjutsu, Technique of Darkness. Darkness spread from the second's body, unfurling like a pitch-black satin extending in all directions. At the same time, from the coffin in front of the third Hokage, Uchiha Shueisha stepped out, with a four-cornered pinwheel appearing in his eyes. The body of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, paused, and his erased consciousness instantly recovered, his eyes regaining clarity. The first Hokage leapt and landed beside the third Hokage. Monkey, I didn't expect you to have grown so old.
This nostalgic tone was no longer that of an enemy.
Izanagi has already modified the will of the first Hokage's Edo Tensei. The third Hokage let out a sigh of relief and said, it's been decades, and I'm nearing the end of my life. The first Hokage turned his head and looked around, seeing the bustling Konoha under invasion, and sighed. Still couldn't achieve the peace I longed for. All these years, you've worked so hard. The third said, first Hokage, now is not the time for reminiscing.
Let's deal with the enemy first.
That Orochimaru over there is my disciple, and the one beside him is the fourth Kazekage. The first Hokage looked at the encroaching darkness and remarked, I told Tobirama long ago to destroy those forbidden techniques, but he wouldn't listen.
Now look, the reanimation jutsu is being used against against Konoha. Speaking of which, this Uchiha Kid's technique is quite impressive. It actually allowed me to break free from the control of the reanimation jutsu. One more time, bring Tobirama along too. The third Hokage gave a wry smile. Of course, he wanted to, but it was impossible. In the next moment, Shirsue's body began to collapse, the Edo Tensei fragments scattering from him like scraps of paper. The soul of Shirsue appeared. He turned his head and gave the third Hokage a deep look, then transformed into a beam of light and ascended to the heavens. Shirsue, do not blame me. Everything I have done was for the village. In the end, only the corpse of a young child remained at the scene. The despair in their eyes and the agony on their face spoke volumes about the unbearable suffering they endured in life. Hashirama saw the scene, furrowing his brows as he turned to glance at the third Hokage. Monkey, you have gone too far. The third did not speak. Or rather, he had no face to speak. Outside the four violet flames formation, Mizuki narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent filling them. That young child was a member of the orphanage. The third Hokage ignored the many heinous criminals in the prison and instead used an innocent orphan as a sacrifice for the reanimation jutsu. For words to describe it, utterly insane. Unforgivable. At this moment, Orochimaru's face looked grim. The first Hokage had actually had his will altered by Kotoama Tsukumi and escaped his control. Now, on his side, there was only himself, the second Hokage, and that useless fourth Kazekage. On the opposing side were the first and third Hokage. Fortunately, the third Edo Tensei is incomplete. Otherwise, if Shirsue had held on a little longer, it would have been a huge problem. Darkness had already shrouded the entire four violet flames formation. The surrounding Umbu could no longer see what was happening inside the four violet flames formation. Except for Mizuki. The darkness technique is a genjutsu that blocks the enemy's vision, rendering them unable to see. However, the caster's allies remain unaffected. This type of illusion involving the five senses is not comparable to ordinary illusions and, like ocular illusions, is very difficult to dispel. However, this level of illusion has no effect on Mizuki now. Mizuki's left eye is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and his right eye is the Rinnegan, which means he is virtually immune to most illusions. Perhaps only the infinite Tsukuyomi could affect him. Would style unleash the pants? The first Hokage has begun. With a single clap of his hands, countless saplings burst through the roof tiles, growing wildly. Although it couldn't be seen, it didn't stop the first Hokage from using wood style to cover the battlefield. On the other side, Orochimaru and the second Hokage quickly dodged, their footsteps causing the third Hokage's spirit to tremble. Earth release, earth flow river, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The third Hokage's jutsu was extremely precise, and the great fire engulfed Orochimaru and Tobirama. The second Hokage raised his hand and shouted, water release, water formation wall. A large amount of water appeared out of thin air, forming a circular water barrier to protect the two within it. The fire dragon struck the water barrier and was immediately extinguished. To create such a massive amount of water in a place without any, the second truly lives up to being the one who made a pact with the sea. Water style, water severing wave. Like a high-pressure water line resembling a laser, trees broke wherever it passed. The forest created between the pillars turned into a deforestation zone in the blink of an eye. Water style, great waterfall technique. A massive wave, over 10 meters high and resembling a tsunami, surged toward the third Hokage. Hearing the sound of water, the third Hokage immediately reacted, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, then spitting mud onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A high wall rose, successfully blocking the waterfall. Water release, water dragon bullet. The second's attack did not stop. Over here, the first Hokage moves again. Wood style, flower tree world advent. Trees grow once more, forming a forest in the blink of an eye. Flowers bloom at the tops of the large trees, quickly opening and releasing a massive amount of pollen. This pollen is toxic, and those who inhale it will fall unconscious. In the air, the fourth Kazekage Raza stood on a cloud made of gold dust and began to move. Wind release, great sickle weasel. The wind release technique performed by the Kazekage was far superior to Temari's. The violent wind swept through, blowing all the pollen toward the third side. It was also because the first Hokage was restricted by the impure world reincarnation, limiting his strength. Otherwise, how could the mere fourth Kazekage's ninjutsu have any effect? Similarly, the power of the second generation was also greatly restricted. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate. The third generation had no intention of using the Reaper Death Seal. After all, the first generation was already on his side, and the strength of both sides wasn't so disproportionate, so there was no need to fight to the death. Who wouldn't want to die of old age? Outside the four purple flame formation, Suemu watched the dazzling exchange of ninjutsu between the two sides, his eyes shining. Then he looked at himself. He hadn't mastered many elemental ninjutsu, just those two earth-style techniques, and they were pretty lousy ones at that. I want to throw around fire, water, wind, and lightning techniques too. He was envious. We'll probably be fighting here for a while. How about taking a stroll to the Hokage's office? Not to mention the scroll of seals, even getting some ninjutsu scrolls would be good. However, I need to stop by the ninja ninja tool shop first. This storage ring I have is really not enough. Standing on the rooftop, overlooking the area, Mizuki immediately spotted the location of the ninja tool shop. The entire village is in chaos now, with people rushing to the shelters, and naturally, the ninja tool shop has also closed. Shuemu chose a stray dog in front of the ninja tool shop and activated the body replacement technique. On the rooftop, several members of the Umbu stared in surprise at the dog that suddenly appeared. Wasn't there a person standing here just now? At this moment, Mizuki had already arrived at the entrance of the ninja tool shop. The shop was closed, and the people inside had gone to take shelter. Mizuki broke in through the door and searched the shelves for storage scrolls, taking a few with large capacities. As for the other scrolls, Mizuki decided not to rush for now. Next, find Sakura and Lee and deliver the items. Sakura and Lee are both at the finals, fighting against the enemy. Mizuki returns to the finals arena, disguised as Irika, and first finds Sakura. At this moment, Sakura is dealing with a genin from the Sand Village. Mizuki appears and knocks the Sand Ninja to the ground with a single hand strike. Sakura, take these 3 storage scrolls. They will be useful later. Sakura asked in confusion, Irika-sensei, why are you here? The Ninja Academy has started, right? Now that there's trouble in the village, shouldn't Irika-sensei be organizing the students to head to the shelter for refuge? Mizuki urged, stop wasting time. Take this first, it will be useful later. Lord Hokage had already anticipated today's attack and made arrangements. Sakura, without any suspicion, took the scroll. Ding! The host grants the disciple Haruno Sakura 364-liter capacity storage scrolls, triggering a 3,125-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 200-cubic storage rings. Haruno Sakura's 3 return opportunities for this month have been used up. Mizuki's eyes sparkled. A 200-cubic meter storage ring, and there are 3 of them, so there's no need to worry about that. Let's head to the Hokage Tower first. On the second floor of the Hokage Tower lies the Ninjutsu Scroll Collection Room. Mizuki, still disguised as Irika, arrived here. A long corridor stretched ahead, with the collection room located at the end of it. Outside the door, 2 members of the Umbu stood guard. Stop! Leave this place immediately, or face death without mercy. The Umbu saw Mizuki and immediately shouted. Mizuki smiled faintly, his left eye changed, revealing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Magic, Art of Neriku's Vision. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, the power of the Art of Neriku's Vision is multiplied. The 2 Umbu, overwhelmed by terror, exhausted their mental strength and collapsed to the ground. Walking past the 2, Mizuki reached out and gently pushed open the door. The next moment, the scent of books filled the air. Everywhere the eye could see, there were scrolls. We've struck gold. Shuemu strode into the room, gently raised his hand, and one scroll after another floated off the wooden shelves, flying toward him. Rinnegan, Universal Pull. Wind Style, Vacuum Jade Scroll. Wind Style, Vacuum Wave Scroll. Wind Style, Gale Palm Scroll. Fire Style, Great Fireball Scroll. Fire Style, Great Flame Bomb Scroll. Earth Style, Lightning Style. Water Style, Medical Ninjutsu. Nara Clan Secret Techniques. Akimichi Clan Secret Techniques. Yamanaka Clan. Aburame Clan. Inazuka Clan. Sunset Clan Illusion. Uchiha Clan Illusion. Hachima Clan Illusion. Konoha Strong Fist. Hyuga Clan Gentle Fist. Gale Clan Swordsmanship. Uchiha Clan Swordsmanship. Uzumaki Clan Sealing Technique. Here, all of Konoha's ninjutsu, illusions, taijutsu, secret techniques, and sealing techniques are collected. Vast as the ocean, one scroll after another was stored by Mizuki into the storage ring. No one is turned away. This is still so satisfying. Although the Sharingan can copy jutsu, the prerequisite is that others must use the jutsu first. Besides, copying one by one, how much time would it take to reach Kakashi's level? Moreover, the Sharingan can only copy ordinary ninjutsu and taijutsu. Family secret techniques like these can't be copied at all. The Nara clan's shadow imitation technique, the Akimichi clan's body expansion technique, the Inazuka clan's dog training technique. None of these can be copied by the Sharingan. Coming here and taking everything in one go, there's nothing more satisfying. From today onwards, all of Konoha's assets are mine. Very soon, all the wooden shelves were emptied. Mizuki didn't count them carefully, but roughly estimated that the collected scrolls numbered at least tens of thousands. With these, he no longer had to worry about what to give his disciples. Now, only the last one remains. Mizuki's gaze turned to the center of the room. A waist-high stone platform stood there, with a large scroll placed on top of it. This was the Book of Seals. The techniques within this scroll, any one of them taken out, would be among the top in the ninja world. He walked up to the stone platform and reached out to grab the Book of Seals, but a barrier rose up, blocking his hand. Sealed with a sealing technique? Mizuki raised his eyebrows slightly. Just as he was about to take further action to break the seal, the crisp sound of shoes landing on the ground suddenly came from behind, followed by the sound of a door closing. Immediately, a bold voice rang out. Enough is enough, Rogue Ninja Mizuki. This time, you won't get away. Ninja Art, Wild Lion's main technique. The moment Jiraiya appeared, the battle had already begun. His hair exploded outward, wrapping toward Mizuki. Sensing danger from behind, Mizuki's right eye
suddenly changed, and the Rinnegan activated instantly. Shinra Tensei. The approaching hair was instantly repelled by a powerful force, causing Jiraiya's body to retreat and hit the door, but he was unharmed. What kind of jutsu is this? Jiraiya asked in surprise. Mizuki turned his head and looked at Jiraiya. Konoha has already decayed. Without the warmth of sunlight, all it brings is the false growth of trees. Jiraiya, I admire you and don't want to fight you. In the anime, Mizuki's favorite character is none other than Jiraiya. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of his own disciple. Jiraiya looked at Mizuki's right eye in shock and said, why do you have Nagato's eyes? Nagato and the others, were they killed by you? Jiraiya's eyes radiated with anger. After teaching Yahiko and his team for 3 years and leaving the land of rain, Jiraiya continued to keep track of their news. But one day, he suddenly heard that Yahiko and his team had died. Having lived in the ninja world, he was no stranger to death. Jiraiya was not saddened, as he had long grown accustomed to people dying. Now, seeing the Rinnegan in Mizuki's right eye, Jiraiya instinctively believed that it was Mizuki who killed Nagato and the others. New grudges and old hatreds will be settled together today. In Jiraiya's heart, there was now one more reason to kill Mizuki. Mizuki shook his head and said, don't talk nonsense, it wasn't me. Be careful, or I'll accuse you of slander. Jiraiya said, whether it's you or not, I will kill you. Becoming a rogue ninja and not hiding, but coming back to steal ninjutsu, your courage is truly too great. These scrolls are the property of Konoha. I can't let you take them away. He fixed his eyes on Mizuki, and his hands began forming seals. Ninja art, toad mouth bind. Jiraiya knew that Mizuki had the ability to switch positions and was extremely skilled at escaping. Once the door opened, he could escape immediately. So he planned to summon the stomach of the rockin' toad to envelop the scroll room, making it impossible for Mizuki to escape. The stomach of the rockin' toad was extremely sturdy and could not be broken by ordinary ninjutsu. Jiraiya's hand movements were incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he completed the hand seals. Just as he was about to slam his hand onto the ground, Mizuki's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated in his left eye. The next moment, Jiraiya's hand slapped the floor, but the expected change did not occur. Jiraiya looked at Mizuki's left eye in shock and exclaimed, why do you still have the Sharingan? Also, what did you do to me? Why can't I perform ninjutsu? Jiraiya only felt that the chakra within his body was extremely chaotic, running amok everywhere, making it completely impossible to perform ninjutsu. Shuemu said, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan technique of my left eye, called Takamikazuchi no Makoto. Anyone targeted by this eye will lose control of their chakra and be unable to perform any ninjutsu, genjutsu, or kekkei genkai. After studying it for nearly half a month, Shuemu finally figured out this eye technique. In gaming terms, the effect of the Takamikazuchi no Makoto technique is silence, an absolute nemesis of mages, directly turning them into high-level infantry. Against non-taijutsu ninjas, absolute suppression. Ninjutsu type or genjutsu type ninjas who can't even use their techniques, do they still have any combat power? Calling them lambs to the slaughter isn't wrong, right? Take Jiraiya right now, for example. This technique has no cooldown, consuming 0.1 chakra per second, and can be used on any target within the field of vision. The drawback is that it can only be used on a single target, and the user's gaze must not leave the target's body, or the silence effect will immediately disappear. Jiraiya gasped sharply, what kind of underworld technique is this? Shuemu smiled and said, Mangekyo Sharingan, as the name suggests, its eye techniques are endlessly varied, so there's nothing surprising about it. Jiraiya sighed and said directly, then, kill me. From the moment I became a ninja, I've been waiting for this day. Shuemu, I won't kill you. What, you won't kill me? Jiraiya widened his eyes, looking at Shuemu in disbelief. Shuemu, why would I want to kill you? I defected from Konoha because of the third Hokage. I have no grudge against Konoha, nor against its ninjas. If it weren't for the third Hokage pushing me to the brink, I wouldn't have defected. Konoha is such a great place, good environment, lots of delicious food, and everyone here is so talented, speaks so nicely, and the geniuses are so, careless, almost let slip what I was really thinking. Jiraiya looked at Mizuki with a speechless expression, thinking to himself that this guy is quite a joker. Actually, you can still return to Konoha. With me as your guarantor, the third Hokage won't do anything to you anymore. I also understand the actions of the third Hokage. Orochimaru's defection, Tsunade's travels, and even my long-term absence are all because of this. But as one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha cannot be entirely pure. I can tell that you're not as heinous as the third Hokage described, so it's not too late to turn back now. Jiraiya, how should I put it, is a very kind person. You can tell from how he stayed in the land of rain to care for and teach Nagato and the other two. Just because of the great Toad Sage's prophecy, he traveled across the ninja world, searching for the child of prophecy. First it was Minato, then Nagato, and finally Naruto. Of course, he was also very naive, just like Naruto. The difference is that Naruto's naive ideas eventually all came true. Successfully brought Sasuke back to the village, successfully brought peace to the ninja world. But Jiraiya's naivety was truly just naivety. When Orochimaru defected, he naively went attempt to stop him, but failed to do so. He searched the entire ninja world for Orochimaru, hoping to bring him back to the village, but that also failed. Too late. Third Hokage, I will make sure he dies today. He has repeatedly tried to kill me, and I am not someone who repays grievances with kindness. I, Mizuki, always repay my grudges. Mizuki's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Jiraiya's expression changed slightly, and he finally sighed, saying nothing more. Alright, I won't kill you. You can go. Shuemu turned around to retrieve the Book of Seals. Jiraiya said, give it up. You can't take out the Book of Seals. The entire stone platform is sealed, and unless you break the seal, you won't be able to retrieve it. If you try to forcefully break it, the Book of Seals inside will be destroyed. Moreover, the surface of the Book of Seals is also sealed. Even if you break the seal on the stone platform and take out the book, you won't be able to open it. If you try to force it open, it will self-destruct. Shuemu thought, this is the real Book of Seals. In the anime, Naruto being able to steal the Book of Seals is simply a joke. Shuemu extended his right hand, reaching for the scroll once again. A seal immediately appeared, like an inverted transparent shield, stopping Shuemu's hand from advancing. The Rinnegan in his right eye widened, and Shuemu shouted softly, sealing technique, absorption seal. In the next moment, a suction force appeared in his palm, absorbing all the chakra from the seal. Without the support of chakra, the seal was immediately undone. How did you do that? Jiraiya asked in astonishment. Shuemu did not explain but picked up the scroll and placed it into the storage ring. From then on, the Konoha Ninjutsu scroll collection room was completely emptied by Shuemu, leaving not a single scroll behind. He strode toward the door. Now I'm going to kill the third Hokage, so I won't keep you company. Goodbye. Jiraiya watched Mizuki open the door and leave without saying anything to stop him. The declined Konoha faces today. Teacher Sarutobi cannot escape responsibility. White Fang's suicide, Orochimaru's defection, Nawaki's death, Dan's death, Tsunade's departure, the fall of the Senju clan, the destruction of the Uchiha clan. If none of these had happened, how powerful Konoha would be. Everything that happened in Konoha, Jiraiya knew about it. However, as a disciple of the third Hokage, he had no right to criticize the third. A ninja is born to be a tool, not to question, only to obey. Just like Tsunade, who could only watch everything unfold helplessly, unable to change it, even though she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. In the end, I could only leave Konoha in sorrow, out of sight, out of mind, and spend my days indulging in gambling, hoping to escape my troubles. Ninjas are born to die on the battlefield. A ninja who dies of old age is an unqualified ninja. Konoha needs reform. I believe in Tsunade. She will govern Konoha well. Sarutobi-sensei, go in peace. Since the Second Shinobi World War, you have never been on the battlefield. Today is your last chance. If you die at the hands of the enemy, your honor can still be preserved. But if you die of old age, then you will truly be disgraced. Why does Jiraiya only fight at the city gates to stop the giant snakes in the anime, instead of helping the third Hokage? Because he understands Orochimaru's thoughts, which are also his own thoughts. Let the third Hokage die a grand and glorious death, leaving his bright and noble image forever in the hearts of the villagers. This is the final grand gift from a disciple to their teacher. It's not just Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Don't others think the same way? Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, even Asuma, was there anyone who wanted to go and support the third Hokage? They are all dealing with the small fry. Kakashi and Guy even have time to chat. Everyone is just standing by and watching. They all want to see the third Hokage die on the spot. The value of a ninja lies in the way they die. Sarutobi-sensei, I hope you can understand. Jiraiya sighed, fully aware that with Mizuki's departure, the third Hokage was doomed. That Sharingan technique called Takami no Mikoto was truly unbeatable. I should get to work too. I can't let Konoha suffer too much damage. He left the Hokage tower and headed toward the village entrance, where giant snakes were attacking, and even the walls had collapsed. The final stage of the Chunin exams, the rooftop battle, is still ongoing. It must be said, the sturdiness of this rooftop rivals the fivefold Rashomon. If certain real estate developers saw this, they'd be ashamed to the point of wanting to disappear. Battles are happening everywhere, but upon closer inspection, it's not hard to notice that the people of Konoha are slacking off, especially the Jonin of Konoha, all putting on a show of fake effort, taking 3 minutes just to deal with a single Chunin. Shuemu reappeared outside the four violet flames formation. This time, he showed his true face, no longer hiding. The third Hokage, after all, was a hero of his generation. Although his character was questionable, he was still a figure of significance. If, after his death, his epitaph read died at the hands of an unknown ninja, it would be too cruel. Besides, being able to kill the third Hokage is an honor in itself. There's no point in hiding it. It makes him seem afraid of others finding out he's the one who killed the third, making people look down on him for no reason. So, if you're going to kill, you have to do it openly and honorably. You absolutely can't be like Kakuzu, throwing shurikens from 800 miles away in a sneak attack. In the end, no one but himself believed his words. Even the ninjas from his own village called him a coward who only talked but didn't dare to act, forcing him to defect. Not worth it. On the rooftop, the moment Mizuki appeared, several flashes of cold light had already slashed toward him.
Attacking together were Senbon, Shuriken, and Kunai. Shinra Tensen.
Under the powerful repulsion, all attacks were deflected, and the nearby enemies were sent flying backward with screams.
A single move cleared the field.
The sudden turn of events caught the attention of those inside the four violet flames formation. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and especially after seeing Mizuki's eyes, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue to lick his face.
Shuemu-kun, you finally came. I thought you were going to break your promise. Shuemu glanced at Orochimaru.
The tongue is already out, attracted by the Sharingan and Rinnegan, showing interest in my body, huh? The third Hokage's expression turned extremely grim upon seeing Shuemu.
At this moment,
the second generation's dark walking technique had already been dispelled, and both the third and first generations had regained their vision.
Shuemu, you really came.
Kanahagakure trained you to become a ninja, yet you not only show no gratitude but ultimately turned against the village.
Like Irika, you were an orphan since childhood.
It was Kanahagakure that raised you, but you repay kindness with enmity.
You are unworthy of being human. 3 generations started a war of words. Shuemu sneered, I defected from Konoha because you forced me to. I actually wanted to stay in Konoha, but you drove me away.
Furthermore, let me make one thing clear, I bear no ill will toward Konoha. I came here today solely to kill you, third Hokage.
What orphan, what being raised by Konoha, what great kindness Konoha has shown me. He said, what does this have to do with me?
Shuemu, I just crossed over halfway, and all those benefits you mentioned, I haven't enjoyed a single one of them.
So, there's no guilt at all. At this moment, Hashirama Senju said, a Mangekyo Sharingan in your left eye, and it's an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan.
It seems that, like Madara, you're also a person with a tragic fate. Speaking while sighing, thinking that Shuemu is just like Uchiha Madara, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan when a friend dies, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan when a brother dies. The third Hokage was speechless and emphasized, Lord Hashirama, he is the enemy now. Hashirama suddenly realized, oh right, he is the enemy, trying to kill you.
The third Hokage, Orochimaru, Shuemu, this natural airhead, so clueless, no wonder he's one of the 3 fools of Konoha, mentioned alongside Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki by the second Hokage.
If the second Hokage's mind weren't currently suppressed by Orochimaru's curse mark, he probably would have directly mocked him.
Monkey, what should we do now? Hashirama asked.
Third Hokage, help me create an enclosed space. Hashirama nodded, clapped his hands, and shouted, wood style, tree wall barrier. Around the third Hokage, a circle of vine-like trees quickly grew, closing together above his head to form a sealed space, protecting him within. Shuemu did not rush to take action. He wanted to see what tricks the third still had up his sleeve at this point. Let the first calm down first. Activating the body flicker technique, Shuemu appeared directly beside Orochimaru, raising his right hand. Universal pull. The first's body immediately flew uncontrollably toward Shuemu. At the same time, a black rod emerged from the palm of Shuemu's left hand.
This black rod could seal chakra, rendering those affected immobile.
Even-tailed beasts, once pierced by the black rod, could only surrender helplessly.
In the next moment, the black rod pierced into the first Hokage's chest. Shuemu frowned slightly. The sensation felt off. It was a bit hard.
Sure enough, the next moment, the first Hokage's body turned into wood.
A wood clone? When did that happen? Mizuki frowned slightly.
As expected of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, when did he use a clone? Even his own eyes hadn't caught it. No wonder during the Battle of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara was ultimately deceived by Hashirama's wood clone and then stabbed in the back by him. This wooden clone technique has been executed to perfection.
Would release, undo the pants.
Countless large trees grew wildly, and the flat rooftop turned into a primordial forest in the blink of an eye. Everyone's vision was affected.
Wood style, wood human technique.
A large number of trees gathered together, forming a giant wooden figure, its massive foot stomping towards Mizuki and Orochimaru. Water style, water dragon bullet. The second Hokage raised his hand, not needing to form seals. A vast amount of water, like a lake, surged around him, transforming into a water dragon above his head and crashing towards the wooden figure. The water dragon struck the wooden figure, causing it to stagger but not fall. Water style, water severing wave. The second Hokage spewed a high-pressure stream of water from his mouth, sweeping it toward the wooden figure. The water severing wave, akin to a laser capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones, caused limited damage when it hit the wooden figure, unable to cut it in two.
Moreover, the injured parts of the wooden figure heal in an instant.
As expected of the first Hokage, the power of his technique is truly extraordinary, Orochimaru praised. If it weren't for the unqualified sacrifices used in the Edo Tensei, the first's strength would have increased several times over. Such a first Hokage could destroy the heavens and the earth with a casual strike.
At this moment, the fourth Kazekage also made his move.
A massive amount of golden sand surged to the wooden man's feet, entangling its left foot.
Sandstorm burial.
The terrifying pressure from the sand's compression deformed the wooden man's left foot, eventually crushing it into fragments. The enormous wooden man, with its left foot damaged, immediately lost its balance and collapsed to the ground.
Even so, the roof remains sturdy.
Although the wooden man's left foot is damaged, it is quickly repairing itself and will soon be as good as new.
Orochimaru said, Mizuki-kun, the wooden man is quite troublesome.
Previously, the first Hokage also summoned a wooden man, and we had to use numerous methods to deal with it.
If you want to take it down in one move, I'm afraid only your wind style, Raisin Shuriken can do it. Shuemu shook his head and said, no need.
The wind style, Raisin Shuriken is indeed powerful, but the damage it causes to the tendons in the palm is too severe. Even Naruto's Uzumaki clan physique, combined with the rapid recovery of the Nine-Tails chakra, couldn't withstand it, let alone Shuemu.
Just use the regular Rasengan.
He raised his hand and threw a Rasengan, like a tailed beast ball, striking the wooden figure's chest and blasting out a half-meter wide crater.
For the massive wooden figure, this was nothing at all.
The crater was quickly repairing itself,
but in less than half a second, another Rasengan exploded in the exact same spot.
The big pit had just been slightly repaired, and now it became even bigger.
It wasn't over.
Next, one Rasengan after another, like a machine gun, crazily smashed toward the wooden figure.
Orochimaru was stunned,
only to see Mizuki's hands moving simultaneously, and as soon as a Rasengan was thrown, a new one was immediately formed, endlessly.
In the span of 2 or 3 breaths, dozens of Rasengan had already been thrown.
The wooden figure on the opposite side was blasted full of holes, with no time to repair itself.
Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked it, muttering, ninjutsu can be used like this? This is the 4th Hokage's Rasengan, a powerful ultimate move. How did it become a basic attack in his hands?
4th Kazekage,
Shikaku's wind release, drilling air bullet, its firepower isn't even this fierce.
The massive wooden figure was turned into a sieve and collapsed in less than 3 seconds. Just as the wooden figure fell, another shuriken flew out from the forest, a shuriken made of wood.
Ninja art, multiple shuriken shadow clone jutsu. A shuriken instantly transformed into thousands upon thousands, overwhelming the sky as they attacked.
Orochimaru bit his finger and began forming seals.
But Mizuki's movements were faster.
With just a thought, a chakra fluctuation flashed. A tall wall immediately rose up, blocking the front. Orochimaru's hand, halfway through forming seals, paused.
Shuemu-kun, I admire you more and more. Releasing ninjutsu without seals, huh? His tongue extended again.
Shuemu leapt onto the top of the earth flow wall and shouted loudly, sorry, this is something you can't envy. The sound spread outward from him as the center.
Echolocation began searching for the location of the first generation, and results came quickly. Universal pull. The first generation's body immediately flew uncontrollably toward them.
Shuemu repeated his old trick, a black rod reappearing in the palm of his left hand, directly piercing the first generation's chest.
However, the sensation was off again. Mizuki frowned, another wood clone?
The first Hokage's wood clone, really impressive.
Then, where is the real body hiding? Using echolocation to search repeatedly, even the rooftops were checked, but the first Hokage's location couldn't be found.
Suddenly, from the trunk of a tree, the first Hokage emerged, clapping his hands to form a seal. So, he merged with the tree.
Universal pull activated once again, interrupting the first Hokage's technique while pulling him over.
Another black rod was thrust forward, but once again, damn it was just a wood clone.
Endless, isn't it? Shuemu was a bit annoyed.
We've already seen some of the first Hokage's techniques, there's no need to keep entangling. He turned to Orochimaru and said, I think it's better to release the impure world reincarnation and let the first and second Hokage return to the Pure Land. Originally, you and the 4th Kazekage weren't confident about dealing with the 3rd Hokage, but now with me here, the 3rd Hokage can't stir up much trouble.
Orochimaru nodded and began forming seals. After all, if he wanted to use the impure world reincarnation, he could summon it at any time. Zicho Shin Inichen Hai. Impure world reincarnation, release.
From the second Hokage's body, dust flew up like paper scraps, quickly revealing an unlucky ninja from the grass village within. Similarly, on the surface of a tree, dust scatters, and the first generation's impure world reincarnation has also been undone. Now, only the 3rd Hokage remains.
Mizuki looked at the sealed tree boundary wall.
At the same time, inside the tree boundary wall, the 3rd Hokage was causing trouble.
Ninja art, summoning jutsu. With a bang, the old monkey Enma appeared.
In Enma's hands was a child, also from the orphanage.
The 3rd said, thank you for your hard work, Enma. Enma glanced at the technique on the ground, then frowned at the 3rd and asked, Saratobi, what exactly are you trying to do?
The 3rd Hokage shook his head and said, with a great enemy before us, everything I do is for the sake of Konoha.
As for the children, I can only say I'm sorry.
They sacrificed themselves for Konoha, and I will inscribe their names on the memorial stone.
Enma opened his mouth and said, Saratobi, your actions have completely gone against Konoha's. Enough, I have my own plans for this matter. You can go back now.
The 3rd Hokage directly interrupted Enma's words. After speaking, the 3rd Hokage voluntarily dispelled the summoning technique.
Although the ape demon looked unwilling, it still disappeared with a poof.
The 3rd Hokage looked at the unconscious child on the ground, expressionless.
He took out a scroll with the reanimation jutsu formula drawn on it.
Immediately after, he took out an eye, crushed it, and smeared it onto the formula. Spread the scroll open on the ground, and the technique immediately flowed out from the scroll as if it had come to life, surrounding the child and forming a formation.
Summoning jutsu, impure world reincarnation. The entire formation began to glow.
The child also woke up, but his face was filled with pain, letting out a piercing scream. The filthy soil gathered around the child like scattered scraps of paper in the light, and soon, Uchiha Shisui reappeared.
Third Hokage, you've gone too far.
Shisui opened his eyes and saw the third Hokage, a flash of anger in his gaze. The third Hokage said calmly, Konoha is at the brink of life and death. I had no choice but to do this. It's just that the second Hokage didn't perfect the impure world reincarnation, causing each summoning to last only a short time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to repeatedly harm innocent people.
Shisui, expressionless, asked, who do you want me to deal with this time?
His view of the third Hokage completely changed. The three generations in memory were kind, amiable, considerate of the bigger picture, not heavy-hearted about killing, and thoughtful of others.
But now, it's completely different.
Shisui already understood that he had been deceived by the facade of the three generations. He regretted that, while alive, he shouldn't have trusted the words of the three generations. He was actually fooled by them into opposing his clan and family for the ridiculous will of fire.
Got myself into trouble, but also dragged Itachi into it. In the end, the Uchiha clan wasn't saved, and Konoha didn't fare much better, only growing weaker.
It's too late for regrets.
Unfortunately, after being reincarnated through Edo Tensei, he could only follow the third Hokage's orders and couldn't resist.
Otherwise, he would have to use a divine departure. The third Hokage said, once you see the person, you'll know who it is. Remember, the enemy is very tricky, so you must act immediately. With that, the third Hokage formed a seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. The great fireball spewed from the mouth directly broke through the tree boundary wall, revealing a large hole.
Shisui's gaze immediately focused on Mizuki.
In the next moment, a four-cornered pinwheel appeared in his pupils. Mizuki was startled and instinctively took out Lucian floral water, opened the cap, and was about to apply it under his nose at the philtrum.
But the next moment, he reacted. My left eye is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and my right eye is the Rinnegan. Why would I fear a mere Koto Amatsukami? He looked at the third Hokage and sneered. Third Hokage, you don't actually think that the Koto Amatsukami used by Shisui is much stronger than what Danzo could manage, do you? A mere Mangekyo Sharingan technique would have any effect on the Rinnegan?
Blood tears flowed from the corners of the still eyes. The water, wood, breeze, and light clouds, he could feel a spiritual force attempting to invade his mind.
However, it couldn't penetrate at all.
Just the pupil power of the eternal eye in his left eye was enough to completely block this spiritual force outside. The third Hokage looked at Shuemu, who was completely unaffected, with a gloomy expression. Shuemu smiled and said, Third Hokage, you are known as a heroic ninja, yet at the brink of death, you resort to such despicable acts that desecrate the dead.
Truly, you have tarnished your reputation in your final days. I've had my fun. Now, it's time for you to depart.
But at that moment, the third Hokage suddenly revealed a smile.
The one who should be on the road is you.
The next moment, Shuemu only felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his body became immobile.
Turning to the side, he saw Orochimaru biting his neck. Orochimaru's teeth injected venom and a black curse mark into Shuemu's body.
This is Orochimaru's unique curse seal, which once rendered Obito immobile during the Fourth Great Ninja War, greatly aiding the Ninja Alliance.
What the heck, Orochimaru, you joined forces with the third Hokage?
Hee, Mizuki-kun, I'm sorry to tell you that the Konoha Crush plan was merely a bait to lure you in.
Mizuki frowned. Funny, huh? The Konoha Crush plan to lure me in? When this plan was being devised,
I wasn't even famous yet. Mizuki realized something and looked at the third Hokage and Uchiha Shisui beside him.
Third Hokage, what a calculation. Orochimaru has already fallen under Koto Amatsukami?
It seems something very interesting happened here while I went to the Hokage's office to fetch the scroll.
Needless to say, the fourth Kazekage must have also been controlled by Koto Amatsukami. In other words, these people were all just putting on an act for me earlier.
The third Hokage's move of summoning Edo Tensei Shisui is truly impressive. Orochimaru released his mouth, his face full of exhaustion, and said, hurry, his chakra is too vast.
My curse seal and snake venom won't hold him for long.
Heaven knows, in order to control Mizuki, he poured all his chakra into the curse seal. Now, with his chakra depleted, he's completely out of commission. The third Hokage rushed over quickly, forming hand seals.
Fire style, flame bullet.
Looking at the raging flames about to engulf him, Shuemu's lips curled into a faint smile.
You've underestimated my power far too much. Although I can't use chakra, the ocular jutsu of my eyes doesn't require chakra to activate. Any ninjutsu is useless against me.
As the words fell, it was a Shinra Tensei. The fire flame bullet instantly disintegrated, and Orochimaru behind was also sent flying dozens of meters, landing on the ground and groaning miserably.
He forced himself to shout, keep attacking, he can't move now, this is the best opportunity.
The third Hokage continued forming hand seals.
Lightning style, ground walk. shock, lightning traveled along the ground, reaching under Mizuki's feet. Rinnegan, sealing technique absorption seal. A barrier enveloped Mizuki, and when the lightning style encountered the barrier, it immediately reverted to chakra and was completely absorbed. Is ninjutsu ineffective? In that case, I'll have to kill you up close with a weapon. Earth style, hiding like a mole technique. The third Hokage burrowed underground, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Mizuki. Without a sound, he thrust a kunai toward Mizuki's back. Shinra Tensei. 3 generations flew straight out, but turned into soil in midair. This is an Earth clone. As Shinra Tensei just ended, another third generation emerged behind Mizuki, stabbing towards Mizuki with a kunai. Mizuki frowned. Shinra Tensei has a 5-second cooldown. It was used 1 second ago, so it's not ready yet. In that case, behind Mizuki, the third Hokage sneered and said, that Rinnegan technique that repels all ninjutsu and matter isn't ready yet, is it? Traitor Mizuki, die. The third generation's face was ferocious, with a crazed smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had already envisioned the scene of Shuemu dying on the spot. But in the next moment, a crisp sound rang out. Ding! Golden chakra formed a skeleton figure, shielding Shuemu within it. The kunai struck one of the skeleton's ribs and broke apart. What is this? Orochimaru's face was full of shock, and not far away, the fourth Kazekage also widened his eyes. The third Hokage gritted his teeth and said, Susanoo, you only have 1 Sharingan, how can you activate Susanoo? Shuemu, however, laughed and said, a kunai stabbing Susanoo. Third Hokage, you and Danzo truly are good brothers. Shuemu's right pinky finger moved slightly. The effect of Orochimaru's cursed seal was weakening. The snake venom injected into the body was also being rapidly neutralized under the continuous flow of chakra. There were no fools present. Everyone saw Shuemu's finger move. Orochimaru anxiously shouted, the curse mark's restraint on him is weakening. It will soon lose its effect. We must kill him while the curse mark is still active. The third Hokage was also anxious. A look of struggle flashed in his eyes, as if there was a decision he was hesitant to make. Mizuki said indifferently, I've had enough fun. Third Hokage, it's time to send you on your way. The reason for delaying until now is that Shuemu just wanted to train his combat abilities. Otherwise, he could have silenced Takamakura no Makoto's third generation from the start and ended it instantly. Shuemu deeply understands the importance of combat experience. Having only chakra and ninjutsu does not necessarily mean great strength. Just like Kagaya Otsutsuki, who absorbed so much chakra and had an incredibly powerful Kekkei Mora, yet ultimately she was still defeated by Naruto and Sasuke. In contrast, Madara Uchiha, who had less chakra than Kagaya and lacked her Kekkei Mora, demonstrated even greater combat ability than Kagaya. If it weren't for Black Zetsu's betrayal, Naruto and Sasuke would never have been a match for Madara. Therefore, having finally encountered an opportunity like today, Mizuki naturally wants to take the chance to improve himself. Today's battle taught him valuable lessons. For example, never fully trust your allies, because you never know if your ally might suddenly turn into an enemy and stab you in the back. Fortunately, it was Orochimaru. If it had been Black Zetsu, wouldn't he have been doomed? Let's end this. Susanu's skeletal fist smashed backward toward the third Hokage. Although it couldn't turn around, the third's position was clearly reflected in Mizuki's mind through echolocation. The third Hokage dodged nimbly. Susanu's 2 fists pounded down alternately, but the third's movements were extremely agile. Despite several consecutive punches, none of them landed. Universal pull. The suction grabbed the third generation, pulling him toward the water and wood. Now you can't escape. The giant skeletal fist, carrying immense power, smashed down once again. This time, the third generation couldn't dodge. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. In a critical moment, the third Hokage summoned the Monkey King. Monkey King, quickly throw me away. The Monkey King didn't hesitate, grabbed the third Hokage, and threw him out. The next moment, the giant skeletal fist struck the Monkey King. Injured, the Monkey King dispelled the summoning technique and disappeared. The third Hokage, who once again resolved the crisis, had the hesitation in his eyes disappear, replaced by determination. He had already made a certain decision and said to Orochimaru, Orochimaru, from now on, Konoha will rely on you. I hereby officially appoint you as the 5th Hokage. In the next moment, he quickly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. The third Hokage created more than a dozen shadow clones. But it's not over yet. Earth release, earth flow wall. 4 wide and tall earth walls rose, enclosing Suemu and the third Hokage within. Even Susanoo couldn't match the height of these walls. Earth release, heavenly cover. A black interdimensional portal appeared overhead and a giant lid fell, resting on the 4 earthen walls. The surroundings instantly turned pitch black. Water release, water adhesive trap. The third Hokage spat glue from his mouth, sealing all the gaps between the earthen walls and the lid. An airtight, sealed space was completed. Meanwhile, the shadow clones of the third generation were also performing ninjutsu. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A dozen or so shadow clones opened their mouths to inhale large gulps of air. In the confined space, as the air was drawn in by these clones, it immediately began to thin, until finally,
the air was completely drained. The key is, after they suck in the air, they hold it in their mouths without exhaling. This results in a lack of air in the surroundings, creating a near vacuum state.
So this is the true usage of wind style, vacuum great sphere?
Body flicker is impressive, but it requires locking onto the target before execution.
It's pitch black here, you can't see. It's become a vacuum state, unable to transmit sound, so you can't hear. Shapeshifting has become useless. Even if Orochimaru's curse mark binding fails, you still can't escape. To counter Mizuki's shapeshifting, the third Hokage painstakingly devised this set of interconnected ninjutsu. Not far away, Mizuki noticed the changes in the surrounding environment and couldn't help but feel admiration.
To come up with such a method to counter teleportation, the third Hokage is truly a genius.
Shuemu couldn't sense anything, and the third Hokage also became blind. Moreover, without air, the intense feeling of suffocation began. What do you mean, trying to suffocate me?
At this moment, the third Hokage was forming hand seals.
Finally, he clasped his hands together.
In the next instant, the Grim Reaper appeared behind him. An eerie aura began to spread, accompanied by a terrifying laugh that could resonate even in a vacuum.
Shuemu suddenly felt a chill down his spine, goosebumps rising all over. Reaper Death Seal. This must be the Reaper Death Seal.
The third Hokage wants to perish together with me.
Shuemu was shocked. He wanted to move, but the effects of Orochimaru's curse mark hadn't worn off yet.
The only thing he could move were a few fingers, and he couldn't even turn around. The chakra within the body is still in a disturbed state and cannot be used. The only usable ability is the Eye's Dojutsu. However, without the support of chakra and relying solely on ocular power, the Dojutsu's strength is greatly diminished.
Even a single Shinra Tensei might not be enough to break through the surrounding earth-style walls. Even Susanoo can only reach the second stage.
His strength is greatly affected.
But Mizuki would never resign himself to death. It's only been a few months since he transmigrated. How could he just die now? This is forcing me to use my ultimate move. His body floated upward, expressionless and indifferent, while activating his show-off mode.
How many floors must a bag of rice be carried?
A bag of rice must be carried to the second floor.
Carrying a bag of rice is so exhausting. A bag of rice wants me to wash it.
Mouthfuls of mud. Who gave you a bag of rice? After a moment of silence, an earth-shattering repulsive force erupted. Spicy tea on sun.
The previously undamaged rooftop from the battle finally began to collapse. The overhead sky cover and the surrounding earthen walls crumbled inch by inch.
The third Hokage's shadow clone instantly dissipated.
The third himself, as if struck head-on by a rapidly approaching mountain, suffered comminuted fractures throughout his entire body and was then compressed into a bloody pulp by the repulsive force. The Grim Reaper, whose face was twisted in a sinister grin, could no longer smile. Instead, with wide, ghostly eyes full of terror, he stared at Mizuki. Then, the intangible body of the Grim Reaper also began to tear apart, slowly dissipating like smoke amidst faint, agonized cries.
The destruction continued, and both Orochimaru and the fourth Kazekage met their deaths amidst screams of agony.
The four-sound ninja relied on the four violet flames formation to hold their ground firmly. When the chakra of the four was completely exhausted and the four violet flames formation disappeared, the Super Shinra Tensei finally ran out of its last bit of power.
Mizuki's mouth twitched. How embarrassing. Pain's almighty push destroyed the entire Konoha in one move. Now it's my turn, and I only managed to destroy a rooftop?
What the hell is this?
All that effort to act so cool just now. Luckily, no one heard it.
Let this embarrassment be buried deep in the heart, never to be spoken of to anyone. This incident also served as a reminder for Shuemu, making him realize once again the importance of chakra. Without chakra, relying solely on ocular power, even with the Rinnegan, the power of ocular techniques cannot be fully unleashed. Not to mention he only has one Rinnegan, with only half the ocular power.
He looked around.
The corpses of the third Hokage, Orochimaru, and the fourth Kazekage were all unrecognizable, and the Sound Four had also died from exhausting their chakra. The third Hokage is dead. Sigh, what a series of twists and turns.
I guess I got carried away. The fourth Kazekage is dead too. As for Orochimaru, there's a 90% chance he'll come back to life.
The purpose of this trip to Konoha has been achieved. With Orochimaru's death, the curse seal was immediately lifted, and Mizuki regained his mobility, with his chakra back under control. The snake venom in his body hasn't been completely cleared, but it's almost gone. At that moment, the Umbu who had been watching the battle all rushed in.
Kill him.
A large number of ninjutsu and ninja tools tilted toward Mizuki, who frowned slightly and shouted, Shinra Tensei.
All means of attack were instantly cleared.
However, Mizuki also felt a sharp pain in his right eye, causing him to instinctively cover it with his hand. The previous move, Super Shinra Tensei, resulted in excessive depletion of ocular power.
3 generations are already dead. There's no point in continuing to dwell on it. Next, let's start shopping on Taba. The ninja tool shop. Mizuki came again.
It feels like wandering through a supermarket in a post-apocalyptic zombie world.
Take whatever you want.
Long swords, kunai, shuriken, sanban, blade tool toolkits, various scrolls. After filling an entire storage ring, he finally stopped. Before leaving, Mizuki took out over 100 million in cash and piled it on the counter. This money was enough to cover the cost of the blade tools he took. He is now the village chief, a person of status. How could he engage in such sneaky and dishonorable acts? As for taking the ninja scrolls from the Hokage's office, that's not called stealing, that's called seizing. Seizing is fine, done openly and honorably. If I seize something from you, you can't blame me for bullying the weak, you can only blame yourself for being less skilled. Take these things back. Phoenix Village won't be short of ninja tools for a while. With ninjutsu and ninja tools in place, the foundation of Phoenix Village is now solid. But that's not all. Next, he visited the herbal medicine shop, barbecue shop, dumpling shop, Ichirako ramen shop, anything he could take, he took it all. With the system's granted return function, to him, nothing is without value. What we lack the most right now is people. A ninja village with only 6 ninjas, what kind of ninja village is that? Who can we take with us? The first person Mizuki thought of was Neji. Unlike in the anime, without Naruto's incessant chatter, Neji remains a rebellious teenager. He resents the Hyuga clan's main and branch family system, believing that hard work is worthless in the face of innate talent. Whether it's towards the Hyuga clan or the Hidden Leaf village, Neji feels no sense of belonging. Such a person is suitable to bring back to the land of birds. But there's the caged bird seal, which is quite troublesome. If the caged bird seal isn't removed, even if Neji is taken away, the Hyuga main family can still kill him at any time using the seal. Is there any way? This issue had actually been on Mizuki's mind for a long time, and in the end, he could only think of one method, which was still an impossible one. Kill Neji. Once Neji dies, the caged bird seal would immediately activate, destroying the Byakugan. After activation, the caged bird curse mark would naturally become null and void. Then, Mizuki would use the outer path abilities of the Rinnegan to perform the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique and bring Neji back to life. In this way, Neji would no longer be bound by the constraints of a caged bird. But the problem is, after performing the reincarnation birth technique, the caster will inevitably die. Mizuki wouldn't be foolish enough to trade his own life for someone else's. Therefore, it is impossible for him to carry out this method. If I want to survive after casting the technique, the only way is for me to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Actually, there is another way to resurrect the dead, and that is the Sage Talisman of the Toad Clan from Mount Mayaboku. The Sage of Six Paths once used the Sage Talisman from Mount Mayaboku to resurrect his brother, Otsutsuki Hamura. But Mizuki doesn't believe he could borrow such a divine artifact from Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya died, and even Mount Mayaboku didn't resurrect him, let alone anyone else. Forget it, let's not think about Neji for now. When we find a way to remove the curse mark or master a resurrection-type jutsu, then it won't be too late to bring him back. It's hard to rely on oneself, but he has the system. Except for Neji, there aren't many good candidates in Konoha for now. The other rookies have a strong sense of belonging to Konoha and deep bonds, so taking them away would be futile. Therefore, they are not being considered for now. If Konoha doesn't work, then let's consider people from other villages. Gaara from the Sand Village is a good candidate. After forcibly bringing him back, just have Naruto use his TNJ on him. Kimimaro, Karen, and Suigetsu from the Sound Village are all talented individuals with considerable potential. Now, the closest one is Gaara. The opportunity is right in front of us. At the Chunin exam final arena, the battle has already ended. The Leaf Village has the advantage in numbers, while most of the minor sound and sand ninjas have been killed. The remaining key figures have all fled. What happened on the rooftop, apart from those few members of the Umbu and Mizuki, no one knows the specifics. The Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja have no idea that their leader was controlled by Koto Amatsukami and reconciled with Konoha. Now that their leader is dead, their first reaction is to flee. The Sound Ninja village is left with only Kabuto Yakushi, who escaped quickly. His outstanding espionage skills allowed him to leave Konoha with ease. The Sand Ninjas Jonin, Baki, had long disappeared, while Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro rushed out of Konoha together. During his battle with Rock Lee, Gaara sustained a minor injury and was being supported by Temari and Kankuro. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, making Temari and Kankuro beside him too afraid to even breathe loudly, fearing they might provoke this killing star into doing something drastic. The three of them dealt with the pursuing bystanders behind them and sped toward the land of wind. Suddenly, the three figures paused and stopped, with Temari and Kankuro looking ahead warily at the person in front of them. "Could you hand Gaara over to me?" Mizuki said with a faint smile. The rooftop battle, due to the barrier of the four violet flames formation, was something they knew little about. They only learned at the end, when the formation broke, that the fourth Kazekage had died. Additionally, Kankuro and Temari's attention was entirely focused on Gaara the whole time. Therefore, they didn't know Mizuki at all. When Gaara saw Mizuki, the killing intent in his eyes suddenly surged. "Kill, kill, kill you, kill all of you." Temari picked up her fan and said, "Kankuro, take Gaara and leave first, I'll cover the rear." She unfolded her fan, revealing a single star, and was about to swing it when she inadvertently locked eyes with Mizuki. In an instant, she was overwhelmed by fear, her face filled filled with terror, as if she had seen the most horrifying thing. Beside her, Kankuro was the same, his body unable to move, with no will to resist rising in his heart, only feeling that he would die in the next moment. Knowing full well that I was caught in an illusion, I couldn't break free. It was like being pinned down by a ghost, utterly despairing. In contrast, Gaara's reaction was entirely different. He seemed enraged, his pupils began to change, and his body started to transform into a tailed beast. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a miniature version of Shikaku, the one-tail. I'll kill you. I will kill you. Shuemu gave no chance, his left eye constantly showing the kaleidoscope, directly using the pupil technique Takamikazuchi. Gaara immediately gave up, and even his tailed beast transformation was forced to end. What did you do to me? Gaara was also dumbfounded. Shuemu smiled and said, promise to go somewhere with me, and I'll tell you. Gaara asked, what place? Suemu replied, a place completely different from the Sand Village. In the Sand Village, everyone fears you, everyone hates you, even your own father wants to kill you. But in that place, no one will fear your power, no one will hate you. In the Sand Village, among your peers, no one is willing to play with you. But in that place, you'll have many, many friends, and everyone will welcome you and be happy to play with you. Gaara's face was full of longing, murmuring softly, not afraid of me, willing to play with me. At this moment, there was light in his eyes. But the next moment, that light went out. You lied to me. There's a monster living inside me. I am the monster. No one dares to play with me. No one dares to be my friend. Kill everyone. Shuemu sighed inwardly. This boy is really hard to deal with. So, he had no choice but to bring out his ultimate move. There is someone just like you over there. Someone who also has a monster living inside them. Others might not, but he will definitely accept you. Because you two are the same kind of person. The same kind of person as me? Gaara's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Come with me, and your life will be completely transformed. Gaara walked toward Mizuki without hesitation. To hell with the Sand Village, to hell with the Land of Wind. It wasn't until the two had gone far that Temari and Kankuro broke free from the illusion. They were drenched in sweat, trembling all over, with lingering fears still visible on their faces. What should we do? Kankuro asked. Temari shook her head. That person is too terrifying. In front of him, Gaara couldn't even use his ninjutsu, and we can't stop him either. Let's return to the village. This matter is beyond what we can handle. Temari looked in the direction where Gaara had left, her eyes not showing much anxiety. In fact, she very much hoped that Mizuki's words were true, hoping that Gaara's life could change. No matter how it turns out, it's still better than being a murderous demon. Mizuki took Gaara and headed east. In the Land of Waves to the east, due to Mizuki's interference, Zabuza and Haku did not die as they did in the original story. Phoenix Village is really short on people. The Hidden Leaf Village quickly calmed down after the chaos. With the third Hokage's death, the major clans immediately stopped hesitating and stepped in to restore order. The invading Sound and Sand ninjas had no power to resist, some were captured, others killed, and the situation was resolved within a few hours. At the Chunin exam final arena, amidst the damaged rooftops, the Anbu of the Hidden Leaf were collecting the bodies. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and other top ninjas of the Hidden Leaf had all arrived. Looking at the corpse crushed into a meat patty, everyone remained expressionless. The death of the third was something everyone had tacitly agreed upon. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Jiraiya walked up to Orochimaru's corpse, kicked it lightly, and said, Orochimaru, stop pretending. I know you're not dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's corpse opened its mouth, and a hand reached out. A new Orochimaru emerged from within, slimy and disgusting enough to make one want to vomit out yesterday's meal. Jiraiya watched the scene expressionlessly, but inside, he was furiously complaining. Disgusting snake. After Orochimaru came out, he was extremely weak, barely able to stand steadily. But he was still full of relief, smiling as he said, Mizuki-kun, he's still too young. He didn't even check the corpse before leaving. Jiraiya, in my opinion, he never intended to kill you, just like how he let me go in the Hokage building. Orochimaru's smile froze. Jiraiya continued, I heard that before the third died, he passed the position of Hokage to you? Orochimaru nodded and said, that's right. Jiraiya, I will never agree to that. While speaking, a Rasengan had already smashed into Orochimaru's face, directly blowing his head off. The battle between the Sannin, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had begun. Orochimaru was already severely injured and weak, unable to even perform a summoning jutsu, making him no match for Jiraiya. In the end, he revealed his true form as the white phosphorus serpent and was killed by Jiraiya. There was no escape. The area was surrounded by Konoha's ninjas. The third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village is dead. The fourth Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village is dead. And Orochimaru of the Hidden Sound Village is also dead. This small-scale war between the three villages ended with the deaths of the three village leaders. The only winner, the rogue ninja Mizuki from the Hidden Leaf Village. Mizuki's name spread throughout the ninja world in just a few days. With his own strength, he took down the three highest leaders of the ninja villages, a feat unprecedented in the entire ninja world. Shuemu, along with Gaara, arrived in the Land of Waves, gazing at the still unfinished Great Naruto Bridge. Although I played a part, the main reason
reason is that Konoha didn't take full responsibility. I hope Haku of the Yuki clan and Zabuza are still in the Land of Waves. At that time, Jiraiya was in the Land of Waves. If Zabuza saw Jiraiya, he definitely wouldn't dare to make a move. This is also the reason why Mizuki came to the Land of Waves to find Zabuza and Haku. As long as Zabuza doesn't make a move, he and Haku won't die. If the two don't die, he can take them to the Land of Birds to join the soon-to-be established Phoenix Village. Phoenix Village really lacks people. Gaara followed beside Mizuki, completely subdued. Although murderous intent occasionally surged, wanting to act out, one look from Mizuki, and he gave up, completely powerless to resist. Gaara, do you know what love is? Mizuki asked. Gaara replied coldly, I don't know, and I've never experienced the feeling of love. Mizuki shook his head. No, you have experienced it. Your uncle Yashimaru loved you until the moment of his death. Gaara heard the words Yashimaru, and his emotions exploded instantly, his eyes filled with rage. He wants to kill me, he wants me dead, he doesn't love me at all. Chakras surged from Gaara's body, sand floated around him, and killing intent erupted violently from within him. Mizuki glanced over, his left eye activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just one glance, Gaara was silenced, and his sand controlling technique immediately failed. But even so, Gaara still exuded a chilling killing intent, roaring, kill. I will kill you. He bared his fangs and claws, like a ferocious beast, ready to tear Mizuki apart. Mizuki continued, Yashimaru lied to you, that's right, he did hate you, because his sister was killed because of you. But as your uncle, his love for you far surpasses his hatred for you. If he truly wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago. The sand village of the Land of Wind is most skilled in poisons. He takes care of your daily needs, killing you would be as easy as turning his hand. Gaara stared with his panda-like eyes, a struggle beginning to show in them. In his mind, the image of Yashimaru appeared. That gentle smiling face and the words full of doting affection made Gaara unable to resist wanting to return to the past. But soon, the assassination scene replayed, and the beauty shattered. No, it's not like that. He clearly wanted to kill me. It's not like what you said. Mizuki explained, because he was following your father's orders to test you. With his death, test whether you can control Shikaku. Gaara held his head with both hands and shouted loudly, no, I don't believe it. Mizuki looked at the collapsing Gaara and refrained from provoking him further with words. After a while, Gaara finally calmed down, but his emotions were still unstable. Shuemu took him, walking on the sea surface, and soon arrived at the Land of Waves, heading to Tazuna's house. Upon arrival, they found the door damaged and no one at home. Looking at the unfinished bridge earlier, Shuemu had a guess. Just as expected, it was obvious that Kakashi had terminated the mission early without waiting for the bridge to be completed. Once Kakashi left, no one could stop Gato anymore, and naturally, the bridge couldn't be completed. As for Tazuna opposing Gato, it was only natural he wouldn't need a good end. Mizuki squinted his eyes and approached a nearby neighbor to inquire. Tazuna? He and his daughter and grandson have all been captured by Gato's men and tied up in the marketplace. Ah, Tazuna was too reckless to dare to oppose Gato. Now his whole family is doomed. Mizuki sighed and cursed the third Hokage in his heart for being useless. Damn third Hokage. If the third Hokage hadn't summoned him back, Gato would have been taken care of by now. If it weren't for the third Hokage forcing him to betray the village, he wouldn't have gone to the Land of Waves to take Naruto and Sasuke, and Kato would have been dealt with by Team 7. In short, no matter how many mistakes there were, it was all the third Hokage's fault. Mizuki shifted all the blame onto the third Hokage. How long have they been tied up? Are they still alive now? The neighbor said, tied up all day every day for over a month now. Although they haven't died yet, it would be better if they had. Hearing they weren't dead, Shuemu finally felt a bit relieved. He brought Gaara to the marketplace, and from a distance, they saw 3 wooden stakes standing at the street corner, with 3 people tied to them. They looked emaciated, their lips cracked, faces full of pain, their eyes filled with despair and numbness. The most pitiful one is Inari, so small, yet suffering like this. The people around dared not step forward to help, not even to offer a sip of water. Shuemu walked forward with a cold expression. Immediately, a samurai holding a knife stepped forward to block him. Get lost, these 3 have offended Lord Cardo, no one is allowed to approach. The people of the Land of Waves need to see the consequences of opposing Lord Cardo. Mizuki raised his hand, grabbed the opponent's collar, and threw him upward, tossing him above his head. Shinra Tensei. Repulsive force erupted, and the samurai, amidst screams, shot straight up 100 meters into the air, reached the highest point, and then plummeted straight down. The samurai's falling speed instantly multiplied several times, as if boosted by a thruster, plummeting like lightning and landing on the ground with a splat. Universal pull. He immediately turned into a mangled, bloody human pancake. The scene was extremely disturbing. The street instantly fell into dead silence. Fear surged onto everyone's faces in an instant. Even Gaara behind Mizuki had a slight change in his gaze when looking at him. He had killed many people, and even his sand burial could crush people into powder. But in terms of visual impact, the sand burial couldn't compare to what was in front of him. Because there was no sand obstructing the view, it was especially direct. The other samurai turned and ran, with some
so scared that their legs gave out and they wet their pants, trying to flee but falling to the ground. Mizuki glared with his left eye, and all of them fell into an illusion. In the illusion, they saw the things they feared the most. Heart-wrenching screams rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire marketplace. Suemu spared one life, while the others were tortured by illusions until their spirits completely collapsed and they died. Tell me, where is Kato? In the depths of the forest on the eastern island. After obtaining the information, Suemu grabbed the person's neck and applied slight force, ending their life. Kill all these people, and only then did Mizuki's mood improve slightly. He stepped forward and untied Tazuna and the other two from the wooden stakes. Tazuna and his daughter Tsunami were already semi-conscious, while only Inari remained awake, glaring at Mizuki with hateful eyes. Mizuki didn't care and took the three back to Tazuna's house, then found a few of Tazuna's neighbors. Take good care of them, help them bathe and change clothes, prepare some easily digestible food, and get a doctor to treat them. If you can do this, I'll give each of you 100,000 ryo. Shimizu didn't want to bother others either, but he wasn't good at taking care of people, and since Tsunami was a woman, he had to avoid suspicion, so he could only ask someone for help. 10,000 ryo per person, that's quite a lot. Unexpectedly, the neighbors hesitated and didn't dare to agree. Shimizu said, "Don't be afraid, Gato will soon be killed by me, and no one will come to trouble you." The neighbors still dared not. Shuemu was a bit annoyed, so he took out a scroll, spread it open, and started studying. Soon, he mastered it. Shadow clone technique. Bang! 3 shadow clones appeared beside him. These are my shadow clones. They'll stay here, and no one will dare to mess with you. The neighbors saw the shadow clones and realized that Mizuki was a ninja, finally agreeing to take the job. With the matter resolved, Mizuki took Gaara and headed to the island in the east. On the road, Gaara suddenly asked, "Did you save them because of love?" Shuemu shook his head and said, "This isn't love, it's a sense of debt." Debt? Gaara frowned, not understanding. Then what is love? Shuemu, love is sacrifice, like Yashimaru. To prevent the 4th Kazekage from killing you, Yashimaru sacrificed himself. Love is protection, just like the sand on your body. It doesn't need your control, it will protect you and keep you from harm. Gaara asked in confusion, "Does sand have love too?" Shuemu, sand doesn't have love, but it can carry love. Someone placed their love for you onto the sand. From then on, the sand became your guardian. Entrust love? Who is that? Gaara's expression changed slightly. Mizuki shook his head and did not continue speaking. Some things, when spoken by others, lose much of their impact. The two walked on the surface of the sea, Mizuki leading the way, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Gaara followed behind, lowering his head and frowning in thought. He opened his hand, watching the sand peel away from his palm. He stared at the swirling sand, trying to see who was hidden behind it. On the island, someone came rowing a small boat, waving sticks, swords, and knives, charging toward Mizuki and the other person. "All of you deserve to die." Several kunai were thrown, with explosive tags attached to them. Door, door, door. Each kunai nailed itself to a boat, and with the explosions, these small boats were directly overturned, causing everyone on board to fall into the water. Some were injured and bleeding, and the scent of blood attracted sharks, which quickly tore everyone apart and devoured them. Deep in the island's forest, Zabuza sat grandly on a sofa, while Haku brewed tea beside him. Opposite, Kardo's face was full of displeasure. "Zabuza, that ninja named Mizuki is here again, and he's brought a little brat with him. Go and kill them quickly." Zabuza took a sip of tea and said, "Mizuki, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf village. The Hidden Leaf has placed a bounty of 30 million ryo at the underground exchange for information on his whereabouts. There's a 50 million ryo bounty for his head." 50 million ryo? What exactly did Mizuki do to betray Konoha? The matter of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki being taken away by Mizuki is kept strictly confidential by Konoha, not daring to make it public. Therefore, Mizuki's bounty is very high, but the outside world doesn't know why and can only speculate. If you want to kill him, you have to pay 50 million ryo. Zabuza spoke matter-of-factly. The events of the Konoha Chunin exams have not yet spread, so Zabuza has no idea that Mizuki's strength is now completely different from before. "I'll give you at most 5 million ryo. Gato directly slashed the price by 90%. "If you don't agree, our cooperation ends here." Faced with Kato's threat, Zabuza let out a cold laugh. The decapitating knife swept horizontally, and from several meters away, it was positioned at Kato's neck. "Boss Kato, it seems you've gotten a bit carried away. Did you think that hiring 2 no-name ninjas would be enough to deal with me?" Kardo's forehead broke out in cold sweat as he shouted, "Gentlemen, save me." The next moment, a hand connected to a black tentacle burst in from outside the window, reaching for Zabuza. With a puff sound, Zabuza's chest was pierced through. Extremely fast. However, no blood flowed from the wound. Splash, and Zabuza, along with the decapitating knife, all turned into clear water and fell to the ground. "A water clone? Looks like you were well prepared." A deep voice sounded, and 2 men wearing black cloaks with red clouds were already standing inside the room. The speaker wore a forehead protector of the hidden waterfall village marked as a rogue ninja, with his face below the eyes covered by a mask. His green pupils carried a sense of desolation and indifference. "It is
is indeed Kakuzu of the Akatsuki.
Beside Kakuzu, Haydn carried the bloody triple-bladed scythe, the forehead protector of Yubikure worn around his neck, with a mischievous and playful expression on his face.
Who are you? Zabuza looked at the two of them and asked with a frown. He could sense the powerful and sinister aura emanating from the two.
Dressed in a kimono, I stood beside Zabuza, a look of concern on his face.
Kakuzu said indifferently, the rogue ninja from the hidden mist village in the land of water, known as the demon, Zabuza Momochi. The bounty at the exchange office is 15 million ryo. I've been looking for you for a long time, and I finally found you. Zabuza said, so, it's the famous bounty hunter Kakuzu from the exchange office. What, are you interested in my head too? Kakuzu, no, not interested at all.
I'm only interested in money, and your heads can be exchanged for money. Haydn on the side was already boiling with killing intent.
Kakuzu, stop rambling. I can't hold back anymore.
Just thinking about the scene of these two bleeding profusely and screaming in pain later.
I can't wait.
Kakuzu shouted, shut up, I still need to confirm something.
He turned to ask Gato, if I kill these two for you, you'll give me 30 million ryo, right? Gato widened his eyes and said, no, wasn't it agreed to be 10 million ryo? Kakuzu, what kind of joke is this?
It was clearly 30 million ryo.
Kato, Mr. Kakuzu, you can't do this, you're raising the price on the spot. As a renowned bounty hunter of the exchange office, where is your professional ethics?
Kakuzu said calmly, remember, in this world, only money never goes back on its word.
If you don't agree, forget it. Haydn, let's go. Kato panicked and immediately said, I agree. 30 million ryo, not a single penny less when the time comes. Kakuzu, that's good. I've never liked people who don't keep their word. If you go back on your promise, I'll kill you too. Also, I want cash.
Kato was seething with hatred in his heart, but still replied, Mr. Kato's rules, I understand.
I understand. Zabuza was already furious.
These people, right in front of me, are discussing the trade of my head and even raising the price on the spot. Unforgivable.
Enough is enough.
The executioner's blade swept through the crowd, its broad blade exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression.
Whoa! Haydn exclaimed excitedly, using his scythe to block the executioner's blade. Kakuzu, you keep rambling. Since you won't make a move, I'll go first. Lord Chashin, I am about to offer you a sacrifice.
That delicious pain, you will surely enjoy it. You bastards who don't understand others' pain, the gods will punish you.
When Mizuki entered the forest with Gaara, he immediately sensed that a fierce battle was taking place deep within the woods.
The startled birds scattered, and the ground trembled slightly from time to time. The violent chakra aura spread wantonly, accompanied by the constant sounds of water, thunder, and wind.
Who is Zabuza fighting with? Mizuki quickened his pace and soon reached the edge of the battlefield. Why are Kakuzu and Haydn here? Although they had never met, Mizuki recognized the immortal duo of the Akatsuki at a glance. The Akatsuki doesn't have many members, each with distinctive traits, making them easy to identify. At this moment, Zabuza is entangled with Kakuzu.
Zabuza's hidden mist technique shrouded the battlefield where the two were fighting in a thick fog so dense that one couldn't see their own hand in front of them. Although Kakuzu had wind release, he couldn't disperse the overwhelming dense fog no matter what he tried. Kakuzu released 4 masked creatures, unleashing various jutsu in all directions as if they cost nothing, forcing Zabuza to hesitate to get too close. For the time being, the two seemed evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. On the other side, Haku used the ice release, demonic mirroring ice crystals technique combined with high-speed body flicker technique, making it impossible for Haydn to even touch the hem of his clothes.
While moving, Haku attacked Haydn with Sunban.
However, Haydn, with his immortal body, neither dodged nor avoided the Sunban, charging straight ahead.
Annoying brat, I refuse to believe I can't cut you down. Haydn, furious, swung his scythe relentlessly. It's useless. Within this demonic mirroring ice crystals, I am an invincible existence.
Haydn shouted loudly,
in that case, I'll just smash these damn ice blocks. He moved toward one side of the ice blocks. Ahead, several Sunban shot toward him, but Haydn didn't dodge at all.
Even as Sunban pierced into his eye, he only let out 2 painful roars, pulled out the Sunban, and continued charging forward. And his injured eye was healing at an astonishing speed.
What kind of monster is this? Gaara was shocked. On the other side, Cardo and his subordinates were almost scared out of their wits.
This person is named Haydn, a rogue ninja from the village hidden in hot water in the land of hot water. He joined the Jashin cult, had his body modified, and gained immortality.
No matter how severe the injury, it cannot cause his death. He can be considered an immortal existence.
Gaara remained silent, his eyes fixed on Haydn, filled with a chilling intent to kill.
Mizuki glanced at Gaara and was instantly speechless. This kid is probably pondering whether Haydn would die if he were crushed into pulp using the desert funeral, isn't he?
As for Haydn's immortal body, Mizuki felt both envious and curious. Like the impure world reincarnation, but somewhat different. In the impure world reincarnation, the body automatically repairs itself after being shattered.
Haydn's immortality isn't as convenient. If his head gets severed, Kakuzu has to sew it back on for him.
However, when immortality is combined with the curse technique, death-controlling possessed blood, the power is immense. As long as he gets some blood, he can definitely claim a life. If Kakuzu and Haiden were to merge into one, it should be quite interesting. An immortal body paired with Earth Grudge Fear would be invincible, except against sealing techniques. At least it wouldn't be like in the anime, where Shikamaru buried him and completely ended his reign. At this moment, Haiden rushed to an ice mirror and slashed at it with his scythe. Don't even think about succeeding. A white figure floated out of the mirror at lightning speed, kicking towards Haiden's abdomen to force him back. Haiden's speed suddenly surged at this moment, and his scythe slashed towards the white figure like a gust of wind. This guy wasn't just a one-track-minded brute, he had been holding back earlier and finally seized the opportunity. The white figure immediately changed direction, but it was still too late. Haiden's scythe slipped directly from his hand, a rope attached to the end of the scythe's handle, the blade slicing across Bai's calf. Blood spurted out. Ah, come on, experience the pain with me. Haiden laughed loudly, his toes shifting as he drew a small altar on the ground. He raised the scythe, his tongue licking the blade's tip, swallowing the blood on it. The next moment, his entire being changed, turning into black and white. You have been cursed by me. The ritual officially begins. He pulled out a pitch-black spear from his chest and raised it to stab toward his own abdomen. Universal pull. The play could not continue any longer. Shueimo immediately took action, as he couldn't just watch Bai get killed. Haiden's body was pulled away from the altar on the ground under the influence of gravity, and the spear in his hand had already pierced into his abdomen. Ahahaha, Haiden laughed excitedly. The physical pain consumed him entirely, to the point where he didn't even realize he had been pulled off the altar and fallen into Shimizu's hands. What the hell are you laughing at? That sounds so damn awful. Shimizu grabbed Haiden's hair and yanked, directly pulling his entire head off. Haiden finally noticed something was wrong and opened his eyes to look. Why can't I feel my body? My neck hurts so much. Wait, why has my head fallen off again? Hey, who are you? Why did you pull off my head? Hurry up and put it back on for me. Gaara, standing to the side, instinctively took 2 steps back. The head was separated from the body, yet it was still talking. Gaara used to think the monster inside him was already strange, but this was even stranger. Mizuki calmly took out a plastic bag, placed Haiden's head inside, and stored it in the storage ring. He then brought out another large bag and carefully packed up Haiden's body as well. The secret of immortality is worth studying. Take the corpse back, chop it up, and send it to Naruto and the others. Maybe I can also gain immortality. If that doesn't work, collaborate with Orochimaru and study it together. On the other side, Gato turned pale with fear upon seeing Haiden subdued effortlessly by Mizuki. Run quickly. He fled toward the outskirts of the forest under the protection of his subordinates. Shueimo's eyebrows twitched slightly. Trying to run? Maybe in your next life. Shifting shadows. Shueimo appeared in front of Kato and grabbed him by the neck. Help me, kill him, save me quickly. The surrounding samurai swarmed forward, raising their swords and blades to slash at Shueimo. Shueimo disappeared with Kato, leaving behind dozens of explosive tags at the scene. Boom! After the explosion, flesh and blood flew everywhere, instantly clearing the scene. Kato struggled, his face full of fear, and said, spare me. I have money, a lot of money. Don't kill me. I'm willing to give you 50 million taels. Shueimo sneered. 50 million taels, I'm not interested. Kato hurriedly said, 80 million taels. Not good enough. Shueimo placed one hand on Kato's head and softly said, human realm, memory extraction. The human path of the 6 paths of pain can read memories, and it's even more useful than the Yamanaka clan's memory probing. Kato's memories were read by Mizuki, and a large amount of information was obtained by Mizuki. What Mizuki cares about most is Kato's wealth. Found it. As expected of the famous tycoon of the ninja world, the wealth is truly immense. Those fixed assets aside, just the cash alone exceeds 3 billion, nearly 100 asma. As for this cash, Kato didn't dare to deposit it in the bank and specifically found a hidden place to stash it. Apart from himself, not even his wife knows where it's hidden. Now, Shueimo knows. What did you do to me? Kato shouted in terror. Shueimo couldn't be bothered to respond. With a forceful twist of his hand, he snapped Kato's neck, sending him to the afterlife. For villains like him, who relied on trafficking drugs and contraband, exploiting other companies and nations, and committing all manner of evil deeds, Shueimo felt no guilt in killing him. After Shueimo dealt with Haiden, Haku simply expressed his thanks and rushed into the thick fog to assist Zabuza. The dense fog obstructs visibility. Even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan cannot see clearly, only capturing blurry images. Kakuzu's strength is undoubtedly Kage level. Not to mention his 5 lives, his mastery of the 5 elemental ninjutsu allows him to unleash them effortlessly. Zabuza and Haku cannot get close and can only rely on the dense fog to engage in guerrilla warfare. But for Kakuzu, it causes no substantial harm. But similarly, in the thick fog, Kakuzu's vision was obstructed, making it impossible to harm Zabuza and Haku. Useless Haiden can't even deal with a little brat. In that case, let's not waste any more time. The fire release mask monster and wind release mask monster approached, simultaneously using fire release. Head hard hardship and wind release, pressure damage. Two types of ninjutsu merge into one, forming a powerful composite ninjutsu.
Composite ninjutsu, blazing wind turbulence. A massive sea of flames appears, rapidly evaporating the dense mist.
Even with Zabuza increasing his chakra output, the hidden mist technique is rendered ineffective in the face of such flames.
The mist dissipates, and Kakuzu's vision is restored. Zabuza stood on the river's surface, his hands forming seals rapidly. Water release, water dragon bullet? Ha, 44 seals, ha? Your casting speed is really too slow. Kakuzu mocked with a sneer. The wind release masked monster spat out a high-pressure wind sphere, shooting it towards Zabuza.
Zabuza immediately moved to evade the attack, while continuing the hand seals in his hands.
Rat, ox, monkey, rooster, wren, rat, boar, rooster.
After 44 seals, it was finally completed.
Water style, water dragon jutsu.
Water currents swirled and gathered around him, forming the shape of a water dragon above his head.
At the same time, Haku appeared in front of Zabuza. Ice-style secret technique, extreme cold freeze. He exhaled a breath of cold air, and the water dragon instantly froze, transforming into an ice dragon. Combined ninja art, ice dragon technique.
The ice dragon roared as it charged toward Kakuzu, bearing its fangs and claws, moving with agility, as if it were alive.
The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, as if the tropical rainforest had suddenly turned into the Antarctic glacier.
Wherever the ice dragon passed, the water vapor in the air froze into tiny ice crystals, falling like frost and shimmering with rainbow hues under the sunlight.
The entire ice dragon was also illuminated in beautiful rainbow colors, incredibly dazzling. Wow, these are two artists. This visual effect is amazing. Shuemu's eyes lit up, and the power of this technique is definitely not weak.
Even from hundreds of meters away, Shuemu could still feel the overwhelming chill rushing toward him. This kind of low temperature can almost freeze everything.
This technique is somewhat decent, Kakuzu said indifferently.
The fire release masked monster opened its mouth and spewed fire. But before the flames could get close to the ice dragon, they were extinguished by the extreme cold.
Kakuzu's expression remained indifferent as the fire mask monster and wind mask monster once again used a combination jutsu, blazing wind chaos wave.
Faced with such terrifying flames, the ice dragon was finally affected, and its low temperature began to rise, but the ice dragon did not melt.
Ice release belongs to the Kekiai Genkai, with an energy level higher than ordinary jutsu.
Even a combination of wind and fire jutsu is no match for ice release.
But no matter how strong, there is always a limit.
Kakuzu's masked monsters don't need to form seals. Wind release and fire release are used consecutively, with limitless firepower.
The ice dragon couldn't withstand it and began to melt. The melted water dragon continued charging toward Kakuzu, its power still formidable.
The water release masked monster moved, opening its mouth to unleash a water dragon of similar size. The two water dragons collided and neutralized each other.
Zabuza stood on the river's surface, watching the scene, his expression unchanged. Haku, are you still not using your full strength? The opponent is not a good person. Your mercy is wasted on him. It's not worth it.
Haku of the Yuki clan was overly kind by nature. Apart from his own father, he had never killed anyone else.
No matter who the enemy was, he would always hold back. Mr. Zabuza, the opponent is very strong. We are no match for them. You should leave first. I'll hold them off. Zabuza said coldly, you will die.
Haku smiled faintly and said, from the moment I met Mr. Zabuza, I knew that my greatest pursuit in life was to die for you.
Zabuza said coldly, in that case, I will grant your wish.
After speaking, Zabuza turned and left without the slightest intention of lingering.
I looked at Kakuzu and said firmly, if you want to kill Mr. Zabuza, you'll have to get past me first.
Before I die, I won't let you cross this wall. As the words fell, the river water surged to the surface and quickly froze. In no time, 100-meter-long, over 10-meter-high ice wall appeared.
White stood on the ice wall, facing Kakuzu.
Behind him was the rapidly departing figure of Zabuza, disappearing into the dense forest. Beside Mizuki, Gaara's heart surged with murderous intent.
Why? He clearly isn't a match, clearly knows he will die, so why is he still willing to block the enemy for that person called Zabuza? Why on earth is this? Shuemu said calmly, this is protection, this is love. For Bai, Zabuza is his everything.
His mother was killed by his father and the villagers, his father was killed by him, and Bai, who lost everything from a young age, does not want to lose Zabuza. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he wanted Zabuza to live.
Although Zabuza had always regarded him as a tool, Haku understood that Zabuza simply didn't express his feelings.
The two of them had long been dependent on each other for survival.
Gaara growled, but Zabuza escaped.
Someone like that is not worth his love or protection.
Gaara thought of Yashimaru. Even though he loved him so much, why did he try to assassinate him? Even if he was forced by his father, why didn't he tell him the truth? At this moment, he saw Haku as himself and Zabuza as Yashimaru. Did he really escape? Suemu smiled and pointed with his finger. Look.
Gaara followed Suemu's finger and saw that Zabuza, who had originally fled and disappeared, had returned. The killing intent on Gaara's body momentarily paused. At this moment, his mind mind was greatly shaken.
Mr. Zabuza, you. Zabuza said coldly, I raised you, you're my tool. I can't just watch you die. If we leave together. Heh, such boring emotions. In my eyes, only money is the most loyal. I'll kill you two first, then go and kill the two spectators over there. That white-haired one, if I'm not mistaken, is the Konoha rogue ninja Mizuki, with a bounty of 50 million ryo in the exchange office. Those who couldn't even capture the leader will die by my hand today. Kakuzu seemed to have had enough fun, going all out. Zabuza and Haku immediately fell into a disadvantage. The two were being chased and beaten by the masked monster, completely unable to fight back. Shuemu watched for a while and felt it was about time. Making a move now can be considered a life-saving grace. Hopefully, Zabuza knows better than to act out of turn. Universal pull. In the battlefield, Zabuza and Haku were suddenly pulled by a force, flying toward Mizuki. In the blink of an eye, the two were dragged in front of Mizuki. Zabuza swung his executioner's blade directly at Mizuki. Mizuki dodged using body replacement technique and shouted, "Stop, I'm here to help you." Zabuza frowned. Although puzzled, he still stopped. At this moment, Kakuzu caught up, but when he saw the Rinnegan in Mizuki's right eye, his expression changed drastically. You actually have such eyes too. Damn it, the intel was wrong. Before the words were finished, he had already turned around and was frantically fleeing into the distance. The power of the Rinnegan, Kakuzu knows it very well. That self-proclaimed godly leader, Pain, absolutely lives up to the name God. Otherwise, Kakuzu wouldn't have willingly submitted to Pain. Turning around and running is the wisest choice. Mizuki raised his hand. You're already here, why leave? The universal pull was used on Kakuzu's main body, directly dragging him back. Let's fight. Kakuzu would never sit idly by. His tentacle fist struck at Mizuki, and under the influence of gravity, the punching speed became even faster. The other four masked monsters also unleashed their respective jutsu, attacking Mizuki. Shinra Tensei. All attacks were completely nullified under Shinra Tensei. Next up, the spiral Gatling gun. Suemu used both hands to launch one Rasengan after another. Kakuzu's four masked monsters were overwhelmed in the blink of an eye, bombarded by a barrage of Rasengans. The four hearts didn't last even 2 seconds before exploding. For lives were lost just like that, without any ability to resist. There wasn't even time to dodge. Earth release, hiding like a mole. Seeing that escape was impossible, Kakuzu immediately used Earth release to burrow underground. Mizuki frowned. His echolocation only works in the air, it is ineffective in liquids and solids. Now Kakuzu was hiding underground, and Mizuki really can't pinpoint his location. I don't believe you won't come out. Mizuki narrowed his eyes, his body soaring into the air, reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters. The entire island was within his field of vision, and the super-strong eyesight brought by the Sharingan and Rinnegan allowed him to observe any movement on the island. It didn't take long before he saw Kakuzu poking his head out from underground near the dock on the south side of the island. After looking around and confirming no one was there, he fully emerged from the ground. Where on earth did he get the Rinnegan? Kakuzu's green eyes were filled with anger. I lost 4 hearts all at once, and they were ones I had painstakingly acquired. Damn it, even the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, didn't make me this miserable. I need to earn more money to soothe my wounded soul. Grumbling, Kakuzu jumped onto a small boat, started the diesel engine, revved it to full power, and prepared to leave. But the next moment, a familiar sensation enveloped him. His body floated up and flew backward. How is this possible? There was clearly no one around just now. Kakuzu's face turned extremely grim. He wanted to perform a jutsu but found that his chakra was in complete disarray, making it impossible to use any jutsu. It's over. At this moment, Mizuki stood on the shore, his left eye already activated with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Takamikazuchi no Makoto enveloped Kakuzu. When Kakuzu flew in front of him, Mizuki grabbed him with one hand. Immediately afterward, several black rods pierced Kakuzu's limbs and abdomen, sealing his chakra and mobility. Sharingan and Rinnegan again? What kind of monster are you? Mizuki did not answer but placed his right hand on top of Kakuzu's head. The secret technique of Takigakure, Earth Grudge Fear, is a great thing. Not only does it enhance strength but it also extends lifespan. Kakuzu seizes others' hearts while also taking their life force. This greatly extends his lifespan. While others from his era have all passed away, he is still alive and remains very youthful. Relying on Earth Grudge Fear, he can even achieve immortality. In comparison, Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation is simply too weak. Not only does the body become frail before and after each reincarnation, but the soul also suffers severe damage, with significant side effects. The only advantage, perhaps, is the ability to change gender. If you want to be male, you're male. If you want to be female, you're female. Do as you please, double the joy. Path of Humanity, Memory Extraction. Kakuzu had lived for nearly 90 years, with memories that were vast and complex. Probing Kakuzu's memories took much longer than probing Kato's. Actively ignoring irrelevant details, Mizuki only selected the important information. A few minutes later, Shuemu successfully found the training method for the secret technique Earth Grudge Fear and recorded it in detail. This technique
technique, which looks bizarre and disgusting, is something he would never practice himself. But that doesn't stop him from letting his disciple practice it. Such a powerful secret technique, if given to a disciple, the system would surely return something even stronger. Besides Earth Grudge Fear, Kakuzu even knew the location of the Hero Water's seal and secretly unsealed it to drink once. Hero Water, what a treasure! The Hero Water of Takigakure is a sacred water produced by the giant tree of Takigakure once every 100 years. When a ninja drinks it, their chakra increases tenfold. However, this thing has side effects. It consumes life force, so the hidden waterfall village sealed it away to prevent harm. Kakuzu has 5 hearts, 5 lives, and abundant life force, so he isn't afraid of the side effects of the Hero Water. He once secretly sneaked back into the hidden waterfall village, broke the seal, and drank the Hero Water. This is also the main reason why he can continuously use ninjutsu during battles without worrying about running out of chakra. 10 times the chakra is no joke. If I get the Hero Water and give it to Naruto, wouldn't that be explosive? As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's vitality far surpasses that of ordinary people, so there's no need to worry about side effects. Moreover, Naruto already has an enormous amount of chakra. If it gets a tenfold boost, just thinking about it feels promising. After giving it to Naruto, the system will return a new Hero Water to me. If I drink it, wouldn't my chakra explode? Isn't this more efficient than delivering ramen? There's potential, absolutely potential. Suemu was almost drooling. The Kakuzu in his hands was already worthless. Suemu created a new black rod and pierced through Kakuzu's last heart. The immortal duo's Kakuzu, dead. The sealing scroll on Kakuzu's body contains tens of millions of Ryo, all bounty money from underground exchange offices, which has now become the development fund for Suemu. Giving this money to his disciple, with a casual hundredfold return, would amount to billions. Suemu returned to the center of the island and found Gaara confronting Zabuza. There was a strong tendency that a disagreement might lead to a fight. Suemu looked at Gaara in surprise, thinking to himself, this kid actually held back? Based on his usual personality, wouldn't he have acted directly? It seems that my deliberate guidance during this period has had some effect. He felt very gratified. Zabuza looked at Mizuki and asked, why are you helping me? Mizuki replied bluntly, I have established a ninja village, and I hope you can join. Ridiculous. Zabuza sneered and said, I assassinated the 4th Mizukage and defected from the Hidden Mist village precisely because I hated that kind of life where I had to follow orders. I enjoy being free and unrestrained, yet you want me to join your ninja village and become your subordinate. Is that even possible? Suemu looked at Zabuza and said calmly, you attempted to assassinate the 4th Mizukage because you were dissatisfied with the village's tyranny and wanted to overthrow the 4th Mizukage's bloody mist policy, not because you hated living a life of following orders. Zabuza's expression changed. On the surface, you appear cold-blooded and murderous, but deep down, you hide a kindness even you are unwilling to admit. You worked for Gato, but in reality, you were looking for Gato's treasury, intending to seize his wealth and donate it to the orphanage. Zabuza roared, you're talking nonsense. Suigetsu laughed, do you think your actions were very secretive? Gato installed listening devices at your residence and heard your intentions loud and clear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Kakuzu and Haiden to kill you. Zabuza. Awkward. Suemu just couldn't understand. Clearly, it was doing good deeds, so why act like a thief? High-profile evil, covert kindness, what kind of mindset is this? But in any case, Zabuza, though ambitious and a killer of countless people, still had a kind side. If there's blame, it can only be on the bloody policies of the Hidden Mist village, which turned him into a murderous demon. Join my ninja village, and I'll give you money. Zabuza asked, how much money can you give me? Mizuki smiled faintly, however much you want, you can have. Even if you want to support all the orphans in the ninja world, it can be done. Zabuza's breathing suddenly quickened a bit. I want 30 million in cash right now. Suemu waved his hand, and a pile of banknotes appeared on the ground. Here are 300 million in cash. Suemu felt a bit excited in his heart. How should he put it? The feeling of being a tycoon is truly exhilarating. This kind of boldness and spending lavishly is a thrill that ordinary people cannot possibly comprehend. This money was all refunded by the system. Items refunded by the system cannot be used as the basis for further refunds, so this money can no longer generate more money. Giving it to Zabuza, Suemu felt no distress at all. Zabuza stared wide-eyed at the money on the ground, his breathing growing even more rapid. Join my ninja village, and I'll give you 300 million every year to fund the orphanage. If you agree, the money on the ground is yours right now. Zabuza opened his mouth. Actually, 30 million is enough to last a long time. There aren't that many orphans in the ninja world. Suemu revealed a smile. This trip was worth it. Zabuza took Haku, and Haku took the money to fund the orphanage. Suigetsu, on the other hand, brought Gaara to the public restroom at the dock and then headed toward the women's restroom. This is the women's restroom. You're a woman? No, I'm a man. I know, but this is the women's restroom. While speaking, Suemu had already entered the women's restroom. At this moment, in Gaara's heart, Mizuki had already been labeled
labeled as a pervert. I know. To be honest, Mizuki was also very reluctant. The education he had received did not allow him to do such things. However, for Kato's 3 billion cash inheritance, he resolutely abandoned his morals. 3 billion taels, forget about entering the women's restroom. Even if he had to streak, he would decide in 0.1 seconds. After entering, he walked into the innermost stall, then reached out to push the wall, and a hidden door opened. It was a secret room, with 3 walls each holding a safe 3 meters long and 2 meters high. This was Cardo's vault. Who would have thought that Cardo would hide the money in the women's restroom? Shuemu walked to the safe on the left, easily unlocked the combination lock, and pulled open the door. The stench of money hit him in the face. See up. So fragrant. The cabinet was filled with stacks of banknotes, neatly arranged. He stored all the money into the storage ring, then opened the second and third safes, emptying them completely. 3 billion in cash. Next month, I'll give it all to Naruto. If I'm lucky and get a 10,000-fold return, then I really won't be able to spend it all. When Mizuki walked out of the women's restroom, Gaara's gaze toward him changed, and he stood farther away. Mizuki didn't explain either and took Gaara away from the island. When Gato's head was hung in the marketplace, the people were initially indifferent, but gradually, their emotions began to change. Some started to doubt, to discuss, to confirm, and to cheer. The atmosphere shifted from oppressive to joyful. In Tazuna's house, Inari lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. A knock on the door sounded, and Mizuki pushed the door open and entered. When Inari saw Mizuki, hatred immediately rose in his eyes. Mizuki said, "Kato has already been killed by me, and all his subordinates are dead as well." Inari roared, "I will never trust you ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village again. I'm very sorry." Mizuki sighed and left the room. Tazuna had already woken up. Mizuki saw Tazuna, told him that Gato was dead, left some money, and then departed with Gaara. The matter in the Land of Waves is settled. It's time to leave. On the dock, Zabuza and Haku were already waiting. The four gathered and boarded a boat heading toward the Land of Fire. In the Land of Waves, the news of the Kato group's downfall spread, and everyone began to cheer. Inari heard the commotion outside, and when he caught the words "Kato is dead," his expression turned to shock. In his mind, Mizuki's face appeared. 3 days later, Tazuna recovered and resumed the construction of the unfinished bridge. 3 days later, the bridge was completed, and Tazuna named it the Shinobi Bridge. The four of them headed west. They passed by a public restroom outside a small town, and everyone went to relieve themselves. They saw by walking toward the men's restroom. "Gaara, this is the men's restroom. You're a man?" "No, wait, with clothes that colorful, you're obviously a woman." "I know. No, I am a man." "That's right." Gaara watched as Haku entered the men's restroom, frowning as he stood outside the door, unsure whether to go in or not. Mizuki deliberately chose a route that would pass through Konoha. Near the village, Mizuki had the three of them take a short rest, then entered Konoha alone. At Konoha's main gate, Mizuki, wearing a straw hat, walked straight in. The gatekeepers, Izumo and Kotetsu, seemed as if they were blind. Mizuki's original genjutsu skills were very low, but ever since obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, casting genjutsu has become as simple as eating and drinking, elevating his genjutsu level by countless tiers. At Konoha Hospital, Rock Lee lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes devoid of their usual vitality. During his battle with Gaara, he forcibly opened the sixth gate of the 8 gates, causing severe backlash to his body. His entire skeleton suffered varying degrees of fractures, and his meridians were severely damaged. The doctor announced that even if his injuries healed, he would no longer be able to engage in intense physical activity. Even the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunadeheim, could not restore him to his former state. Not to mention, Tsunade has not yet returned to Konoha. Mizuki arrived at the hospital, transformed into Sakura's appearance, and walked into the ward holding a bouquet of flowers and a basket of apples. "Sakura-chan, thank you for coming to see me. The flowers are beautiful. I really like them." Ding! The host gifted a bouquet of get well soon flowers to disciple Rock Lee and received an 800-fold return. The host received a bouquet of never wilting get well soon flowers. Never wilting, it's quite magical, but it's completely useless to Shuemu. Ding! The host grants disciple Rock Lee a basket of apples, triggering a 300-fold return. The host receives a basket of delicious apples, with excellent taste and texture, rich in vitamins and trace elements. Consuming them can accelerate a patient's physical recovery. These 2 grants were wasted. However, the big reward comes later. Shuemu was speechless. Shuemu came to the bedside, imitating Sakura's tone, and asked, "Lee, what are your plans for the future?" Lee said firmly, "I won't give up. Gai-sensei once said that the spirit can influence the body. As long as I persist mentally, the physical injuries will gradually heal. Although it will take time, I will keep waiting and work hard for it." Just like in the original story, Lee did not give up. Shuemu said, "During a mission, I once obtained a secret technique. After practicing it, the body will be transformed, any physical injuries can be healed, and it can even extend one's lifespan. I want to teach you this secret technique." A sudden gleam appeared in Xiao Li's eyes as he excitedly asked, "Is there really such a secret technique?" Xiaoing
nodded and said, "The secret technique comes from the hidden waterfall village and is called Earth Grudge Fear." Shaoli was very excited, but soon, the excitement on his face turned into disappointment. "My chakra level is extremely low, almost non-existent, to the point where I can't even perform the most basic 3 basic techniques. As for secret techniques, I probably won't be able to master them in my lifetime."
"Mizuki, at least there's hope. You said you wouldn't give up. Besides, you don't need to worry about the chakra issue." As he spoke, he took out a scroll and explained, "This is the Uchiha clan's chakra refining method.
Using the method described here, the speed of refining chakra is 100 times faster than the ordinary refining method." After speaking, he took out another scroll and said, "This scroll records the cultivation method of the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique. Take some time to study it thoroughly." He placed both scrolls under Lee's pillow.
Ding!
The host has granted disciple Rock Lee the S-Rank secret technique, the Earth Grudge Fear cultivation method, triggering a 3037x return.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level secret technique, Heaven's Resentment You cultivation method. Heaven's Resentment You, after mastering it, the body can liquefy, infiltrate other organisms to seize vitality, with no upper limit.
Vitality can restore all injuries, and the user will not age or die until completely exhausted.
Shuemu laughed.
The immortality technique has arrived.
After mastering Heaven's Resentment You and seizing a large amount of vitality, can he freely use the Samsara rebirth technique? This return is truly impressive.
The only trouble is that the return is a cultivation method, and you still have to spend time cultivating it.
An SS level secret technique, the cultivation difficulty is not low. After finishing the matter, Shuemu left.
Shaoli moved his head slightly, feeling the 2 scrolls under the pillow, and a trace of anticipation rose in his heart.
Just then, a knock on the door sounded, and Sakura and Ino walked in together, each holding a bouquet of flowers. "Lee, we came to see you." "Lee, Sakura-chan, you." Sakura asked in confusion, "Lee, what's wrong? Is something the matter?"
Shaoli said, "Sakura-chan, I have a question.
"Did you come here a few minutes ago?"
Sakura said, "No, a few minutes ago, I was with Ino, still on the way to the hospital."
"What's wrong? Did someone play a prank, using transformation jutsu to imitate me and mess around?"
"Shaoli, someone who looked like you came by just now, but they didn't mess around, they just delivered flowers and apples."
"I have no idea who it was."
Shaoli instinctively kept the matter of the scroll a secret.
At this moment, Mizuki was wearing a bamboo hat, swaggering toward the Konoha gate.
The crisp sound of bells drifted into Mizuki's ears with the wind, causing a slight fluctuation in the chakra within his body, which then returned to calm. The eyes beneath the bamboo hat gazed outside the gate.
2 men wearing black cloaks with red cloud patterns and similarly donning bamboo hats came into view, calmly walking through the gate as if entering their own home. The gatekeepers, Izumo and Kotetsu, were completely unaware.
Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame had arrived.
Konoha's secrecy plan was well executed. Uchiha Itachi still didn't know that Sasuke had already been taken away by Mizuki.
The Leaf village was attacked, and the news of the 3rd Hokage's death spread. Itachi, concerned for his brother, came to the village immediately, fearing that Danzo might harm him.
Danzo's death was also a top-secret matter. Mizuki kept walking forward without stopping.
Kisame raised his hand to touch the Samahata on his back, while his colleague turned his head to remind him, "Itachi-san, this person seems unaffected by your Jinjutsu."
"Should we? Kisame, we're not here to start a war. There's no need to cause too much commotion."
"This person probably doesn't belong to Konoha, just like us, so there's no need to pay attention."
Clearly a skilled fighter, their chakra must be delicious, but what a pity. Kisame lowered his hand.
And so, the 2 sides passed by each other, one walking out, the other walking in, without acknowledging one another. For Mizuki right now, killing these 2 wouldn't be too difficult, but there was no need, and no benefit to it.
Kisame's words, Suemu still had some admiration for.
Being someone who could make Might Guy remember his name, he indeed had some charm. As for Uchiha Itachi, having tried to kill him several times, to be honest, Suemu couldn't wait to take action. But he was very rational and did not let hatred cloud his judgment. "If I kill him, Sasuke will surely hate me once he finds out. Sever our master-disciple relationship and then leave." A disciple like Sasuke, with S-level talent, is a solid cornerstone on Mizuki's path to becoming stronger and must not be lost.
Or perhaps, let Sasuke handle it himself.
Mizuki and his group returned to the Land of Birds, where the ninja team in Phoenix Village had expanded from 6 members to 9. He invested more funds, recruited more workers, and accelerated the village's construction.
Soon, the first building of Phoenix Ninja Village was completed. Phoenix Shadow Tower. This is an octagonal building. Viewed from above, the building is a perfect octagon, with a black and white yin-yang symbol at its center.
The building is 9 zhang tall, with a circumference of 33 zhang. Inside, there are 36 large rooms, 72 small rooms, and 108 windows. Shuemu is not an architect, but this Fonying Tower was designed by him.
It doesn't pursue any aesthetic appeal but incorporates various Chinese elements.
Yin and Yang, Bagua, 9 palaces, 36 heavenly spirits, 72 earthly fiends. Whether it's useful or not, building such a structure and sitting inside it gives him him a sense of familiarity. Under the Bagua Tower, 9 people stood, gazing at the magnificent and uniquely shaped building before them. Shuemu also examined it carefully, finding it increasingly strange the more he looked, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was odd about it. It wasn't just him, the others seemed to share the same feeling. Naruto, full of confusion, said, "I don't know if it's just an illusion, but I always feel like this building gives me a sense of familiarity and calmness. Especially when you close your eyes, it's like lying on a soft lawn, enjoying the breeze, and all your worries are gone." When Naruto said this, Mizuki immediately realized that it was indeed this kind of feeling. The others seemed to feel the same way. Even Gaara, who was always exuding killing intent and had a fierce gaze, closed his eyes, and his face softened. No one knew what was going on. Inside Naruto's body, in the sealed space, the slumbering Nine-Tails suddenly opened its eyes. The moment the Nine-Tails made a sound, Mizuki abruptly turned around and looked at Naruto's abdomen. In the next moment, Mizuki's spiritual form appeared in the sealed space, standing outside the bars. "This is Nine-Tails, you know what happened, don't you?" Nine-Tails saw the 3 Tomo in Mizuki's left eye and roared angrily, "Damn Uchiha, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you." Mizuki smiled and said, "Nine-Tails, I have no grudge against you, nor any ill intent. You don't need to be so angry. Besides, I am not from the Uchiha clan." Nine-Tails, impossible. If you're not from the Uchiha clan, why do you have the Sharingan? This powerful and malevolent ocular power, I can sense it very clearly. It's the same eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as that guy, Madara. Suemu smiled faintly and said, "Then take a look at my right eye." As he finished speaking, his right eye activated the Rinnegan. How is this possible? How do you have the old man's eyes?" The Nine-Tails opened its mouth in surprise, looking at Mizuki in disbelief. "I'm different from others. I have no ill intentions toward you. So, can you tell me what exactly is happening outside?" "Humph." The Nine-Tails snorted coldly, closed its eyes, and lay down pretending to sleep. "I really don't want to answer Mizuki." At this moment, Naruto also came in. "Mr. Mizuki, why are you here?" "Shuemu." Mizuki, "Oh, it's nothing, just came in to have a chat with this big fox." Naruto, "It's so fierce, what's there to talk about?" Mizuki, "It's been locked up for so long, being a bit fierce is normal. Actually, it's still quite cute." The Nine-Tails couldn't take it anymore, opened its eyes, and roared, "Shut up, you're so noisy." Mizuki shook his head and exited the sealed space. The Nine-Tails definitely knows, but if it doesn't speak, there's nothing we can do. For it to be surprised, there must be a significant story behind this. We need to find a way to make the Nine-Tails talk. It might greatly benefit Phoenix Village. After thinking it over, this matter still depends on Naruto. Tell Naruto about the Nine-Tails past and let him enlighten the Nine-Tails. This will definitely be the most effective approach. The construction of Phoenix Village is still ongoing, and the village's planning is also designed by Shuemu, continuing to follow the arrangement of the Bagua pattern. Hospital, school, market, residential houses, park, lake, training ground, each has its designated location. Foaming Tower was completed, and after the interior was arranged, Shuemu invited the daimyo and officials from the Bird Country, along with many citizens of the Bird Country who came to join the excitement. Under the witness of everyone, the founding ceremony of Phoenix Village officially began, and Shuemu was also conferred by the daimyo as the first-generation Foaming. Actually, the daimyo was unwilling, because only the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages are qualified to receive the title of Kage. If the leaders of small ninja villages in other minor countries were to receive the title of Kage, they would be ridiculed. For example, the Hashigakure of the Land of Bears has a Hashikage. As a result, the Land of Bears became a laughingstock in the ninja world, and its daimyo couldn't hold his head high in front of the daimyos of neighboring countries. Now, this tragic event is about to happen in the Land of Birds. One can only imagine the feelings of the daimyo of the Land of Birds. However, not conferring the title is not an option. After all, the news that the 3rd Hokage, the 4th Kazekage, and Orochimaru were killed by Mizuki has already reached the Land of Birds. In the Land of Birds, from the daimyo to the officials, all were deeply fearful of Mizuki. Such a powerful person could easily destroy the Land of Birds. With such a ruthless figure wanting to become the shadow, how could the daimyo and officials dare to refuse? Moreover, in other countries, ninja villages exist by relying on the daimyo. Without the daimyo providing military funds, the ninja villages cannot develop and may even gradually decline. As for the Phoenix Village established by Mizuki, it doesn't need any financial support from the daimyo. In fact, Mizuki even invested a large sum of money into the daimyo's residence. So, strictly speaking, Shuemu's title of Foaming is self-proclaimed, although the entire Phoenix Village only has 9 ninjas. However, this does not stop Shuemu from proclaiming himself as the Kage. Anyone disagree? Then I'll keep fighting until he agrees. Now I declare, Phoenix Ninja Village is officially established, and Lord Mizuki assumes the position of the first Phoenix Shadow of Phoenix Village. I hope that under Lord Mizuki's leadership, Phoenix Village can become a powerful ninja village, and I also hope that under the protection of Phoenix Village, the Land of Birds will enjoy peace and prosperity, free from the suffering of war. Mizuki stepped onto the high platform. At this moment, he was already
already wearing a black ceremonial robe with the words First Phoenix Shadow written on the back. Wearing a hat exclusive to the shadow with the word Phoenix written on it. I was never an ambitious person. I thought I would live in Konoha forever until I died in battle or of old age. However, things did not go as I wished. The third Hokage suspected I wanted to defect and without any evidence ordered Danzo's route to assassinate me multiple times. Even my fiancé fell victim to the third's schemes. I had no choice but to leave Konoha and become a rogue ninja. Establishing Phoenix Village was not to satisfy my own desire for power, not to take revenge on Konoha, and certainly not to dominate the ninja world. I just hope that everyone will no longer suffer oppression. They say ninjas are tools, but what I want to say is that ninjas are also people with flesh, blood, and emotions. We are by no means tools to be used at the whim of ambitious schemers. Starting today, we will unite together to protect ourselves, protect our friends, protect our companions, and protect everyone around us. The brief yet passionate speech concluded, and thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. As the ceremony ended, the daimyo and officials departed, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Mizuki stood on the high platform, his gaze suddenly drawn to the backs of two women in the crowd. A woman with light yellow long hair tied into twin tails, a voluptuous figure, and a commanding stride. Especially striking was the large gamble character on her back, which stood out prominently. Another woman with short black hair, tall and slender, seemed to be holding something in her arms as she followed behind the twin-tailed woman. Tsunade and Shizen are actually in the land of birds, and they even attended the ceremony where I became the first Phoenix Shadow. How interesting. Watching Tsunade's twin tails sway with each step she took, three words involuntarily popped into Mizuki's mind. Increase attack speed. Evil, evil. By the way, can we bring Tsunade to Phoenix Village? Cough, cough. Mizuki felt that it might be a bit difficult. After all, Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and her feelings for Konoha are not something ordinary people can compare to. Although it's difficult, let's still give it a try. Even if you fail, there's nothing to lose. What if you succeed? Tsunade's matter isn't urgent for now. I've already become a Kage, so it's time to let Naruto and the others be promoted to Chunin. With the system, his strength improved quickly, but it could still improve faster. The key is the number of disciples. For each additional disciple, there are 3 more opportunities for granting returns every month, significantly accelerating the improvement of strength. System, how does the quota increase when a disciple is promoted to Chunin? The system replied, for every genin disciple promoted to Chunin, the disciple quota plus 1. Shuemu frowned, only 1. The system added, for every Chunin disciple promoted to Jonin, the number of disciples allowed plus 2. According to this calculation, if Naruto was promoted to Jonin, Shuemu can gain 3 additional disciple slots. In that case, why not promote Naruto, Sasuke, and Daeon all to Jonin? That way, we can immediately gain 9 additional disciple slots. Mizuki revealed a smile, feeling very optimistic. But at that moment, the system said, to properly train disciples, the system stipulates that a genin must pass the Chunin exam to be promoted to Chunin. and Yuan and Mizuki directly started cursing. I've already become a legend, and I still can't directly promote a genin to a jonin? What kind of nonsense is this? No cheating allowed. Fine, isn't it just the Chunin exams? I'll host one myself. The event will be held tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, they will all become Chunin. Shuemu, no cheating allowed. The purpose of this system is to enhance the host's strength, but it does not wish for the host to become a despicable person who resorts to any means to achieve their goals. Therefore, please train your disciples earnestly. The dog system gives no chance for opportunistic tricks. Training disciples means training disciples. I'll train them all to Kage or even Super Kage level. Phoenix Village has just been established, and the only complete building is the Phoenix Shadow Tower. The surrounding area is still under expansion. Building a village as large as Konoha is impossible to achieve in a short time. The meeting room, Shuemu called everyone here. The first General Assembly of Phoenix Village. Today marks the founding of Phoenix Village. The entire village consists of just the 9 of us. If a group of external enemies were to invade, it would be fine if I were here, but if I were absent, relying solely on your strength might not be enough to safeguard the village. Although Zabuza's strength is not weak, it is impossible for him to protect the village alone. They are all genin, capable of dealing with ordinary ninjas, but it's not so easy to handle jonin. So, your strength must be improved. Today, I will teach you a new chakra refining method, which I call the Advanced Chakra Refining Technique. Once mastered, the speed of chakra refinement will increase 100-fold. Chakra capacity will also grow rapidly. Chakra is the foundation of ninja combat. The more chakra one has, the stronger their combat ability will naturally be. Shuemu's words surprised everyone. 100-fold increase? How could there be such a chakra refining method? Could it be some kind of forbidden technique that harms the body? Zabuza asked. Shuemu smiled and said, it's true, and there are no side effects. How effective it is, you'll know once you try. Actually, when it comes to the amount of chakra, Naruto and Gaara don't really care much. Jinchuriki naturally have a large amount of chakra, so
so much that it's hard to deplete. But for others, it's very important. Like Sasuke, in the anime, during his first battle with Naruto at the Valley of the End, he relied on the curse mark to continuously release ninjutsu and ultimately defeated Naruto. Without the curse mark, he wouldn't have dared to use ninjutsu like that. Therefore, Sasuke also needed more chakra. Mizuki thoroughly taught the advanced chakra refining method, and most people learned it in one go, as they already had a foundation. Advanced chakra refining method is just an improved version of the basic chakra refining method, so everyone quickly accepted it. Only Naruto, the idiot, had to learn it 3 times before mastering it. Naruto's combat intelligence is not low, but his comprehension ability in learning is truly poor, especially when it comes to textual content. It's pure torture for him. After learning, everyone began refining chakra on the spot. Blue light emanated from each person, and the chakra fluctuations were very noticeable, especially Naruto, who seemed to be draped in a blue cloak. As expected, it's a 100-fold improvement. Thank you, Lord Foaming. Zabuza stood up and expressed his gratitude. Naruto, on the other hand, shouted, Mizuki-sensei, you had this chakra refining method all along. Why didn't you teach us earlier? Shueimou smiled and said, it's not too late to learn now. Besides, Naruto, you already have a lot of chakra, so it doesn't really matter whether you learn it or not. Sasuke scolded, idiot, how can you casually teach such a secret technique to others? Before, we were all Konoha's ninjas. If you taught us, wouldn't that old geezer, the third Hokage, have found out? At the mention of the third Hokage, Naruto fell silent. Actually, he didn't harbor that much hatred toward the third Hokage. I heard that the third was killed by Mizuki, and he didn't have much of a reaction. No joy, no reluctance. It was as if he regarded the third as an insignificant passerby. Mizuki said, you need to focus on your training. Daishoung, Sai, and Shin, the 3 of you have relatively low chakra levels. In the coming days, concentrate on refining your chakra. Zabuza, I don't know much about you. Based on your understanding of yourself, what do you think could enhance your strength? Zabuza pondered for a moment and replied, what I excel at is the silent killing technique in combination with the decapitating knife. If my swordsmanship could improve further, my strength would immediately increase. Mizuki nodded and took out a scroll. This is the Konoha-style swordsmanship, the Dance of the Crescent Moon, a secret sword technique passed down by the Moonlight Clan. Although the sword is relatively lightweight and completely different from the beheading blade, they are both weapons, and there might be some commonalities. Observe carefully, and you might gain something. Zabuza thanked him and took it. Next was Haku. Haku, with your ice release Kekei Genkai, I don't have much to guide you on. However, your taijutsu is lacking. When I have time, I'll teach you a taijutsu technique that will be enough to make up for your shortcomings in taijutsu. Shueimou decided to pass the complete version of Tai Chi returned by the system to Bai. Sasuke, in the coming time, focus on improving your chakra control ability. Once you meet the standard, I will teach you the shadow shift technique. Sasuke nodded. He had wanted to learn the shadow shift technique for a long time. Gaara, you possess the ability to control sand, excelling in both offense and defense, but your attack flexibility is not strong. When facing agile enemies, you will be at a disadvantage. Gaara nodded. He recalled Rock Lee's high-speed movements during the Chunin exams in Konoha, which left him unable to react. Additionally, your sand is afraid of water. When sand comes into contact with water, it becomes heavier, which will make it harder for you to control. This weakness needs to be overcome. For the time being, figure out a way to overcome these 2 weaknesses on your own. I don't know much about controlling sand, so I won't offer any specific advice. After finishing with Gaara, Mizuki turned his gaze to Naruto. Well, it's finally my turn. Master Mizuki, please guide me. I want to become stronger too. Mizuki smiled and said, in your case, let's talk about it in a few days. Naruto immediately became unhappy and asked, why? Everyone else has a direction to move forward, but I don't. It's not fair. Shueimou said, your abdomen has been implanted with the 5 elements seal by Orochimaru, causing your chakra to be uncontrollable. You even need both hands to perform the Rasengan. So even if I guide you on how to train now, it would be useless. Naruto said with a bitter expression, then what should I do? Don't worry, I'll take some time in the next few days to learn the 5 elements seal and then help you remove the seal. After that, I'll guide you in your training. Very soon, it won't take more than a few days. Naruto was still unhappy and said, then won't I have nothing to do for these few days? Everyone else is training, and I'm just idle. It's so boring. Mizuki smiled and said, no, I have a task for you. The meeting ended, and everyone dispersed to find places to train, leaving only Naruto behind. Shueimou master, what task is it? Shueimou asked, Naruto, do you know how to gamble? Naruto immediately said, of course not. I remember the 3 ninja prohibitions clearly. They were often tested in school before. First, don't squander money. Second, no drinking before the age of 18. Third, no entering entertainment establishments before the age of 18. Gambling violates the first rule. Shueimou smiled and said, oh, those so-called 3 ninja prohibitions are just to fool kids. Truly powerful ninjas never care about such things. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he asked, really? Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Come,
Come, I'll teach you how to gamble. Naruto asked curiously, but what does this have to do with the mission you mentioned? Mizuki, of course it has something to do with it. This mission requires you to enter the casino and then lose money. Lose money? Why? Isn't gambling meant to win money? Why lose money? Naruto didn't understand. There is no why. This is the mission. Just do as I say. Next, Mizuki began teaching Naruto how to gamble, and Naruto quickly learned. I have to say, when it comes to gambling, Naruto is quite talented. This ring is for you. It contains a cubic meter of space, and I place 10 million Ryo inside. Your task is to find a casino and lose all 10 million Ryo within 3 days. Naruto was driven out of Phoenix Village by Mizuki and headed to the capital of the Land of Birds. You're asking me to gamble, but I can only lose? What does this even mean? Could it be that Master Shuemu has so much money that he can't spend it all and has to use this method to give money to others? After thinking it over, this is the only explanation that makes the most sense. Shuemu sent a shadow clone to secretly protect Naruto. The Land of Birds is not a closed-off nation. Merchants from various countries come and go here, and there are surely plenty of spies from other nations as well. Shuemu appeared in the Land of Birds with Naruto and Sasuke, and the news should have already reached Konoha. So, we still need to be cautious. With the protection of the shadow clone, nothing will happen to Naruto. Now, it's time to learn the 5 Elements seal. In the past, I didn't learn it because the conditions were insufficient. The 5 Elements seal, as the name suggests, requires mastery of chakra with the 5 attributes: water, earth, fire, wind, and lightning. Before obtaining the Rinnegan, Mizuki only had chakra with the wind and earth attributes. After acquiring the Rinnegan, his chakra attributes expanded to water, earth, fire, wind, lightning, and yang. With all 5 elements complete, he could now learn the 5 Elements seal. Having learned the 5 Elements seal, mastering the 5 Elements unseal naturally follows. He took out the 5 Elements seal training scroll and began to study it carefully. As for Naruto, he arrived at the capital of the Land of Birds, found a casino, and started losing money like crazy after entering. The gambling scene in the Land of Birds seemed to have ushered in his springtime. 2 fat sheep appeared in the casino, making everyone win big. This news even spread rapidly to other countries, attracting a large number of gamblers. Tsunade also heard about the existence of another fat sheep and became curious, sending Shizun to investigate. Soon, Shizun brought back the news. That blonde-haired brat from Phoenix Village lost 5 million Ryo in one night? Tsunade widened her eyes, feeling, well, quite envious. 5 million Ryo, enough for her to lose for several days. A brat actually has so much money. Tsunade propped her chin with her hand and began to ponder. Shizun's eyelids twitched slightly as she asked, Lady Tsunade, what are you up to again? Tsunade said, Shizun, we're out of money now. What do you think about me borrowing a few million Ryo from that little brat? No way, absolutely not. He's just a kid, Lady Tsunade. How could you even think of borrowing from him? Besides, he doesn't know you, so he definitely won't lend it. Tsunade nodded and said, that's true. Then she added, in that case, I'll go and gamble with him. He loses even faster than I do. His luck is clearly worse than mine. If I gamble with him, I'll definitely win. Shizun pouted and said, others have bad luck, but you have bad gambling skills. Nonsense. Tsunade slammed the table and said loudly, my gambling skills are inherited from my grandfather and are among the best in the ninja world. Shizun rolled her eyes. So old already, yet still stubborn as ever. The little pig lying on the ground turned its head to the other side, letting out a piggy sigh. The reason I can't grow up is all because this old woman gambled away the food money. Barely enough to eat, sometimes going 3 days with only 9 meals. It seriously affected my growth and development. Let's go to the casino. Silence couldn't stop her, so she could only hold Tauntaun and follow behind. Walking along, she kept persuading Tsunade to be kind. Of course, Tsunade wouldn't listen to Shizun. When they arrived at the casino, she immediately noticed a gambling table crowded with people. Through the gaps, Tsunade instantly spotted Naruto. Naruto stood on one foot on the ground, with the other foot stepping on the table, holding a dice cup in his hand, shaking it wildly above his head. At the same time, he shouted loudly, place your bets. No more bets. This time, Naruto was the dealer, gambling on the dice points. With 3 dice, a total point of 9 or less is small. Greater than 9 is big. Guessed the size correctly, the banker pays 1 to 1. In addition to guessing the size, you can also guess the specific points. If you guess the points correctly, the banker pays 30 to 1. If it's a leopard, such as 3 1s or 3 2s, the odds are 100 to 1. This little guy actually has quite the gambler's look. Tsunade's interest was immediately piqued, and she wanted to squeeze into the crowd to gamble together. However, there were too many people, and she couldn't squeeze in, so she could only stand on the outer circle, staring blankly. On the gambling table, everyone was betting on guessing the dice points, and all bets were placed on 666s. Each person bet 100 Ryo. This was a public area with a gambling limit, so they couldn't bet more. Come, it's about to start. Place your bets and no more changes. Naruto slammed the dice cup onto the table, and everyone shouted, open it, open it. Naruto shouted loudly, I've already lost as the dealer 3 3 times in a row. This time, I'm definitely winning. With that, he lifted the dice cup, revealing 3 dice in everyone's view. 3 dice, the numbers are 6, 6, 6. Ah, 3 sixes, indeed 3 sixes. 1 again. Truly a fat sheep. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let him hear, or he won't gamble with us. Naruto looked at the 3 sixes and shouted, ah, why is it like this again? I don't accept this. This round, Naruto lost 260,000 Ryo. Luckily, he wasn't the dealer every time, otherwise, forget about 10 million Ryo, even 100 million Ryo wouldn't be enough to cover the losses. Tsunade's eyes sparkled at this moment. She could no longer wait, and with great strength she pushed aside the people in front of her, leaving these ordinary folks powerless to resist. She approached the table and firmly claimed a seat. Those who had been pushed aside initially wanted to curse, but as soon as they saw it was Tsunade, they immediately held their tongues. After all, this was a fat sheep, they couldn't afford to offend her. The last round as the dealer, I refuse to believe I can't win. Naruto picked up the dice cup and started shaking it again. Place your bets, no more bets. Everyone started placing their bets again, all at 100 Ryo, still betting on 3 sixes. Tsunade took out her remaining 35 Ryo lunch money and joined in, also betting on 3 sixes. Bang! The dice cup hit the table. This round, I will definitely win. The dice cup was opened, revealing 3 dice with the numbers 6, 6, and 5. Shizune stood behind Tsunade and said, it's over, I'll be going hungry at noon. Open! Piggy raised its 2 hooves, covering its eyes, and cried out oink oink. Even the pigs couldn't bear to watch. Everyone screamed, how could this happen? This round, total defeat, the house takes it all. Some people glanced at Tsunade, then at Naruto, thinking to themselves, this fat lamb is definitely fatter. After all, she loses every bet she places, which says a lot. As the dealer, Naruto was also staring at the die showing a value of 5, his eyes flickering slightly. He thought to himself, how could this happen? It was supposed to be a 6, it shouldn't be like this. No, we need to pay attention. He hit it well, not letting anyone notice. Shueimou instructed him not to let anyone see that he was deliberately losing. Ha ha ha, I told you I'd definitely win this round. Ha, it's all mine, all of it. He swept all the money in front of himself with both arms, his face full of excitement and exhilaration. Alright, I've been the dealer for 5 rounds in a row. It's time to switch. Everyone chimed in, let the newcomer be the dealer. Let the newcomer be the dealer. So, everyone's eyes turned to Tsunade. Shizune pulled Tsunade and was about to leave, shouting loudly, we have no money, we won't be the house. Tsunade refused to leave and shouted, where's the boss? Call the boss over. The casino boss quickly arrived and asked, my lady, what can I do for you? Tsunade said, lend me 1 million Ryo. Lady Tsunade. Shizune was about to explode, but Tsunade acted as she pleased, completely ignoring her. Shizune knew she couldn't stop her and could only stand there, flustered in the wind. The casino owner, however, didn't want to lend any money. Lady, you've already borrowed 3 million Ryo before and haven't paid it back yet. This is just a small business, and I don't have any extra money to lend you. The famous name of the fat sheep is known throughout the ninja world. Moreover, the fat sheep has a very good reputation. Although they borrow money, they never default on their debts. Even if it takes a little longer, they always pay back every penny. But this casino owner really doesn't have that much spare money anymore. Tsunade frowned and said, it's not like I won't pay you back. Once I win some money, I'll return it to you with interest. At this moment, Naruto said, big sister, if you're short on money, I can lend you some. I have money. Mizuki had instructed, if you meet a big-breasted sister asking to borrow money, don't hesitate, lend it to her. Lend her as much as she wants, and if it's not enough, go back to Phoenix Village to get more. Tsunade asked, how much interest do you want? Naruto, I don't want any interest, just return the amount you borrow. Tsunade squinted her eyes and said, you're offering me money without interest, what's your real motive? Tsunade faintly felt that there was some kind of scheme. I've been away from Konoha for 25 years now. Back then, Mizuki was at most 2 years old and shouldn't have any memory of me. In other words, the people of Phoenix Village don't know me. Tsunade was puzzled but couldn't figure it out for the moment. Naruto said, you only have 35 Ryo left, yet you still come to gamble, even borrowing millions and losing it all. This shows that, like me, you're someone who loves gambling to an extreme degree. A person who can focus wholeheartedly on one thing, even at all costs, possesses a very noble quality. So, I am very willing to lend you money. Jingyin opened her mouth wide in shock, almost going crazy. Losing everything to gambling, drowning in debt, this is called being focused on one thing? This is called having noble character? Tsunade, however, kept nodding repeatedly, deeply agreeing. Unexpectedly, a little kid like you can actually say something so profound. In that case, hand over 1 million Ryo. Don't worry, I never have the habit of not repaying debts. The money you lend me, I will return every single penny. Tsunade took the money and started running the game. The same, rolling the dice. Place your bets, no more bets. The gamblers around were overjoyed. Once again, a fat sheep was the banker. Just like when Naruto was the banker, they all bet everything on triple sixes, a total of 26 people. Only Naruto was different. He bet on triple triple ones. The dice cup was opened, revealing 3 dice with the numbers 1, 2, and 3. Shizun stood behind Tsunade, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at the 3 dice, thinking she must be hallucinating. Open. Based on past experience, shouldn't the 3 dice show 6, 6, 6? Ah, I won. I take it all. As she collected the money, she nudged Jingyin with her elbow and leaned over to whisper, "See, I wasn't wrong, was I? That little brat has worse luck than me, just a fat sheep. With him here, there's no way I won't win today." Silent pout, muttering softly, "TCH, it's just the first round. If you lose later, don't blame it on bad luck." In this round, Tsunade won 2,700 Ryo. Again. Unconvinced, everyone continued betting on triple sixes, while Naruto kept betting on triple ones. This round, Tsunade threw 3 threes. Ha ha ha, another sweep. Come on, all your money is mine. Tsunade won another 2,700 Ryo this round. She was overjoyed. In the next few rounds as the dealer, no matter how everyone bet, Tsunade took it all. After 5 rounds as the dealer, Tsunade won 13,500 Ryo. Shizun even thought she was dreaming. Lady Tsunade, actually winning money? Next, it was someone else's turn to be the dealer, and Tsunade was winning big. Whatever she bet on, the dice would roll exactly that. Bet high, it rolled high. Bet low, it rolled low. Bet 3 ones, it rolled 3 ones. The gamblers around her widened their eyes in disbelief. However, this didn't stop them from making money. Whatever Tsunade bet on, they followed suit. The result of this was that anyone who took the dealer's position quickly lost everything. They are not as wealthy as Naruto, they simply can't afford to lose. Some people started questioning the dice, but the casino doesn't tolerate that. You win and happily take the money, but when you lose, you claim there's something wrong with the dice. So, you're the only smart one, huh? At this point, even if there really is a problem, you have to accept it willingly. So, the people who won money, fearing they would lose when it was their turn to be the dealer, all looked for excuses to leave. However, the casino had a rule. Anyone who won money at this table was not allowed to leave without taking a turn as the dealer. This was an unspoken rule accepted by all gamblers. This led to these gamblers starting to lose the money they had won. But after becoming the dealer, they were reluctant to leave and continued betting along with Tsunade. They were already gambling with bloodshot eyes. Even if rational people left, others would step in to fill their spots at the table. This resulted in everyone having wins and losses, except for Tsunade, who kept winning. The money in these gamblers' hands grew less and less, gradually all ending up in Tsunade's possession. By dinner time, Tsunade had won over 4 million Ryo, paid back Naruto's 1 million Ryo and the casino owner's 3 million Ryo, leaving over 1 million Ryo. Shizun's hands, holding Taunton, were trembling. "We've hit it big, we've hit it big. Taunton, we can finally buy you tastier pig feed." In the end, Naruto's money was completely lost as well. In front of her, there was a pile of banknotes, more than 3 million taels. She was grinning from ear to ear. Seeing Naruto get up to leave, Tsunade hurriedly said, "Kid, don't go. If you're out of money, I'll lend you some." Naruto shook his head and said, "No, I'll go home to get money and come back tomorrow." When Naruto left, Tsunade was the only one left at the table. The former easy target had now turned into a tiger, and no one dared to gamble with her anymore. So, she went to other tables, but as soon as everyone saw it was Tsunade, they immediately stopped and switched tables. "Tsunade-sama, why not quit while you're ahead? No one dares to gamble with us anymore." Tsunade said, "It's rare to win for once, and I'm not even satisfied yet. Come on, let's go to another casino." Shizun said helplessly, "Let's eat first. We skipped lunch, and now it's already dinner time. Taunton is so hungry her stomach is growling." But Tsunade replied, "No way. Once we've had dinner, word will spread about what happened here, and no one at the other casinos will dare to gamble with me." Tsunade strode away, heading to another casino. Everyone watched her back, not daring to call her a fat sheep anymore. No one noticed the faint pop sound coming from inside the dice cup. When someone came to this table to open the game again, they discovered that one of the 3 dice was missing. Tsunade arrived at another casino, ready to dominate. But the result was constant losses. Whether she was the dealer or not, she lost every round. Out of over 3 million Ryo, she quickly lost 2 million, leaving only 1 million. Shizun refused to hand over any more money to Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, that blonde-haired kid isn't here. You can't win without him. When he's around, your luck becomes exceptionally good, but as soon as he leaves, you're back to square one. So save the remaining money and wait for him to come back tomorrow to gamble again." Tsunade was unconvinced, but Shizun's words made sense, so she decided to stop for the day. The next day, Naruto came again, bringing even more money. Tsunade also arrived, and the gambling resumed. The news of Tsunade's heavy losses last night had spread, so now everyone dared to gamble with her again. Then, a similar situation occurred. Tsunade dominated the scene, winning all kinds of bets. Once Naruto lost everything and left, Tsunade started losing again. Then came the 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day. Every day, the same scenario played out. On the 6th day, Naruto didn't come. Shizun panicked. "Lady Tsunade, Naruto Uzumaki didn't come today. How about we take a break?" Hey yo, as long as as Naruto isn't around, Tsunade will only lose at gambling. After finally saving up some money, Shizune and Tantan both want to hold on to it. Tsunade said, "What does this matter? If others find out, they'll think that just because Naruto isn't around, I don't dare to step onto the gambling table. Besides, gambling isn't about making money, it's about interest, you understand? Winning or losing doesn't matter to me." So, during lunch, Tsunade secretly drugged Shizune and Tantan, knocking them out. Then she took the money hidden under the bed and went to the casino alone to lose it. When Jingin woke up, he immediately went to the casino, but it was too late. Tsunade had already lost all the money and even owed the casino 1 million ryo. In Phoenix Village, Mizuki has completed his seclusion. He has mastered the 5 elements seal and can now undo it for Naruto. Additionally, a new month has arrived, and a new round of granting returns can begin. Lift your shirt and show your stomach. I will now undo the seal for you. Naruto complied, revealing the 5 elements seal technique on his stomach. Mizuki extended his right hand, spreading his fingers, with 5 types of chakra appearing on each finger, forming the characters for water, earth, fire, wind, and lightning. 5 elements unseal. Release. 5 fingers pressed against Naruto's abdomen. Naruto let out a scream and fell to the ground, but the 5 elements seal on his abdomen was successfully removed. Master Mizuki, I can feel it. My chakra is much easier to control now, Naruto said happily. Shuemu said, give it a try, release the Rasengan with one hand. Naruto nodded and raised his right hand to release chakra. In the next moment, the Rasengan took shape. It worked. Shuemu said, try to see if you can throw the Rasengan. Naruto swung his hand and threw the Rasengan, but it exploded before it even flew 10 meters. No way. Naruto scratched his head. Master, why can you throw your Rasengan, but Sasuke and I can't? They're all Rasengan, so what's the difference? Shuemu said, my Rasengan has a more stable structure. It's the result of countless attempts to find the most stable configuration. If you want to achieve the same as me, you need to try more, altering the subtle details inside the Rasengan to make it increasingly stable. This process is very tedious and can only rely on yourself. Naruto's expression was resolute. I can definitely do it. By the way, Master, now that I've regained my chakra control, can I start the next stage of training like Sasuke and the others? Shuemu nodded and said, your father, Minato Namikaze, was famous during his lifetime not only for the Rasengan but also for another technique called the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique is a spacetime ninjutsu, similar to my body flicker technique, but it consumes much less energy. Do you want to learn it or not? Although the water wood technique allows for teleportation, the chakra consumption is truly immense. Unlike the Flying Thunder God, which doesn't consume much. Moreover, water wood is very curious since the Flying Thunder God is already S-rank. What will the system return after learning it? Naruto nodded repeatedly and said, I want to learn. Master, hurry up and teach me this flying something technique. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. Mizuki prompted. The Flying Thunder God technique was invented by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and is classified as an S-rank forbidden jutsu. Your father, Minato Namikaze, earned the title of Yellow Flash during the Third Shinobi World War by using this technique, holding his own against the Fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki single-handedly. In Iwagakure, there's even a saying, if you encounter the Yellow Flash, you can abandon the mission without being punished for it. Naruto listened, his eyes full of admiration. He had admired the Fourth Hokage since he was a child, and after learning that the Fourth was his father, his admiration grew even stronger. Moreover, his heart was filled with a sense of pride. Tsuemu took out a scroll and handed it to Naruto. Let me say this in advance, I don't know the Flying Thunder God technique, so if you want to learn it, you'll have to rely on yourself. Also, this technique is very difficult and involves space. You must be careful during training and never be careless. Naruto nodded. I will be careful, and I am confident. If my father could learn it, I believe I can learn it too. Naruto took the scroll and went off to train. On Mizuki's side, he also received the system's return notification. The host granted the disciple Uzumaki Naruto the S-rank ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique training method, triggering a 3037-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained SS level ninjutsu, Invincible Flying Thunder God. Ding! Invincible Flying Thunder God grants you invincibility for 0.5 seconds after using the Flying Thunder God technique. Mizuki's mouth formed an O shape. What the heck? 0.5 seconds of invincibility? Good grief. As long as you keep using Flying Thunder God, wouldn't you remain invincible all the time? You should know, Flying Thunder God has no cooldown time. In this way, wouldn't it be killing gods if gods block, and killing Buddhas if Buddhas block? The level is only SS, not yet SSS, which means this technique has an even higher form. Thinking about it, the Flying Thunder God technique can't be used at will. It requires a formula. Either throw a specially made kunai or plant the formula on the enemy. In short, it has its limitations. The reason it's rated as SS rank is probably because of this. If you reach SSS level, you probably won't need any techniques. You can fly wherever you want. At that point, you'd truly be invincible. It's just a pity that what's returned
returned is a cultivation method. If you want to master it, you'll still need to spend time and effort. Naruto has had a great start here. Next up is Sasuke. Mizuki went to find Sasuke again. At this moment, Sasuke is practicing chakra control. He releases blue chakra from his hands, and under his control, the chakra takes the shape of a cat. He manipulates the cat to walk, jump, and bite its ear. The so-called chakra control ability is about making chakra obey your commands. Whatever you want the chakra to do, it must do. The release of ninjutsu requires hand seals. The purpose of hand seals is to guide chakra to flow through specific meridians, and after passing through these meridians, the chakra undergoes changes. For example, it can transform into fire, water, earth, and so on. As chakra control becomes stronger, it is possible to simplify hand seals, perform one-handed seals, or even forego hand seals entirely. Mizuki told Sasuke that to learn the body replacement technique he must master one-handed seals. Sasuke worked very hard for this. Sasuke, stop for a moment. Today, I'll teach you a new ninjutsu. Mizuki spoke concisely and took out a scroll. This technique, called Edo Tensei, is an S-rank forbidden jutsu invented by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Its essence lies in summoning. It summons souls from the pure land to the impure world, reviving them in physical form under your control. Sasuke looked at the scroll, his brows furrowed. Mizuki explained, teaching you this technique is solely for the purpose of your revenge. Your enemies, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the root leader Danzo Shimura, have both been killed by me. Your hatred has nowhere to be vented, and keeping it bottled up for so long is not good. By learning the reanimation jutsu, you can resurrect the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, then torment them as a way to take your revenge. Sasuke's furrowed brows immediately relaxed, and he reached out to take the scroll. The host grants the disciple Uchiha Sasuke the S-rank forbidden summoning jutsu reanimation jutsu training method, triggering a 6,944-fold return. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the SS level forbidden technique, Impure World Self-Cultivation Method. Thank you. Ding. Impure World Self. Summon a soul from the pure land into the caster's body. The caster will gain all the abilities and chakra the soul possessed during its lifetime. Note, this technique is forbidden and highly dangerous. Summoning too many souls or overly powerful souls carries the risk of being possessed. Wow, isn't this just inviting the ancestors to take over your body? Another SS level forbidden technique. I must say, the scroll collection room in Konoha was worth raiding. Finally, it was Nobita's turn. Nobita's basics were poor, and he hadn't even mastered the simple 3 basic techniques, so Mizuki didn't give him anything advanced. He just gave him a bowl of instant ramen. The host granted the disciple Deshiong 1 bowl of instant ramen, triggering a 61x return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 61 bowls of delicious instant ramen.